Chapter 1. Dead Forest. The Chunin exam held by Konoha, the venue for the second exam. Mitarashi Anko is telling the candidates about the content of the next exam. But just as Mitarashi Anko was talking excitedly, a giant tower appeared in the sky. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the sudden appearance of the giant white tower, completely ignoring Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner who was explaining the content of the exam. And here, Mitarashi Anko was talking, and finally found out that something was wrong. She looked at the distracted candidates, with a trace of dissatisfaction and anger on her face. Then, Anko asked angrily, "I said, what do you mean? When my chief examiner does not exist?" "No, examiner, take a look in that forest of death, there is a tower there." A half-assed candidate showed a look of horror, talking to himself there, and said such a sentence. Anko rolled his eyes when he heard the words, and said angrily, "Nonsense, there is a tower in the middle of the death forest, and that is your destination this time." "There are towers in the dead forest, didn't I know?" Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, and said with a cold face, "It's not a tower in the forest of death, but a tower that fell from the sky." He thinks that Anko's special Jainin is a bit bad. Didn't he even notice the situation behind him? Is it nervousness, or something else? Whatever the reason, this particular Jainin just doesn't work. Anko didn't know that he already had a negative score here with Uchiha Sasuke, and felt that his special Jainin was very unworthy. If you know it, it will definitely give Uchiha Sasuke a little color. But unfortunately, she didn't know. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke's attitude made Anko a little dissatisfied, but when she turned around and found the huge white tower that appeared out of thin air, she couldn't care less. Why is there a tower? And it appeared directly in the village. Is it an enemy attack? Just as Anko was deep in thought, Konoha 12, the trio from Sand Shinobi village, Orochimaru's disguised Kusanagi and others were looking at the giant white tower. A majestic voice came from the giant tower. "People of the ninja world, the giant tower that appears in front of you is called the Tower of Babylon. It can bring you opportunities, but it can also bring you disasters. Listen, there are 100 floors in the Tower of Babylon, and each floor has gatekeepers and floor owners. If you can defeat the gatekeepers and floor owners, you can move on to the second and third floors. Advance layer by layer until you reach the top. Of course, during this period, you can also choose not to move forward, leave or stay on a certain floor, that is also possible, but if you choose to stay on a certain floor, then you need to fight regularly. If you refuse to fight, it will fall layer by layer until it falls past the first layer and is out. By the way, I would like to remind you that once you enter the Tower of Babylon, it is not so easy to leave. The only way to enter the next level is through challenges. At that time, you will all face a choice. That is, you can choose to leave or it is to continue to break through the level, and the final choice is to stay on the floor you broke through, but in the end you still have to fight, so once you enter the Tower of Babylon, you cannot escape the fate of fighting. Okay, once you enter the Tower of Babylon, you will understand what it can bring you here. Whether you can endure the temptation brought by the Tower of Babylon and leave with what you have already obtained, or continue to move forward until when failure comes, it depends on how you choose. Finally, I would like to add that after entering the Tower of Babylon, there will be more detailed rules, and the risks you will face after entering the Tower of Babylon have already been explained, so whether to enter or not, each of you must consider clearly. Because once you enter, it will not be so easy to leave again. It's a pity that Anko didn't believe this. After the mysterious and majestic voice stopped, she shouted sharply, "A group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails, pretending to be ghosts, say, what is the purpose of you coming to Konoha? This girl is still so immature." Orochimaru, who was dressed as Kusanagi, sighed softly after seeing Anko's irritable performance, feeling that Anko's growth is not enough. Obviously this so-called Tower of Babylon is not extraordinary, but can't you see it? It's a pity, Anko, you are still not as good as Suzuki. Thinking of his goal, Orochimaru's fiery eyes had already fallen on Uchiha Suzuki. Uchiha Suzuki, this is the reincarnation container I want, and the best reincarnation container for me in the future. At the same time, just after Enko's questioning, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Although the visitor had the appearance of a human being, the tale behind him showed that the other party was not as simple as a human being. Coupled with the faint sense of oppression coming from the other party, everyone present was terrified. Some of the weaker genins have already kneeled directly, and the only ninjas who can barely stand still are Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, Sand Shinobi, and Yinran. But Enko had put away his contempt at this time, and his complexion gradually became dignified, looking at the visitor vigilantly. As for Orochimaru, let alone, there was a flash of solemnity in the golden pupils, thinking that this person is definitely not human, but he doesn't know what species it is. Interesting, really interesting. Orochimaru became more and more interested in the Tower of Babylon and the people behind it. The visitor looked at Enko with a gloomy expression, and said coldly, "Stupid guy, do you know what you're talking about?" Enko frowned slightly, the contempt in the other's words made her feel dissatisfied, but the terrifying aura on the other party made her dare not act rashly. So what she can do is to collect as much information as possible, temporarily stabilize the opponent, delay the time and wait for the arrival of support. Of course I know that you are declaring war by entering Konoha without authorization, so are you going to start a war? But this human-like guy obviously knew what Enko was thinking, and he didn't give Enko a chance at all. Instead, he was aggressive, as if he would attack at any time. "Stupid human beings, did you not hear what you just said, or are you deliberately provoking?" Enko's face changed suddenly, a handful of kunao had appeared in her hands, and a look of wariness appeared in her eyes. And just at the moment when the sword was on the verge of breaking out, another figure appeared. The visitor was wearing a pure white dress, a beautiful woman with long black hair, an exquisite face, and a graceful figure. No matter how she looked at it, she was an impeccable and peerless beauty. After she glanced around, her face suddenly turned cold, and she said coldly, "Demiurge, haven't you finished yet? I wonder if Lord Qin Mu has been waiting for a long time." Chapter 2. Albedo, these ignorant guys are completely different from the worlds they've been to before. They can understand at least, but these people are really too ignorant. The man named Demiurge glanced at the woman who appeared beside him, and said something slowly. It's just that the tone of his speech is not very good, it seems to be a little impatient and with a trace of dissatisfaction. Of course, this trace of dissatisfaction was directed at the humans in front of him, not at his companions. Albedo looked at the somewhat unusual Demiurge rather curiously, faintly sensed that something was wrong, and said softly, "Demiurge, when did you become so irritable? This is a bit unusual. Yours." It stands to reason that Demiurge shouldn't be like this, but Albedo clearly felt that Demiurge in front of him was very anxious, as if something had happened. Demiurge recalled Albedo's identity, and knew that she was Qin Mu's life manager, not to mention leading the maid team, and responsible for Qin Mu's daily life and other life. "If you talk about it, it doesn't matter." Then, Demiurge said helplessly, "I can't help it, Master Qin Mu scolded me yesterday, so I feel distressed about it." "Yes." A strange color flashed in Albedo's beautiful eyes, and she asked in surprise, "What's the reason?" "Maybe it's because I'm talking too much." Demiurge was not sure, but after trying to recall the past, he gave an inference. Albedo's face darkened, and she frowned and asked, "Demiurge, what's going on?" Demiurge explained, "Yesterday I was planning to meet Lord Qin Mu, but I met Lord Scathatch coming out, and Lord Scathatch seemed displeased with me. When I entered the room, I mentioned Mrs. Lord Kaha, and then he was reprimanded by Qin Mu." Albedo raised her eyebrows, and said in a low voice, "Master Scathatch." Then, Albedo said, "Demiurge, if you want to report the situation in the future, you still have to tell me, otherwise you will delay Lord Qin Mu's business, and you can't afford it. That's what Demiurge planned in the first place, and yesterday he was forced to do so, so he was the one who went, and it wasn't his turn to report normally. That's exactly what I wanted to do. You must know that Albedo is the chief steward of the Tower of Babylon, and also the steward of Lord Qin Mu's life, so telling you many things in advance can save me from getting into trouble. Anko looked at the two unknown creatures who seemed to be similar to humans but were not human beings talking there, and the conversation became more and more serious, completely ignoring himself. It was really unbearable. She shouted very violently, I said, what the hell are you doing? Suddenly ran out for no reason, and still talking on his own, really didn't take people seriously? Woman, you are too loud. Demiurge and Albedo looked over at the same time, smiled contemptuously, and said something in a scolding tone. Anko's bluffing performance undoubtedly made Demiurge and Albedo very uncomfortable. If it wasn't because of the mission, they might have already done it. And the contemptuous attitude of Demiurge and Albedo undoubtedly made Anko completely blown up. She rushed up holding Kunao without thinking. Orochimaru, who was hiding in the crowd, was speechless when he saw it. Sure enough, Anko, it's a good thing I didn't take you away back then, it's really not good for you to be like this. At this time, Anko didn't know that her teacher hid in the crowd and complained about herself. Otherwise she would definitely be so angry that she vomited blood, and then she wouldn't have to fight the enemy. After all, she couldn't beat her in the first place, and if she was so angry that she vomited blood, she obviously wouldn't need to be beaten. To Albedo and Demiurge, Anko's rushing forward behavior is no different from suicide, and Albedo didn't move at all. Obviously she doesn't think Anko can do anything. The next moment, Demiurge spoke indifferently. Kneel down, don't resist. Invisible fluctuations came out, and Anko was the first to be among them. She fell to her knees directly on the ground, unable to move at all, and could only kneel there in humiliation. At this scene, the faces of many candidates behind changed, thinking that a special Jainin would just kneel like this. Temari and Kankuro from Sand Shinobi village looked at each other and could see the fear in each other's eyes, but Gaara looked excited. Obviously, this loveless child thought that Demiurge was worth killing, that is, worthy of being killed by himself. Konoha's Xiaoqiang looked at each other, their faces were rather complicated. But there is no doubt that Anko was instantly killed by one blow, and this scene completely shocked all Xiaoqiang. Anko is kneeling on the ground now, powerless to resist. If this is not a spike, what else can it be? However, although Naruto was shocked, this guy was the most impulsive one. Although Anko has frightened himself, but he is a ninja in the village, and Naruto is the one who calls out to be Hokage all day long, so naturally he cannot tolerate others hurting the ninja in the village. What the hell did you guys do? Therefore, Naruto didn't even think about it, and rushed forward while shouting loudly. Demiurge glanced at Naruto, and shouted, "Humph, little guy, kneel down." Naruto. Naruto rushed up suddenly. Teammates Sasuke and Sakura Jr. must be surprised, and the rest of Konoha's Xiaoqiang are also the same, as well as Hinata who cares about Naruto the most, so needless to say. Of course, after seeing Naruto kneeling like Anko, no one was surprised. After all, not even a special Jainin like Anko, let alone a genin like Naruto? But the moment Naruto knelt down, violent chakra poured out. As soon as that ominous chakra came out, except for Demiurge and Albedo, the faces of all the ninjas including Xiaoqiang, Sand Shinobi village trio, etc. changed. Among them, Orochimaru's pair of snake eyes fell on Naruto, and he understood that this is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Albedo on the other side has squinted her eyes, looked at Naruto who had stood up with great interest, and said softly, "Demiurge, this should be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which is the destiny of this world." "Man, child of destiny." Demiurge pushed the glasses, and said indifferently, "It's just a beast, it seems that it needs to be taught a lesson. But at this moment, another figure fell. The visitor directly reprimanded Albedo and Demiurge. His words were quite sharp, and his tone was filled with strong dissatisfaction. Demiurge, Albedo, you don't let people in, why are you dawdling? Chapter 3. Sorry, Poluna-sama, this is our fault. Demiurge and Albedo bowed to the visitor, and said respectfully. The visitor had an astonishing beauty and an absolutely perfect figure, with a head of dark black waist-length hair fluttering gently with the breeze, but she didn't pay attention to Anko and the group in front of her. As for Naruto, who was still bursting into Nine-Tails chakra, she also ignored her. She glanced at Demiurge and Albedo, and said indifferently, if you can't even do this little thing well, you won't have this chance next time, and the chance will fall on other camps. You guys, it's from the demon camp, you should understand what I mean, right? Yes, Lady Poluna, we understand. Albedo and Demiurge shuddered in their hearts, knowing that Poluna was angry, they immediately bowed their heads to express their understanding. You must know that the people around their supreme great existence, that is, the people around Qin Mu, are naturally not that simple. There are camps of human beings, demons, angels, monsters, and so on. As for Albedo and Demiurge, who were born from the great tomb of Nazarick, they were definitely of evil origin, and naturally they were all classified into the demon camp. Poluna is Qin Mu's woman, and she is also the most powerful demon, known as the god of demons, so she is in charge of the demon camp. In other words, the demon camp is respected by Poluna. Of course, this does not mean that there are no other factions in the demon camp. Apart from the faction represented by Poluna, the demon god, there is also the faction of the seven deadly sins headed by Lucifer. Therefore, although the demon camp is united externally, there are also internal disputes. It's just that it's not an ordinary dispute, it's a dispute surrounding Qin Mu. And it's not just the internal disputes of the demon camp, but also the disputes between the various camps. It belongs to the women around Qin Mu, that is, the disputes between women like Poluna. To put it bluntly, as long as it is not Qin Mu's woman, then it can be ignored. However, the one in charge of the Hokage world activities this time is the demon camp. If the demon camp messes up this event, it will make other camps laugh at it, and then it will not be as simple as a matter of face. Therefore, the Tower of Babylon came to the Hokage world for the first time, and the first round of competitive customs clearance activities must be done well, and there must be no mistakes. After Polna appeared and reprimanded Demiurge and Albedo, a dark magic circle appeared under her feet. Then, as the magic circle disappeared, she also disappeared. After Rias left, Demiurge's face was completely different, and he said seriously, "Everyone, have you considered it carefully? If you want to enter the Tower of Babylon, then don't waste any more time. And if you don't want to, that's fine too. To enter or not to enter. For others, it must be a struggle. But Uchiha Sasuke doesn't need to be entangled. If he can gain powerful power through this so-called Tower of Babylon, then he is very happy to do so. As for the serious consequences in this process, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't care about that much, he just wants great power. After all, the weird guy with the glasses just now made it very clear that as long as he can pass the first floor, he can get the reward, so Uchiha Sasuke is happy to give it a try. What? Can't beat? Erzuza would not consider such a thing. Besides, it's only the first floor, so what's the difficulty? Sasuke, what do you want to do? Although Naruto had fallen into a rampage just now, after Poluna's brief appearance, Nine-Tails had no choice but to go quiet. This is not to say that Nine-Tails is willing to be quiet, but that Poluna's powerful aura pushed Nine-Tails back. In other words, Nine-Tails is scary. It was obvious that Poluna was just showing her face, but Nine-Tails felt terrified and disturbed by it, and it was so frightened that it quickly took back its chakra. Sasuke ignored Naruto, but continued to step forward, and said with a cold face, "Such a simple matter, do you still need to ask?" If it was not Naruto who asked the question, but someone else asked, Sasuke would be too lazy to answer. "Since you want to go in, I will go in too." Although Naruto was educated just now, he didn't suffer too much from the outbreak of Nine Tails chakra, so he felt that since Sasuke wanted to go in, he had to go in too. "No, you guys, Genin, don't go crazy." Seeing that Sasuke and Naruto didn't care whether it was a trap or not, Anko jumped into it stupidly, which really made her lungs explode. Because of Anko's performance of stretching his hips too much, Sasuke didn't pay attention to her, but said coldly, "Weak chicken, shut your mouth." "Anko. Weak chicken? Who gave you the courage to speak up?" It can be said that just because of Sasuke's words, Anko was completely blown up. However, even if Anko was blown up, there was nothing he could do. Sasuke and Naruto walked towards the Tower of Babylon without looking back, obviously determined to go in. Since Sasuke and Naruto both went in, Konoha Xiaoqiang also went in without hesitation. The same goes for Gaara and others at Sand Shinobi Village, who chose to enter the Tower of Babylon. As for Orochimaru, there is no need to say more, let alone Sasuke, the container I fancy, has already entered, and the mysteries of the Tower of Babylon are enough to make Orochimaru want to go in and find out. And in the end, there were only some extras who didn't choose to enter, and even Anko chose to enter. After all the genins in the village had gone in, and it was impossible for her, a special genin, to stay out of it, so going in was inevitable. Top floor of the Tower of Babylon. In a certain room, Qin Mu was sitting on the sofa, staring straight ahead. And there are several huge display screens, and the picture on the screen is about the first floor of the Tower of Babylon. Speaking of which, is the time you chose really good? Just as Qin Mu was staring at the screen, a mature and lazy female voice sounded in the room. Hearing this, Qin Mu narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "I think it's pretty good, it's precisely because of the timing of the Chunin exam that there is value for growth." And that mature female voice continued to sound. "TCH, it's worth it. With the strength of these guys, it's impossible to please them on the first floor." Obviously, this woman is not optimistic about the strength of the group of challengers who have entered the first floor and are about to accept the challenge of breaking through the level. She thinks that these guys will give it for nothing in the end. Chapter 4. Zi Ma, what you said is wrong, these guys are still worth looking forward to. Qin Mu doesn't think so, but thinks that Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and others are worth looking forward to, and the difficulty of the first floor is actually not high. Of course, not high is just not high in Qin Mu's view, but for the current Uzumaki Naruto and others, many of those gatekeepers are difficult to deal with. As for being the lair master of the boss, it is even more difficult to deal with. However, since they are the lucky children of the Hokage world, let's see what these two protagonists can do. But the woman known as Zi Ma gave Qin Mu a very dissatisfied look, and said angrily, "We have already ordered you repeatedly, so don't shout like that. Why do you have to shout like that?" Qin Mu spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Shouting in private, isn't it fun? I love you for your size." Yakumo Zi didn't appreciate it at all, raised her tender white feet, and kicked Qin Mu directly, expressing her dissatisfaction. This big monster has a first-class figure, even wearing a loose Taoist robe can't hide her perfect figure, and her every gesture shows her charming style. And Qin Mu grabbed Yakumo Zi's kicked left foot with one hand, and said with a smile, "Zi Ma, this is not good. It's meaningless to be obedient or not." Yakumo Zi twitched her eyelids, bit her lip subconsciously, cast an annoyed look at Qin Mu and complained. Qin Mu laughed directly, and said lightly, yes, our Zima is always very reasonable, so I was persuaded by you." "Put it down, we don't believe these things, you'd better stop saying those things." Yakumo Zi snorted coldly when she heard the words, and said something disapproving. Whether it is persuasive or not, it is all nonsense, and Shi Yakumo Zi will not be fooled so easily. Of course, if Qin Mu is really convinced by himself, then he should hand over the Hokage world activities to himself, because compared to the demon camp, Gensokyo can definitely do better. Every time the Tower of Babylon arrives in a new world, it will carry out related activities, such as selecting some challengers to carry out checkpoint activities, and now the demon camp selects these genin from the Chunin exam. To put it bluntly, this is a bunch of scumbags, and there are only a few people who have some potential, but the potential is only the future, and they don't have much combat power now. And in the first floor, aside from the bosses, Yakumo Zi doesn't think that this group of challengers has anything to do with just the gatekeepers. Not to mention the two main protagonists Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha's Xiaoqiang, and Orochimaru in Sunin, especially Jainin Anko and the like. In Yakumo Z's opinion, just these people. Hehe, let alone challenge the floor masters on the first floor, like the few gatekeepers with relatively good strength on the first floor, they may not be able to pass the level woolen cloth. Qin Mu waved his hand and said calmly, Okay, don't talk, let's look down. Yakumo Zi did not speak anymore, but lay in Qin Mu's arms, ready to watch a show with Qin Mu, to see if the first round challenger in the Hokage world could perform. Whether it is successful or not, Zi Yakumo has nothing to look forward to, but if she can show some performance, then she can look forward to it. As for what Yakumo Zi is thinking about, Qin Mu can be said to be very clear. However, he didn't say it directly, but planned to look at it first. After all, Poluna's temper is not too bad, so I have to take care of both ends, but I can't say which one I prefer. In addition, I have already decided to let the demon camp be responsible, so it is impossible to change it. Besides, let's see the situation first. Qin Mu thinks that as far as the abilities of Demiurge and Albedo are concerned, the problem shouldn't be too big, so we have to look at it first. At this time, in the first floor, Anko, Orochimaru, and others finally came in. Then, what they saw next was completely different from their own cognition. Originally, Anko and others thought that there would be a large fighting arena in this tower for so-called battles, but when they came in, they found that it was a completely new world. I saw that on the first floor of this huge tower, there was actually a very prosperous town. This is probably bigger than Konoha, right? Naruto, Sasuke, and others looked at the bustling town in front of them, and a thought flashed in their minds. This is the first floor of the Tower of Babylon. You don't need to be surprised. The inner space here is different from the towers you know. Demiurge looked at the crowd in front of him, knowing that these people couldn't understand the scene at hand, so he opened his mouth to explain. Then where do we fight? Although Uchiha Sasuke was surprised by the magic here, he was more concerned about the battle and wanted to know how to challenge, so there was a hint of eagerness in his tone of voice. To say that this town is big, and there are many buildings. But the problem is that I can't see the place to fight, so where to fight? Is it possible to fight in this town? If so, Uchiha Madara Sasuke wouldn't mind. Uchiha Sasuke, can you say a few words less? And Anko saw that Uchiha Sasuke was so aggressive, so he couldn't help but talk about it, and he really didn't know why Uchiha Sasuke was so confident. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke didn't pay attention to this, and directly ignored Anko who spoke, but continued to stare at Demiurge, waiting for the other party's explanation. Demiurge stared at Uchiha Sasuke expressionlessly, and said in a calm but indifferent tone, "Now I will take you there to fight, and I will tell you the rules by the way." Seeing Uchiha Sasuke, Anko was about to speak again, and hurriedly said, "Are there any rules here?" She was really afraid that something would happen if Uchiha Sasuke couldn't figure it out. So Anko thought she had to do something, even though she couldn't actually do anything, but she couldn't help but do something. Demiurge led everyone to the battlefield while explaining, "Of course, I still need to talk about more specific rules, and here is life and death, and wealth is in the sky. As long as you start fighting, then it has to be done to the end. I don't care about that, I just want to know what I can get. What Uchiha Sasuke cares about now is whether he can get strong power, so he doesn't care much about these small things. Seeing that Demiurge is still so wordy, he simply asked Demiurge himself directly. Can get what? Chapter 5. Young man, let me remind you here, don't be too arrogant. Demiurge said in a low voice, looking at the young man expressionlessly. Uchiha Sasuke, who is arrogant and ignorant and has no strength, will definitely look down on a demon like Demiurge who believes in strength. In other words, no matter whether it was Demiurge or Albedo, they didn't think highly of this group of people, it was a completely arrogant gesture of superiority. If a young man is not vigorous, what kind of young man is he? Orochimaru suddenly said at this time, and the cold voice made people feel very uncomfortable. This is the case with Naruto and others, but Anko frowned, looking at the ninja of Kusanagi village, always feeling that the other party was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. How can it be cultivated? Why is everything not going well? Anko can be said to be very aggrieved, but there is nowhere to vent his anger. Hide your head and show your tail. Do you want me to help you peel off that layer of human skin, or do you do it yourself? Demiurge glanced at Orochimaru, like Orochimaru's disguise can hide Anko and others, but it couldn't be hidden from him and Albedo. Orochimaru was not surprised that Demiurge saw through him, a cold smile crossed the corner of his mouth, and slowly peeled off the layer of skin on his face. After Orochimaru's face appeared, Anko was immediately stunned. Then, she roared angrily, Orochimaru, how could you? In Konoha's Chunin exam, Orochimaru, an S-level rebel, unexpectedly appeared, but the whole Konoha didn't know about it. What does this mean? Hiss. After contacting a certain possibility, Anko didn't dare to think about it anymore. Orochimaru had a cold smile on his face, and the pair of snake eyes glanced at his disciple, and the furious face of the other party did not pose any threat to him. Therefore, he just said lightly, Anko, you don't have to yell like that. I'm not interested in doing anything with Konoha right now, because there are more important things for me to explore. Konoha collapse plan? There is no need to care about it for the time being. Because let's not talk about the Tower of Babylon for myself to explore, just because the Tower of Babylon suddenly appeared in Konoha, Konoha must have raised his vigilance at this time. Therefore, if you still want to raid Konoha according to the original plan, it is already impossible. Anko doesn't believe in Orochimaru, but she obviously can't do anything at this time, and like Uchiha Sasuke, his mind is full of powerful power, so he doesn't care about Orochimaru at all. Therefore, Sasuke ignored this change, and instead asked Demiurge, wanting to know the so-called detailed rules. What about the rules? I hope you can continue. Uchiha Sasuke said that I'm in a hurry, so don't worry about these unnecessary things, tell me the business first, as for what Orochimaru's, it's best to get out of the way. Orochimaru wasn't annoyed at all, just kept that creepy smile, and his eyes fell on Sasuke. And this made Anko extremely vigilant, while little Sakura was extremely disturbed. Is this guy Orochimaru after Sasuke? Anko knows his teacher well enough, he can tell from this look that Orochimaru is interested in Sasuke, and this is the orphan of Uchiha, so is he trying to get the power of Sharingan? To say that Anko is worthy of being Orochimaru's apprentice, he soon realized what his teacher was up to. However, she only guessed that Orochimaru was thinking about Uchiha Sasuke, but she didn't know that Orochimaru had bigger plans. Of course, since Orochimaru is here, I still have to tell Hokage-sama about this kind of thing, but in this situation, oh, it's difficult. Oh, no, in this situation, the village has already raised its vigilance. Even if Orochimaru wanted to do something, he couldn't continue. Anko was thinking worriedly, while Demiurge began to explain. It's easy to talk about. I've already said a lot just now. What I want to talk about now is the rules of combat. First of all, you have to face the gatekeepers on the first floor, and there are 12 gatekeepers on this floor people. And these 12 people are divided into two teams, namely Night Raiders and Hunters, so what you have to do is to defeat these 12 gatekeepers, then you will have two options for fighting. One is team battle, and it is a small team against a small team, and the second is an individual battle, challenging the 12 gatekeepers by yourself until you defeat the 12 gatekeepers. However, when Demiurge said this, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but speak. And Sasuke did exactly that, and asked directly, "Where is the floor master?" Because Uchiha Sasuke doesn't think highly of the so-called gatekeepers, so what he wants to know is about the floor lord, but Demiurge doesn't mention the floor lord, so he can only be forced to ask up. Regarding this, Demiurge said indifferently, "You have defeated all the gatekeepers, and then you are qualified to challenge the floor master, and the floor master is not so easy to fight. If you can't even win, what qualifications do you have to challenge the floor master who is a boss?" "Humph, I sure can." Demiurge's indifferent and disdainful voice made Sasuke feel dissatisfied, but he thought of the glory of the Uchiha clan, and said proudly. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke, who is full of confidence, thinks that the first layer is not difficult, so he firmly believes that he can definitely break through this layer. By the way, does Sasuke have a brain? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke who is so confident, Orochimaru couldn't help being a little speechless. "Forget it, let's wait, if this is what I need, then there's no need to stare at Uchiha Sasuke, just put him as a backup." "Well, let's do this first." Orochimaru thought that if he could get good things from the Tower of Babylon, he wouldn't need to cling to Uchiha Sasuke anymore. After all, with Uchiha Sasuke's mind, even if he replaced the other party, it might still have some influence. "I don't want to be influenced by such an idiot." Although this is most likely due to psychological effects, Orochimaru naturally wants to lower Uchiha Sasuke's priority now that he has better needs. There was no choice before, so living corpse reincarnation was needed to achieve immortality, but now there are better options, so why does Orochimaru use living corpse reincarnation? Of course, Orochimaru is a paranoid person, and living corpse reincarnation is not saying to give up, just to put it aside for the time being. If you can get a better method of longevity here, then you can change your direction, and if not, then continue with the research on living corpse reincarnation and the forbidden technique of longevity. All in all, it's a two-handed preparation. Chapter 6. Orochimaru was speechless towards Uchiha Sasuke, and Demiurge didn't like Uchiha Sasuke very much. There was a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, which was very contemptuous of Uchiha Sasuke's so-called pride and self-confidence. However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense, but continued to explain some rules about the Tower of Babylon, knowing that this was what he needed to do. The rules of the game are very simple. In individual battles, you only need to defeat your enemy to win. As for what counts as defeating the enemy, it's very simple. As long as your enemy is knocked down and cannot rise again, it is a victory. And the team battle needs to defeat the two teams of Knight Raider and Hunter, and they must all be defeated, otherwise it cannot be regarded as a victory. Hearing this, Orochimaru raised his hand and asked humbly. "Wait, I have a question." Demiurge pushed his glasses, and said lightly, "Yes, you say it." "I would like to ask, in this process, is it necessary to keep fighting like this?" Orochimaru looked at Demiurge calmly and asked. For this, Demiurge gave an explanation, saying that things were not like this. Of course not. Rest is still necessary, otherwise it would be too inhumane. We hold events mainly for fun, not to squeeze you, so you can rest assured about this. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If you say that, wouldn't it take a long time?" Demiurge shrugged, and said lightly, "That's for sure. The so-called activities are mainly for fun." After hearing this, Orochimaru said in a gloomy tone, the problem is that looking at it this way, you are the only ones who are happy, but we can't feel happy. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Anko and the others changed slightly. Especially Anko, she naturally understood what this meant. To put it bluntly, my group is just for fun, that is, a tool for fun. However, Demiurge said in a flat tone, so if you can win, won't you be able to benefit? You must know that you can satisfy any wish here, and you can get whatever you want. The premise is if you can win, only the winners can get the rewards they deserve, and the losers cannot. Any wish. Orochimaru won't be fooled by this kind of flattery talk, you must know that he is an expert in this area, so he looked at Demiurge with a smile on his face, and asked, then what do I want, what do you want, do you know? Demiurge snorted coldly, and said proudly, Orochimaru, your sly temptation is meaningless, don't you just want to live forever? After a pause, Demiurge continued, but here, eternal life counts. Demiurge. Albedo said coldly, her eyes were unusually indifferent. And after hearing Albedo's voice and her indifferent eyes, Demiurge realized that he was a little impulsive, so he changed his words and said, sorry, I'm a little excited. Demiurge understood what Albedo meant, so he couldn't show any disrespectful behavior, even if it was just a common swear word, he couldn't say it casually. Because it would affect the image of the Supreme, and they, as the servants of the Supreme, obviously must not have such a performance. Master Qin Mu, I will apologize to you afterwards. Demiurge was already thinking about how to plead guilty to Qin Mu. Of course, at this time, we still had to deal with business first, and Demiurge knew this. And Demiurge adjusted, and continued, in short, the winner can get everything here, and the loser has nothing, so if you want to get something, you have to win. Okay, I understand, then please continue. Orochimaru shrugged and chuckled, and said in a flat tone. However, Uchiha Sasuke was impatient at this point, so he just said something to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you talk too much nonsense. Anko. Kid, who gave you the courage? Seeing Sasuke's words, Anko was in a daze. As for Orochimaru himself, let alone, the whole person just froze there. But compared with Anko, Orochimaru's mentality is still more stable, so he didn't get angry because of it, he just smiled. It's all right, young man, understandable. Uchiha Sasuke didn't know the mentality of Anko and Orochimaru, but looked at Demiurge and said, is there anything else to add? Hurry up, I already want to start. Sasuke is now extremely bloated and wants to start fighting right away. Demiurge ignored Uchiha Sasuke, but continued to perform his duties, and said indifferently, don't worry, I still have some details to add. After speaking, Demiurge began to add details. Win a battle against the gatekeepers, you can get a short rest time, and during this period you can use points to buy products that make you stronger in the store. The store is in the town, and the products in it use points you can buy it. In addition, the situation on each floor is different, but there will definitely be stores, so after winning a battle, there will be corresponding points, and the points are accumulated. When Orochimaru found out that there was such a thing, he couldn't help but said with some interest, listen to you, in addition to the generous rewards for defeating the floor master, we can win points in exchange for fighting the gatekeepers. Is that what you mean by something that can increase your strength? Yes, otherwise if you keep fighting like this, you won't be able to go down at all. Demiurge pushed his glasses and said indifferently. Hearing this, Anko muttered dissatisfiedly, no, you mean. She felt that the other party was looking down on people, but after thinking that Demiurge was really awesome, she dared not continue to say some things. Anko, what he said is the truth. Orochimaru stopped his disciple and said with a blank expression. Although what Demiurge said was very unpleasant, but what he said was the truth, so there was nothing to argue about. Orochimaru, I will keep an eye on you, I will keep an eye on you. Anko was so depressed that he could only speak harsh words to his teacher. Naturally, Orochimaru was non-committal about this, apparently not taking Anko's words at ease. Orochimaru acted very casually, which made Anko's mentality explode even more, but she couldn't do anything, she could only fight with herself. But at this moment, little Sakura raised her hand weakly, and asked cautiously, "Yes, what if you lose?" Chapter 7. If you win, there will be a rest time, and you can use the points to buy so-called goods in the store, so as to improve your strength. But what if you lose? This is a problem. After little Sakura asked this question, everyone paid attention to this question. Among them, although Uchiha Sasuke is a bit arrogant and overconfident, he also realizes that if he fails, it will most likely affect his revenge plan. Therefore, Sasuke is also thinking about what will happen if he loses. Demiurge glanced at little Sakura, and replied with a smile, "If you lose, there are usually two situations, dead or not. If you don't die, you can rest and challenge again. If you die, then just dead. If you die, you die, this." The little Sakura was already pale with fright, and spoke intermittently. "Why? Is the risk of fighting so great?" Except for the trio of Orochimaru, Anko, and Sand Shinobi, most of the Konoha 12 little powers looked pale. Obviously, compared with Orochimaru who has experienced war and the trio of Anko and Sand Shinobi who have seen the world, 12 Xiaoqiang is far inferior to these people in terms of experience, ability, and vision as ninjas. Demiurge still maintained a smile, and said coldly, "There are definitely risks, but if you die, then don't worry that there is no way out. As long as you are willing, you can choose to be resurrected." After a pause, Demiurge continued, "However, after being resurrected, you can only stay in the tower, and you will lose all your freedom." Hyaganiji frowned, and asked a little puzzled, "What does this mean?" As for this question, Demiurge did not answer, but Albedo explained. She said indifferently, "It's very simple. Once you die in battle, you can ask for your own resurrection. At that time, you can be resurrected, but your identity will change, from guests of the Tower of Babylon to slaves. Can stay in the tower forever. If you want to change the situation, you need to fight a life and death battle. You only need to win 10 games in a row to regain your identity as a guest, and then you can get the qualification to challenge the challenge. It's going to be beaten back to its original shape. Also, these slaves will have a special floor for placement, and the battle will also be broadcast live, and this is a program arranged for the guests in the Tower of Babylon." After saying this, it is already very clear. "What do you mean?" Anko's face suddenly turned cold, and his fists could not help but clenched. "Program? Compared with the current situation, becoming a so-called slave, wouldn't it be worse? The difference between a guest and a slave is huge when you think about it, so Anko felt uneasy and fearful, but also had uncontrollable anger. However, she knew that she couldn't change it at all, so she opened her mouth and didn't say any more. On the contrary, Orochimaru asked with great interest, "The slaves you mentioned already exist in this tower?" Demiurge said affirmatively, "Of course, that's for sure. Your world is not the only one. We have been to many worlds before, so don't feel strange." Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, "I don't think it's strange, but I want to ask. If you are dead, after becoming a so-called slave, can you only engage in this so-called life and death battle in order to regain freedom?" Albedo nodded, "Yes." "Then who is the opponent? It must not be easy to win 10 games directly." At this moment, Temari suddenly interrupted and asked. Glancing over at Temari and the others, Albedo said expressionlessly, "Of course, as for who the opponent is, it's actually a death match between slaves, and whoever wins can become a guest of the Tower of Babylon again. And whoever loses remains a slave." Hearing this, Anko finally couldn't hold back any longer, and said sarcastically, "You guys are really playing with us like toys. Albedo looked over and said coldly, I can see that you are not very happy. And being watched by Albedo, although Anko was very scared in his heart, he still resisted the tremendous pressure and spoke out his heart. Of course, I'm human, and you don't know what you are, so how can I be happy? Albedo didn't care about these, but said indifferently, then this is your problem, we are not responsible for these. If you feel that you have a psychological problem, there are still consultants here, so you have do you need. No, I don't need it, let's start. Anko resolutely chose to refuse, and informed Demiurge, hoping to start the so-called first-level challenge as soon as possible. She doesn't know much about counselors, but for the sake of her own safety, it's better to refuse. Who knows if that consultant is serious or not, if he gets himself into it, it won't be worth it. From what you're saying, is there any medical team? It's just that Anko wasn't interested in it, but Orochimaru asked curiously instead. If the Tower of Babylon even takes this aspect into consideration, it shows that holding such an event is not just about killing people, and it means that surviving is not a small thing. Hearing this, Albedo glanced at Orochimaru, and started Shikai. Of course, there are professional medical teams on every floor, covering all aspects, even mental health is within the scope of treatment, but if you die, you can't be saved. There is one more thing I want to tell you, although treatment it's free, but free is only limited to the injuries you suffered after fighting against the Guardians and Floor Masters, otherwise, if you want to get treatment, you need to pay for it. As for the fee, it is paid with points. As for how to get the points, Demiurge has already said just now, it is obtained by fighting the Guardian. Every time you win a game, you can get the corresponding points. And the points in the Tower of Babylon are equivalent to a common currency, and you can buy anything. All in all, there is everything here, and points are also very important. Not only do you buy stronger power in the store, but you need points for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In the end, Albedo explained the importance of the points thoughtfully. Its function is not to say that you can only buy the corresponding products in the store, but that you must use the points in every aspect. Chapter 8. After Albedo finished speaking, the audience fell into deathly silence. After a while, the little Sakura slowly raised her hand, and asked weakly, are you not including food and lodging? Albedo continued, package, of course, but it's just a basic service. If you want to enjoy a higher level of service, you need to spend points. Food and lodging is included, it must be included. Basically, in the Tower of Babylon, all basic services are available, but if you want to enjoy better services, you need to spend points to obtain them. As for which services? For example, high-end luxury suites, customized nutritious meals and so on. There are also services such as combat sparring, personal trainers, injury recovery, etc., which involve strength improvement, and you need to spend points to get them. To put it bluntly, the points can not only make the challengers who enter the Tower of Babylon stronger, so as to better deal with the battles on each floor, but also meet many needs. Things like eating, drinking, and daily training must be in place. After all, the challenge of breaking through the Tower of Babylon is not so easy to end, it must take a lot of time, so if these participants can't have no worries during this period and devote themselves wholeheartedly to it, obviously it will not work. All in all, it is in line with the meaning of holding these events to let the people who come in not have so many troubles, just focus on the battle, and then present a wonderful show. However, for some people, it is absolutely impossible to seriously think about things. For example, Anko is such a person. Anko looked like I saw through it, sneered, and said, hee, you are really ruthless enough, trying your best to cheat money, and then forcing us to continue these so-called challenges, so as to keep going through the barriers, is that what you plan to do? Albedo shrugged, and said indifferently, whatever you think, anyway, as long as you can win here, you can get what you want. The premise is that you can win, not lose. After a pause, Albedo continued, and as long as you clear the first level, you can choose to leave. It's not like you have no choice. In the end, it's your own choice. Okay, I understand, let's start quickly. Anko didn't want to hear these anymore, so he urged him to say something. We must know that Anko was dissatisfied and angry at the beginning, but now he can't wait. The contrast between this is huge. Of course there is no problem. I believe you all understand, then the game can begin. Demiurge snapped his fingers with a smile on his face, indicating that the game of breaking through the level has officially started. As for those who agreed to start the game, it was naturally not just Anko, like Uchiha Sasuke who couldn't wait long ago. Therefore, after Demiurge announced that the game could start, Zuza hurriedly shouted, "Since it can start, hurry up and don't delay any longer." Demiurge stopped talking and clapped his hands. Then, the two teams of Knight Raider and Hunter appeared in the center of the field at the same time. As soon as the 12 figures appeared, Anko, Orochimaru and the others looked over. Among them, Urzuzi is excited, he can't wait to defeat these people, so as to gain the power to make himself stronger. But unlike Sasuke's excitement, Shikamaru in 12 Xiaoqiang is very afraid of trouble, and he knows that those so-called gatekeepers are by no means that simple. Besides, Shikamaru also knows that with these people on his side, it is almost even more difficult to win. Leaving aside Orochimaru, Anko, and others, Konoha's 4 current teams are all genin. How can I clear the level? Little Sakura looked at the 12 gatekeepers who appeared. Obviously all of them had extraordinary skills, obviously they were not so easy to deal with. At least she knew it in her heart, she really had no confidence. So with that in mind, Sakura Jr. had to ask, if we choose team battles, that is, squad against squad, wouldn't the odds be better? Don't ask me such questions. Chiji ate his snacks, saying don't ask yourself. Ino scratched his head, feeling very depressed, and said angrily, I don't know. Little Sakura. It's over, really hopeless. Seeing Chiji and Ino's performance, little Sakura couldn't help feeling a little desperate. Niji and Tian did not speak, but Xiao Li began to comfort Xiao Sakura, and said that he could protect Xiao Sakura. Sakura-san, don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will definitely protect you. But Xiao Sakura resolutely refused, politely declined Xiao Li's kindness. No, thank you. After receiving Xiao Sakura's answer, Xiao Li was naturally disappointed. At this time, Hinata asked in a very low voice, Little Sakura, are you planning to play 12 against 8? Hearing this, little Sakura shook her head, saying that was not the case. Then, she said with a serious expression, no, it should be 12 against 4. If possible, you can also add the Anko examiner. I think it will be better. Ino on the side rolled his eyes when he heard these words, and complained directly, Little Sakura, are you outrageous? Let's not talk about whether this is possible, and do you think Sasuke will agree? Ino felt that little Sakura's thinking was too naive, and judging from Sasuke's performance, it was obviously impossible. However, Shikamaru analyzed the wave calmly and put forward some opinions of his own. What I want to think about now is how to clear the level, so in order to win a battle as soon as possible, that's the only way to do it. Otherwise, it's really not suitable for individual battles. Because we have to at least strengthen ourselves a little bit, otherwise we will suffer and be passive later on. Although Shikamaru hates trouble, he knows that if he doesn't do anything, he can only stay here forever, so in order to avoid this ending, he has to work hard. Of course, at this time, Shikamaru also regretted why he entered the Tower of Babylon in a flash of his head just now, making himself really too passive now. It's just that Naruto was very dissatisfied with this, and began to yell, no, didn't you ask my opinion? Shikamaru ignored it and looked at Uchiha Sasuke instead. He knew in his heart that if Sasuke didn't do it, the team would not be able to get together, and it would be really dangerous to fight on their own. Sasuke, I believe you should understand. Chapter 9. After Sasuke was silent for a while, he nodded silently, yes. Although the second pillar is very inflated, but considering that he needs to win, he will gain the strength to become stronger. But if it is a personal battle, there are too many people fighting against each other. Even if you are confident, if you need to fight all the way like this, can you stand it? This is a problem. So, with this in mind, Sasuke decided to focus on team battles and try to get a win, which would give him points to buy items in the store. That is the power that makes him stronger, the hope that he can avenge Uchiha Itachi, and Sasuke believes that he will definitely be reborn here. But the premise is, to win. Demiurge has already said that in the Tower of Babylon, you get everything if you win, and nothing if you lose. It's just that the discussion among the 12 little powerhouses here was in full swing, but Orochimaru suddenly said something. Anko can't be given to you, she wants to follow me. Hearing this, Anko glared at Orochimaru with a cold face, and said in a very unhappy tone, Orochimaru, what do you mean? It's very simple, I need teammates. Orochimaru just shrugged his shoulders, and said calmly with a gesture of indifference. Then, Orochimaru looked at Gaeta and the others again, and extended an invitation. Over there at Sand Shinobi Village, what do you say? The faces of Temari and Kankuro changed slightly, and they didn't know how to respond. Gaara, on the other hand, has fallen into the illusion of killing, and keeps muttering in his mouth, kill, kill, I want to destroy everything, kill these people. Orochimaru ignored Gaara, but looked at Temari and Kankuro with cold eyes, and said in a sinister tone, you better be sensible, or don't blame me, this one-tailed Jinchuriki is mentally unstable, and if I want to break the seal it's not difficult. The faces of Temari and Kankuro changed again, realizing that they were threatened by Orochimaru. However, the two of them were not helpless, especially since Temari had already realized what to do, so she hurried to find Demiurge. If we fight among ourselves, do you care? Demiurge's answer was this, and he said indifferently, as long as it doesn't affect the game, we won't interfere. This is too ambiguous. After Temari heard this, he secretly groaned. Orochimaru calmly said, why not cooperate with us? The key is to win. As long as you win, everything will be fine. And you really plan to fight one by one like this? Temari naturally looked embarrassed, thinking very tangled. During this period, she often looked at Gaara, who was emotionally unstable. To say that Temari is not sure that Gaara's situation is a time bomb, and Orochimaru may not be reliable, but the other party is the legendary Sunin after all, if they cooperate. There was no other way but to give it a go. Temari thought for a long time, and finally agreed to cooperate, but she also has requirements. Okay, but I hope you don't play tricks. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction, and said again, of course, I will not mess around, and usually I will abide by the agreement. In the current situation, let's not talk about sincere cooperation, but it's still impossible to hold back. For an old silver coin like Orochimaru, he knows what to do to maximize his benefits, so he will never make trouble. Orochimaru, you don't really intend to come here like this, do you? Are you sure that such a team has combat effectiveness? Anko really doesn't understand what Orochimaru thinks, how much combat effectiveness can a temporary team have? Orochimaru smiled indifferently, and said in an indifferent manner, isn't it the same with Konoha's little devil? And there are 12 against 4. I don't know what you think. Anko's complexion couldn't help changing, and he asked seriously, you don't plan to snatch it from them, do you? Orochimaru shook his head, and said very casually, no, I don't know, we will be 5 against 8. Anyway, after defeating them, we still have to fight later. You must know that it is the rules that defeat all gatekeepers, so the two teams everyone has to fight, don't care who gets to fight first. If you want to pass the level, you have to defeat all the gatekeepers. So there is no need to pick opponents. It seems to make sense, but a guy like you, hey, I still don't believe it. Anko said that this was true, but in the end he stubbornly stated that he didn't want to believe Orochimaru. Orochimaru obviously didn't care about these things, as long as he could cooperate a little in the next battle, that would be enough. Of course, even if it wasn't, Orochimaru didn't think it was a big problem, and he didn't have a trump card. Yes, can I use impure world reincarnation here? Secondly, if the summoned undead is not strong enough, it is useless. Without the sacrifice, the impure world reincarnation is useless, and if it can't be used to its strength, it will be cumbersome instead. Another point is that it is obviously not good to expose that you can use impure world reincarnation, so Orochimaru thinks that impure world reincarnation cannot be used. Who told you that you have the right to choose? When Demiurge's voice sounded, the expressions of Orochimaru, Anko, and the others changed. Yet, no one said they were optional, so it was kind of embarrassing. No. Naruto said carelessly. Of course not. As for how to fight, please watch it on the big screen. Demiurge snapped his fingers, and then pointed to the grandstand in the middle. There, a large virtual screen slowly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the arrangements for the battle appeared on it. Konoha 12 Little Strong vs Night Attack Squad. As soon as the information about the battle appeared, Sasuke, Neji and others looked solemn. As for Naruto, he patted his head and murmured, "Why is it 12 Xiaoqiang? It doesn't sound majestic enough." After a pause, Naruto added, "That's right, what kind of night attack? Well, it feels so awkward. What do you think?" It's a pity that no one paid attention to him, but they all focused on their opponent this time, which was night attack. Naruto. What's the situation? Ignore me, hey? Saying this is appropriate? Certainly not suitable. How can you treat me like this, Mr. Naruto? In fact, it can't be said that no one pays attention to Naruto, at least Hinata is willing to pay attention to it, but it's a pity that she is too thin-skinned and easily shy, so she can't respond to Naruto in time. Chapter 10. And when Naruto was silent, Sasuke and Neji also had some quarrels. In any case, you have to plan, don't you? No need to plan, 12-8, the odds of winning are enough. Neji thinks it is necessary to plan, but Sasuke thinks that 12-8, this is my advantage, there is no need to panic. Because of the conflict between the two, Neji couldn't help but sarcastically. Can you have some brains? Is everyone in Uchiha so ignorant? When Sasuke heard this, he was naturally furious, and shouted sharply, "Humph, how do I, Uchiha, do things? Is it your turn to tell me what to do? It's just a mere Hyuga clan, who has the right to comment on my Uchiha clan? All right, don't quarrel at this time." Shikamaru looked at these troubled children, naturally very tired, but out of consideration for the overall situation, he finally came forward to persuade them. Yes, Neji, we want to focus on the bigger picture. Tien even held back Neji, hoping that he could calm down a bit. In her opinion, there is no need for Neji to have the same knowledge as Uchiha Sasuke, it is not worth it at all. Demiurge didn't care what happened to Konoha's 12 strongs, anyway, the two sides of the battle had already been arranged, so it should start. Therefore, Demiurge reminded the Konoha 12. Okay, let's enter. And when Demiurges reminded the 12 little strongs, all the people from Night Raider had already entered the arena, and they were waiting for the Konoha 12 little strongs to enter the arena. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others also knew that they should not procrastinate, and followed the instructions to enter the player channel, and then walked to the stage where they were about to fight. At the same time, Orochimaru and the others who were outside stayed in the stands, while Demiurge and Albedo were on the rostrum. As for in front of the two, there are two pretty figures. Obviously, these two young girls who just appeared are not spectators. The fact is indeed the case, these two girls are the hosts of this event. What's more, judging from the appearance of the two of them, it is obvious that they are not human beings. Among them, the girl with pointed ears and black wings that are different from humans has already introduced herself. Yes, hello everyone, welcome to this round of New World Level Breaking Challenge hosted by the Demon Camp. Currently, the first round of Level Breaking Challenge is going on, and I am one of the hosts of this event. Shoot Life Maruan. I believe that those old viewers know that I am Shimaimuru, but the world where this event is currently held, that is, those who are watching the live broadcast, must not know who I am, so I will do it. Give me a detailed self-introduction. My name is Shimaimuru. I come from the forces of Gensokyo in the Yukai camp, my race is Yatengu, and my age. I am completely different from a certain 17-year-old girl, so I can tell you generously that I am currently over 1000 years old. This girl with short black hair, a red hexagonal hat, a simple white shirt, a black skirt, and red clogs on her feet made her opening remarks, making the scene completely silent. Of course, there were not many people at the scene, just Orochimaru and other spectators. Among them, Orochimaru's eyes showed greed and curiosity, which means that he is very interested in so-called monsters like Shimaimuru. Is this the longevity species? Orochimaru was certain at this point that he would get what he wanted here. As women, Anko and Temari are naturally envious of the age of Shimaimuru. They are both 1000 years old, and they are still so young. Alas, there is really no comparison. Kankuro doesn't care about that, his only thought is it true, or is it fake? As for Gaara, well, kill, that's all. The girl next to her with long purple hair and a hot figure seemed to be used to it, but she was still very dissatisfied and complained about Shimaimuru. Crow Tengu, your opening remarks are really boring and disgusting. Shimaimuru is not a good quarrel, not to mention that the two have often fought openly and secretly, so a counterattack is inevitable. She unceremoniously pointed out that the reason why the girl behaved like this was because she was jealous of herself. Come on, you're just jealous of my popularity. The purple-haired girl stared at Shimaimuru angrily, and cursed, you stupid paparazzi, spread those 8 trigrams news all day long, and use this to cheat your popularity, how dare you say that? High popularity? Hehe, how did you come here? Isn't it just spreading those 8 trigrams news? Otherwise, with you, a third-rate reporter, can you have the so-called high popularity? And Shimaimuru naturally didn't care, but replied with a smile. Hehe, you are just jealous of me. You are worthy of being the devil who is in charge of the crime of jealousy. You are really jealous all the time. The purple-haired girl was furious and cursed, get lost. After seeing this scene, Demiurge sighed secretly, and looked at Albedo next to him calmly, obviously hoping that she could come forward. My lords, it's time to get down to business. Albedo took a step forward and said something expressionless. Shimaimuru and the purple-haired girl looked at each other, knowing that they shouldn't be flirting with each other like this, so they both stopped tactfully. Then, the purple-haired girl also introduced herself, my name is Leviathan, and I come from the faction of the 7 deadly sins in the demon camp. I am the demon king of the sin of envy. Now I announce that the battle on the first floor of the Tower of Babylon has officially begun. First of all, the first layer of gatekeepers who have already appeared, the night attack team. There are 8 members in total, namely Kaitong, Ma Yin, Liane, Hill, Naja Hitten, Chelsea, and Rabke, Brand. The challengers are genin from Konoha Shinobi Village in the Hokage world, that is, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. They are Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura, Hyuga Tien, Xiao Li, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akim Ichichi, Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kaiba, Abarame Shino. After Shimaimuru and Leviathan entered the state, they quickly explained the information of the two sides in the battle, and all of this was broadcast live to the live broadcast. And it is certainly not just a Hokage world that can watch this scene. After all, the main audience for this live broadcast is everyone in the Tower of Babylon, so the live broadcast can be watched from the first floor up to the 100th floor in the tower. Anyone in the Tower of Babylon can see the live broadcast on the first floor. Of course, there are naturally many people who pay attention to this competition. It seemed that Qin Mu, who was staying on the top floor, had already been watching with Zi Yakumo. In addition, there are people on other floors who are very concerned about this. Firstly, this is an event belonging to New World, and secondly, it is to see how these newcomers will perform. Many people came here like this at the beginning. However, the attention in the Tower of Babylon is still secondary, mainly in the ninja world, which has reached unprecedented levels. Chapter 11. For example, forces such as the major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization are all very concerned about this matter. And this is not only seen by forces such as Ninja Village and Akatsuki organization, but even the many undead in the Pure Land, as well as Tsutsuki Kagaya who was sealed on the moon are watching the live broadcast. Yes, this performance is not only aimed at the ninja world, nor is it only for the living, the dead can also see it. It can be said that whether it is in the Pure Land or is sealed, you can watch the live broadcast. In the Pure Land, Tsutsuki Yuyi looked at the screen in front of him and couldn't help sighing. The world is so big, full of wonders. Didn't you expect that there are such aliens? And it's different from the enemies in the mother's mouth. Didn't these people come from outside this planet, but from another world? Tsutsuki Yuyi is aware of the threat of the Tsutsuki clan. But now it seems that the real threat is not the Tsutsuki clan, but these other world visitors. On one side of the Pure Land, several undead who had just regained consciousness were communicating. Among them, one person said so. I really didn't expect such an existence to exist, and I don't know if I can go in. I always feel that I can do it. But after the man finished speaking, the silver-haired and red-eyed man next to him, wearing a tight black combat uniform with blue layered armor on the outside, said with some dissatisfaction, "Brother, this is in Konoha. Don't you know?" Yes, the first man who spoke was Senju Hashirama, and the second was Senju Tobirama. As for the two not far away, they are also acquaintances of the Senju brothers. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head, laughed and tried to get away with it. Then, he said worriedly, "Of course I know, but Konoha is now these genin." To be honest, as far as Senju Hashirama's observation is concerned, as far as these Konoha genin's words are concerned, they are really not good in all aspects. Uchiha Madara couldn't wait to say, "Hashirama, your way is wrong. Madara, we are all dead, why are you doing this?" Senju Hashirama sighed, looking helpless, as if it was hard to understand that Uchiha Madara was still so stubborn. After a pause, Senju Hashirama continued, "Although Konoha's current genin seems to be very ordinary, I believe Konoha's future is bright." Bright. Uchiha Madara dismissed it, and said with a sneer, "Hey, it's pure nonsense, and who said that you can't do things after you die? Hashirama, in this case. Hehe, I don't think we have a chance." "Uchiha Madara, what do you mean?" Senju Tobirama's complexion changed, and he immediately felt a little bad. Uchiha Izuna was naturally furious, and snapped, "Shut up, you don't have the right to talk to my brother like that." Senju Tobirama didn't raise his eyes, didn't look at Uchiha Izuna, but said coldly, "You're defeated." "You." Uchiha Madara Izuna was undoubtedly furious, glaring at Senju Tobirama. "Izuna, don't talk to him, there's no need to fight with him." Uchiha Madara persuaded his younger brother and signaled him not to talk to Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama had a headache, thinking, what should I do? Leaving aside the dispute on the Pure Land side, the eyes turned back to Konoha. In Hokage's office. In addition to Third Hokage, the two advisors, Danzo, the leader of Gen, and the teacher of Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, and representatives of related families are already here. After all, after the accident in the Death Forest, Konoha's side attaches great importance to it, and it is impossible to say that it is not important. Anbu has taken over the Forest of Death and those candidates are also under control. Also, delegations from other ninja villages were also watched by the ninjas on Konoha's side. Obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to make any further complications. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a pipe, scanned the people in the office, and then said slowly, "Tell me, what do you think should be done?" As a think tank, Shika Isanaraku naturally knew that he should speak at this time, so he gave advice without hesitation. "Master Hokage, all we can do now is to wait and see what happens, and the other thing is to strengthen the guards on the border and the village's alert level." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and nodded, "Very well, let's do this first." "Hiruzen, you can't do that." However, Danzo was not willing to be alone at this time. "Danzo, some things can't be changed by you and me. The situation just now. You can see that Konoha may not be able to bear it." Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not underestimate the appearance of the Tower of Babylon and its displayed strength. Therefore, seeing Danzo seemed to have some thoughts, he immediately stopped the other party's dangerous thoughts. But Danzo obviously didn't care about it. On the contrary, he felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was too stupid and couldn't recognize the reality at all. What is Anko? Rotten fish and stinky shrimp? What strength can a special Jainin have? Just because of this, Danzo didn't think there was any problem with doing it. Could it be that with Konoha's strength, he still couldn't deal with this broken tower? Besides, is it really that powerful? Danzo feels that some things still have to be in his own hands, so he thinks he can try it out, and if it fails, it is a problem that Sarutobi, Hokage, needs to face. What does it have to do with him? Hiruzen, I think you are completely overthinking. Anko is just a special Jainin. The rest are genin. How can it be convincing? Danzo, you're going too far. Hiruzen's opinion is what matters. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura disagreed, and stood firmly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Danzo looked coldly and was very upset, but he suppressed his anger and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for his opinion again. Hiruzen, what on earth are you thinking? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and said slowly, Danzo, you must focus on stability and never mess around. If you dare to mess around, I will never let you go lightly. Hearing this, Danzo turned black instantly, gritted his teeth and said, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo solemnly, and said this in a serious tone. Humph. Danzo stopped talking and slammed the door straight away. As for this scene, the two major advisors, some ninja representatives, and many Jainin in the room are all familiar, and there is no surprise at all. Because of the scene that happened just now, many people present have more or less seen it. Even if you haven't seen it, but the leadership, well, smart people know how to do it. Chapter 12. Skip Konoha's side and come to Akatsuki's side. Nagato has used Pain's identity to directly call people to the meeting. Except for the members in the base, the members outside all appear as slide lanterns. Boss, I know what you're going to say, we've all seen it. After the staff arrived, Deidara started yelling before Pain even spoke. And Scorpio, who was on the same team as Deidara, saw how stupid this guy was, so he didn't want to talk much. After all, even Pain, the leader, didn't speak, and you, Deidara, spoke first. Hehe, what are you trying to do? Or, are you tired of living? It's a pity that there are too many people with abnormal brains. But as soon as Deidara finished speaking, Haydn followed his words and said, Deidara, what do you think you are going in for? Oh. Deidara glanced at Haydn who was speaking with a sneer, and said, You, occultist, told me this? Do you think that you have entered, and can you show yourself? Nonsense, Laozi has an immortal body, can those guys kill me? Haydn laughed wildly, even more arrogant than Deidara, obviously thinking that his immortal body has no solution. Pain was not affected by these trivial matters, but continued to speak his words expressionlessly. The appearance of the Tower of Babylon may have an impact on our plan. Although Akatsuki is not ready at this time, it is not suitable for a high-profile appearance, but because of the Tower of Babylon, the future of the ninja world may change, so we must find out the situation of this Tower of Babylon. Deidara interrupted Pain, who was speaking, and said carelessly, "Boss, according to what you said, are we going to leave?" "Deidara, the leader hasn't finished speaking, shut up." Xie couldn't stand it any longer, so he had to scold Deidara aloud. "Otherwise, let this kid continue to jump, and it is very likely that he will be clicked." "Brother Scorpion, are you all right?" Deidara didn't know that Scorpion was doing it for his own good, so he asked Scorpion if he was okay. And this sentence undoubtedly made Xie understand a truth, playing the piano to the cow. To put it bluntly, those who commit suicide will not come back. Of course, Pain didn't care about this, or as a dead person, he didn't have any feelings at all, and Nagato, who hid in the dark and manipulated, didn't care about it. After all, this is a pitiful black man who doesn't understand tactics at all. Maintaining an organization depends on strength. He considers himself a god, and he doesn't think he will be weaker than the strength displayed by the Tower of Babylon. At present, Nagato can only see Demiurge, Albedo, and others, and Poluna, who appeared briefly, did not make any moves, and from the perspective of the Hokage world, he does not know how powerful this demon god is, so from Nagato's point of view it is. Konoha's special Jainin Anko was too weak, that's why he was suppressed by Demiurge's aura. As for the Nine-Tails Jinkraki, he was completely useless. Nine-Tails had to put away the leaked chakra. Yes, Nagato has analyzed the situation on his own, and for this reason, he decided to send someone to check it out. Then the most suitable candidate. There is no doubt that it is Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, Kisame, you two go." Pain did not interfere with Scorpion and Deidara's affairs, but gave orders to the phantoms of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. First of all, the first point is that Uchiha Itachi came from Konoha, and the Tower of Babylon appeared in Konoha, so Uchiha Itachi, who is very familiar with Konoha, went back to investigate. Well, it is obviously a very suitable arrangement. Secondly, the combination of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame happened to be active outside, and it would not waste time to go to Konoha, so Nagato thought it was a very reasonable arrangement to send this pair. What's more, Akatsuki's members who are still staying outside must hurry back to the base. Once there is a new movement in the Tower of Babylon, should Akatsuki enter? This is an issue that needs to be discussed, so Nagato needs all the members of the organization to come back. Naturally, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are excluded here to perform the task. After Pain's arrangement was made, Uchiha Itachi said that there was no problem and he would go as soon as possible. You know, Uchiha Itachi had this idea long ago. After all, this younger brother has already entered the Tower of Babylon. As Bracon's Uchiha Itachi, he is very worried about this issue. He doesn't know what is hidden behind the so-called Tower of Babylon, but what he can know is, there must be a conspiracy. At the same time, the other ninja villages also have their own discussions on the sudden appearance of the Tower of Babylon, basically the same arrangement. Send people to Konoha to investigate the situation and wait and see. Secondly, watch the current live broadcast first to see what happens to the first batch of people who entered. And these directly affected the follow-up arrangements of the leaders of the major ninja villages, so what will happen to the first batch of people who entered the Tower of Babylon? This is the most important thing, it is very critical. Inside the Tower of Babylon. After a brief self-introduction and an explanation of the opponents, Meruan and Leviathan signaled the opponents to enter the venue. "You guys, hurry up, don't procrastinate." Leviathan's tone was very impatient, and he kept urging Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, who was still in a daze, asking these people to start fighting as soon as possible. Such procrastination, isn't it procrastinating for time? Compared with Leviathan's words, Meruan's attitude is much better. "Leviathan, don't rush like this, anyway, there is plenty of time, so don't be too anxious." Hearing this, Leviathan narrowed his eyes, stared closely at Meruan, and said coldly, "You have time, but I don't. Anyway, hurry up." "She doesn't have time or anything, so hurry up if you can, instead of procrastinating like this." There is no opinion on the Night Raiders' side, and it is not the first time they have encountered such a situation. As the host, Leviathan, the Demon King, has presided over many battles, and the Night Raiders' side has experienced a lot, know what the other person's temper is, so it is acceptable. However, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is different here, especially Naruto feels that the host is really not very good. Of course, this kind of thinking is useless, you still have to enter the arena obediently. Soon, the personnel on both sides were ready. Then, Leviathan quickly seized the opportunity and announced the start of the battle before Meruan was talking nonsense. Chapter 13. Start? It was a very simple sentence, but as soon as Leviathan finished speaking, the two sides immediately started a fierce battle. Among them, the two elite players Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji performed extremely well and quickly locked the target. On the contrary, Uzumaki Naruto and others did not perform well and were still in a state of sleepwalking. Fortunately, the personnel on the Night Raid side were not in a hurry to make a surprise attack, but Sasuke and Neji, who had already set up a formation to fight and had already been stopped by someone. Sasuke and Neji, who wanted to come by surprise, were quickly stopped by the two members with the most amazing fighting power in the night attack, and these two were naturally Kai Tong and Brand. Chi Tong is the trump card in night raids. After becoming the guardian of the Tower of Babylon, he has experienced many battles, and his ability has been greatly improved. In addition, the use of Tegu Murasame is even more handy, and what's more, this Murasame will be strengthened. All in all, Kai Tong, who has greatly increased his strength, wants to deal with Neji and Sasuke. What's more, there is also Brand, who has also improved in strength, and controls the Haunted Ghost to fight Neji. With haunted defenses, Hyuga Neji's gentle fist is tantamount to tickling. The two raiders were stopped, but Shikamaru, who had already entered the state and started to formulate a strategy, did not wait, but launched a second plan. However, there are also commanders on the Night Raid side. Najazitten has already ordered Ma Yin to launch long-range firepower, so those who have not yet entered the state like Naruto are undoubtedly the ones who have been sniped the most. The romantic fort is set up, and the firepower covers. Tisk tisk, nothing to say. Of course, fortunately, Abarame Shino came forward and used the secret technique of insect wall to place the parasites in front of them and rotate at high speed, thus defending. By the way, parasites are also used to interfere with the line of sight, thereby blocking the opponent's shooting. It's a pity that this is just a drop in the bucket. Considering the opponent's current firepower, they will soon be unable to hold on. Furthermore, it is impossible for the rest of the opponent to just stare blankly at them, so they must launch a counterattack as soon as possible. Shikamaru immediately appointed a plan to involve Akim Ichichi in the attack, support Sasuke and Neji, and at the same time let Ino use the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to invade the head of the opponent. But just as Shikamaru signaled, Ino exclaimed instead, "No, I can't turn around and use technique. The opponent seems to know that I will use it, and has already opened the distance. I can't guarantee the hit rate. The use conditions of the heart-turning technique are not ordinary, it can be said to be extremely harsh. If the conditions of use cannot be guaranteed to meet the standards, there is no guarantee of 100% success. At present, the other party has already distanced herself from her, as if she knows the distance limit of her heart-turning technique, so that she can't accurately reach the target at all. So it's embarrassing. Insufficient information. Shikamaru said with a serious face. In fact, he thought that he had already planned it, but he didn't expect to find out after the war that the difficulty was so high. We can't understand the enemy's intelligence, but the enemy knows our intelligence well. The failure of Ino's operation is enough to see the clue. Oh, it seems that the Konoha Xiaoqiang team has encountered a difficult situation. While Shemming Maruan was explaining, he did not forget to explain the current dilemma of Konoha Xiaoqiang team, as if it was inclined to Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang team. Humph, it's over, just these little brats, scumbags. Leviathan smiled disdainfully, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and sarcasm words came out of his mouth. Shemming Maruan took a deep breath, still maintaining a smile on his face. Then, she said again, To be honest, Leviathan, your mentality is unacceptable, and we are dual casters, so we have to stand on one team. Leviathan spread his hands and said, Yes, now I'll stand on the side of the night attack, and you will stand there, Konoha 12, do you want to? Shemming Maruan said without hesitation, No problem, I am still very optimistic about these little guys. Although they are younger, their potential lies here, let alone a ninja who is the most unexpected now, I don't think it's impossible to break the game. Count on what, Nine Tails? It's just that Shemming Maruan said this, but Leviathan was even more disdainful. She sneered and said, Don't count on it, you BD who was frightened by Lady Boluna, you should go aside. Leviathan, you're underestimating others, look, isn't this the beginning? Shimei Marufumi had already laughed, and she pointed to Naruto who had already moved in the arena, indicating that the good show would start soon. Poluna is Poluna, who is she? God of demons. One look can make Nine Tails completely soft. But Knight Raider doesn't have the ability to deal with Nine Tails like this, so don't underestimate the Nine Tails. Of course, Leviathan is the Devil King, so he is naturally qualified to belittle and despise him, but Yerade does not have that qualification and ability. Even if the overall strength of Yerade has changed, it is still not enough in front of Nine Tails' look. And as soon as Shimei Maruan's voice fell, Naruto took action. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Thousands of Shadow Clone appeared and flocked to the night attack team, trying to break through the forward position. What kind of bad move? Want to use crowd tactics to break through the line of defense and decapitate main? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Leviathan immediately understood what was going on when he saw Naruto's movements, without saying a word just made a mockery. As we all know, Naruto has two great skills, rubbing balls and shadow clone. Now that I don't know how to rub balls, I can only use shadow clone. But the strength of the shadow clone, well, no matter how many there are, it's still a target. However, compared with Leviathan's dismissive look, Shimei Maruan just shrugged and said with a smile, No hurry, let's read on first. I believe the protagonist will bring surprises. Leviathan smiled disdainfully, and said coldly, Come on, this is the Tower of Babylon, but not in the Hokage world, so what about the protagonist's luck? Whether it should be or not. Shemming Maruan smiled without saying a word, and did not continue talking. At the same time, the thousands of shadow clones in Naruto are constantly being wiped out by the gunfire fired by main, but due to the thick white smoke after the shadow clone disappears, well, you must know that this cannonball will make countless ten or hundreds of shadow clones disappear, so what is the scope of the white smoke? Well, I know what I want, so there is no need to say more. As a result, Ma Yin's sight was disturbed. Chapter 14. Najazitten immediately thought of this, and her expression changed slightly. Obviously, the keen Najazitten had already realized that something was going to happen, and it was coming towards her. Sure enough, when the thick white smoke gradually dissipated, 3 figures emerged from it, but it was not Naruto's shadow clone, but Xiaoli, Tian, and Inyazuka. This is to use the transformation technique to disguise as Naruto's shadow clone, and then use the white smoke effect that appears when the shadow clone disappears to achieve the effect of blocking the line of sight, thus completing an unexpected surprise attack. Tooth through teeth. Akamaru, who had cast the orc avatar, formed 2 tornadoes after a quick spin, and struck towards Najahiten. This step is mainly to attack the commander Najahiten, in order to prevent the other party from giving orders quickly, so as to help the rest of the Night Raiders survive the crisis smoothly. Double Rising Dragon. Tian unfolds the 2 scrolls into 2 dragon shapes, and uses a large number of ninja tools to carry out indiscriminate attacks. The targets are Najahiten and others, including Ma Yin. This step is to prevent everyone from rescuing each other, and they can only defend themselves. 8 inner gates, open. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Xiao Li went directly to Ma Yin, attacking her with superb physical skills. The previous Inyazuka Kaiba and Tian were the appetizers. The key point is whether Xiao Li can take down the firepower of Ma Yin, and Xiao Li opened the 8 inner gates when he came up. This speed is not something that ordinary people can keep up with. Furthermore, the previous few steps were enough foreshadowing, and the rest of the Night Raiders couldn't take care of Ma Yin, so this created an excellent opportunity, and Ma Yin, who was the output point of firepower, had been exposed in front of Xiao Li. In front of Xiao Li, who opened the 8 inner gates, Ma Yin obviously couldn't escape and could only be forced to fight. But with Ma Yin's close combat ability, it is obviously impossible to compete with Xiao Li, a master of physical skills. Sure enough, Xiao Li knocked Ma Yin out with just 1 blow. Main. Seeing that Ma Yin was brought down, Liane shouted anxiously. Najahiten remained calm, and did not lose her mind because of it. Instead, she quickly took back the dropped Taigu Romantic Fortress pumpkin. It should be said that this Taigu Romantic Fortress pumpkin was originally used by her, but it was later used by Ma Yin. Now that Ma Yin is temporarily knocked out, the Taigu, which has a firepower output, naturally cannot fall into the opponent's hands, even if the opponent doesn't know how to use it. But anyway, just in case it is necessary. Although Xiao Li completed the task assigned by Shikamaru and took away the fire output point of Ma Yin, he was also entangled by Liane. As for Tian and Inyazuka, they were targeted by Lubbock and Hill, and Tian was already at a disadvantage, and they were directly beaten by Lubbock. And Inyazuka's side was not much better. Akainu's orc transformation was broken by Hill, and even Akamaru was almost snapped by the opponent's pair of scissors. If it weren't for Akamaru's transformation back into a dog in time, and Inyazuka's timely rescue, it might really have been snapped, that is, split into 2. But even so, Inyazuka was still in a cold sweat holding Akamaru, and he was almost separated from Akamaru just now. At the same time, after seeing Inyazuka and others being surrounded, and the situation getting worse, Shikamaru immediately shouted, "Quick, Ino, seize the opportunity and aim at that white hair. As long as Najahiten is under control, there will be a good chance for a comeback." However, Shikamaru was still a little naive. Ino concentrated on turning around with his heart, but suddenly found that it didn't work at all. He couldn't invade Najahiten's body at all, instead he was forcibly bounced back. Then, Ino just fainted. "Shikamaru, Ino has fainted." Little Sakura hugged the fainted Ino, shouting anxiously. "It's okay, once the heart-turning technique is successful, the caster will fall into a deep sleep, no problem." Shikamaru said calmly, saying that it's not a big problem. But little Sakura was irritated by Shikamaru's calmness. She shouted angrily, "That's not true, Ino's nose, mouth, and eyes are all bleeding." "What?" Shikamaru's face changed suddenly, and he turned around and looked over. Sure enough, Ino's current condition is very bad, obviously the spirit has found a shock. Heart turn technique, failed? How can that be possible? Incredible. Shikamaru couldn't accept this reality, thinking could it be true? However, as the commander of the team, the only brain, Shikamaru calmed down quickly. Don't panic, calm down now. Looking at the unconscious Ino, Shikamaru knew that little Sakura had to take care of him now, and little Sakura's own combat power was mediocre, so it could only be arranged in this way. Of course, Shikamaru didn't directly say it just now, but now he can push things along. Little Sakura, you take care of Ino first, Shino, you are in charge of guarding. Shikamaru quickly ordered and made arrangements. At present, Niji and Suzuki are fighting fiercely with the opponent's two members Admiral, and the situation is not very optimistic. Inyazuki, Tian, and Xiao Li are in a tight siege, and the situation is also very critical. And the only people I can use now are Naruto, Chiji, Hinata and myself? Yes, there are only 4 of them at the moment. Naruto, you go to support Xiao Li and the others, and use your multiple shadow clone to restrain them. Shikamaru first ordered Naruto not to do what he did, but to restrain Najazitten and his party. Then, Shikamaru immediately decided to take Chiji and Hinata to support Niji and the others. Admiral, the 2 strongest players in the opponent's team, must be defeated first, and the current dangerous situation can be broken. From Najahitten's series of responses, plus the failure of Ino's heart-turning technique, Shikamaru can be sure that the opponent knows the information of everyone on his side. In this way, some actions are not easy to carry out, but knowing that it is the same thing, can we deal with all of them? This is a question mark. Furthermore, as long as there are white eyes, the opponent's movements can be seen clearly. After Shikamaru gave the order, Chiji and Hinata obeyed the order, and although Naruto complained, he only said a few words verbally. Then, Naruto obediently complied. Multiple shadow clone technique? This trick, I am good at it. So, absolutely no problem. Still, Naruto is too optimistic. Although with his chakra, multiple shadow clone techniques can be used, but here Lubbock and Hill are not vegetarians. One is ever-changing, and the other is breaking everything, which has already consumed a lot of Naruto's shadow clone. Even though Naruto has more chakras, if so many shadow clones are split out, in addition to sending the other party's head, it will only achieve the effect of containment. It may not be possible. Just ask, can Naruto bear it? Chapter 15. Useless consumption. If this continues, that yellow hair will definitely not be able to bear it. After seeing Naruto's crazy behavior, Leviathan naturally continued to mock. She said that with Naruto's current consumption, she would only waste her physical strength in the end, and eventually she couldn't bear it and fell down. You can't say that. Naruto has half a 9-tail sealed in his body, chakra will not have any problems, and he has the blood of the Uzumaki family, chakra itself is not weak, and has strong vitality, so the problem is not big. However, unlike Leviathan, Shimai Merowin calmly stated that this problem is not a big one, and there is no need to worry so much. It's just a beast, it's meaningless. Leviathan didn't look down on those 9 tails at all, so her words were extremely mocking, and she didn't pay attention to those 9 tails at all. Look, the battle between Knight Raider and the 12 Xiaoqiangs has just begun, don't underestimate the protagonist's luck. Shiming Guanwen didn't care what Leviathan thought of the 12 Xiaoqiangs, since she chose to support the 12 Xiaoqiangs. Xiaoqiang, that must make sense. The key point is on Naruto, or the half 9 tails. Although the ability of the Night Raid team has been improved to a certain extent, it can be regarded as the strongest among them, only Brand and Kaitong, and the remaining few are still lacking in ability. However, even Kaitong and Brand may not be able to survive the power of 9 tails. All in all, the variable is here with Naruto, the power of 9 tails. If 9 tails doesn't break out, then everything will be cool. But if 9 tails broke out, oh, that's hard to say. And the BD that Leviathan is now opening and closing his mouth is extremely humiliating to Nine Tails. Presumably Nine Tails is very unhappy in his heart, even though Nine Tails has been hit hard before, but if he can bear Leviathan like this, the humiliation and abuse is probably impossible. Therefore, Shimai Merowin is still very optimistic about the outbreak of Nine Tails, thinking that the other party can help Naruto turn the situation around, but she doesn't think that this can make a comeback. In addition to Naruto, Shikamaru is also very important. This guy's brain is very good. I wonder if he can find a flaw? This point is worth looking forward to. I underestimated it, what's the matter? Leviathan's attitude was still very arrogant, and he firmly stated that he just underestimated Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails, and he just didn't like Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. It's nothing, just take your time. Shemming Meruan was not in a hurry to argue with Leviathan, and he still looked calm, as if everything was under control. As for this point, Leviathan is undoubtedly very upset, but she is too lazy to care about it. As far as the current situation is concerned, there is no hope of a comeback for the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang team. Lubbock and Hill gained the upper hand against Inyazuka and Tenten, and Xiao Li fought against Leon alone, with Nichhitan and Chelsea supporting him, so Xiao Li had no time to take care of others. As for Ma Yin, who fainted, there is no need to worry, she was not affected, and there is Chelsea looking at her from time to time, so it is not a big problem. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji were completely at a disadvantage against Akihito and Brand, and the other commander almost got hit by Akihito several times. Otherwise, with the assistance of Neji, plus the support of Shikamaru and others, it must be cool. Although Kaitong's current Taiga 1 kill Murasame not only has the original ability, but also kills the enemy with curse poison. In addition to the original ability, it also adds abilities such as paralysis and fainting. And this means, if Kaitong doesn't want to kill the opponent, he can use the ability of paralysis and stun, so that he can stun the enemy or make the enemy lose his mobility. Relying on the advantages of Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke avoided Kaitong's attacks repeatedly. Even though Kaitong was strong enough, it was still far from enough under Sharingan's insight. Just because Kaitong's physical skills are powerful, but under Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan and Neji's white eyes, they still can't escape their eyes, so Kaitong's attack is difficult to hit Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, Neji faced Brand's evil spirit, and the opponent's strong defense made it impossible for him to penetrate the opponent's armor, so he fell into a bitter battle. If it wasn't for the support of Shikamaru, Chiji, and Hinata, if Neji continued to distract Sasuke, he would definitely lose in a few rounds. Fortunately, with the support of Shikamaru, Chiji, and Takumai, Neji can concentrate on dealing with Brand. Although Neji couldn't penetrate Brand's armor, Neji saw through the opponent's attack one by one, but it was difficult to break through the defense, so the situation was stalemate. With the support of Shikamaru and others, Sasuke and Neji, who were already at a disadvantage, gradually regained the initiative and maintained a stalemate with Brand and Akihito. Brand and Kaitong naturally couldn't accept such a result, and the two of them finally discovered the problem: the other's eyes were indeed unique. It's really not easy for Sharingan to show off his power with Bun, and it's really not easy to complete the kill with that amazing insight. However, the gap in strength can sometimes not be avoided by relying on this kind of insight. Thinking of this, Kaitong glanced at Brand, and Brand also looked over. Obviously, the two already had an idea. Immediately afterwards, Kaitong shouted loudly, "Brand!" Brand suddenly spread his wings and responded, "Okay." In an instant, Brand came over with absolute speed, and Neji had no time to dodge, and was directly knocked into the air by Brand. And with the impact of the evil spirits, Neji slammed into the wall of the stage, and then fell down slowly. "Neji!" Shikamaru's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously. Hinata was terrified, shed tears, and kept shouting, "Neji, big brother! Oh ho ho ho, there is no one left." Leviathan was naturally happy. Seeing that the night attack had dealt with another person, and it was still the strength of 12 Xiaoqiang's side, she immediately said excitedly. Don't be in a hurry, this will inspire someone instead. Shemming Maruan showed a smile on the contrary, feeling that this one is already stable. Excitation. After hearing this, Leviathan couldn't help raising his eyebrows thoughtfully. But then she felt relieved, waved her hand and said nonchalantly, forget it, that's impossible. Chapter 16. Excitation? What are you going to inspire? Stop dreaming, it's impossible. In Leviathan's view, Niji fell, so Suzuki must be soon. In this way, after losing Niji and Suzuki, who are considered to be the strongest in battle, how can these 12 Xiaoqiang make a comeback? And Shemming Maruan looked at such an arrogant Leviathan, and thought to himself that if he didn't say anything else, your tail might go up to the sky. Therefore, Shemming Maruan did not hesitate at all, and said in a deep voice, Leviathan, I will leave my words here. 12 Xiaoqiang will definitely come back, so you'd better not drink champagne in this half, you know. I'll open the champagne at half-time, what's the matter? Dissatisfied? Leviathan ignored it, still going his own way, but after seeing Suzuki being kicked away by Kaitong and hit, he immediately cheered again. It can be said that Leviathan didn't have any worries, and directly revealed Kaitong's Taigu ability. Okay, this wave of Uchiha Suzuki is gone, the poison of Kaitong's sword is enough to cool him down, so this battle can be declared over. Curse poison? What curse? Seeing Niji and Suzuki fall one after another, Shikamaru couldn't keep calm. And now when Leviathan was explaining, he revealed this information, which naturally made Shikamaru very anxious. Poison. This is not a good thing. Damn it, is it possible that Suzuki is dead? Although resurrection is optional, but after being resurrected, he is trapped in this tower again. Can Uchiha Suzuki accept it? And if you want to be free after resurrection, it can be said to be even more cruel. Is it possible to expect Suzuki to win 10 life and death battles? With that in mind, Shikamaru fought back tears and hit the ground with a straight punch. The cruel side of the Tower of Babylon is fully revealed in front of Shikamaru. Such a cruel reality undoubtedly made Shikamaru unable to reason anymore. Shikamaru, Suzuki is not dead yet. However, at the moment Shikamaru lost his composure, Hinata's voice suddenly sounded, calming him down just in time. At the same time, Chi has carried Niji and Suzuki back, but the two have lost consciousness and are obviously unable to fight anymore. Not dead. Shikamaru looked at Suzuki who was carried back by Chi, and asked quickly. Chi couldn't help sighing when he heard the words, and said slowly, it's not dead, but he temporarily passed out. The poison is not easy to handle, but it is not fatal. Abarame Shino had already walked over and started to detoxify Suzuki, but found that the poison was not easy to handle. After seeing that it was Abarame Shino and hearing what the other party said, Shikamaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then Shikamaru frowned and asked in a low voice, is there no way? Shino. Difficult. Abarame Shino gave the answer. Then, he concentrated on detoxifying Suzuki. However, Leviathan quit. As the host and commentator, she complained a lot about Kaitong's actions. She directly cursed loudly, what are you doing? Kaitong, when did you become so soft-hearted? Why didn't you put a death curse on that Uchiha Suzuki, instead you stunned this guy, you are a woman Ozhiran. It's just that Shemming Maruan looked at the impatient Leviathan, and secretly cursed in his heart, despicable guy, it's really cunning to do this on purpose, he deserves to be the devil of hell. Of course, she remained calm on the surface and was not affected at all. Instead, she said with a smile, oh, Leviathan, can you calm down? You are the Devil King. If you do this, you will lose your style. If Suzuki was misunderstood and died, then Naruto would definitely go berserk, but because of Leviathan's involvement, everyone heard this, so. This breath. Afterwards, Shemming Maruan noticed something was wrong, and quickly looked towards the field. An ominous aura is emerging from Naruto's body, and the red chakra is leaking out crazily, gradually covering Naruto. Naruto screamed in pain, his pupils turned red, and he kept yelling, "Suck it! Suck it, kill it!" With growls, Naruto's appearance changed, and his body was covered with a red chakra, which is the coat of the tailed beast. At the same time, a tail has appeared behind, showing a fox shape. In this form, Naruto has improved in all aspects. Oh ho, I still misunderstood, it's really a love affair. Shemming Maruan covered his mouth and said with a smile. Leviathan snorted coldly, showing disdain, and said coldly, "It's just a tail, don't be too happy." Leviathan, I think facts speak louder than words, so you better stop talking about it. Shemming Maruan pointed at Naruto, who was gradually becoming tyrannical in the field, and said casually. Although Naruto is only in one tail state, it is very easy to deal with Lubbock and Hill, and he can easily win these two with just 2 moves. Among them, Lubbock suffered a broken rib and fell to the ground. Although Hill was not kicked to break his ribs, he was also knocked out by Naruto's claws. Because of the extreme emotional instability, and thinking that Sasuke was dead, Naruto, who went completely berserk, shot Lubbock and Hill one after another, and under excessive anger and hatred, a second tail continued to appear. Naruto, this is... Shikamaru is already in a daze. Not only he was dumbfounded, but also Uchiha, Inyazuki, and others. Only Xiao Li is being pestered by Liane now, and the two of them are fighting more and more fiercely, so naturally they have no time to take care of so much. Najazidon frowned, realizing that something was wrong. This Naruto rampage is indeed troublesome. Brand, Kaitong, get him done. However, Najazidon is not helpless, and immediately ordered Kaitong and Brand to deal with Naruto. At the same time, Najazidon also let her own Taigu, Lightning Stone Fire Susanoo play. Then, she took the romantic fort and fired at Xiao Li, which was considered to be fire support for Liane, and she did this to get rid of Xiao Li as soon as possible. In this way, you can concentrate on dealing with the remaining people. As for why Najazidon can control the 2 pieces of Taigu, it is naturally because of her ability as the commander of the gatekeeper. To be precise, she can use all the Taigu in her team, so it is not surprising that the Romance Fortress can be used by Najazidon. Kaitong, Brand, and Naruto launched a confrontation, but with the blessing of 2 tails, it can be said that Naruto is not at a disadvantage in a 1-2 match. No matter if it's Brand or Kaitong, their attacks have no effect on Naruto, but the defensive power of the tailed beast's coat is really extraordinary. Chapter 17. And Naruto's attack is also of little use to Brand. With the defense of the evil spirits, it is no problem to suffer a few heavy blows. However, for Kaitong, it was different. After the latter was slapped by Naruto's paw a few times, a trace of blood already spilled from the corner of his mouth. When Brand saw it, he became anxious immediately, and quickly asked, "Kaitong, are you all right?" "It's okay, you create an opportunity for me, and I will hit him." Kaitong, who was holding Murasame, shook his head, expressing that he was fine, and at the same time, he did not forget to ask Brand to be created by himself. As long as your own knife can hit Naruto, once the curse takes effect, the latter will faint, so as long as you can hit the opponent, you will win. Okay, I know. Brand nodded, expressing his understanding. However, such an opportunity will certainly not come easily. For example, Shikamaru has not given a chance. After calming down, Shikamaru saw that Brand, Akihito, and others were all focused on Naruto because of Naruto, completely ignoring himself and others. With Shikamaru's IQ, he naturally realized that the opportunity had come. If Kaitong, Brand, and others hadn't turned their backs to him like this, and all their attention was on Naruto, Shikamaru didn't think he could succeed in the sneak attack. After all, based on the current information, the other party has learned about his own information, so the probability of his own shadow imitation technique being successful can be said to be extremely low. But it's different now. Kaitong and Brand's attention is not on their side, and the number of people on the night raid side has also dropped a few people, and the rest of them will either fight Naruto or Xiao Li. Almost no time to take care of myself. As for the orange-haired girl, she wasn't paying attention here, so she had a high chance of success. Just do what you want. Shikamaru did not hesitate at all, and quickly connected the shadow of Kaitong with the shadow imitation technique. As a result, Chi-Tong couldn't move easily now. This is... Kaitong sensed that something was wrong, and wanted to lower her head to check, but found that she couldn't do so. It's that Nara Shikamaru. I am anchored. Immediately, Kaitong realized what had happened to him. He might not have been hit by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, which is why he couldn't move. Brand discovered this situation, but it was too late to help Kaitong. Naruto had already completely entangled him and started a close fight with him. Although Brand's armor is extremely defensive, the cost of using it while haunted by evil spirits is not insignificant. Even if Brand's strength improved, he still couldn't resist Naruto's attack like a mad dog. Therefore, Brand's current situation is very bad, and he can't care about Chi-Tong anymore. After Chi-Tong was immobilized by Shikamaru's ninjutsu, she could only be in a hurry. Then, Shikamaru gave the order. Chi, you block me with expansion jutsu to prevent me from being attacked. Hinata, you go knock her out. Without assistance, Shikamaru's ninjutsu is really difficult to deal with Kaitong. After all, it has no attack power, but now that I have a companion, I only need to trap Kaitong, and then let the companion knock her out. Chi naturally followed suit without hesitation, and although Hinata was quite disturbed in his heart, when he thought of Naruto who ran away and Niji who fell, his will was completely different. Kaitong looked at Hinata who was approaching her step by step, feeling very anxious in her heart, but she obviously had nothing to do at the moment. He could only watch Hinata come in front of him, and then slapped him. Hit by Hinata's palm, Kaitong fainted directly. With the fall of Kaitong, there are currently 4 people on the Night Raider side, all of whom have lost their combat capabilities. Only Liane, Naja Hitten, Brand, and Chelsea are still capable of combat. In addition, Naja Zitten's other Taigu, that is, Susanoo, is currently besieging Xylee with Liane. However, after Xiao Li opened the 8th gate, his combat power has risen in a straight line. 1 on 2, no, 3 on 1, the fight is still indistinguishable, and it is not said that he was beaten violently. Chelsea has noticed the changes here, and hastily reported the situation to Naja Zitten. Boss, it's not good, Kaitong has lost. What? Naja Zitten's complexion suddenly changed, and she put down the romantic cannon in her hand. She hurriedly turned around to look, and found that Chi-Tong had indeed lost. After a brief glance, Naja Zitten has already analyzed the general situation, and realized that Shikamaru designed to fix Kaitong, and then Hinata knocked Kaitong unconscious. Shadow mimicry? Thinking of this, Naja Zitten couldn't help admiring, Nara Shikamaru, I have to say, you really have extraordinary wisdom, and you are really a smart person. Boss, isn't this the time to praise the enemy? And hearing her boss say this, Chelsea couldn't help complaining. As she said that, she added, that's right, Brand's side is not doing well either, that Naruto is pressing down on Brand, we have to support him. I see. Naja Zitten sighed faintly, naturally she could understand Chelsea's mood. She looked around, knowing that if the variable Naruto was not taken down, then the follow-up would be difficult. Originally, Naja Zitten was very wary of Uzumaki Naruto, but judging from the current situation, 9 tails, it is really difficult to handle. But right now is not the time to sigh, so Naja Zitten quickly cheered up and quickly issued an order, Susanoo, you go and help Brand. Although Xiao Li is difficult to deal with, Liane has a Taigu, the king of beasts, Lion King, whose powerful resilience is enough to play a war of attrition with Xiao Li. As for Xiao Li, who opened the 8 inner gates, but with the consumption and side effects of this physical skill, it is obviously impossible to drag Liane down, and with his own firepower output support, there is no need to worry about being defeated by Xiao Li. In this way, the key lies in Naruto. While continuing her work, Najazitten did not forget to take a look at Brand and Naruto. She can only hope that Susanoo and Brand can take down Naruto. This kind of half-tailed animalization, the damage is not low. Even if Uzumaki Naruto has the physique of the Uzumaki family, he may not be able to withstand it. Besides, Brand and Susanoo were not watching a show there. With the strength of these two, it is impossible to subdue Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking of this, Najazitten felt a little relieved, and concentrated on helping Liane deal with Xiao Li. I didn't expect the situation to be reversed all of a sudden. I don't know what Leviathan thinks about it. And when Naruto was fighting Brand, Susanoo, Najazitten, Liane, and Xiao Li, Shimae saw that the situation on the field was already biased towards the side of the 12 small strong teams, so he naturally endured. I can't help making fun of Leviathan. Chapter 18. No, I have no opinion. Leviathan was very angry, but faced with Shimae provocation, he still maintained enough reason. Want to make me lose my cool like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As for the fact that Leviathan himself had yelled just now, she said that it was nothing like that and could be ignored. Of course, Shimae naturally didn't care what Leviathan said, and still said with a smile, "It seems that the night attack is not easy to deal with the runaway Naruto, so I just said, the protagonist's luck, this it's not easy." Humph, why don't you just hang out? This is totally stupid. If there is no half of 9 tails, he can't jump up at all. Leviathan was very upset, and he was quite critical. It can't be helped, they just have the half 9 tails, so you didn't withdraw. Shimae felt very comfortable now, so she spread her hands and said with a smile, "It's none of my business." Leviathan ignored it and scolded blankly. On one side of the stands, Temari couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "Is this how they are hosts?" Although it is very clear that Leviathan and Shimae are not something he can provoke, Temari said that he really can't understand the so-called explanation method. Can these two hosts do it? You still care about these? Anko glanced at Temari and said. Can't you? Temari undoubtedly has arrogance, but he was suppressed by Orochimaru, and also frightened by Demiurge, Albedo, and others, but to Anko, well, there is no need to be afraid or shrink back. Yes, just hit it straight. Okay, of course. Anko spread his hands, saying that he doesn't care. Orochimaru can't see anything on the surface, but in fact he is really speechless for his disciple, thinking that you don't take a good look at this battle, find out the weaknesses or fighting methods of these people who attacked at night, and collect information. Instead, bicker with people? After all these years, what have you been doing for food? Regarding Konoha's current problems, Orochimaru knew that the younger generation was already at fault, and even these Mesozoic ninjas were obviously not doing well. Anko didn't know that her teacher complained in her heart that she couldn't do it. After bickering with Temari for a few words, she stopped sparring with Temari and focused on the battle instead. Mr. Demiurge, aren't you going to remind those two? Orochimaru was quite satisfied seeing that Anko had stopped flirting with Temari, and then he asked Demiurge. Remind what? Demiurge pushed his glasses and asked in an indifferent tone. How to say? They are arguing like this, which seems to affect the viewing experience. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and gave the reason. Regarding this reason, Demiurge said coldly, you think it's bad, but others don't think it's bad, so your request is meaningless. Can I even mention it? Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then asked again. You alone are no match for the masses. Demiurge said expressionlessly, his words were very indifferent. Okay, I understand. As for Demiurge's statement, Orochimaru undoubtedly chose to accept it, and didn't struggle anymore. Temari and Anko stopped, and Orochimaru had no objections, but Gaara became more and more abnormal, and seemed to want to play. However, it wasn't his turn at this time, and although Gaara was already mentally abnormal, with Demiurge and Albedo watching, she didn't dare to move easily. At the same time, Shikamaru is also analyzing the situation, thinking about which side to support after all. But after thinking for a moment, Shikamaru decided to support Xiao Li. At present, Naruto is not at a disadvantage at all. But Xiao Li's side is different. Shikamaru, as a member of the Nara family, still knows a little about the dangers of 8 inner gates, and with his ingenuity, it can be seen that Xiao Li is currently holding on. So for Xiao Li's future, Shikamaru decided to support Xiao Li first, but this does not mean that Naruto will be ignored. Shino can support Naruto here. As for Neji and Sasuke, Sasuke can't move now, but Neji can still, but it will take a little time. But there is a lack of time at present, so Shikamaru made a quick judgment. Hinata, you and Shino assist Naruto and take care of the wounded while I go with Chiji to help Lee. It is good. Abarame Shino, Chiji and Hinata agreed without hesitation. At present, Shikamaru's command ability is there, and there may be flaws, but in terms of the current situation, it is completely fine to listen to Shikamaru's command. After clarifying the division of labor, Shikamaru and Chiji rushed to support Xiao Li immediately. Boss, we're in trouble. Because of the darkened red pupils, Chelsea was paying attention to the movement of the audience at this moment, so when Shikamaru left, she had already noticed this and reminded Naja Xi-tan. Naja Zitten said she knew, and said lightly, I know, that guy's shadow technique is not easy to do, but don't worry too much, just keep a distance, but that Chiji. While talking, Chiji has already started. Meat bomb chariot. Seeing that Chiji used the meat bomb chariot directly, Naja Hitten ordered decisively. Chelsea, back off. Then, she raised her hand and it was a cannonball. This shot hits not Chiji, but the ground on which he is advancing at high speed. As soon as the shot was fired, a big pothole appeared on the ground, and the gravel splashed out, and these splashed stones were all over the ground, which in turn affected Chiji. Chiji was delayed, the direction was naturally wrong, and then he was forced to stop, and he himself was a little dizzy, almost passed out. Trouble. Shikamaru suddenly felt a faint headache, and realized that the white-haired woman in front of him was not easy to deal with. His intelligence is not weaker than his own, his ability and means are also extremely strong, and more importantly, people know their information, which is very important. Naja Zitten said slowly, you have a good brain, but your chances of winning are not high. The only variable now is Uzumaki Naruto, but the 2 admirals on my side are not vegetarians, especially Susanoo. Let's deal with Naruto now. Although Naruto's 9 tails are powerful, with his current ability, it is already the limit to explode 2 tails. If it really explodes again. Naja Zitten was thinking like this, but Chelsea's voice suddenly sounded, Boss, it's not good, 4 tails. What? 4 tails? This is troublesome. Naja Zitten didn't care about these things, and quickly looked over. Sure enough, Brand was down, obviously badly injured by Naruto who blasted 4 tails, and Susanoo's situation was not good. Chapter 19. Shikamaru saw that Naja Zitten's attention was on Naruto's side, and immediately wanted to launch another wave of sneak attacks, but then found that there was no such opportunity. The distance is still very far, and if I want to shorten the distance, it will definitely attract the attention of the orange-haired girl, so it is best not to succeed, so I just give up. Furthermore, Naruto's side also attracted Shikamaru's attention, so he had to look over. Chiji crawled over, looked at Naruto who had transformed into 4 tails, and said, Shikamaru, Naruto seems to be in pain. Yes, Naruto is in pain. Shikamaru frowned and said solemnly. And looking at Naruto, who has completely lost his mind, and his appearance is completely covered by the dark red chakra, and he can only vaguely see that it is outside the human form, Shikamaru understands that this situation is definitely not a good thing for Naruto. No, if it goes on like this, I guess we won't win, Naruto will be bad. Thinking of this, Shikamaru made a decision and said very seriously, Chiji, let's stop Naruto. What? Now, Chiji was dumbfounded. If this goes on, Naruto will be very bad. Shikamaru didn't want to say any more, but he was determined to save Naruto. And here Shikamaru's movements are undoubtedly noticed by Leviathan and Shimei Maruan. Among them, Sheming Maruan said with a smile, "Oh ho! It seems to have changed again. Strange, it seems that Nara Shikamaru intends to stop Uzumaki Naruto, why are you so happy?" Leviathan asked with a frown, not understanding this very well. "Can't you?" Shiming Wanwen didn't take it seriously, and said with a smile, "This will make it more and more interesting." Obviously, she really didn't care. Leviathan felt abnormal instead, and she continued, "The Team U support will lose. The Four Tails have come out. Now if Naruto only wants to rely on those people on the field, well, it can't be stopped." Shimei Maruan shook his head and said calmly, "Although Susanoo has gone berserk, it is not enough to face Naruto with Four Tails bursting out. Just now Brand was hit hard with one blow, even if he was haunted by evil spirits, he couldn't stop him. Although the berserk Susanoo is very capable, whether it is defense, movement, or attack, it is far from enough for Naruto, who has Four Tails and is extremely sad." Sure enough, Susanoo really broke out, but it was really impossible to fight against Naruto, who burst out with Four Tails. Especially that tailed beast bomb, which keeps launching out. Susanoo relied on the Yata Mirror's reflex defense to resist, and wanted to move at high speed to fight against Naruto, but in terms of speed, he couldn't completely suppress Naruto. Under Four Tails, Naruto's speed, defense, attack, recovery, etc. have all been further strengthened, so Susanoo didn't take advantage of anything. Instead, he was forced to retreat by Naruto's attack, and the so-called super attack of Amazono Cloud Sword didn't work, and finally he was overthrown by the violent Naruto. Naruto's approach is very simple, relying on continuous blasting of tailed beast bombs to completely end Susanoo. Killed the two enemies who were fighting with him, Naruto in the state of Four Tails, and quickly locked the next target, and that was Najazitten and others. Shikamaru, this seems a bit. Chiji looked at Naruto, who was so violent, and thought, how could this be stopped? Shikamaru was also dumbfounded, his mouth opened, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. "Boss, we are in trouble." Chelsea had a terrible headache and said that she was going to die. "Chelsea, use your magic." Najazitten did not hesitate, and ordered decisively. "Whole card? That's still there." Naturally, Chelsea would not hesitate, and immediately sang, "Fire Spirit, obey my command, fire arrow." As Chelsea chanted, a magic circle appeared in front of her, and a large number of flame arrows rushed from the magic circle to the attacking Naruto. Numerous flaming arrows landed on Naruto's body, and the latter let out a burst of mourning. Obviously, these flaming magics caused a lot of damage to Naruto. But as Nine Tails Chakra exploded further, Naruto quickly withstood the wave and continued to hit the target. "Chelsea, go ahead." Najazitten's expression remained unchanged, and she said coldly. Chelsea naturally followed the order and sang again, "Spirit of Fire, obey my orders, Blade of Flame." The magic circle appeared again, and countless flames emerged from it, forming a series of blades that passed through the flames. And these fierce blades naturally hit the target, with the high temperature of the flame and the attribute of cutting. Naruto's tailed beast coat was also destroyed by the high temperature and cut open one after another. As a result, Naruto's pace had to be stopped. Najazitten's beautiful eyes lit up, she quickly seized the opportunity, and raised her hand to shoot. The energy cannon fire fell on Naruto's head, but Naruto was protected by the tail beast coat, so the damage was not high, and those flames were gradually eroded by chakra of 9 tails. "Boss, I can't keep up with this magic power gradually." After 2 consecutive powerful magic spells, Chelsea had to express that she was a little weak. "Chelsea, it's just 2 spells. What's the situation with you?" Najazidin couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked. "Boss, I'm not very talented. It would be nice if I could learn 2 spells. What else can I do?" Chelsea rolled her eyes and complained angrily. "Damn it, I would have told you to learn magic earlier if I knew about it, otherwise it really wouldn't be good to be cramming like this." Najazidin was naturally quite remorseful, and if I had known about it, I would have asked Chelsea to learn magic earlier, then it will not be the case. Chelsea said without hesitation, "Even if this is the case, it won't work. My talent is really not good, and I rely on the advantage of equipment. Otherwise, I would not be easy to deal with, so the boss, you asked me to learn magic, it was really wrong. Boss, I knocked down that watermelon rind." While Najazidin was speechless, Liane ran over and showed off. "It's good news, but..." As soon as Najazidin opened her mouth, she found out that Naruto was going to send a tailed beast bomb, so she had to pick up the pumpkin cannon to fire and confront Naruto. But the power of the tailed beast bomb was clearly not something that the pumpkin cannon could compete with, so Najazidin was quickly defeated. As Najazidin couldn't hold on any longer, after putting down the pumpkin fort, the fire power was gone. Chelsea's magic doesn't work, and Leon, well, neither. Chapter 20. As Naruto went down with 2 paws again, Najazidin and Liane were shot flying. And Chelsea raised her hand decisively and shouted, "Surrender!" As soon as these words came out, Demiurge came to the arena in an instant. Then, just by pointing, Naruto fell into a complete coma. "Isn't this too decisive?" Shikamaru was startled by Chelsea, and kept murmuring. Of course, Shikamaru was also shocked that Demiurge subdued Naruto so easily. "We are so powerless against Naruto who is running away, but this guy just pointed like this, and then... I have to say, these guys are really monsters." Of the 8 members of the night raid team, 7 fell, and 1 surrendered. "We lost." After subduing Naruto, Demiurge directly announced the result of the battle. After Demiurge announced the result, Shikamaru sat down on the ground directly, leaning back to back with Chiji, his hanging heart finally let go. Hinata was concerned about Naruto, and ran over in a hurry. Although she was quite afraid of Demiurge, as long as she thought of Naruto, she would have courage. "Oh, Leviathan, did you see that? Let me tell you. Who is the winner?" "The 12 Konohas." After the results came out, Shemming Maruan naturally started to groan. Leviathan looked indifferent, completely ignoring Shemming Maruan, obviously planning to ignore it. Of course, such an approach is useless, and Shemming Maruan didn't care at all, and was still nagging. At the same time, there has been some disturbance in the ninja world. Among them, Konoha. There's been a lot of talk about Naruto. Under some caring people, the villagers became crazy again, that is, the fear of Naruto, the fox. After Enbu received the news, he immediately reported it to Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen found out, he immediately knew it was Danzo's fault. "Danzo, why are you doing this? Rumors of Naruto are being spread in the village again, surely at the behest of Danzo, and for this purpose." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, sighed deeply, and then issued an order, sent down the order to stop the spread of these false news, and strengthen the vigilance to guard against the activities of external spies in the village. The Jainin and the patriarchs of the ninja clan in the office naturally kept their eyes on their noses and their hearts, pretending that they didn't know anything. "After all, with all these things happening in the village now, I think I know who did it. Of course, any smart person will not come out to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also clear in his heart, but he can only do this for Danzo. As for how to deal with Danzo in the future, that is his own business. So Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. Okay, everyone, what do you want to say about this battle? As the leading teacher of the 7th class, Kakashi naturally had something to say and expressed concern about Naruto's situation. Naruto is in a bad situation, all 4 tails are out, I'm afraid it will be. I know, so what do you think about this so-called night attack? Sarutobi Hiruzen first agreed, and then asked Kakashi's opinion on the night attack. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen ask this question, Kakashi couldn't help lowering his head, as if he was in deep thought. After a while, he said slowly again, there is strength, but it's not impossible to deal with it, but it's hard to say about Demiurge, Albedo, and the 2 hosts. Demiurge and Albedo are already unfathomable, but Shimimura Fumi and Leviathan have extraordinary backgrounds, and after listening to the opening remarks of these 2 people, it is clear that they are not ordinary people. Kakashi knew very well that if he faced one of these people, he would be unable to match him, and he couldn't beat him at all. Regarding Kakashi's statement, many people present agreed with it, such as Uchiha, Guy, and other Jonin all agreed with Kakashi's statement. Of course, there are naturally those who disagree, such as Sarutobi Asuma. The origin of these guys is unknown, and they speak loudly, but they are not really difficult to deal with. I don't think it is difficult. At least I have to beat them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his son, but he was quite disappointed in his heart. He was obviously dissatisfied with Asuma's actions, so he asked a question. Asuma, do everything according to your ability, just like Naruto who is running wild, Naruto with 4 tails, can you make him faint with 1 finger? Sarutobi Asuma. Can? That is definitely not possible. This self-knowledge is still there. Even if he dared to say it was possible, no one would believe it, so Sarutobi Asuma couldn't do it even if he wanted to slap his face and pretend to be fat. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned himself like this, which undoubtedly made Sarutobi Asuma very dissatisfied. He felt that he was very embarrassed in front of so many people, especially in front of Hong. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally not interested in what Asuma thinks, but is worried about the profound impact this Tower of Babylon will have on the ninja world and what conspiracy is hidden in Orochimaru's return to Konoha. These are all headaches for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the land of fire, somewhere in a dense forest, Uchiha Itachi looked at the big screen above him and was speechless for a long time. Mr. Itachi, your younger brother is really not that good, but that 9 tails Jinchuriki. Tisk tisk, amazing. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the silent Uchiha Itachi, chuckled and said. However, with Hoshigaki Kisame's smile, that fish face became more terrifying. Uchiha Itachi ignored this, but said coldly, it's time to hurry, we must arrive as soon as possible. It is good. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care, but said cheerfully. Xiao organization. For this battle, everyone felt nothing. Konoha's genin is really not that good. Even though the night attack team has strange abilities, if they can't even beat genin, then it's nothing to worry about. Of course, as for Naruto's rampage, this is the only way to defeat most of the Night Raiders, that is naturally ignored. However, Haiden was obviously not among them, instead he yelled loudly, Boss, can you just knock out the runaway 9 tails so casually? Demiurge stunned Naruto with 4 tails with just 1 finger. This scene shocked many people. Even those members of the Akatsuki organization who are proud and have high self-esteem, no one dares to say that this can be done easily. God is invincible. Pain didn't talk nonsense, he just said a word. That is to say, it may be easy to fool Haiden and Deidara, but for Scorpion, Kakuzu, and others, the effect is very ordinary. Chapter 21. Needless to say, Black Zetsu was anxious. Although he is full of confidence in Uchiha Madara, plus the existence of his mother, he believes that once the seal is released, his mother is absolutely invincible. But these days the foreign visitors are so weird, Black Zetsu dare not say that he can beat 100% of them, so it is inevitable to panic. The Akatsuki organization has different ideas here, and so do the major ninja villages. The shadows of Kirigakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, and high-level executives are all having a meeting to discuss how to get to Konoha. Yes, after seeing the first battle, the shadows of these villages already understood that the Tower of Babylon is worth exploring, but the Tower of Babylon is in the leaves. If you want to go, you can't just go there carelessly. If there are too many people going, it will cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Secondly, if they are taken over by a nest, the village will be over. All in all, it's negotiable. The top floor of the Tower of Babylon. In the room where Qin Mu is. Yakumo Zi was lying in Qin Mu's arms, and said lazily, "The first battle is too boring." Qin Zheng looked at Yakumo Zi lying in his arms, and asked with a smile, "Mom Zi, didn't you just say that they can't do it?" "What we said is no, it's the level of Acetus, so the first floor, well, it's impossible to pass." Yakumo Zi replied confidently. "Acetus is here, want to pass the level? Impossible. As the floor master, Aces, it is impossible for these guys to pass the level." "That's hard to say." Hearing this, Qin Mu said with a mysterious smile. "Master Qin Mu, what do you mean? I will lose to these people." After Qin Mu's words, a woman who was working hard asked aloud. The woman who spoke was none other than Aces. "Didn't I say it? It's hard to say." Qin Zheng looked at the woman in front of him, Aces, and said softly. At this moment, Acetus was facing the big screen with his back, and facing Qin Mu in front, and after hearing these words, he muttered with some dissatisfaction, "Master Qin Mu, do I still need to question my strength?" It's just that Qin Mu just shook his head when he heard Aces muttering words, stroked Aces' cheek with his finger, and said softly, "There is no question, but these guys can still level up, and now they are after winning a game, then use the points to buy some products in the store to increase your strength, and then kill the hunter, then the situation will be very different when facing you, the floor lord. It's just 2 battles, the metamorphosis won't be great, just using Taigu's power is enough to destroy these guys." Aces obviously doesn't think so, she thinks she can handle it. Hearing Acetus still say this, Yakumo Zi naturally rolled her eyes angrily, obviously very dissatisfied, and she gave an explanation later. "Ace Day, you are still not smart enough, Qin Mu's meaning is very simple, careless." Although Najazitten seems to take it seriously, but her thoughts are all on Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto's side, especially Uzumaki Naruto, is her point of defense. Susanoo's Taigu didn't take it out at the beginning, but waited for Uzumaki Naruto to go berserk before taking it out. Isn't that underestimating the enemy? Acetus fell silent. Belittle? There must be. After all, there are only a few scumbags, and Uzumaki Naruto and Orochimaru of 9 Tails are a little bit capable. As for the rest of them, well, they're not that bad. What? 1 tail? Aces thought that he could be frozen easily, so he ignored it at all. "Okay, then I'm not careless, it's okay, right?" Aces added, she felt that if she was serious from the beginning, then things would be easy. Qin Mu looked at the stubborn Aces, touched the corner of his mouth with pity, and said softly, "Aces, the reason why I can't say it is not that you can't, but that you are in the level of the floor master. For example, after these people who have broken through the barrier have tried it, they find that they can no longer compete with you on their own, so cooperation is inevitable." "Cooperation?" Aces frowned, seemingly surprised. However, she then said confidently, "Even if we cooperate, as far as my ability is concerned, I can still kill these guys, can't I?" "Yes, indeed." Qin Mu nodded affirmatively, obviously approving. Then, Qin Mu said something meaningful. However, before that, if those guys pass the level of the gatekeeper, their strength will definitely improve. Although you are strong enough, if you only use the power of the demon god appearance and the essence of demons, you may not be able to easily beat these guys. After a pause, Qin Mu continued, I know you have an agreement with Alice Leia, you must deal with these challengers as soon as possible, and at the same time suppress your own strength, so as not to be too bullying, but if you are too arrogant, you will overturn your car. Ahem, my promise with her. Acetus couldn't help but stop, and smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect Qin Mu to find out about her bet with Alice Leia. Now, Acetus really didn't know what to say, that's why he was so uneasy. Of course, Ace felt a little uneasy here, but Zai Yakumo comforted him and said, don't be nervous, Qin Mu didn't mean to blame you, but just reminded you not to forget the key to the battle because of these reasons. You can despise the enemy strategically, but you must pay attention to the enemy tactically, so you must not underestimate the enemy. Ace pondered for a moment, then said firmly, I will do my best to tell these guys, the Tower of Babylon is not so easy to break into. She already understood why Qin Mu said this to herself, to remind herself not to be easily breached the first floor as soon as she made her debut in this Hokage world. No matter what the reason is, if it can't be breached, it means it can't. You must go all out to defend this first layer. Only by showing strength can more powerful ninja players participate, and only in this way can the game be fun. Very good, as long as you understand. Qin Mu naturally nodded in satisfaction, and rewarded Ace by the way, which can be regarded as a kind of motivation. Sure enough, Ace became more and more excited. She knew that under normal circumstances, she might not be able to have such a reward, so she had to cherish such an opportunity. Chapter 22. After hitting Ace and telling her not to screw up the event, Qin Mu's eyes naturally fell on the big screen, and Zai Yakumo changed her position so that she could lie down more comfortably. Then, she said again, yes, the Orochimaru team and the Hunter team, who do you think will win? As for Yakumo's question, Qin Mu said quietly, the Orochimaru team. Yakumo Zai raised her eyebrows and subconsciously asked, why? Although Hunter is good, it will be difficult to face Orochimaru's team. Qin Mu replied softly, saying that Orochimaru's team should not be underestimated. Master Qin Mu, can hunters really be defeated? Ace's face was ugly. She didn't expect that neither Night Raiders nor hunters could compete against Orochimaru and others who had just entered the Tower of Babylon. Among them, Uzumaki Naruto and others are still genin, which is, well, although Konoha genin is not ordinary, but Uzumaki Naruto is currently removed because of 9 tails, and the rest is really not enough to see. Without Uzumaki Naruto, Night Raid would have wiped out Konoha 12. To say that Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang came back here, it was because Uzumaki Naruto went berserk, which completely changed the situation. Yakumo Zai shrugged, and said with a relaxed face, if one tail comes out, the hunter's side is not very good, and Orochimaru has a lot of means, and the remaining 3 are not so good, but the hunter's side is also average. Yes, it's not easy for hunters just to watch the crane with one tail. As for Yakumo's statement, Qin Mu nodded, obviously agreeing with this statement, and said something by the way. Yakumo Zai was already interested at this time, and said with a smile, don't we remember that Orochimaru has reanimation jutsu? If this guy, oh, interesting, interesting. After hearing these words, Ace raised his eyebrows in confusion, and subconsciously said, isn't it possible here? Where did the sacrifice come from? In this regard, Yakumo Zai shrugged, and said with a light smile, we are talking about perfection. In Orochimaru's mind, after knowing that the enemies here are difficult to deal with, can you think of a way to perfect this ninjutsu? It happens that there are some ninjutsu in the store. Such a business, and if he strengthens reanimation jutsu, then there will be a good show. In front of the entire ninja world, Konoha's first generation and second Hokage were summoned, or other shadows of ninja villages, and some strong men were summoned by Orochimaru and reanimation jutsu. What a joy! Well, it can be said to be very interesting. Hearing this, Ace frowned subconsciously, but then said calmly, "That's okay, I'm not afraid, I'll just crush it casually." Yakumo squinted her eyes, and said lightly, "If you use impure world reincarnation, it will be immortal. With your means, there is no other way but to freeze it. Alice Lja's ice star spirit can do it, so can my demon god manifestation demon essence." Ace said confidently, she didn't think she couldn't do it. "Okay, Ace, you don't need to pay attention to what Zima said, as long as you remember one thing, that is, don't be easily breached on the first floor." Qin Mu raised his hand and reminded Ace. The first layer can be broken, but not casually, Ace must remember this. Then, after saying this, Qin Mu's attention was on the live broadcast, and this was naturally because the second battle was coming. The first floor of the Tower of Babylon. With the entry of Demiurge to stop Uzumaki Naruto, who ran away, and 7 people on the side of the night attack have fallen, Chelsea, who is still standing, surrendered directly, so the winner of this battle is naturally its Konoha 12 Xiaoqiangs. Therefore, Demiurge announced the result, and by the way, let both sides exit. Next, it's time for the second battle. That is, the battle between Orochimaru's team and the Hunter's team. The first battle is over, and now comes the second battle, the Hunter team versus Orochimaru team. Demiurge announced that the second battle was about to start, and then returned to the stands. As for the people who passed out in the first battle just now, all of them have been taken away and treated by the medical team. Of course, they didn't take people out of the field directly, but treated them on the side of the stands. At the same time, because the second battle was about to start, the Hunter team entered the arena for the first time, and their eyes fell on Orochimaru and Gaara. Obviously, in the eyes of these people, only Orochimaru and Gaara are a bit of a threat, and the rest of Anko, Temari, and Kankuro are completely ignored. Seeing this scene, Temari was undoubtedly very upset. However, she was very calm and rational, and did not lose her mind because of her anger. Kill, kill, kill! Gaara couldn't bear it anymore, and jumped into the arena, roaring in a low voice with a strong killing intent. Because of one tail guarding the crane, Gaara's mental state is already unbearable, especially when Naruto ran away just now, which made One Tail even more irritable. After all, the relationship between One Tail Shikaku and Nine Tails is not very good, so after feeling Nine Tails' chakra, Shikaku must be very restless, and with Gaara's unstable spirit, it is obviously impossible to resist Shikaku. As a result, Gaara has entered the state of a half-tailed beast, and the ugly posture will undoubtedly make many people feel uncomfortable. All in all, it's just too ugly. Hai Tong said in disgust, "It's too disgusting." Hearing Hai Tong's dislike for this, Will naturally quickly echoed, "That's right, that's the case, and I think so too." Lan and Luo ignored it, obviously they didn't feel anything, and their attention was on Orochimaru's side, so they naturally didn't care about Gaara, who had already started to go berserk. Furthermore, Luo and Lan are also discussing the next battle plan. According to Lan's meaning, I will first contain Gaara, you will deal with Anko and others, and Orochimaru will let Will and Hai Tong deal with it. General Luo, leave this guy to me. As for Orochimaru, Hai Tong and Will are restrained. You go and deal with the remaining 3 first, and then help me. Luo thought about it seriously, and felt that it was no problem, so he nodded directly, yes. After confirming the battle plan, Lan exposed the wings behind him and flew into the sky, and at the same time shot out the feathers, attracting Gaara. At this time, Gaara's mental state was unstable, and his mind was full of fighting. When he saw Lan attacking him, he naturally launched an attack on the opponent without hesitation. Sand Shuriken. The flying feathers met the killer Rekin, and the two collided directly, but neither could do anything to the other. Chapter 23. Land has the ability to fly and is extremely maneuverable, so it is difficult for Gaara's attacks to hit the target. Although land can attack in the air, the lethality of the feathers is obviously not enough for Gaara, who has absolute defense. Therefore, the two are temporarily at a stalemate. As for Orochimaru meeting Haitong and Will, he is not in a hurry to get serious, but intends to test the abilities of these people. The source of your power should be the props in your hands? What are these? After observing just now, Orochimaru has found Taigu, but he didn't know it was a prop, but thought it was some special prop or weapon equipment, so he asked curiously. Black Pupil will not answer the question, but summons the doll that was killed with March of the Dead Hakibo, and then fights fiercely with Orochimaru. As for Will, he naturally wouldn't answer the question, but stayed by Haitong's side. Because he was controlling 8 corpses at once, the ability of Haitong himself was weakened, and a sinister and cunning person like Orochimaru had to be more vigilant. Aren't you talking? Well, anyway, I can probably guess it, and your ability is interesting. Orochimaru glanced at the summoned puppets, and already vaguely guessed what was going on in his heart. It's an interesting ability, but it seems to have some conditions. Well, I really want to explore it. With the desire to explore, Orochimaru's expression undoubtedly became more perverted. In this scene, as the host, Leviathan, and Shimae undoubtedly fell silent one after another. Even if it was Orochimaru, they were still disgusted. Leviathan, why don't you support Orochimaru? I already supported the challenger in the last battle, so it's time for me to support the gatekeeper in the second battle. At this time, Shemming Maruin made a small suggestion after thinking about it for a while. In fact, this cannot be said to be a suggestion, because according to the usual practice, one person should support it once. But Shemming Maruin knows how capricious Leviathan is. Apart from Qin Mu, her sister El Yusufer and another big figure in the demon faction Palna Diallo, can make this be obedient of. Therefore, Shemming Maruin should not be taken for granted, and can only make suggestions in such a tone. Go away, thank you. Leviathan flatly refused. She doesn't want to support this kind of pervert guy, even if it's just for explaining needs, that's not okay. Give me some face, okay. Shemming Maruin was very helpless, and could only continue to show affection and reason with Leviathan. No. Leviathan continued to refuse. And in order not to let Shemming Maruin hold on to this matter, she hurriedly brought the topic back to the battle, and by the way repeatedly emphasized that she was optimistic about the hunter team. As for the second battle, in Orochimaru's team, only Orochimaru and the crazy Gaara can watch, and the remaining 3 are just scumbags, which are useless at all. Obviously, apart from Orochimaru and Gaara, Leviathan looks down on Temari, Anko, and Kankuro. These remarks undoubtedly angered Temari and others. But Temari and the others couldn't do anything with Leviathan, so they could only vent their anger on Leviathan. Leviathan, I originally wanted to give you a chance, but you don't want this chance, well, that's a pity. Suddenly, Maruin said something. But what Shimae Maruin said surprised Leviathan a little. She looked at Shimae Maruin in amazement, wondering if this guy was deliberately disturbing me or something. For a while, Leviathan couldn't make up his mind. Therefore, she could only ask tentatively, what do you mean? Ye Tengu, what are you planning? No, I didn't come up with any ideas, so don't talk nonsense. Shemming Maruin waved his hand pretending to be deep, and said so. Leviathan. What's the use of playing tricks like this, your sister? She was too lazy to go around in circles with Shi Mingguan, and went straight to the topic. Okay, stop talking nonsense, tell me, what's going on? Seeing that Leviathan was so impatient, Shemming Maruin naturally stopped being a joke, but said with a smile. Okay, let me tell you, the winner. Well, it's Orochimaru's side, that is, the challenger's victory. Whether it's a night attack or a hunter, it will all end in failure. Of course Leviathan didn't believe it, she blurted out without hesitation, impossible. What are you kidding? The lineup here, what can we lose? Although Gaara and Orochimaru are a bit difficult to deal with, but there are 3 scumbags, well, it is not difficult. Leviathan doesn't think so. She thinks that as long as Leva can get rid of Temari and others, cooperate with Haitong and Will to get rid of Orochimaru, and finally get rid of Gaara, isn't everything over? Shimaemaruan calmly said, unfortunately, Riva can't solve Temari and Anko, but Kankuro is down, but he doesn't matter, as long as Anko and Temari are still there, the defeat Leva will not be a problem. And when Leviathan and Shimaemaruan were talking, Liwa was indeed at a disadvantage. Even if Shikai defeated Kankuro at the beginning, it was really difficult to deal with under the siege of Temari and Anko. Although Liwa controls the Tegusu Iriapoyan Black Marin, it is not so easy to deal with Temari's wind-style ninjutsu, plus Anko's elusive, hidden shadow with many snake hands. Rao Shilawa has rich combat experience, but with the cooperation of Temari and Anko, he was defeated in the end. Did you see? You still lost. Looking at Liwa who had already been defeated, Shimaemaru sighed faintly, narrowed his eyes and looked at Leviathan with a gloomy face, and said with a smile. It's just an accident, and it will be different next time. Leviathan could only hold on at this moment, and continued to stand for the hunter. In fact, she has already seen the problem. Although Hunter's strength is not weak, if you want to compare with Orochimaru's combination, it is still a little weak. This is not to say that the hunters are weak, but that Orochimaru, Anko, Temari, and others are all extremely strong. Not to mention Orochimaru, like Anko and Temari, already have the strength of Jainin. As for Orochimaru, who has a lot of means, and Gaara, who is mentally unstable but strong, let alone, they are not easy to deal with. Chapter 24. After all, although Lan has mobility, Gaara's ninjutsu has a wide range and has a strong defensive ability. He uses sand to form a shield to protect himself. Yulan's Taigu obviously cannot penetrate Gaara's defense. Here, Will and Haitong faced Orochimaru with a lot of means, and it was indeed difficult to win quickly, but they were dragged into a protracted battle. Orochimaru not only summoned 10,000 snakes with the summoning technique, held back the doll corpses of Haitong, and then started a melee battle with Will. The Kusanagi sword slashed on Will's armor, sputtering bursts of sparks, but it could not be destroyed. The opponent's armor. By the way, should this be an armor-type weapon like that guy named Brand just now? In this way, the defense must be extremely strong, and it is not easy for him to break the defense. Thinking of this, Orochimaru quickly formed a seal and whispered, the formation of 10,000 snakes. Then, a large number of snakes appeared, and the densely packed Lion Majesty rushed up, engulfing Will directly. Although Will was swallowed by the snakes, he was not afraid of the Lion Majesty because of the armor, so after a fight, the snakes were wiped out by him instead. However, taking advantage of this time, Orochimaru quickly took down the unattended black pupil, and directly threatened Will, I think you should know what I want to do. Will looked at the black pupil that fell into Orochimaru's hand, the face under the visor was frighteningly cold, and he suppressed his anger and said sharply, Orochimaru, I warn you, if she loses a hair, I have to kill you. I'm sorry, she probably lost a few strands of hair, but that's not my question, so what's your answer? Orochimaru didn't care about Will's words, but licked his tongue and said in a sinister tone. And Orochimaru's actions undoubtedly showed his pervert side. Wilton was stumped and caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Naruto was yelling loudly, Orochimaru, you're so mean. After the treatment, plus Naruto's own physique, he was alive and kicking immediately, so after seeing what Orochimaru did, Uzumaki Naruto naturally watched it and cursed directly. Naruto, shut up. Of course, when Naruto scolded, little Sakura and Sasuke didn't like it, so they ordered Naruto to shut up. Sasuke was not happy with Naruto's previous performance. After fainting, he knew that it was Naruto who sent Kamui the victory after Xiao Sakura's explanation. As long as he thinks about it, Sasuke is not happy, so when he sees Naruto shouting indiscriminately again, he naturally wants to spray. Needless to say, little Sakura, she will do what Sasuke wants to do, which is normal. Naruto didn't understand. He thought Orochimaru's behavior could be a good person's act. Fighting must be upright, how can you threaten others? Naruto, the rules don't say that this is not allowed, it just says that you can win, and Orochimaru saw the opponent's weakness, so there is nothing wrong with doing this. However, fortunately, Shikamaru came forward to answer, which can be regarded as a lesson for Naruto. Although Naruto understood this truth, he still couldn't help muttering, even if this is the case, it can't be like this, isn't it shameful? Shikamaru patiently explained, Naruto, we are ninjas. When carrying out missions, we always pay attention to unscrupulous means, but here as long as the rules allow, we can do it. And here Naruto remained silent, obviously wanting to digest this matter well. Of course, with Naruto's character, he would never do that. Orochimaru didn't care about these arguments, now he was very aware of these gatekeepers, they were just appetizers, the real difficulty was with the layer master. The floor master of the first floor, the real big boss, is probably very difficult to deal with. So if you want to fight against that floor master, you must seize the opportunity to win the two battles, get a certain amount of points, and then use the points to buy your favorite things in the store, so that you can become stronger. Will was silent for a long time, and finally gave up. Okay, as you wish. But Orochimaru didn't have a trace of joy on his face. Instead, he said very seriously, according to your approach, I seem to understand something. I can see that the floor master of the first floor is quite scary. Although Will surrendered, Orochimaru didn't mean to be happy, but his expression became more serious. Obviously, Orochimaru realized that the master of the first floor was very strong, otherwise Will wouldn't have given up just like that, because he firmly believed that none of the current challengers could break through the first floor. Interesting, really interesting. Although he knew that his opponent was strong, Orochimaru was not only not afraid, but became more and more excited, and was eager to know who this layer master was. No, that's the end of it. Watching this scene, Temari found that only one person was still insisting, and was a little confused. Anko wasn't too surprised, she knew Orochimaru's method very well, so she was quite calm on the contrary. Lan, let's give up. Will was negotiating with Lan, obviously hoping that Lan could give up, but the latter agreed after hesitating for a while. Unlike Liwa, Lan is biased towards Will and Haitong, and Liwa is completely loyal to Ace, so Liwa is either defeated, or it is impossible to agree to surrender like this. It's a pity that he has already been defeated by Anko and Temari, so there is no way to oppose him. A bunch of trash, why are they so incompetent? Leviathan looked at the hunter who had already lost, and cursed directly. She didn't expect that neither the night attack nor the hunter could win the victory. With such a result, Leviathan is of course unacceptable. Because in this way, Shemming Maruan can be arrogant in front of her. Leviathan, accept reality. Sure enough, Shimei Maruan showed a bright smile on his face, comforting him softly. However, the gesture of Shimei Maruan undoubtedly made Leviathan feel uncomfortable, so Leviathan ignored it and left the field directly. The magic circle appeared at Leviathan's feet and teleported her away. Shimei Maruan couldn't help but blinked as she watched Leviathan leave, but she was obviously not surprised. After a while, Shemming Maruan smiled again and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, something happened, but the overall impact is not big. The first day of today's battle is over, so we will see you tomorrow." After saying these words, Shemming Maruan also slipped away. As for the current situation on the court, except for Gaara, who was still screaming and seemed to want to continue. Everyone else had already stopped. Chapter 25. Although Gaara wanted to continue, Demiurge stopped Gaara before he could start his action. As far as Gaara was capable, Demiurge didn't need to do anything, he just drank, and the latter fainted immediately. For Demiurge, this kind of mental attack can be said to be simple, and it can be regarded as easy to come by. He can make the target faint or surrender by opening his mouth casually. All in all, as long as the target's strength is not enough, Demiurge can do whatever he wants with you. With the departure of the two hosts, Demiurge continued his previous work and told everyone about the follow-up arrangements. This is the end of today's battle. You can leave first and go to the arranged room to rest. Tomorrow, you will continue to fight against the gatekeeper. After you have all finished the battle with the hunter and the night raider, you are sure to have won all of them. Then you can formally challenge the floor master. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, and said meaningfully, "So, don't you have to wait?" Demiurge pushed his glasses, and said with a blank expression, "Look at your situation, after tomorrow is over, if you are willing to start immediately, you can arrange it the next day, but if you don't, then we'll have to wait a little longer. Let's talk about it later. We want to rest first." Shikamaru spoke first. He said that these things are not in a hurry, and now he has to rest. "No problem, you can leave," Demiurge said, clapping his hands. Naturally, a portal circle appeared under the feet of Orochimaru, Shikamaru, and others, and then these people were all teleported to their living places. There shouldn't be any surprises in tomorrow's battle. Alas, what a pity. Albedo sighed, as if she was a little dissatisfied. She was not satisfied with night raids or hunters. Although whether it is a night attack or a hunter, since it appears on the first floor, it naturally means that the strength is not good, but this does not mean that it can be lost. At least from Albedo's point of view, this loss was ugly. Whether it is a night attack or a hunter, they are all quite ordinary. We don't need to worry about these things, go back and report to work. Demiurge didn't care about these things, but had to report to work first. Even though Qin Mu had already watched the live broadcast, the report still had to be reported. As he said that, a magic circle also appeared under Demiurge's feet, teleporting it away. Albedo didn't say any more, and left after her. The line of sight came to the place where Orochimaru and others were. This is a hotel built on a high mountain. And Orochimaru, Temari, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang and others were all in the lobby of the hotel, each choosing a room to stay in. There is a special reception responsible for this aspect, so there is no need to worry that there will be any mistakes, and everyone has chosen the free service tacitly, instead of using points to buy more advanced services. After all, the usefulness of these points is very important, and it is impossible to use them for enjoyment. After the two battles just now, whether it is the proud Orochimaru, or Temari from Sand Shinobi Village, Anko, Shikamaru, and others are all concerned. Clearly, these are just appetizers. The truly terrifying place lies in the mysterious floor master. Only by breaking through the first layer can it be called a real success, and defeating these gatekeepers cannot be called a success. But if you want to break through the first layer, your strength must be guaranteed, so these points must be used wisely, and you must not just waste them in vain. Just when everyone had different thoughts, Orochimaru suddenly asked, "Yes, how many points have you all gained?" "Orochimaru, why are you asking this?" Anko looked wary, obviously guarding against Orochimaru. Seeing that Anko was so nervous, Orochimaru could only shrug his shoulders and try to speak in a calmer tone. "You don't need to be nervous. Points cannot be snatched. I'm just asking. Besides, the floor master still needs us to continue to cooperate, so let's talk about it first. This can be regarded as cultivating a sense of trust." Anko said without hesitation, "Unfortunately, I don't have any sense of trust in you." Orochimaru obviously didn't care about Anko's indifferent attitude, but instead took the initiative to reveal the points he had obtained. Okay, let me just talk about the points I got. I currently have 1,500 points. What? So many? Anko couldn't help being stunned, and blurted out a sentence. Immediately afterwards, she said again, I only have 500 points. I also have 500. Temari couldn't help frowning and said like this. Then, she looked at Kankuro and asked, Kankuro, what about you? Seeing his sister questioning him with a serious expression, Kankuro was a little embarrassed, and said falteringly, ahem, I only have 100 points. What's going on? There are so few. Temari is naturally very disappointed. Obviously, with 100 points, you can't buy any good things. Gaara, what about you? Temari didn't seem to be too afraid of his younger brother, so he asked Gaara instead. Gaara's mental state has stabilized. Although she was not very willing to talk to her, she finally answered, 1,000. As Orochimaru revealed his own points first, followed by Anko, Temari, and others, so the points of everyone on the Orochimaru team were finally clear. Orochimaru 1,500 points. Anko 500 points. Temari 500 points. Gaara 1,000 points. Kankuro 300 points. Then, after the Orochimaru team's points were summarized, it was the turn of Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. Naruto 2,500 points. Niji 1,000 points. Sasuke 1,000 points. Shikamaru 1,000 points. Chiji 1,000 points. Xiao Li 1,000 points. Shino 500 points. Teeth 500 points. Everyday 500 points. Hinata 500 points. Ino 300 points. Little Sakura 300 points. With the respective information given, Orochimaru pondered over it seriously, and then came to a conclusion. Then, Orochimaru said in a deep voice, I seem to understand a little bit, it depends on the degree of victory of the contribution, that is to say, how many things you do, the greater the effect, the more points you will get. After a pause, it seemed that after figuring it out, Orochimaru said with a smile, is this the way to get points in team battles? Not bad, this is not bad. By contribution? That being said, tomorrow will be easy. After figuring it out, Orochimaru stopped staying and went to his room. As for going to the store to buy goods, there is no need to worry about it, you have to look at the corresponding things first, and it won't be too late to buy after you make a decision. Chapter 26. After all, there are two types of stores, one is offline stores and the other is online stores. Although Orochimaru doesn't quite understand it, he knows that one needs to go to the store to buy in person, and one needs to open the interface by himself, and after browsing, which product he thinks is suitable, he can buy it with points. What should we do? Naruto couldn't hold back any longer, and hurriedly asked after Orochimaru left, yes, what should we do? Shall we go to the store right away? Chiji had already started eating at this time, and said while eating, Naruto, are you in such a hurry? According to Chiji's words, I have been exercising for such a long time just now, and I have consumed too much energy. I have to eat to replenish the energy consumed. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Of course Naruto was in a hurry. When he thought about the strength he had exploded before, he was able to defeat those gatekeepers. Although this is a good thing, but relying on such uncertain factors, it can be said that he has no confidence in his heart. Therefore, Naruto believes that it must rely on becoming stronger, rather than relying on the power of the monster. Who knows when the power of the monster will explode? All in all, this is not very reliable, you still have to become stronger yourself. Don't worry, the gatekeepers are already so difficult to deal with. It's hard to talk to the floor owner, and it's the big boss of the first floor. Well, I guess it's very difficult to deal with. As soon as Naruto's words came out, he got a lot of recognition. Mr. Naruto, you are right, work hard. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up, then showed his white teeth, and praised Naruto. However, Naruto immediately got goosebumps when he saw Xiao Li with such a set of movements. Good guy, I feel really uncomfortable all over. When Sasuke learned that it was Naruto who defeated Kaitong and others, he was undoubtedly stimulated in his heart. He couldn't accept that he was not as good as a crane tail. So after seeing Naruto being so self-motivated, he left the hotel without saying a word. Obviously, Sasuke wanted to rush to the store as soon as possible, first to see what good things were available, and to buy them quickly. When Naruto saw that Sasuke was running away, of course he followed up immediately, and at the same time he did not forget to yell, "Sasuke, wait for me!" But Naruto Sasuke slipped away, and Ya also pulled Shino to follow. Xiao Li, Niji and others also followed out, obviously all for the same purpose. As a result, people left in 7s and 8s, only the 4 girls, Shikamaru and Chi did not leave. As for the Sand Shinobi village trio, they have already returned to the room. Anko followed after Orochimaru left, apparently to see his teacher. So after seeing Shikamaru, Chi didn't leave, and Ino asked directly. Why don't you two go? Shikamaru directly turned on the big screen, opened the column of the store, and said, "It's available in the online store, why should I go to the offline store to buy it?" Ino etal. Is that so? Well, Naruto and the others can be said to have gone the wrong way. At this time, Naruto and his party have arrived at the store, which is the dimensional store. Yes, looking at the signboard above, Naruto was obviously very excited and hurried in. As for Sasuke is already inside, 2 young girls are responsible for receiving him, explaining enthusiastically. Is there anyone else in the store? Naruto looked at the 2 girls and subconsciously blurted out a sentence. After hearing Naruto's words, the 2 looked over and noticed that there was a group of people behind them, and they immediately became excited. I didn't expect you to come to the store to buy things in person. It's not easy. One of the girls screamed directly, seeming very excited. Yuli, calm down. And the other black-haired girl couldn't help saying helplessly seeing her companion like this. Qin Mu, why are you so calm? Finally, someone is here. It's something to be happy about. The girl named Yuli didn't care about this, but shouted even more excitedly. Isn't there anyone coming? After hearing these words, Naruto was taken aback. No one came, isn't that fake? Yuli sighed, and said like this, there is no way, since the launch of the online store model, no one is willing to come to the offline store, so Qin Mu and I basically haven't seen a few people. An online store. Naturally, Naruto and the others looked dumbfounded, obviously they didn't know about the online store. You don't know it's normal, Mensen is like this. Yuli was obviously not surprised, she said with a smile on her hands on her hips. Sasuke continued to look at the things in the store, regardless of what these people were saying, but Xiao Li seemed to think of something, and asked curiously, are you on every floor? Yuli nodded, and said affirmatively, of course, but we are all projections, not the main body, and our main body is on the top floor, so from the 1st floor to the 100th floor, we are all projections. Naruto asked curiously, Isn't the top floor the 100th floor? Of course not. The top floor is the residence of the owner of the Tower of Babylon, and we live there. Yuli shook her head, indicating that it was not. Niji's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, then I want to ask. Don't ask, we won't reveal any information about the owner of the Tower of Babylon. Qin Mu interrupted directly, saying that these things will not be revealed, and there is no need for you to ask any more. That's right, don't ask these questions, you should take a look at the products. Yuli nodded again and again, saying that there is no need to ask these questions, but that she should buy something. Then, Yuli added, yes, we have introduced this little brother just now, and now he is obviously in a state of entanglement, so what do you want? Become stronger. Naruto said without hesitation. The corner of Qin Mu's mouth twitched slightly, obviously a little helpless. However, she still said conscientiously, it's too general, everyone knows that you are going to become stronger, but which route do you want to take? What kind of power system do you need? Or those props or weapons, bloodlines, skills law, etc., these all need to be chosen. After speaking, after a short pause, Cheeto gave another suggestion. Yes, in view of your situation, I recommend you to use the online store model in the future, because the online store has already classified them, and you can choose them yourself, so that you can avoid wasting time. At this moment, Jinai suddenly said, it's really caring. And Naruto, Kaiba, and others all looked at him, as if surprised that Shino appeared here. Chapter 27. Are your expressions saying, why are you doing this? Shino obviously understood, so he just asked. No, how could it be? Ya quickly denied it, saying that there was nothing like that. Then, Ya quickly changed the topic and brought his attention back to buying goods. Shino. My sense of existence is indeed a problem. While Shino was worried, Uchiha Sasuke had something to say. I've decided, I want this potion. Sasuke has already decided, pointing to a bottle of red potion, indicating that he wants to buy this bottle of potion. Evolution potion. Cheeto knew what it was at a glance, and she asked like this, Uchiha Sasuke, are you sure? Certainly. Sasuke replied in the affirmative. Hearing this, Qin Mu shrugged and said lightly, okay, let's get 150 points. It costs 150 points for just this potion? Isn't it too expensive? Naruto obviously couldn't understand, and couldn't help complaining. Yuli looked solemn, and said seriously, this is an evolution potion. It is obviously very suitable for Uchiha Sasuke, and 150 points is not expensive. Naruto was a little confused, muttering, evolution potion. But Ya already understood, and blurted out, Sasuke, are you going to evolve Sharingan? Sasuke nodded, and said coldly, that's right, this evolution potion can strengthen the potential of the human body, thereby promoting the evolution of the user's own abilities, and the Sharingan I have can naturally evolve to the next stage. Qin Mu on the side suddenly said, a friendly reminder, although evolution can evolve, generally speaking, it can only pass through a stage, so do you understand? It's okay, just use the 3-hook jade now, that's enough. Sasuke is naturally aware that the evolution of Sharingan is not that simple, so he buys an evolution potion with 150 points, and it is enough to evolve to the 3-hook jade strike. The Sharingan under the 3-go jade is already something that very few people in the Uchiha clan can achieve. Generally, those who open their eyes to the 3-go jade already have the strength of Jainin, so Sasuke thinks that he can have the San-go Jainin, which is enough. If I can get points again tomorrow, I'll see what I need to buy later. I'm not in a hurry right now. Let's upgrade Sharingan to Sanguya first. Sasuke has decided what to buy, and here Niji has also made a decision. I want to strengthen Bun, so I want this strengthening potion. Seeing that Niji made a choice, I couldn't help muttering, one is to evolve, and the other is to be strengthened. Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved to the next stage. Niji's white eyes should be strengthened. How can the white eyes be strengthened? Tooth, don't worry about these things, take care of yourself. Jinai sighed and reminded. After all, Sasuke and Niji have choices now, and Xiaoli and Naruto are also watching seriously, but they are just looking around. Is this appropriate? Okay, you're right. Ya originally wanted to argue, but after taking a look at Naruto and the others, he suddenly lost his mind, and he had to work hard. Thinking of this, Ya is seriously looking at it, ready to see what suits him. Then, Inyazuka Tooth found out. Beast Tamer. This is. And Inyazuka's muttering was heard by Yuli, who glanced at where Inyazuka was looking, and immediately understood what the other party wanted. Guest, your vision is really good. This animal trainer is really suitable for you. However, Kaiba's mind is full of how to become a beast trainer, so he asked eagerly, I want to know how to do this, I don't want to give up Akamaru. Yuli snapped her fingers lightly, calling up a virtual screen, and combined with the pictures on the screen to explain the teeth. It's very simple, you let it eat the magic crystal core, so that it can be transformed into a magic pet, and you need to become a beast tamer to train your unlucky magic pet, you understand? Familiar needs to evolve. At present, in the dimensional store on the first floor, you can only become a first-level animal trainer and your magic pet can be transformed into a first-level magic pet. You will then need to enter the second floor, to continue. I see, just do this. After listening to the tooth, he was very satisfied, but then he couldn't help shouting, no, is a magic crystal core so expensive? It actually costs 250 points? It's too expensive, isn't it? Guest, magic pets are very powerful, even if they are first-level magic pets. Yuli actively promoted them, expressing that the power of beast trainers and magic pets should not be underestimated. I want it. Although it is very expensive, but for the future, Ye still insisted. As for Naruto and Xiao Li has a clear goal. His strength lies in physical skills, so he needs to strengthen his body so that he can withstand the 8 inner gates. I want this, to strengthen my body, I need this. Xiao Li was very decisive, knowing what he wanted, and immediately bought products for strengthening his body. Secondly, after seeing the effect of the stamina potion, he immediately understood that it could be used to restore stamina, and these things were actually not expensive, so he bought them right away. At the same time, Xiao Li did not forget to remind his companions, hoping that everyone would buy these potions. Everyone, there are some potions that are very useful, such as stamina potions, life potions, and mana potions. It should also be used to restore chakra, so these potions have to be bought. However, after Xiao Li finished speaking, no one responded, and finally Niji spoke. Xiao Li, no one is a fool, they all know whether they should buy it, you don't need to say it. Xiao Li was silent for a while, looked at Naruto and asked, are you sure? Niji was also silent, and then said indifferently, that is an exception. Uzumaki Naruto? That was definitely an accident, nothing to say. But Naruto is a little tangled at this time, not knowing how to make a choice. Yes, at the moment Naruto is facing a choice between the two. Originally, Naruto hoped to enhance his own strength and enrich his ninjutsu, physical skills, etc., but with his 250 points, it is obvious that he can do this. However, Cheeto gave him some advice, saying that the key is not these, but the 9 tails in your body. As long as you can successfully grasp the 9 tails, you will gain extremely strong power. Miss Cheeto, are you sure this thing can help me? Naruto scratched his head impatiently and asked in annoyance. To this, Qin nodded, and replied affirmatively, yes, I can be sure. Chapter 28. Although I hate that monster, is it really good if it is controlled like this? Naruto seemed very conflicted, he didn't like 9 tails, and he was also very afraid. However, if it is so forcibly controlled and used for its own use, is it really appropriate? Naruto obviously didn't like this approach, and he looked at the product with a price tag of 200 points, a control item called Heart Ring. According to the above statement, as long as he wears this thing, he can control the 9 tails in his body and use the opponent's power at will. However, Naruto eventually gave up, he didn't want to do it. I don't want it, I don't want it. Naruto shook his head violently, expressing that he should not do this, and began to mutter in his mouth. Really? Since you don't want to be alerted, you can only choose what you wanted at the beginning, powerful ninjutsu and physical skills. Qin Mu didn't seem surprised by Naruto's choice, but directly listed some ninjutsu, gymnastics, Raise Nan, Flying Thunder God technique. These are. Naruto was naturally relieved to see that Cheeto didn't sell the heart ring to himself, and then he was completely attracted by the dazzling array of ninjutsu. Just these ninjutsu sounds very powerful. With your 2,500 points, you can basically buy all these ninjutsu. Qin Mu continued to introduce, acting very professional. Raise Nan, Flying Thunder God technique. I want it, I want it. Naruto naturally agreed directly, saying that he would buy these ninjutsu. Then, Naruto directly spent 2,500 points, excluding these two ninjutsu, and also strengthened his physical skills, which immediately improved his strength rapidly. The current Naruto is definitely the strongest among the challengers. Even Orochimaru may not be able to beat Naruto, but it doesn't matter if Orochimaru can't. They have a lot of life-saving means, and although Naruto's strength has improved, his experience is still average, so if there is a real fight, basically no one can do anything to anyone. After all, Naruto has 9 tails, and now his physical skills are strengthened, and there are more ball rolling and flying thunder god. No matter how many tricks Orochimaru has, if he can't catch up with Naruto, it will be for nothing. Although Naruto has flying thunder god, Orochimaru has a strong life-saving ability, so it is really reasonable to say that it is 50-50 and no one can do anything to anyone. Then, after all the formalities were completed, Qin Mu looked at Naruto and the others again, and said indifferently, "Okay, you can leave now." Naturally, Naruto and the others didn't stay any longer, but hurried back to the hotel. After the footage of Naruto and his group in the dimensional store was broadcast, the ninja world naturally caused great waves again. Apparently, all of this has been confirmed. As long as you enter the Tower of Babylon, you will gain something if you win. This is undoubtedly good news for many careerists. For example, Danzo is one of the representatives. He thinks these gatekeepers are nothing more than that, not even as scary. It seems that it is necessary for him to explore. But the question is, when will the second entry of personnel be opened? Speaking of which, this is a problem. Thinking of this, Danzo felt that he couldn't wait any longer, and sent the people at the route to guard first, regardless of whether it was useful or not. This was also a statement of attitude. "Hiruzen, I can't let you stop me." In order to gain great power, Danzo thought it was necessary for him to go in Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply, wondering what he was thinking. As for the others, they also remained silent. For Naruto to choose Raise Nan and Flying Thunder God technique all at once, everyone can only say that this is fate. A flash of nostalgia flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and he couldn't help thinking of his teacher, and then looked at Naruto now, and the past life of the other party. At this moment, Kakashi's mood is really mixed, and he doesn't know what to do. What happened to Naruto, if the teacher and his wife know? Thinking of this, Kakashi was worried again. When Kakashi was worried, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke the calm, but he didn't talk about the gains of Naruto and others, but said about entering the Tower of Babylon. Since Naruto, who entered first, has confirmed that the Tower of Babylon is not a fake, then whether it is us or the major ninja villages, they will all think about how to enter the Tower of Babylon. And the ones who bear the brunt of this must be our Konoha, because the Tower of Babylon fell in Konoha, and it is impossible for those ninja villages to sit idly by. Also, the attitude of the Tower of Babylon obviously doesn't matter. For them, as long as someone enters, that's fine, nothing else matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly summed it up, saying that Konoha will inevitably be threatened by each ninja village in the future, and will face great trouble at that time. Master Hokage, you mean? And just after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, someone had already spoken. It's impossible to monopolize, so we have to cooperate. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is unwilling to let other ninja villages come in to get a share of the action, it is not his turn to decide this kind of thing, and the Tower of Babylon is too. Hiruzen, even if this is the case, we have to continue sending people in, and we can't let Orochimaru take advantage of it. Mitokado Homura knew that things couldn't be done, and knew that this was the only way to go, but when he thought of Orochimaru, he felt uneasy, so he made another suggestion. Udaten Koharu naturally agreed and echoed, "Yes, Hiruzen, Orochimaru is currently an unstable factor, and no one can check and balance him. We must let Kakashi in, or let Jiraiya and Tsunade come back, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous of." After hearing these words, Mitokado Homura continued to say, "Orochimaru appeared in Konoha, there is a problem in the first place, we must investigate this hidden danger, we can't let his plan succeed, although I don't know what he is going to do, but there must be a conspiracy in it." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled slowly, and said with worry on his face, "As for the Jiraiya and Tsunade you mentioned, I have already sent someone to look for them. I hope they can dare to come before the shadows from each ninja village arrive, otherwise this matter will be troublesome." To talk about these things, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have arranged them, and to say that sending people into the Tower of Babylon must have been thought about. But this family doesn't have that willingness, so they can't force their way in, right? So Sarutobi Hiruzen speculates that it must wait for more people to arrive before opening the door again and allowing people to enter the Tower of Babylon. So what needs to be done now is to arrange good people and assign the people who will enter next time. As for these members, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs careful consideration. Chapter 29. Luju, how do you think it should be distributed? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time before asking. And Naraluyu, who was asked, gave the answer after pondering for a moment. Since there are genin inside, and these genin have team leaders, then the respective team leaders will form a team, and then enter the Tower of Babylon. First of all, as the team leader, they can coordinate the team very well. The second is that Kakashi and the others are the Mesozoic in the village, so this can show the outside world that Konoha is the current backbone force and play a deterrent role. In fact, Nara still knows what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks, so he tries to speak according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking, with some suggestions of his own along the way, trying to be as tight as possible. As far as the ability displayed by the Tower of Babylon is concerned, I believe that no one can remain indifferent. Then what needs to be done at this time is to balance the forces of all parties. The 4 candidates proposed by Naraluyu are enough to explain the problem. Hatake Kakashi, the Hokage faction. Sarutobi Asuma, the previous surname is enough to explain the problem. Kurane Ui and Gai are both the backbone of the village, staunch supporters of the will of fire, plus the ninjas in the Tower of Babylon, which one is not from a wealthy family. Leaving aside the 7th class, the rest of the classes are not easy. The next generation of Inoshika Ch. The lady of the Hyuga family and the representative of the branch house. Xiao Li is Gai's direct disciple. Although Tian Tian is not a wealthy family, his family runs a ninja shop. He is rich. Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino are also Konoha's ninja clan, so they must not be underestimated. These are the future of the village and represent the future of the current Konoha clans. Therefore, Naraluyu knew very well that it was obviously reasonable to let the leading teachers of each class enter. As for Master Hokage's other arrangements later, it depends on his own arrangements. Okay, let's arrange it like this. As for the later, well, I will make another arrangement. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, and said that this is possible, but there are still some personnel arrangements later, so he has to arrange it himself. And the people present except a few people, for example, Gai. The rest of the people basically understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen means. However, unlike Konoha's side, each ninja village has already made arrangements, and Ukage leads the team to Konoha himself, and must arrive at Konoha in the shortest possible time. At the same time, within Akatsuki's organization, Boss, should we go too? Haydn and Deidara were already clamoring, obviously hoping to take action and enter the Tower of Babylon to find out. Pain didn't rush to speak, but remained silent, as if he was thinking. But Conan on the side showed worried eyes. She knew exactly what was going on, and understood that Nagato was making a choice. But Conan was obviously unwilling to let Nagato enter Konoha, because there would definitely be problems. Once Nagato himself is revealed, and Pen's six-path secrets are revealed, the consequences. Conan does not allow such a thing to happen, so if Nagato is determined to go, then she must stop it. Boss, do you have any concerns? Deidara, Haydn and the others didn't care about the atmosphere, instead they continued to work hard. And Conan has reached a breaking point, and she wonders if she should do it. Just when Conan was about to explode, Xie suddenly said, "Actually, I think if we go, the problem shouldn't be too big." As he said that, Scorpion paused for a while, and then said, "We are all mobilized, where can we go in the ninja world? After arriving at Konoha, as long as we enter the Tower of Babylon, there will be no private fights at that time, and we will break through first. Let's talk about the first floor, right? It makes sense, it's feasible." Kakuzu said that there is no problem, if all the members are mobilized, there is no need to worry about the various ninja villages looking for trouble. "No, you were afraid of this just now." Haydn opened his mouth wide, expressing shock, and yelled. "Haydn, do you think the ninja villages are easy to deal with?" However, for Haydn's actions, Kakuzu sneered in turn. "It's okay to be arrogant, and it's okay to be arrogant. But don't be too arrogant. Just like Haydn, do you really think you can single out the 5 strongest villages headed by Konoha? Don't be kidding, this is impossible, except for all the staff, otherwise don't even think about it. Only by mobilizing all the members can the 5 villages be shaken." "Kakuzu, you are afraid, I am not afraid." Of course Haydn ignored it, but continued to clamor, expressing that he was never afraid. "Humph, what world have I never seen? Are you still afraid?" As for the arrogant Haydn, Kakuzu smiled disdainfully. Then, Kakuzu started bragging about his story with First Hokage. "I fought against First Hokage back then, and you weren't even born at that time, so how can you have the right to call me? When Lao Zi fought with First Hokage, you Haydn, let alone your mother's womb, probably your father was not even born, so what do you call yourself? Cut. First Hokage, I can fight too." Not to be outdone, Haydn insisted on giving himself a wave, so he uttered harsh words. "First Hokage? You Kakuzu can fight, but I can't? But I can fight just as well, and better than you. Kakuzu. I'm just blowing it up, why do you take it seriously? And you still play First Hokage? I'm afraid it's not that people didn't see it, so it disappeared." Although Haydn has an immortal body, judging from First Hokage's methods, dealing with Haydn is undoubtedly a no-brainer. For example, Seal. So Kakuzu is not optimistic about Haydn, thinking that the other party is giving away the head. "Okay, stop arguing, let's go to Konoha." Pain interrupted everyone, and instead announced his order. Then, he turned and left. Seeing this, Conan could only follow. She needed to talk to Nagato. "It looks like it's time to get ready," Deidara said as he turned around to see that he needed to be ready to meet the challenges ahead. As for the remaining few people, they also have their own ideas, but the order given by the leader must be carried out. Naturally, Black Zetsu has already slipped away. As for where to go? Well, then of course go to Obito's. There are some things that need to be said. And here, after Black Zetsu found Uchiha Obito, he told Uchiha Obito about Nagato's decision, and then asked, "Obito, what are you going to do?" Uchiha Obito affirmed Nagato's approach and said, "Nagato's decision is correct, and I will go there when the time comes." Then, Uchiha Obito emphasized again, also, call me Madara. In words, Uchiha Obito is very dissatisfied with the title of Black Zetsu. Chapter 30. Madara? Do you deserve it? Black Zetsu really wanted to throw his face away, and rage at Uchiha Obito, an idiot, but he held back in the end. Whether it's Madara or Obito, they're just pawns, and the dumber the pawns, the easier it is to control, so it's okay. Black Zetsu emphasized this point again and again, telling himself that there is no need to care about what Obito said. The key now is the Tower of Babylon. If it doesn't work, Uchiha Madara can only be resurrected in advance. Otherwise, Black Zetsu really doesn't know what to do. Wait, according to those people, you can get anything from the Tower of Babylon, so can I manipulate it? And as long as he thinks that this is possible to succeed, Black Zetsu said that he is really moved. As long as the mother is resurrected, everything will be fine. Of course, Black Zetsu will not put the treasure on this. If it fails, it will startle the snake, so we must deal with this matter calmly. Therefore, Black Zetsu said falsely again, if you go, will it arouse suspicion? There's no need to worry about the Tower of Babylon coming out now. Uchiha Obito, for the sake of his so-called world, doesn't allow anyone to mess it up. So for his own purpose, for the sake of Project Tsuki no Mi, he must figure out what purpose this so-called Tower of Babylon has. Seeing that Obito had a plan, Black Zetsu said again, okay, Nagato has already said to leave as soon as possible, so I'm not with you, I'll go by myself. Uchiha Obito interrupted Black Zetsu, saying he was going alone. Black Zetsu. It doesn't matter, anyway, I have to make second-hand preparations. Since Obito insisted on doing this, Black Zetsu naturally didn't care, but he needed to make other preparations to avoid any accidents later, which would affect his plans. While all parties outside the ninja world were in turmoil, the Tower of Babylon was peaceful. For example, in the first floor, Naruto, Sasuke, and others are all resting, preparing for tomorrow's battle. As for Orochimaru, this old silver coin was discovered in the first floor dimensional store, and longevity does not exist, which undoubtedly made him very yearning. But then Orochimaru discovered a surprise. There are ninjutsu strengthening sales in the store, which can improve some of the defects of ninjutsu and make ninjutsu more powerful. In this way, Orochimaru perfected reanimation jutsu without hesitation, let alone living corpse reincarnation. This method of longevity is no longer suitable, and Orochimaru is completely eyeing this tower, and he wants to get a more perfect method of longevity here. The perfect reanimation jutsu does not need to use the body of a living person, but only needs to use its own blood and the physical tissue of the dead to successfully summon it. The strength of the deceased is that he can maintain most of the strength in front of him, and he can maintain about 80% of his strength, which is obviously enough. Tomorrow. No, I have to wait until I beat the floor master to use it, so I don't need it now. That's enough for now. That kid Gaara can take advantage of him, and against night raids, well, it should be fine. After determining the general strategy, Orochimaru also chose to fall asleep, but he did not sleep very hard, but chose a light sleep, and would wake up immediately if something happened. On the contrary, Anko couldn't fall asleep. She felt that the level of the gatekeeper might be easy, but the words of the floor master. To be honest, I really have no idea. I don't know what will happen, and the village. Oh, it's so annoying. I have to say that Anko is really annoying and in a bad mood. However, things like these have nothing to do with Qin Mu. At this time, Qin Mu was still in the room just now. The difference was that the big screen just now had disappeared, obviously it stopped playing the screen after the battle was over. And Ace was obediently standing aside at this time, with a very humble posture, not at all the aura that an ice queen should have, but like a little girl next door. The reason is naturally not because of Qin Mu or Yakumo Zi, like Qin Mu who likes Acitus's arrogance and rebelliousness very much. As for Yakumo Zi, She is too lazy to talk to Acetus, she has no interest in caring about these things at all. According to what she said. If you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, we won't care about it. So why is Acetus like this? It's very simple, of course, because there are two more women here. One is the Lord of Hell, the god of demons, the holy demon god Poluna Diallo, and the other is Lady, one of the first four Uranus, the former Lord of Heaven, and also fell into the 12 wings of a fallen angel Archangel Ashesniel. As far as these two are concerned, they can definitely be among the top 5 people Acetus fears the most, so can Acetus not be persuaded? This attitude must be correct, otherwise she will be cold. Night raids, hunters, are they so watery? Poluna complained about this, and came directly to Qin Mu. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with the gatekeepers on the first floor, and thought that they should be withdrawn at this level and had to be replaced with new gatekeepers. Acetus didn't dare to say a word after that, he could only lower his head obediently. She knew that Poluna was talking to herself, and in fact Acetus was also very dissatisfied with night raids and hunters, so she already had the idea of changing people. It's just the first floor, there's no need to be so angry. Qin Mu smiled indifferently, hugged Poluna into her arms, and comforted her softly. Yakumo Zi looked at Poluna, who was embraced by Qin Mu. She seemed to be calm on the surface, but in fact she leaned sideways on the side of the sofa and straightened her legs. Then, she said with a smile, the reason why she got so angry is that this is an event held by the demon camp, and in the 2 battles on the first day, the gatekeepers all ended in defeat. May I ask how she can fight? Are you happy? Yakumo Zi, you talk too much nonsense. Poluna turned her head slightly, looked at her indifferently, and said coldly. Yakumo Zi waved the folding fan in her hand, and said with a smile on her face, we are just telling the truth, and if we are on the side of the monster camp, if we have this problem, we will also get angry. Saying that, Yakumo Zi looked at Ashesniel, who was sitting beside him, and asked softly, yes, Axes, what do you think? Chapter 31. Ashesniel rolled his eyes slightly, glanced at the smiling Yakumo Zi, and then said slowly, my opinion is to ignore it, wait until these people confront Acetus. Speaking of this, Ashesniel paused for a moment, and then said, with the ability of Acetus, if you can't even defend the first floor, don't come up here all the time in the future. And hearing Ashesniel say this, Acetus' forehead broke out in cold sweat, and she naturally realized that this was not a joke. Therefore, Acetus hastily stated his position, expressing his determination. Master Neil, don't worry, I can definitely handle this matter well. If it is said that he cannot come to this top floor in the future, then Acetus will definitely go crazy, so this must not happen. Axes, you are serious. Seeing that Ashesniel spoke so seriously, Qin Mu naturally wanted to say something so that Acetus would not be frightened. Whether it's serious or not, you know in your own mind, so I won't say more. Ashesniel said lightly while sitting gracefully with his hands folded. Well said. Poluna praised. Then, she looked at Acetus again, and said coldly, Acetus, I won't talk to you, I don't care about Qin Mu, but if you can't do what I told you, the consequences will be fine. How, you know it in your heart. Acetus groaned secretly in his heart, thinking that if it wasn't for the night attack and the hunter's performance on the first day was too bad, he wouldn't be reprimanded. Of course, she was also very dissatisfied with the night raids and hunters. Who let yourself lose face? And as long as he thought about Alice Leia, if that guy came, he would probably be ridiculed, so Acetus was also very angry. However, she still needs to appease Poluna's anger right now, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Acetus quickly explained, Master Poluna, with my strength, it is not a problem to defend the first floor, even if it is a big fight, I can handle it. Yakumo Zi saw Acetus utter bold words, so she had to interrupt and said, Acetus, don't talk so full, if you really have to face the elite ninja circle, you may not be able to win. That's right, don't be careless, have you forgotten what I told you before? Qin Mu agreed with Yakumozi's statement and reminded Ace again. No, I haven't forgotten, you can't underestimate the enemy, you have to take it seriously. Ace said sincerely, expressing that he hadn't forgotten. Very well, it's a good thing that you haven't forgotten. If you forget, it will be a problem. As for Ace's attitude, Qin Mu was naturally very satisfied and praised. Poluna doesn't like this, but after giving Qin Mu a supercilious look, she utters harsh words. Okay, don't let me take it lightly. If Acetus fails and the first floor is breached, then I will never let it go. It's impossible to handle it with care. I'll let you handle it when the time comes. Is that okay? Qin Mu denied this, and wanted to give Poluna the chance. Humph, the so-called letting me deal with it, isn't it you who should deal with it? Poluna gave Qin Zhang a supercilious look, obviously understanding what she meant, knowing that she was not in charge, and Qin Mu had to make the decision. She has heard many words like this, and she knows what the result will be. Axis Neil glanced at Ace who was standing motionless, his eyes suddenly became deep. After pondering for a while, she said again, Polna, if you don't mind trouble, if Ace fails to hold the first floor, then you can train her yourself. Poluna was slightly taken aback, as if surprised. However, she then felt that this was very good, and immediately agreed. That's right, Acetus knows what it means to work hard after external pressure, or else he'll just eat and wait to die. Although Ace has worked very hard, it is still nothing to Poluna. She only needs to move her fingers to crush Ace to death. Yes, Ace is already very strong, but in the Lord of Hell, the god of demons, and the holy demon god Poluna, that is really not enough. Ace, it seems that you are not at ease. Yakumozi, who had been watching the show, couldn't help smiling when she saw it, and teased her specially. If Ace is serious and goes all out, this group of challengers is absolutely hopeless, especially under the current situation, it is impossible to come back. I will work hard. Ace is indeed under pressure, but at the same time very excited. And when Ace expressed his determination, the maid Narberal appeared in the room. After she saluted Qin Mu, she said respectfully, Lord Qin Mu, Lord Albedo is here. Let her in. Qin Mu still hugged Poluna at this time and did not let go. After hearing what Narberal said, she casually said, let her in. Yes. Narberal responded and left. After a while, Albedo's figure appeared in the room. Then, after Albedo made the salute, her charming voice sounded slowly in the room. Master Qin Mu, the first day's battle is over, and I'm here to report to you. By the way, I want to tell the master of the first floor, Mr. Ace, that it's time to go to the first floor to prepare. As soon as Albedo entered, she stopped at the door. Qin Mu was sitting with her back facing her, while Poluna was facing her directly. However, Albedo did not dare to show any disrespect to Poluna, even if the master she served was Qin Mu, but she was classified into the demon camp. Therefore, Poluna, one of the leaders of the demon camp, Albedo did not dare to show any disrespect. Furthermore, needless to say in terms of strength, Poluna completely crushed Albedo, so given the respect of strength, she did not dare to do anything inappropriate. Okay, I already know. Qin Mu expressed his understanding, implying that he knew about it. Then, Qin Mu said again, actually, this is what I just said. Ace will go to the first floor. You don't have to worry about that, but when it comes to today's battle, well, it can be said to be relatively ordinary. After hearing this, Albedo hurriedly knelt down, her voice trembling, I'm very sorry, Lord Qin Mu, this is my fault, please punish me. Chapter 32. Hearing this, Qin Mu had a slight headache, but he still had to wave his hand to indicate that it was not the case. No, it has nothing to do with you, but this time the night attack and the hunters have fallen, and they are too confident in themselves, thinking that they will be safe if they have the information, but they ignore the fact that knowing is one thing, how to deal with it that's what matters. On the contrary, Yakumo Zi glanced at Qin Mu casually, but there was a faint smile in her eyes inadvertently, as if telling Qin Mu that she knew a lot. However, Qin Mu didn't care about this, but explained to Albedo again. Albedo, you and Demiurge will deal with tomorrow's affairs, and don't think about anything else. After the explanation, Qin Mu seemed to have remembered something, and said again, oh, and, I'm going to start opening the second batch of people to come in. This time, I believe that the whole ninja world is ready, and there will be more people. Into the Tower of Babylon. Don't worry, I know what to do. Albedo immediately expressed her understanding, then slowly got up, and exited the room. And at the moment Albedo exited the room, Zi Yakumo narrowed her eyes quietly, and said softly, if the second batch of challengers are allowed to come in, there will probably be a lot of people. Gatekeepers like hunters and hunters are obviously unable to deal with it. Axis Neil agreed with this very much, obviously approving Yakumo Z's rhetoric, and said lightly, yes, in this way, all the pressure will be on Acetus. Ace said proudly, it's okay, I can single-handedly fight the entire Hokage world, and there is no problem. As for the current ninja world, who can fight me? In the ninja world of the current timeline, there are basically few who can threaten him, and Ace thinks he can handle it at will. What's your organization, Sunin, etc., as well as the shadows and Jinkriki of each village, plus Uzumaki Naruto, the child of destiny, etc., are impossible to be their opponents. Therefore, Ace thought that she didn't need to worry at all. She could handle these Hokage world natives well and make all these challengers lose. Fight with me? Humph, can you fight? Ace, don't overturn your car, or the face of our demon camp will be lost. Poluna watched Ace start to feel complacent, and immediately scolded with some dissatisfaction. Acetus, I'm a little more confident, are there any problems? Forget it, whoever made your fist big, I can only obey. Of course, this is not the key reason, the main reason is that Ace thought that Qin Mu also made him not careless, so Ace knew in his heart that he could not do this, and he had to be serious and cautious. Porina, if you repeat it like this, it will put more pressure on her, you know. Yakumo Zi Mingming was already happy in her heart, but she still pretended to be concerned on the surface. Yakumo Zi, don't pretend to be kind here, I don't know what your mentality is. Boluna got up from Qin Mu's arms, pushed away Yakumo Z's feet, looked down at her and looked down at her. Said coldly. However, Yakumo Zi didn't care about this, and said casually, oh, don't be ignorant of good people, we are doing it for you. Okay, stop arguing, let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing the smell of gunpowder between the two of them, Qin Mu knew that there would be trouble if they left it alone, so he had no choice but to persuade her. Afterwards, Qin Mu directly took Yakumo Zi, Poluna, Axis Neil, and Ace to the big master bedroom for rest, and took a rest first. The next day, it was just dawn, and in almost every place in the entire ninja world, a large screen reappeared, which was used to live broadcast the first floor of the Tower of Babylon in real time. And as the picture appeared, all the forces and people who were paying attention to this matter stayed on the big screen in the air. The same scene is repeated everywhere, and in a forest outside Konoha, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are staying here. Since the live broadcast is about to start, Uchiha Itachi decided to check the situation first, and then it is not too late to enter. Furthermore, Konoha's current vigilance is too high, and it is not easy to sneak in. Even if Uchiha Itachi knows Konoha very well, it is better not to try in this case, and the situation of Suzuki also needs to be understood, so Uchiha Itachi decided not to enter. Of course, the main reason is that Pain issued a notice to wait for all the staff to arrive before entering Konoha together. After learning the news, Uchiha Itachi kept his face on the surface, but actually sent the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a crow. If all members of the Akatsuki organization come, it will undoubtedly be a threat to Konoha, especially when the strong men from various ninja villages gather in Konoha. The shock caused by the appearance of such a group of rebellious ninja can be imagined. Prevent? That is impossible. So what Uchiha Itachi can do is to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that the other party knows that there is such a thing. Hoshigaki Kisame has been earnestly carrying out the task given by Uchiha Obito, that is, monitoring the task of Uchiha Itachi. And if he wanted to test Uchiha Itachi's mood at this time, he asked Uchiha Itachi's opinion on Sasuke's Sharingan. Mr. Itachi, your younger brother's Sharingan has already reached 3 Gyu, I don't know if you are satisfied or not. Uchiha Itachi naturally knew what Hoshigaki Kisame's intention was, so in order not to let the other party suspect, this scene must continue. He's too weak, Sangyu's eyes are not good, I need his Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's face was expressionless, and there was no trace of warmth in his voice, only the endless indifference. Hoshigaki Kisame is not sure whether Uchiha Itachi's words are true or not, so he can only continue acting like this. If we go into the Tower of Babylon and meet your brother, I wonder if Mr. Itachi will do it. Hoshigaki Kisame asked with a smile, but that smile made his face look even more terrifying. Facing Hoshigaki Kisame's temptation, Uchiha Itachi still answered impeccably without leaving any clues. The current Sasuke doesn't have that value yet. My younger brother is still a bit weaker. What's more, in that tower, we probably can't do anything casually, so it depends on the situation. Mr. Itachi is really a master, and he is very considerate of the organization. He is really loyal. Hoshigaki Kisame said with a half smile, looking very perceptive. Chapter 33. You think too much, I think for myself. Uchiha Itachi Sasuke is just a container for my eyes, I need his eyes so that my eyes can see far. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently, saying that he didn't have that idea, and it was completely for himself. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and said nothing more. As for Uchiha Itachi met Hoshigaki Kisame no longer asked, attention is back to the big screen again. Sasuke, you have to work harder, don't waste this opportunity. The Tower of Babylon has a mysterious origin, and Uchiha Itachi isn't sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but from the current indications, at least it's benefiting Sasuke. If you could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan without killing your loved ones. Can this work? Sasuke, I really hope you can. This is what Uchiha Itachi is thinking about now, thinking that if it can be done, Sasuke's path will be relatively simple, and when he is killed by Sasuke, everything will be perfect. And Uchiha Itachi also believes that Third Hokage will make Sasuke the pillar of the village, the absolute backbone of the village in the future, so that the Uchiha clan can pass on Sasuke again. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't know what his big brother is thinking about outside, and his mind is only getting stronger now. The Sharingan of Sanguyu gave him a high level of confidence, and he thought he was awesome. But just buying stores from the dimensional store is obviously not enough. The stronger power I need, then I need to defeat the layer master. Only by breaking through the first layer can I get better things, so I want to win. Sasuke's mind was full of strength, and he followed the crowd to yesterday's venue, ready to start the last battle against the gatekeeper. That is, the battle against the hunter. As for the Orochimaru team to fight is the night attack. And the two sides of this battle are completely reversed from yesterday. However, Sasuke believes that whether it is a night raider or a hunter, he is no match for him today. Yesterday he was knocked down by that little girl, but today is different. It's a pity that I'm fighting hunter today, otherwise I have to make that guy named Kaitong look good. Sasuke, don't be so nervous, we will definitely win. Naruto put his hands behind his head and said carelessly, he seemed to feel that Sasuke was nervous, so he comforted him. But Sasuke is not in this situation at all, so he yelled at Naruto with a cold face, "Shut up, the tail of the crane." "Ah, stinky fart Sasuke, what are you talking about?" After hearing this, Naruto of course didn't do it, and roared directly, insisting on saying something to Sasuke. Humph. Sundara Sasuke didn't bother to talk about it, and just ignored it indifferently. This time, Naruto became even more angry and frantic. Shikamaru looked at the pair of live treasures with a helpless look on his face, and said with a sigh, "Oh, I said, can't you be a little nervous? Although I won yesterday, the win was thrilling, not easy. As for today's opponents, well, the number is a little less, only 4. Furthermore, the strength of one's own side has improved more or less, except for a few people, but judging from the current strength, it is not difficult to win. But the premise of all this is, don't fight among yourself, that's the key." Shikamaru doesn't want any moths to appear later, so he hopes to see harmonious and friendly teammates, not such noisy teammates. The one named Will, like Brand yesterday, is wearing armor, so leave it to me. Niji's eyes were strengthened, and he firmly believed that he could break through the armor's defense, so he was a come-up to determine the opponent. Shikamaru. There are only 4 people on the other side, and you asked for one as soon as you came up, isn't that appropriate? No, it should lead to conflicts. Sure enough, Sasuke and Naruto were about to quit, and they told Niji as soon as they caught Niji. Are you kidding me? Don't even think about it. Why? I won't do it. Niji naturally ignored it. Anyway, when the fight started, he only had to rush to kill Will, and that was enough. Shikamaru didn't want to cause any conflicts at this time, he could only emphasize again and again to be calm and not to cause trouble just because of these things. Don't talk about it, even if there are only 4 people on the opposite side, it's not easy to deal with. We can't be careless. We must know that the next level against the battle floor master is the key. Don't worry, Shikamaru, I will take you flying. Naruto patted his chest, vowing. Shikamaru. This, I believe. But if you continue to be the same as yesterday, the consequences will be disastrous. Naruto does have such power, but that kind of power. Honestly, Shikamaru doesn't want to see it. Because that would mean that Naruto would lose his mind and possibly cause some harm to himself, so Shikamaru was unwilling. The end of the crane. Niji and Sasuke were furious, obviously dissatisfied with Naruto's arrogance. For a while, it was very lively here. Shikamaru sighed directly, his face full of helplessness. Orochimaru didn't care about the situation here. Instead, he looked at today's opponent, Night Attack. Judging from yesterday's performance, these guys are very strong, but they have weaknesses. They can take advantage of their companions. However, these guys are different from those in the Hunters. The other party seems to have a stronger belief, and maybe they won't surrender for their companions. Besides, even if they died in this tower, with the identities of these people, it is impossible to say that they cannot be resurrected. And the reason why Will surrendered yesterday was because Haitong had a different status in the opponent's mind, so he couldn't accept any harm to Haitong, and finally chose to surrender. The second is to trust the floor master of the first floor, knowing that even if we pass the test, we will not be able to fight against the floor master who is a big boss, so we surrender so decisively. In this way, who is the master of the first floor of the Tower of Babylon? Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. Orochimaru stuck out that tongue, and licked his lips with a pervert expression on his face. And this scene, in the eyes of the people on the night raid side, was naturally unacceptable. Among them, Ma Yin said with a look of disgust, "This guy Orochimaru is really disgusting. I really don't want to fight against such a guy. I always feel disgusted. I'm disgusted now, and I don't care anymore." "Ma Yin, just look away," Chelsea said casually, with an indifferent expression on her face. Hey, don't take it for granted, I really can't stand it. However, for Ma Yin, she was really crazy. Chapter 34. Whether it's Night Raider or Hunter, or Konoha 12 and Orochimaru's team, everyone has arrived. And just as these people stared at each other silently, the figures of Albedo and Demiurge finally appeared. The second day's battle is about to start. Now let's look at the arrangement of the first battle. Demiurge didn't say anything, but directly entered the topic and motioned everyone to look at the big screen in the stands. Then, the battle information displayed on the big screen was Konoha 12 Little Strong vs Hunter. Should we take the lead? Very good, let's take it all at once. Naruto jumped down after watching it, and was the first to enter the field. After seeing this scene, the corners of Shikamaru's mouth twitched slightly, his face full of helplessness. Good guy, Naruto, you are not following orders. Of course, those who disobeyed the command were definitely not just Naruto, but also Neji, Sasuke and others. It was all the same. Only Chiji, Shino and Ino still obeyed the command, and the rest of them, Xiao Li and Ye, had already followed suit and entered the arena first. On the Hunter's side, Hei Tong and Li Wa were cold and expressionless. As for Will, his face was full of entanglement, as if he was trapped by something. The rest of Lan was smiling all over his face, making it hard to know if this was for a fight or to make friends. All in all, people on both sides have their own weirdness. Demiurge and Albedo didn't care about these, but returned to the stands in a flash. Then, the two hosts, Shime Marufumi and Leviathan, came. Yes, it's me again. Shime Winwin. Shemming Maruin continued with a wave of opening remarks, and was going to show off again. But Leviathan obviously couldn't accept it, and interrupted her without hesitation. Shut up, Ye Tengu, I don't want to listen to your nonsense, so now the battle begins. And Leviathan, in order to prevent Shime Maruman from saying useless nonsense, simply announced the start of the battle first, so as to avoid Shime Maruin talking nonsense there. Shemming Maruin's face was a little unsightly, but she held back and didn't attack. Instead she stared at Leviathan and said with a smile, Leviathan, generally speaking, shouldn't I announce the start of the attack? What does it have to do with me? Naturally, Leviathan didn't give face, so he directly pd off Shime Maruin. Then, she said to 12 Xiaoqiang and Hunter who were still in a daze below, and said in an orderly tone, why are you still dazed there? Give me a hand. Obviously I asked you to start it, but I didn't start it for me. Instead, you just stared at it like this. Isn't that a waste of time? Leviathan is obviously very dissatisfied with what 12 Xiaoqiang and Hunter did. In the field. After hearing what Leviathan said above, Naruto was very annoyed by this, and counterattacked, what are you calling up there? I thought it was from that little girl, not you. According to Naruto, it is. Isn't it necessary to listen to Shemming Maruin? If she doesn't speak, how can you tell me to fight? Naruto thinks that since Shime Maruin announced the start, he should listen to her, not you, a weird guy with horns on his head. What the hell? Just you. Seeing Naruto's attitude, Leviathan was naturally furious, and began to curse. Hey, calm down first. Shime Marufumi naturally held her back, indicating that Leviathan needs to calm down, and there is no need to be as knowledgeable as Naruto. Get out, this guy is an idiot. What about a little girl? You look like an old woman, what kind of eyes does he have? Leviathan pushed away Shime Maruman, cursing. Shime Maruin didn't care about the irascible Leviathan, but said with a smile, although I am over 1,000 years old, in terms of my appearance, well, is it strange to be called a little girl? After all, she is a 1,000-year-old person, so it's nothing to be called an old woman or something. Who told her not to be a forever 17-year-old beautiful girl? As for things like this, Shemming Maruan obviously didn't care too much, and didn't take this kind of thing to heart. As for why Uzumaki Naruto blurted out the words little girl, it is because from the perspective of the other party, how could he be thousands of years old when he looks so young? Furthermore, as far as the other party's memory is concerned, it is obviously the most normal to ignore some things that were said yesterday. Hehe, you monsters are really thick-skinned. Of course, in Leviathan's view, it was natural that Shimai Marufumi shamelessly said that he was young. Just like this. How can I say it? Now that there is a lesson learned from a certain 17-year-old girl. Well, Leviathan thinks that monsters are like this, and he likes to say that he is young, which is really shameless. That's right, there is also a certain purple-haired old woman with 2 guns, who is also like that. But this guy is not a monster, let's rule it out for now. Shemming Maruan's eyes were teasing, and he looked at Leviathan with a half-smile, and said, you are attacking personally, don't attack the whole monster group, or don't blame us monsters for trouble for you. At that time, your sister Cipher will not be able to protect you. What are you afraid of? My sister Lucifer is invincible, and there is Lady Poluna, don't be afraid. Leviathan was a little guilty, but he still replied stiffly. Aren't you afraid? It's just that Shimai Maruan had already seen through that Leviathan was done by a strong outsider, and asked meaningfully. Leviathan. Your sister, why ask such a question? You two, don't say unnecessary words, and please concentrate on your host work. Albedo had to interject when she saw Leviathan and Shimai Maruan talking about irrelevant things so brazenly. Because of Albedo's sudden interruption, Leviathan undoubtedly had a step down, and she was about to make trouble for Albedo. However, Shimai Marufumi didn't give her such an opportunity, instead she said first, relax, Albedo, we know what to do. Afterwards, Shemming Maruan went to work, and Shikai started talking about the battle between 12 Xiaoqiang and Hunter. Everyone in the audience, now is the battle between Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang and Hunter. I believe that after watching yesterday's battle, everyone will feel that 12 Xiaoqiang's side is sure to win, but what I want to say is, there is absolutely nothing, it's that simple. Why? It's very simple. The 12 Little Strongs won yesterday because Uzumaki Naruto broke out the power of 9 tails, and then they were able to defeat a strong enemy. Today's situation is different, but I am still optimistic about the 12 Little Strongs winning. Chapter 35. What you said doesn't mean you didn't say it. Leviathan thought what Shemming Guanwen was going to say, but he didn't expect that the other party would immediately support 12 Xiaoqiang at this turn. Shimai Maruan didn't care about Leviathan's attitude, but said something lightly. I'm sorry, Leviathan, you said it yourself, if you support the gatekeeper, then I must support the challenger side, so I am optimistic about the challenger headed by 12 Xiaoqiang, understand? Leviathan. I am right in saying this, but are you not giving face by doing this? Because Shemming Guanwen didn't give face, Leviathan didn't know how to respond for a while. And just when Leviathan was struggling, the 12 strong players represented by Uzumaki Naruto off the court had already gone towards the hunter and started a fierce battle. Now, Leviathan simply stopped worrying about this matter, and directly entered the state of commentary, starting the commentary of this battle. After Uzumaki Naruto won yesterday, he used the points he gained to buy his future famous skill, rubbing balls, and Konoha's 4th Hokage famous skill, Flying Thunder God technique. If you want to talk about rubbing balls and Flying Thunder God, it must be clear to the natives of the ninja world, so I won't say more. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto is different from yesterday. He really has his own power. Rather than relying on Nine Tails Rampage to win. Shemming Maruan heard Leviathan's implication, and said with some dissatisfaction, Leviathan, what are you implying inside and outside the words? Are you not being fun? No, there is absolutely no such thing. As the host and commentator, I am absolutely fair and just. Leviathan refused to admit this, but repeatedly explained that he was fair. While Leviathan was talking to Shemming Maruan, the battle between the 12 little strong men and the hunter in the field became more intense. People like little Sakura, Ino, etc., can't help for the time being, at most they are obsessed on the edge. As for Shuya and Shino, they are trying their new powers. Inyazukiya became a beast trainer, and made his good partner Akamaru a magic pet, which has the possibility of growth and evolution, and currently has 2 unique skills. And this is the magic skill, one is the flame claw, and the other is the flame ball. They are all magic skills of the fire system, and this shows that Akamaru will be a familiar of the fire system after that, and the magic skills after evolution are mainly based on the magic of the fire system. As for Abarame Shino, he became an insect master, which is in line with the Abarame family's secret technique, but unlike his own family's secret technique, the insect master's insect control technique is different. Stronger aggressiveness, more stable control ability, and more growth potential than the family's secret technique, so Abarame Shino chose to become an insect master. In other words, based on the family's secret arts, the insect master is his best choice. Because Niji was going to fight Will, Sasuke and Naruto each took Luwa and ran as their opponents, and the remaining black pupils became the targets of Inyazukiya, Abarame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, and others. It just so happens that Taigu with black pupils March of the Dead Hakubo is the Taigu who manipulates the corpse, manipulating the murderer through a curse to make it a corpse doll. 8 corpse dolls, 1 corpse doll guards itself. Then there are exactly 7 corpse dolls, corresponding to 7 people including Shikamaru, Xiaoli, Chiji, Shino, Yae, Hinata, and Tenten. Little Sakura and Ino can only be used as support, responsible for restraining Shikamaru and others, and by the way, disturbing the controller of the black pupil, so in this way, they all match up. Skip the battle between Shikamaru and others against Black Hitomi, and Uzumaki Naruto is the focus of attention. The reason is that Uzumaki Naruto broke out with 9 tails yesterday and defeated Night Attack in one fell swoop. Why did the 12 Xiaoqiang win yesterday? The reason lies in the explosion behind Naruto, which is very critical. Speaking of the efforts of Niji, Sasuke, Shikamaru and others, it is of course also very important, but judging from the subsequent situation, if there is no explosion of Naruto, it can be said that it is quite difficult for the top 12 to win. But Naruto's outburst made all this easier, and at the same time allowed 12 Xiaoqiang to defeat Night Attack and win the final victory. Just because they knew it was Naruto's outbreak, many viewers wanted to see Uzumaki Naruto's performance and see if this guy could do anything amazing. As for Uzumaki Naruto's current opponent, Lan has demonstrated his ability yesterday, and has the ability to fight in the air, which means that he is very mobile. Thanks to Taigu, Wan Li flying Mistima, Lan can fly freely, thus allowing him to gain air superiority. Although Naruto has rubbing balls and flying thunder god technique, he has made progress in penultimate in physical skills, and he is no longer the silly boy who only knows Shadow Clone before. However, Naruto obviously has no good solution to Ran who is in the air and keeps launching feathers. It's a problem that you can't lift yourself into the air. After a little stalemate, Naruto came directly to Shadow Clone. It's the multiple Shadow Clone technique again. Seeing that Naruto used this trick, Lan immediately raised her vigilance and raised her height again. In short, she wanted to distance herself from you and slowly fight with you. Thousands of shadow clones set up a human wall, and Naruto was thrown out. Then, Naruto directly threw the kunao with the flying thunder god spell and shot it directly at Ran. Seeing that this was wrong, Lan quickly dodged to dodge, and fired the feathers again. The sharp feathers were like sharp arrows, and completely wiped out Naruto's shadow clone. However, Naruto's body used the flying thunder god technique to appear in the position of the kunao just now, and then raise Nan lit up in his hand. Here comes the ball rubbing. When Lan looked at it, he opened the distance again, and said confidently, "In the air, you can't compare to me." Naruto didn't care about that much, and shouted directly, "Who said that?" accept the move, raise Nan. After the words fell, Naruto attacked Lan straight up. The raise Nan in his hand was getting brighter and brighter, and Lan instantly understood what was going on when he saw the situation. It's Shadow Clone plus raise Nan. Hey guys, I finally understand what's going on. After thinking about it seriously, Lan knew exactly how Naruto did it. The opponent first used multiple Shadow Clone to lift the main body into the air, then threw the Flying Thunder God Kunao, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in the Setsuna room, teleport to the moment when the Flying Thunder God Kunao was there, and threw it directly with the main body Shadow Clone plus raise Nan, after which the body returns to the ground. Because the Flying Thunder God Kunao had already been placed on the ground, the other party was able to disappear in an instant without being discovered by him. Chapter 36. After figuring it out, Lan smiled in relief. Then, the white wings behind Lan closed instantly, blocking the flying Shadow Clone and the raise Nan, but this move obviously had no effect. After Lan cracked this trick, she looked down with a smile on her face, and said lightly, although your method is very good, it is not enough. Enough. Naruto on the ground smiled confidently, saying that it was enough. Seeing Naruto's confident smile, Ran frowned in confusion, as if she didn't quite understand. However, then he realized something, and secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. Could it be? Thinking of this, Lan quickly looked at her wings. Sure enough, there was a spell mark on it. That's exactly the spell of the Flying Thunder God. Lan finally understood. He was still careless, he shouldn't have let Naruto have a chance to touch him. Instead, once you know it's a Shadow Clone, you should just shoot the feathers and destroy it. Otherwise, once you let Naruto's Shadow Clone touch yourself, you will get such a result. With the spell of Flying Thunder God on his body, he may not be able to escape anymore, but he must guard against the opponent appearing behind him. Flying Thunder God technique. So scary. It seems that you already understand, so I won't say more. Seeing this, Naruto stopped talking nonsense, but spoke with practical actions, and the figure disappeared immediately. Lan's expression changed, and he quickly fell from the air, trying to retract his wings. After all, Flying Thunder God's spell is on the wings, not on his body, and as long as he retracts the wings, he doesn't have to worry about being succeeded by Naruto. But this speed obviously couldn't keep up, and Naruto had already appeared behind Lan. The blue chakra is gathered in the hand, and the dazzling light appears, that raise Nan is struck again. Lan had no choice but to dodge, and once again protected herself with white wings, and then shot out feathers that turned into sharp arrows, trying to block Naruto's attack. However, because the Flying Thunder God technique is on Lan's wings, Naruto doesn't need to launch a frontal attack at all, just use the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Lan, and then blast out the raise Nan. Of course, Lan understood that as long as she put away her white wings and stopped using the winged taiju, she could avoid this embarrassing situation. But in this way, without Taigu, he would still be slaughtered by Naruto casually. In the end, after all kinds of struggles, Naruto successfully defeated Lan. Lan's failure naturally changed the faces of the remaining three people, obviously knowing that the next battle would be extremely difficult. At the same time, Shemming Maruan on the host stage commented on this. At present, this Uzumaki Naruto is indeed very suitable for playing ball rolling. Coupled with this Flying Thunder God technique, it is indeed quite exquisite. After Uzumaki Naruto defeated Ran, Leviathan's face was not very good. Although she had expected it long ago, she waited until it really happened. That mood is really bad. Ye Tengu, don't be complacent. Although it's not very good here, but if you say that the hunter has no advantage, it's definitely not. For example, Luwa is evenly matched against Uchiha Sasuke, and even Luwa occupies the upper hand. Yes again. Leviathan glanced at the field, and soon found that the battle between Leva and Uchiha Sasuke was particularly fierce, and Leva seemed to have the upper hand, so he immediately said it. Okay, after Uchiha opened the Sharingan of Sangyu and bought the so-called fire-style ninjutsu, it obviously started to swell again, and then it started to clear again, the rain stopped, and Uchiha felt I can do it myself. Shimai Marwan understood what was going on just by looking at it. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke felt that his noble blood, the so-called Sharingan, could easily deal with Liwa. But Liwa's Taigu water dragon possession Black Marin is a Taigu that manipulates water flow, and Sasuke's fire-style ninjutsu is really not inferior. As a result, Zuzu was in a hurry. After all, Naruto has already dealt with the enemy, but he procrastinates here. How can Sasuke bear it? Obviously, it can't be tolerated, so some of Zuzu's performances must be more superior, and even if you have to start using fire against water, it will overwhelm you. At the same time, outside the ninja world, it is inevitable that there will be a lot of discussions about this duel between Uchiha Sasuke and Liwa. This Uchiha Sasuke looks good, but sometimes. A woman with a good figure and Mizukage costume said with a smile while stroking her red lips. Master Mizukage, we are now in the land of fire, can you stop talking nonsense? After hearing this, Qing had to remind Master Mizukage of her family. What did I say? Nothing. Terumi Mei didn't care about so many things, so she just played tricks. In Rock Shinobi's team, the future leg Shadow expressed his opinion on this. Grandpa, this Uchiha Sasuke doesn't seem to matter. Is Sharingan really that powerful? Black Soil said that Uchiha Sasuke doesn't seem to be very good, and that Sharingan seems to be like that. She obviously feels that Uchiha's power is just like that. What do you know? Uchiha's power is extraordinary, you doll doesn't understand. Third Tsuchikage Onoji must criticize his granddaughter's views. Otherwise, if you really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and ignore the power of the Uchiha clan, it will be a big problem. In Cloud Shinobi's team, Fourth Raikage said nothing about it, but those who accompanied him did. Master Raikage, Konoha's younger generation, seems to be very ordinary, don't we? The trusted ninja Tutai during the third Raikage immediately opposed this matter, saying that it must never be done, and he even analyzed the pros and cons of it for the fourth Raikage. No, Konoha is now in a state of turmoil, and all major ninja villages will come in person. Needless to say, the power inside Konoha, it is estimated that Sunin's Jiraiya and Tsunade will come back. If we dare to do something, we will definitely those who were attacked by the crowd, so they must never do such a thing. If Cloud Shinobi dares to stand up, he will definitely be targeted. Fourth Raikage looks like a big and thick guy, but he is actually a fine person, definitely not the kind of brain with only muscles, so he knows that Tutai's words are right. If Cloud Shinobi dares to make trouble in Konoha, let alone whether it will be successful or not, it will definitely be targeted by other ninja villages. Second, what will happen to the Tower of Babylon? This is also critical. Therefore, Fourth Raikage did not plan to mess around, but to take a step by step, first of all, to enter the Tower of Babylon, and not to consider other things for the time being. Chapter 37. On Konoha's side, Naruto's performance was very pleasantly surprised, but Sasuke was a little. Alas, why can't the so-called genius ninjas get around it? Kakashi, Sasuke's performance is a bit bad, too impulsive and irritable and a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not satisfied with some of Sasuke's performances. The key is not Sasuke's ability, but his mentality. Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly very worried about Sasuke's current state of mind, and feels that if this continues, he will go astray. Master Hokage, don't worry, I know what to do. Kakashi was actually quite helpless, and he also discovered some problems with Sasuke, that is, it is extremely easy to bloat and extremely jealous. There are many reasons for this, the key lies in his persistence and pursuit of power. So the reason why Sasuke is so obsessed with power is because of Uchiha Itachi. For Sasuke to take revenge, he needs strength. As a result, Sasuke naturally has a morbid obsession with power, which leads to many problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to see any problems with Uchiha Sasuke, so he repeatedly told him, some of Sasuke's problems should be corrected in time. After you enter the Tower of Babylon, you must make Sasuke more rational, you know? Kakashi naturally understood and nodded immediately, yes, I understand. Sasuke can't take care of the turmoil of the outside world. Right now, what he needs to do is to destroy the enemy in front of him. Because at present, only I and Liwa have not decided the outcome. For example, Niji has already defeated the enemy. Shikamaru and others are gradually suppressing Haitong, and they are basically going to win. Only on my own side, there is no distinction between superiority and superiority, and even he is suppressed by the enemy. Can the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke accept it? That is definitely impossible and unacceptable. If you only have this level, then you are doomed. Liwa said coldly while manipulating multiple water dragons surrounding him. The Taigu of the precepts, the water dragon Reliance Black Marlin, is made of the organs of dangerous aquatic creatures that manipulate water flow, and the wearer can freely manipulate the liquid in the things that come into contact with it. In other words, it's about controlling water, not creating it. But since it is in the Tower of Babylon, no matter it is a night attack or a hunter, the strength has been improved, and Taigu will definitely be strengthened to a certain extent. Therefore, this defect is made up for, and Leva can freely manipulate the water flow into the attack, that is to say, it can create water. In this way, the pressure on Sasuke's side can be imagined. But Uchiha is a tough guy, and he will never back down. Fire-style fire extinguishment. Facing the several water dragons manipulated by Livina, Uchiha Sasuke shouted directly, spraying a large piece of flame from his mouth. However, compared with the original user Uchiha Madara's Hahomi, the gap is obviously obvious. Uchiha Madara is like sea water, but Sasuke is much less. It is probably a small stream, so the power is naturally much worse. It is barely possible to compete with multiple water dragons, but it is difficult to overwhelm the opponent, and water can extinguish fire, so if you cannot overwhelm the water, then it is tantamount to being overwhelmed by water. Sure enough, the flame was quickly extinguished. Saishige, if you can't do it, let me do it. Naruto wanted to show positive performance, but also wanted to defeat the enemy quickly, so he yelled from behind. However, Naruto's rhetoric undoubtedly made Sasuke angry. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Sasuke exploded again, this time directly using the lightning-style ninjutsu, Chidori, to attack the enemy. Under Sharingan's insight ability, although Uchiha Sasuke used Chidori for the first time, he was able to use it perfectly, and then smoothly charged in front of Liwa. Although Liwa could block it with water flow, he couldn't immediately hit Chidori's assault, and was directly penetrated by the blue lightning, hitting the bullseye. At the heart, directly penetrated by Uchiha Sasuke. Leva, lose. Once Chidori appeared in the world, Naruto shouted handsomely, and Shikamaru and others looked dignified. In the Sand Shinobi Village trio, Temari has a slight headache, Kankuro doesn't care, and Gaara starts to lose his mind again, thinking about how to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Anko still knows Chidori, plus Naruto's Raise Nan and Flying Thunder God technique just now, obviously accepted it. Furthermore, Anko didn't pay much attention to the good things he bought in the dimensional store. I'm pretty good now, so I don't need to worry too much. However, the situation of Anko and others is insignificant. For Shikamaru, the fact that Liwa is gone is more important now, and he did not expect Sasuke to dare to kill people. Therefore, regarding what Sasuke did, Shikamaru felt that he had to say something, otherwise he would definitely suffer later, so when he saw Sasuke, he turned back blankly and walked back. Shikamaru had no choice but to say, Sasuke, killing people is not acceptable. None of your business. Sasuke retorted directly, he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. That fellow Demiurge said that fighting is about defeating the opponent, and only by defeating the opponent can you win, but how do you defeat it? Killing is naturally the best way. If you kill someone, there will be trouble, but if you don't kill someone, there won't necessarily be trouble. Shikamaru's meaning is very simple. If you don't kill Liwa, you probably won't have trouble later, but if you kill Liwa, there will definitely be trouble. Trouble. Death doesn't mean that people are gone. Shikamaru, do you think the people in this tower can be recognized with common sense? Although Niji doesn't like Uchiha Sasuke, he doesn't think there is anything wrong with what the other party does, so this said like. Although Shikamaru knew that Liwa was dead, the other party must be able to be resurrected, but this does not mean that he must be killed. If he cannot be killed, it is better not to kill him. Like Naruto, isn't it killing people? In short, Sasuke's approach is to create hatred for himself, so Shikamaru does not approve of it at all. The battle is over, you can go down. And just when Shikamaru had a dispute with Sasuke, causing the atmosphere to become tense, the figure of Demiurge suddenly appeared on the field, and then he signaled that 12 Xiaoqiang and others can leave the field. With the entry of Demiurge, the 12 little strongs temporarily left the field. As for Hei Tong, Will and others, the dead Liwa was taken away by the medical team. To say that this person is definitely dead, but he can still live. So, death is nothing, and resurrection is still possible, unless there is no need for resurrection, otherwise it can be resurrected anyway. Chapter 38. Orochimaru, you can come down now. Demiurge let professionals clear the place, and when it was almost cleared, he said to Orochimaru and the others. As soon as the voice fell, all the members of the Night Raider had come down. After seeing it, Orochimaru and others were naturally unambiguous, but they were in place quickly. After the two parties arrived, Demiurge disappeared again. After that, Shimai Meruan and Leviathan naturally took over again. Okay, let's start fighting. This time, Shimai Meruan and Leviathan announced the start of the battle at the same time. As the voices of the two fell, Gaara took the lead in launching the attack, and a large number of sand emerged from the night attack and others. Temari, Anko, and others found their opponents respectively, while Orochimaru stood casually and was not in a hurry to attack. Najazidon was not careless here, she knew in her heart that Orochimaru was the most difficult to deal with, so she had to be highly vigilant, not to say that she underestimated the person in front of her. Gaara is facing several opponents here, such as Lubbock, Hill, etc., all beating Gaara together, and at the same time, Ma Yin's firepower is fully covering Gaara's side. Chelsea and Leone protected Main from all angles, not giving Temari and Anko a chance to make a surprise attack. Najazidon led Susanoo to face Orochimaru, while Akihito and Brand faced Anko and Temari. Temari faced Brand, and Anko faced Akihito. Both Temari and Anko knew that this matchup was the most suitable. Sure enough, Temari's wind-style ninjutsu faced Brand. Although it couldn't be said to break through the opponent's defense, it did cause damage. Secondly, the wind magic purchased at the dimensional store yesterday undoubtedly played a big role. Rao is that Brand is lifted into the air, and Temari can use wind magic to follow closely. If it is flying, a wind magician can do it. So the two were tugging for a while, and fighting close to each other. Well, they are inseparable for the time being. Anko's fight with Kaitong is also indistinguishable, and the reason is that Anko has obtained the blood of the snake girl, which is the low-level blood of Medusa, although the ability is only to manipulate snakes and charm technique. But the charm technique is obviously very effective. Although Kaitong's spiritual will is strong, it is still difficult to deal with Anko's interference. Second, there are too many snakes. With the ability to manipulate snakes, Anko can summon a large number of snakes to attack anytime and anywhere, which is stronger than Orochimaru because of the first-class blood of Medusa, the snake girl. No matter how low level it is also the blood of Medusa, who is born with the ability to suppress snakes, and can manipulate snakes at will, so facing the invasion of snakes, Kai Tong is undoubtedly very difficult. This back and forth, but if Kai Tong is not careful, it is very likely that she will be swallowed by the snakes and buried under the snake's teeth. Since Gaara, Temari, and others fought inextricably with Kai Tong and others, it was very lively. Presumably Nachtan and Orochimaru were the same, but the fact is that these two didn't do anything at all, but confronted each other quietly. It wasn't until Najazidin spoke that the peace was broken. You don't seem to have any intention of doing anything. I don't know if you plan to use dirty tricks, or... Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckled, and said slowly, a dirty trick? I don't need to use this kind of trick. Najazidin scoffed at this, obviously not believing a word, but secretly raised her vigilance. Orochimaru didn't care about Najazidin's attitude, but directly activated reanimation jutsu. Originally, he wanted to save it to deal with the floor masters on the first floor, but Orochimaru thought about it again. In order to avoid any other tricks from Najazidin and others, he used this trick first. Of course, let's not talk about the real ultimate move, let's use two strong men from the Uchiha family for the time being. Since Orochimaru has researched on reanimation jutsu, in order to verify this forbidden technique, he must have dug up many corpses, firstly, for research, and secondly, for reserve real powerhouses. So digging up corpses and stealing graves must be done a lot. But now Orochimaru has perfected the impure world reincarnation, the living sacrifice is removed, and only one's own blood can be combined with a part of the tissue of the dead to be summoned. In addition, the strength of the deceased can be restored to most of the strength of his life, and can be perfectly controlled by himself, but for the sake of rigor, Orochimaru did not rush to summon his own killer, but first used two strong men from the Uchiha clan experiment. Accompanied by the effect of impure world reincarnation, two coffins slowly appeared in front of Najazidin, and the next moment, as the coffins were opened, two figures appeared. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Chiri. These are two powerful men from the dead Uchiha clan, both owners of the Manjiki Sharingan. Of course, for many people present, these two people did not know each other. For example, the trio of 12 Xiaoqiang, Anko, and Sand Shinobi did not know each other very well. The only thing we can know is that the female ninja seems to be Konoha's ninja and also belongs to the Uchiha clan. As for the other one, I don't know who it is. Similarly, for people in the ninja world, obviously few people know the identities of the two people summoned by impure world reincarnation, and what most people can know is whether the woman is Konoha's ninja or Uchiha clan. As for the man, I don't know who it is, but the other party's clothing gave the answer. This person is also from the Uchiha clan. However, without Konoha's forehead protector, this is a bit of a problem. As we all know, the Uchiha clan belongs to Konoha, even if it is gone, but the ninja of Konoha, this is not wrong, but why is there no forehead protector? You should know that the female ninja next to her belongs to the Uchiha clan, but she also has a forehead protector with a Konoha on her forehead. Why is there no male ninja? Strange, could it be a traitor? Few people in the ninja world know each other, but it doesn't mean that no one in the Pure Land knows each other. Uchiha Madara yelled directly, BD, you actually dug up my brother's body, who the hell did this? Then, Uchiha Madara thought of who it was, and immediately yelled at Senju Tobirama, say, Senju Tobirama, did you do it? Senju Tobirama is very guarded against the Uchiha clan, and at the same time, he has studied the power of the Uchiha clan, and Izuna is his younger brother, so being targeted by the BD Senju Tobirama, well, it is obviously reasonable. Nonsense, I never did it. Senju Tobirama refused to admit it, saying that he had never done such a thing. You Uchiha Madara spitting blood, you are talking nonsense. Chapter 39. Of course, Senju Tobirama definitely noticed the Orochimaru guy. Not only Konoha's rebellion, but also reanimation jutsu, and he is also very inquisitive. Such a person is a talent, why did he defect? What's going on with Konoha now? The performance of the younger generation of ninjas is really not that good. Jinchuriki is half a bucket of water. Although the power of Rampage is good, it is uncontrollable at all, and the other ninja children are quite average. In addition, the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family, as far as the level of Sasuke and Neji are concerned, it really makes Senju Tobirama feel that they are not like the ninjas cultivated by these two big families. Although Uchiha Sasuke opened the Sharingan, he was able to open the three-tomo Sharingan only after entering the Tower of Babylon. Then, for the use and proficiency of Sharingan, it can be said to be very rough, not like a Uchiha clan ninja with Sharingan at all. Furthermore, this person is extremely easy to bloat and get on top, and his mentality will collapse at every turn. Sigh, I don't understand. To be honest, at this level. If it was in the Sengoku era, Senju Tobirama dared to say that once he entered the battlefield, he would definitely be gone. Tobirama, as I said before, impure world reincarnation is by no means a good ninjutsu, don't you know? Senju Hashirama looked at his brother seriously, and shouted sharply. Senju Tobirama. Big brother went crazy again. But this kind of thing, well, definitely cannot be admitted. Furthermore, I really haven't done it, so don't talk nonsense. Senju Tobirama said that I really haven't done it, so don't be wronged casually. As for where Orochimaru got Uchiha Izuna's body tissue, that's beyond his knowledge. A dead person, what can I know? With a dark face, Uchiha Madara yelled loudly, Hashirama, don't put on airs, my younger brother has been summoned out, and is under the control of an insidious villain. How do you let me bear it? Madara, am I putting on airs, don't you know? You know me. However, in response to Uchiha Madara's scolding, Senju Hashirama still had a serious expression on his face and said sincerely. However, before Uchiha Madara could answer, a familiar voice sounded. Learn. Hashirama, how well do you know Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama. Isn't this my wife? Why? Oh, by the way, this is a pure land, so it is normal for her to be here. Then, Senju Hashirama came to his senses and realized that it was normal for his wife to be here. I didn't mean that, Mito, you should understand. As for Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito's question, Uchiha Madara was not interested at all, but instead focused on the big screen that appeared in this dark place. His younger brother is being summoned by Orochimaru with impure world reincarnation, which means that his younger brother is under control. Impure world reincarnation. Damn it, such a despicable ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara's anger towards Senju Tobirama has reached ultimate now, and if he has the chance, he will definitely take revenge on Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama certainly doesn't care about Uchiha Madara's state of mind, but has a great interest in the reanimation jutsu used by Orochimaru. Does this mean that sacrifices are not even needed? So, that's what Orochimaru did with that shop. If this is the case, then the store can really buy everything with points, even some defects of ninjutsu can be made up for, or even strengthened ninjutsu. Regardless of the controversy on the Pure Land side, in the Tower of Babylon, there has been a heated discussion about those two ninjas who suddenly appeared. Among them, Uchiha Madara Sasuke couldn't sit still. He was a member of the Uchiha clan, but now he was summoned by Orochimaru using ninjutsu. And this is definitely unacceptable to Sasuke, who regards the Uchiha clan as a glory. If it weren't for the shock of Demiurge and Albedo, Sasuke would have already entered the arena. But with these two terrible guys around, Sasuke couldn't fight Orochimaru, so he could only launch a scolding offensive against Orochimaru in the stands. Orochimaru, what have you done? Blasphemy against my Uchiha clan? I will never forgive you. What used to be Konoha's son, today's S-level rebellious ninja, extremely dangerous ninja. For Sasuke of these, it is meaningless, what should be sprayed should be sprayed. Orochimaru, you are so brave, you dare to summon me? Are you tired of work? Unlike Uchiha Yuri, who was still a little dazed, Uchiha Izuna obviously knew a lot, so he turned around immediately glaring at Orochimaru. It seems that you know a lot, and you still know me. Orochimaru was naturally surprised, never expecting that Uchiha Izuna knew himself. You can see everything here in the Pure Land, so you know it. Uchiha Izuna did not hide anything, and directly revealed the news. Orochimaru was taken aback when he heard this. He realized that Uchiha Izuna warned himself that there are a lot of people in the Pure Land looking at this place. You used this reanimation jutsu, you must have committed public outrage. However, Orochimaru obviously misunderstood. Uchiha Izuna didn't mean that. He just answered the question and didn't say threats. Orochimaru was thinking too much. For Uchiha Izuna, he doesn't think that a mere reanimation jutsu can still check and balance himself, especially this kind of ninjutsu was made by his rival Senju Tobirama, so in order to prove his ability, Uchiha Madara Izuna decided to be tough head-on. You must know that his strength is about 80% of what he had before he was alive. Just a little BD like you, and you still want to control me with impure world reincarnation? What a dream! Orochimaru didn't care about Uchiha Izuna's attitude, instead he put his hands behind his back and watched Uchiha Izuna perform, a casual gesture of yours. Strange, how is this possible? After working hard, Uchiha Izuna found that something was wrong. Senior, we are completely under control now, and we cannot get rid of it. Uchiha Yuri on the side looked at Uchiha Izuna who was still struggling, and thought that the other party was from the Uchiha clan, so he kindly reminded him. And the reason for saying this is naturally because the other party is unknown to me, so I called him that out of caution. After trying again and finding it was useless, Uchiha Izuna fell silent. How can it be repaired? I was actually restrained by Senju Tobirama's technique. Chapter 40. The thing that Uchiha Izuna can't stand is being overwhelmed by Senju Tobirama. Doesn't that make sense now? Especially now that this scene of mine is seen by Senju Tobirama in the Pure Land, it is even more unacceptable. You two, now is not the time for you to talk, let's deal with the enemy in front of you first. Orochimaru didn't mind letting Uchiha Izuna say a few words, but it would be bad if he said too much, so he stopped Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly in time. As Orochimaru's words fell, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri were unwilling, but they were controlled by Orochimaru to attack Naji Eshitan. On Najizitan's side, she gave a wry smile, and ordered Susanoo, go all out, don't hold back. The two strong men of the Uchiha clan and the owner of the Mangekyou Sharingan. And this is not the most powerful. The powerful thing is that these two have immortal bodies, endless chakra, and this is the troublesome point. The point is that Orochimaru also summoned two such dead, and he really paid enough attention to himself. It seems that this time it really is not easy to handle. However, the master of the first floor is aced, so what about Orochimaru? Still can't get through. Najizitan had complicated thoughts in her heart, but she knew that now was not the time to think about these things, and she had to fight the battle first. Whether you can beat it or not, you will only know after you fight it. Susanoo broke out with all his strength and fully displayed his final form, ready to fight to the death with Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly. Susanoo. Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly directly sacrificed Susanoo. Although it is not a complete Susanoo, it is also the final form that Mangekyou Sharingan can release. And in this state, if it is a living person, it must not be open all the time, it will be a great damage to the eyes. But now Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly are both dead, and chakra is endless, so there is no need to worry about these problems at all. However, although the Susanoo of the two has reached the third form, because there is no lower body, the mobility is very average, but the defense and offensive capabilities have been strengthened. After Susanoo broke out in his final form, his speed is very fast and his attack power is also extremely strong, so it is difficult for Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri to keep up, but because he uses Susanoo, there is no need to consider the issue of defense. Just focus on attacking. In other words, even if you get hit, it's okay, under the state of impure world reincarnation, you can recover soon. Because of this, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri are completely suppressing Susanoo. The 2-on-1 already occupies the right place. Coupled with the advantage of impure world reincarnation, the situation must be very good. Orochimaru saw it, and was very envious of the power of the Uchiha clan. He thought that it was true that he pursued Sasuke before, and the Uchiha clan did have extremely terrifying power. But that was before, and now I have a new path. Orochimaru just reminisced for a while, and then said that he has a new way, and he doesn't have to think about the power of Sharingan anymore. Of course, when Orochimaru was in Versailles, those present from the ninja world were undoubtedly completely shocked. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, that's not to mention. After being silent for a long time, Sasuke gradually became insane, and then said in a crazy tone, "See? This is the power of Uchiha, do you see it at the end of the crane?" Naruto's becoming stronger made Sasuke very jealous, and he began to get lost, but with the strength shown by Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri, Sasuke understood instead. The power of my Uchiha clan is indeed the strongest. Check it out, this ninjutsu, so what about Naruto? If I had one, I would definitely hit the tail of the crane and kill that man. This is the power of the Sharingan, as long as the Mangekyou Sharingan is awakened, I can have it. Sasuke, are you alright? Although Naruto was shocked by the power displayed by the two unknown strong men, but after seeing Sasuke so crazy, he still asked about Sasuke's situation out of concern. Shikamaru and others, on the contrary, repelled Sasuke. Except for little Sakura and Ino, quite a few people in the team didn't like Sasuke very much. Sasuke finally calmed down a little after going mad for a while. Then, he expressed his determination again regarding his revenge. "It's okay, of course I'm okay, you don't want to ride on my head with the tail of a crane, my Uchiha's power is so strong, I will definitely activate Mangekyou Sharingan, and then kill that man. Although I don't understand it very well, if it is such a power, it is indeed very powerful." Naruto scratched his head, looked at Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri who had activated Susanoo, and said that such power is really powerful. "Not very powerful, but very powerful." Sasuke corrected this statement and said triumphantly. At the same time, the outside of the ninja world was naturally shocked by the two dead men summoned by Orochimaru, especially Konoha. Uchiha clan, such power is really terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Daihatsu Kamui's strong Uchiha clan with deep eyes and a gloomy face. The power of Mangekyou Sharingan was indeed terrifying. It was indeed the right decision to let the Uchiha clan disappear in the first place. Seeing the Mangekyou riding wheel of the Uchiha family again, as well as the legendary Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that his acquiescence was right. It would be best for Konoha only if the Uchiha clan disappears. The living Uchiha clan is too scary, such unstable factors will make Konoha lose peace, and once the Uchiha clan set off a rebellion, it will deal a great blow to Konoha. Shisui, Itachi, you are the heroes of Konoha, the successors of the Will of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi without hesitation, saying that it was because of these two that Konoha was saved from disaster. Here, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi repeatedly in his heart, while the expressions of the other ninja patriarchs present were somewhat intriguing. There are many problems with the Uchiha clan, but this is Konoha's elder family anyway. Well, I can say, if there is no Uchiha clan and Senju clan, where would Konoha come from? Because of this, many ninjas are quite disgusted with Sarutobi Hiruzen's practice. Uchiha Itachi wiped out the Uchiha clan, let's not talk about the problems behind it for the time being, but why did you come to this point, don't you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have no idea? Chapter 41. As for the ninjas of Konoha, none of them are stupid. Everyone can see that Konoha F4 is doing things, plus Danzo is domineering, such as the Aberame clan, Yamanaka clan, and other ninja clans. Some elite children are forced to leave by Danzo. Since then, these people have changed from living people to ghosts. After all, after entering the root, it is not a human being, but a machine without emotion, a machine that is only loyal to Danzo. May I ask the patriarchs of the Konoha shinobi clan, none of them have any objections? Yes, but it can't happen. Konoha is currently in power with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the interest group headed by him cannot break out at all. One is that the situation is stable for the time being. Although they are often suppressed and bullied, the foundation cannot be hurt for the time being. Second, there is no one to take the lead, and even if they want to unite, it may not be possible to get Sarutobi Hiruzen out of power. So all these years, it has been so stiff. But all of this came to an end under the Konoha collapse plan formulated by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dead. On the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed in battle. But in fact, starting from the Orochimaru attack, Konoha's response seems to be quite normal. First let the vulnerable old, young, women, children and genin take refuge, and then organize a counterattack. However, no matter who it is, no one will save Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let's not talk about Danzo, it must be Hiruzen's death, and I will take over again. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct troops, Anbu, few people showed up. Instead, 2 cats and dogs were explaining, which really made people want to laugh. Not only that, even the Sarutobi clan did not dispatch ninjas. You must know that in the Fourth Ninja World War, the Sarutobi clan dispatched 3,000 ninja legions. This number is really scary. But it is such a arrogant Sarutobi family, but even the most important person in the Sarutobi Hiruzen family will not be rescued. The inside story hidden behind it is too hard to resist. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been a Hokage for so many years, which has made the Sarutobi family eat a lot. How can the Sarutobi family not even save such an important person in their own family? I can only say that I really need to taste it carefully up. It can only be said that the various interest entanglements and power struggles behind this are really scary. Just as the atmosphere in Hokage's office was getting weirder, Guy stepped forward. Master Hokage, who are these two? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the guy who broke the deadlock. He couldn't see anything on the surface, but said softly, it should be a strong man of the Uchiha clan, as for who it is, I don't know for now. Kakashi looked at it calmly, and sighed secretly in his heart, Guy, sometimes you have to keep silent, and that is the best. Outside the leaves. Mr. Itaki, do you know those two? Hoshigaki Kisame asked Uchiha Izuna curiously, wanting to know if the other party knew these two unknown powerhouses of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently, I don't know. This is definitely a lie. If you want to say what Uchiha Yuri said, you still know him. According to the records of the clan, that was the one who invented the Izunami technique and ended the civil strife caused by Izunaki. As for the man, Uchiha Itachi really has no influence, and it is not very clear about it, but since he is the owner of Mangeki Sharingan, it can be seen that he is a former strongman of the Uchiha clan. In the team of Rock Shinobi Village. Future Leg Shadow Haitu asked solemnly, Grandpa, is this the real power of the Uchiha clan? Onoki on the side fell into memory, recalling the first time he saw the power of Susanoo, that is, the Susanoo used by Uchiha Madara. That is the real power of God. No matter it is himself or his teacher, second Tsuchikage can't compete with it. In Cloud Shinobi's team. Some of the Cloud Shinobi who were clamoring to turn over Konoha before finally calmed down. Some people showed fear on their faces and asked softly, Master Raikage, is Uchiha really so scary? Fourth Raikage glanced at these people, and said angrily, so what if Uchiha's power is terrible? Uchiha has already been wiped out, and those two are just dead people. What are you afraid of? And there is only the little doll Uchiha Sasuke in Konoha, he's a fart. Although 4th Raikage didn't intend to start a war with Konoha, but seeing that some of his subordinates were so useless, he definitely wanted to complain. Just now he was clamoring to overthrow Konoha, but now after seeing the terrifying power of the exterminated Uchiha, he immediately stretched his hips again. What is this? What a bunch of trash! 4th Raikage cursed and looked very unhappy. But at the same time, I really envy Konoha in my heart. Look at Konoha, how many talents, but fortunately Konoha's shadow is a talent, the Uchiha clan is gone. Although the outside world knows that the Konoha Uchiha clan was wiped out by Uchiha Itachi, who doesn't have many spies in Konoha. What's more, only the subordinates don't know about Konoha's high-level affairs with the Uchiha clan. The high-level people in each ninja village know it well. Which one doesn't have such a thing? Tsunagakure has it, Kirigakure has it, even Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure are no exception. It can be said that frictions and conflicts between some families or interest groups in the village and those in power are very common, and 4th Raikage is well aware of the filthiness of this. As for what happened to Uchiha Itachi after the operation, it must be ignored. Who will benefit the most after the Uchiha clan is wiped out? Of course it is the high-level Konoha. Thinking about it this way, things will work out. Inside the Tower of Babylon. Topmost. The room where Qin Mu is. After seeing Orochimaru using reanimation jutsu, Yakumo was not surprised at all, but after seeing that the summoned dead was Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's strength, her face was quite ugly. We thought it would be something like 1st generation, 2nd generation, Uchiha Madara, etc. I didn't expect it to be such two things. It's really not very good. Yakumo herself is going to watch the excitement, that is to say, after Konoha's 2 generations of Hokage are summoned, let's see how the ninja world will react. Especially for Konoha, it is quite worth looking forward to. Uchiha Madara, 1st Hokage, etc. are probably waiting to be used against me. Ace waited on the side, and said aloud after hearing this. Orochimaru kept these cards for use, presumably to use against the floor masters of the 1st floor, and Ace understood that this was his trump card to use against himself. Poluna and Axel's Neil are still there, but regarding this matter, Axe's Neil didn't comment, but Poluna reminded Ace instead. Chapter 42. Ace, you better get rid of these scumbags for me, don't embarrass me. Naturally, Poluna would not pay attention to these so-called strong men, or say Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, etc., which would put some pressure on Ace. But if it's with her, it's not enough to see at all. Master Poluna, my strength is enough to handle it, you can rest assured. The only thing Ace can do is to make it clear that he is fine, and hope that Poluna can rest assured. I'm not very worried about you, because you're not mine. Because the strength of the first few layers is too weak, I can't arrange someone from my demon camp to be the layer leader. Otherwise, I don't need to talk nonsense with you. Poluna snorted coldly, not concealing her distrust. It is impossible for her to trust Ace 100%, just because the other party is human and not capable. Ace could only smile wryly at this, and his eyes could only fall on Qin Mu. And Qin Mu patted Poluna, and then said to Ace, Ace, you can go down, it's time to prepare for your battle. In fact, the current situation is already very clear. Orochimaru will definitely win, and then the leader of Ace will be present. It's hard for others to say, but Uzumaki Naruto will definitely challenge the floor master as soon as possible. On this point, Qin Mu dares to guarantee it. So Acetus has to be there instead of staying here. Acetus naturally understood, and when he saw Qin Mu asking him to go to the 1st floor, he immediately agreed. In fact, Acetus wanted to leave early in the morning, but because Qin Mu asked to stay, now that he has the opportunity to leave, he must leave. Poluna looked at Ace who disappeared in the teleportation array, frowned and said to Qin Mu, "Don't be too indulgent to her, I don't want to be broken into the first floor by these bums. We don't think it's a big problem, and I've told Ace so much, she will understand." Yakumo Zi covered half of her face with a fan, squinted her eyes and said with a smile. It's just that Poluna was not very satisfied with Yakumo-zi's words, and said coldly, "Yakumo-zi, don't talk nonsense, the Aces on the first floor can't hold it, but the second floor there, well, that's completely different." Seeing that Poluna still cared so much, Yakumo Zi couldn't help but rolled her eyes. She felt that the other party was really too nervous. However, Zi Yakumo could understand it after thinking about it. Who told this to be an event organized by the demon camp? Thinking about the open and secret battles between the various camps, if the first floor guarded by Aces was easily breached, it would definitely attract ridicule from other camps. As for her, Yakumo Zi, as a member of the monster camp, it must be, laughing loudly, laughing wantonly. So after thinking about it this way, I can understand why Poluna behaved like this. To put it bluntly, Poluna didn't want to be laughed at by other camps. But Axis Neil couldn't help sighing when he saw Poluna like this, and said again. "Poluna, let me tell you, here on the first floor, as long as Acetas fights seriously, these people alone cannot break through, let alone Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from Impure World Reincarnation, as long as they are not in their previous state now, strength has to be discounted, and Ace is extremely capable, so it's not a problem to match these two." Axis Neil also understood what Poluna was worried about, so in order to prevent her from thinking too much, she deliberately gave her own explanation. According to Axis Neil, the first floor is guarded by Aces, so it is not so easy to break through, and the first batch of challengers who entered did not have the ability to break through the first layer guarded by Aces. Tier qualifications. To put it bluntly, these guys are still young. It's just that Axis Neil's words are of no use to Poluna, the latter said coldly. The level of the battle against the floor master is based on a scoring system. An excellent attack gets 1 point, and if the target is severely damaged, it gets 2 points. If you fall to the ground and fail to stand up within the specified time, you will be out of the game. Gone. And as long as the score exceeds 10 points, you can win. Based on the way that Ace Sky plays, do you think she will be scored by the opponent? Why do I feel that Acetas may not work? That's because the battle against the floor master is based on a scoring system, as long as the score exceeds 10 points, it can be counted as a victory. All in all, this rule is beneficial to the challenger side. As for the layer master, it is necessary to defeat the opponent in order to win. In addition, once Ace enters the combat state, he will enjoy the battle with his mind full. If he is scored by the opponent, the possibility of accumulating the score to 10 is not out of the question. That's why Poluna was worried about Ace, thinking that the opponent would be scored by those challengers and win. Also, this rule is here, the challenger does have a chance to win. Yakumo Zi curled her lips, but she had no objection to this. She knew that Poluna was right. Kind of possibility. However, the rules are set by Qin Mu, so it depends on how the floor owner of that floor responds. As long as it is played normally, generally speaking. Well, some challengers are difficult to break through, but if it is a battle madman like Ace, it is possible to be too involved and ignore the rules. In this way, some challengers can win. Under the scoring system, if the strength is not weak, even if it is not Ace's opponent, it is not impossible to score a little bit. Unless Acetas directly kills and doesn't give you a chance, then it's impossible, but if the strength is similar, it's hard to say. All in all, this is the reason why Poluna doesn't trust Ace. Yakumo Zi thought about it seriously, and said lightly, "To be honest, if you don't trust, you should arrange people in the demon camp, not to mention strong ones, but there are also weak ones. You don't want to." You think I don't want to? Poluna rolled her eyes and complained angrily. Then, she complained again, the problem is that he doesn't want to. He thinks it's too much to break the rules and doesn't give him a chance. He also said that the difficulty of the second floor has been increased, so it is basically impossible to break through. If the first floor is too difficult, the second layer is meaningless. Hearing Poluna mention the second floor, Zi Yakumo asked casually, yes, who is the owner of the second floor? Chapter 43. Hearing this, Poluna raised her eyebrows and said casually, that pink hair. Who? Lala? It can't be her, but Fen Mao. Yakumo Zi thought about it seriously, thinking that whoever is the strongest in Fen Mao is there, and the strength to be the leader of the floor is definitely not weak. Qin Mu sighed, and gave the answer, it's Seiki Kujuo. No? Is he a pink hair? After hearing Qin Mu's answer, Yakumo Zi frowned and thought about it seriously. Isn't it? Poluna asked back, she didn't care about these trivial matters, it was just her first impression anyway. Forget it, these are not important, but if he is the master of the second floor, then it is indeed extremely difficult. Yakumo Zi waved her hand, saying that there is no need to care about such trivial matters, and instead say something. If Seiki Kujuo was the master of the second floor, then it is impossible for these people and those who will come later to pass the level, it is impossible at all. Qin Mu naturally didn't want to say anything impossible, given the opportunity, he definitely hoped to see a wonderful show, so he said slowly, with Qin Mu Kujuo guarding the second floor, it is indeed very safe, but don't be too absolute in everything, especially like opening champagne at halftime. Oh, no, this is opening champagne before the show, so it's not worth it. We just said it casually, and it has nothing to do with us, it's just watching the fun. Yakumo Zi definitely didn't care, saying that she was just watching the show, and didn't say that she had any other thoughts. Poluna remained expressionless and silent, obviously not wanting to say any more. Axis Neil sat on the side with his legs crossed, with an extremely elegant posture, and said lightly, no matter what, now Ace will take a look at the first floor. You must know that these people are not even on the first floor. It hasn't passed yet, so don't think about the second floor. Yes, then continue reading. Yakumo Zi changed her sitting posture, leaned against Qin Mu, and said lazily. Tower of Babylon. Level 1. Orochimaru casts reanimation jutsu and sieges Nijihiten with the dead Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri. Susanoo alone is powerless against the two Manjiki Sharingan, even though he possesses high mobility, strong attack power and defense. But this is still useless, and it can be said that it is difficult to compete. So Naja Exiten had to change her strategy, ordering Main to support her side with artillery fire, and Leone to defend Main, while Chelsea needed to use magic to support her. The current situation, if you don't work hard, it will really disappear. However, before Najazitten could figure out how to break the situation, Lubbock and Hill disappeared first. Facing Gaara's berserk attack, the two are unable to organize an effective counterattack, not to mention that they need to pay attention to Gaara's ninjutsu at all times. Therefore, Hill and Lubbock were successively buried under Gaara's ninjutsu. Hill died in Sandfall's funeral. Lubbock was killed by the rain of bullets. Hill was pinched to pieces, Lubbock was beaten to a sieve. Then, Gaara's target shifted and came towards Najihiten. Najihiten cursed secretly, she knew that Gaara was a lunatic, so it was not surprising to see Hill and Lubbock killed. Of course, if it wasn't possible for her to be resurrected, Najihiten would definitely not be so calm, and Kaitong and Brand were undoubtedly stimulated. Although I know that my companion will be resurrected, but seeing my companion killed by Gaara like killing a chicken, it must be furious. Therefore, the two directly abandoned Anko and Temari, and turned to Gaara. But before the two got close, Uchiha Izuna was undoubtedly upset because Gaara came to intervene without authorization. He stared directly, Mangeki Sharingan's illusion directly made Shikaku under control. Facing the power of Mangeki, even 9 tails can't do it, let alone your 1 tail? In addition, Gaara has a bad relationship with Shizuru, so it is even easier to control, but because Uchiha Izuna glared at Gaara, the opportunity was caught by Susanoo. Susanoo was cut by Susanu's Amakangan sword, and even Uchiha Izuna was cut in 2, but this is the body of impure world reincarnation, so the impact is not big. After a while, Uchiha Izuna returned to normal, but he thought it was embarrassing, so he went completely berserk. Embarrass me? Then I will kill you. Uchiha Izuna fires again, Susanoo condenses again, and Chakra gathers Susanoo's weapon, a long knife made purely of chakra. 1 knife at a time, it was aimed at Susanoo. However, at this time, Susanoo's high mobility was shown, and Uchiha Izuna's giant sword was not caught by Uchiha Izuna's giant sword under the high-speed movement, but Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo was frequently attacked. Although it can no longer be broken like just now, but being attacked again and again like this will undoubtedly make Uchiha Izuna even more angry. Orochimaru watched from behind, and couldn't help sighing, the Uchiha clan is really arrogant, even people like Uchiha Izuna are easily emotional. Although Orochimaru's words seem to be innocuous at first glance, but if you look at it carefully, well, there is no doubt that a conclusion can be drawn. That is, the Uchiha clan, they really have no brains. Characters like Uchiha Izuna are so impulsive, irritable. I want to know what will happen to the relatively ordinary Uchiha clan, basically the same. Although Uchiha Izuna is very irritable, but he is not a fool, so naturally he heard what it meant. Therefore, Uchiha Izuna specifically warned Orochimaru, Orochimaru, my elder brother is watching in the Pure Land, so you wait for me to die. So what? Afterwards, I will summon him with impure world reincarnation, so what if I watch him in that Pure Land? Orochimaru smiled disdainfully when he heard the words, and he didn't take it to heart at all. With his current enhanced version of impure world reincarnation, superpowers like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can also be controlled. As the dialogue between Orochimaru and Uchiha Izuna broke out, everyone in the ninja world finally knew who the unknown strongman of the Uchiha clan was. Of course, young people definitely don't know it, but if it's an older generation like Oniki, they must know it. As for Konoha, well, although Uchiha Izuna was gone before Konoha was established, the other party was also a strong member of the Uchiha clan, and obviously cannot be erased. Therefore, there are still quite a few people who know, and in this way, they must be frightened. Chapter 44. Of course, I was scared not because of Uchiha Izuna, but because of the other party's words. Watching in the Pure Land. In this way, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. There was faint sweat on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. It wasn't just the dead Uchiha clan that was worried here, as long as it was the 4th generation couple. What kind of life Naruto lived, could he Sarutobi Hiruzen not know? Because of this, Naruto's situation. Well, 4th generation, this is for Konoha. No way, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only lie to himself like this. If you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. I have to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really amazing. No wonder Danzo can't play, just because he is really more shameless than you Danzo, and let Danzo take the initiative to carry all the scapegoats. Well, that's pretty awesome. Of course, the dialogue between Orochimaru and Uchiha Izuna brought the biggest impact, not to shock the ninja world with the power of the Uchiha clan, but to let Nagato and Konan confirm that the masked man is not Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Izuna is Uchiha Madara's younger brother, and Uchiha Izuna, the dead man, said, "My elder brother is watching in Pure Land." This shows what? Explain that Uchiha Madara is dead. So who is this masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara? Identity is questionable. Nagato and Konan have doubts, while Obito is naturally scolding. Is Laozi easy? It must have been much more convenient to do things in Uchiha Madara's vest, but now that the damned Uchiha Izuna messes with him, how can he do things? Alas, pig teammates! Nagato's sighed. Forget it, the other party was already suspicious, but now it's just confirmation, so it's nothing. Afterwards, Uchiha Obito didn't care. Anyway, Nagato didn't believe in himself. Now it's just confirmed, but as long as the ideal remains the same. Outside the leaves, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were silent, each thinking about their own affairs. Uchiha Itachi is not sure about the identity of the masked man, but he can only doubt the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara and has unfathomable strength. But now that Uchiha Izuna said this, it means that Uchiha Madara is indeed dead, and the masked man is a mysterious person working under the banner of Uchiha Madara. Of course, Uchiha Itachi confirmed that the identity of the masked man is not Uchiha Madara, which is nothing to Uchiha Itachi who already doubted the identity of the other party. But Hoshigaki Kisame is different. I do things seriously and believe what the other party says, but now it seems. It's ridiculous. Hoshigaki Kisame is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the masked man. He thought that the other party was sincere, but now it seems that it is just a deception, so he is very irritable now. But Hoshigaki Kisame was very rational and restrained, and did not reveal his true inner thoughts at the moment. The two have different thoughts, but they think about the same thing, which is the masked man. However, both of them were masters, and nothing was exposed. Inside the Tower of Babylon. After Uchiha Izuna had a verbal fight with Orochimaru, he had to continue to devote himself to the battle with Susanoo. Although Uchiha Izuna is very reluctant, but now being controlled by others, even if she is reluctant, she can only be willing. Unlike Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha's Hilly next to him is seriously thinking about how to win Susanoo as soon as possible. It is best to let the opponent surrender. Then I have to get serious. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri disarmed Susanoo in the third form, and instead pulled out the long knife, and dodged to start a melee fight with Susanoo who was moving at high speed. Melee? Seeing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help being stunned for a moment, as if he was a little surprised by Uchiha Yuri's actions. Although Orochimaru controls Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly, he still doesn't know much about the abilities of the two, so the battle is based on the consciousness of the two. However, if the two dared to work without exerting any effort, then Orochimaru would have to step in and forcibly control the two of them. At that time, although he retained his consciousness, he did not have the right to control his body. In that case, it is obviously unacceptable to the Uchiha family. I can only watch you control my body and shoot. And such humiliation, well, Uchiha Izuna must have exploded. So Orochimaru just threatened at the beginning and then let Uchiha Izuna play himself. The same is true for Uchiha's Hilly, and since the other party did not fight against him, Orochimaru did not forcefully control Uchiha's Hilly at all, but gave the other party great freedom. But now the other party suddenly contacted Susanoo, and turned to close combat with Susanoo, which made Orochimaru feel strange. You must know that after Na Susanoo broke out, it is definitely not easy to deal with. It only takes a brief understanding to know how difficult the other party is. Super attack, reflection defense, high-speed movement. If you want to attack, you have to attack. If you want to defend, you have to have defense. If you want to have speed, you have to have speed. And now Uchiha Yuri is fighting for speed with the opponent? By the way, is it worth it? Just when Orochimaru was wondering, he suddenly found that Uchiha Yuri could keep up with Susanoo's speed, and even faintly overwhelmed him. This is the ability of the eyes? Is that Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique? Soon, Orochimaru understood that it was the opponent's pupil technique that had worked. Although Orochimaru doesn't know what the pupil technique is, it should be related to speed, and it can be faster than Susanoo. It seems that this is really a bit scary. Mangeki Sharingan's ability is really strange, it made me. No, I want to live forever, these powers are not very attractive to me. Orochimaru strengthened his will, instead of being disturbed by these external objects, he wanted to pursue immortality, no matter how strong the Sharingan was, he couldn't make himself immortal. Therefore, there is no need to be too persistent about these powers. It is good to have them, but there is no need to force them. Are you able to keep up with Susanoo's speed? Is that Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique? Seeing Uchiha Yuri keeping up with Susanoo's speed, Najazitten immediately realized that it was the ability of the opponent's eyes. Mangeki Sharingan is indeed a problem. However, if you don't use Susanoo, can you withstand Main's artillery fire and Chelsea's magic? Although Uchiha's Hyri is too fast, these attacks may not be able to hit, but if under the intensive firepower, all the activities of Uchiha's Hilly are covered, then there is still a chance to hit. That's why Najazitten thinks that there is no need to worry about Susanoo's side, he has to wait for the opportunity and make sure to kill with one blow. Chapter 45. Yatengu, are you tired of watching this kind of battle? Leviathan has already started to complain, she is quite self-willed, even the great Sin Demon King. Apart from Qin Mu and Lucifer, only a few people, such as Poluna and Ashes Neil, could hold her down, so now because she was too boring, she started to get angry. It's too procrastinating. I'm not interested in explaining anymore. I thought it would be over as soon as possible. Why is it so endless? Leviathan, who was already quite upset, was too lazy to explain what he was explaining, so he simply said something else, and it was no surprise to the audience on other floors in the Tower of Babylon. It's Leviathans after all, and it's quite normal to go crazy sometimes. However, for everyone in the ninja world, it is a bit incomprehensible. Among them, Naruto yelled in dissatisfaction, "What kind of host is this? Fortunately, I thought I could get to know the two strong men of the Uchiha clan, but now it seems that it is hopeless." Naruto is very curious about Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri, so he expects Shimaimura Fumi and Leviathan to introduce them. But now it seems. Well, I can't count on it. Naruto, you don't understand Uchiha's power, so what if you know? Urzuzi opened his mouth and came, with a very arrogant attitude. Sasuke, he is amazing, but are you amazing? Niji looked at Sasuke who was so rampant, and sarcastically mercilessly. I admit that those two are great, but what are you Uchiha Sasuke? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, and he stared at Niji with uncertain eyes, and said viciously, "Wait, once I awaken Mangeki Sharingan, then I will definitely want you to look good. It doesn't matter, anyway, I'm not afraid." Niji didn't care at all, and said indifferently. "Fear? It doesn't exist, I'm not afraid. You guys, can you stop for a while?" Seeing this scene, Shikamaru felt a headache and had to mediate. Although Shikamaru doesn't like Uchiha Sasuke's arrogance very much, there can be no chaos now, and unity is the main thing, instead of attacking and cursing each other like this, which is meaningless. Naturally, the matter on 12 Zioqiang's side will not affect Leviathan, and she is still complaining. Shimaimura didn't care much, and was still doing his job, that is, continuing to explain, Uchiha's Hilly's offensive is very strong, and he is currently firmly in the upper hand, but on the contrary, Uchiha Izuna is planning its water. "Who are you talking about paddling?" Uchiha Izuna questioned with great dissatisfaction. If you say that he is very irritable, now that he is said so by Shimaimura, he will be even more dissatisfied. Shimaimura didn't pay attention to him at all, and it was enough to show Albedo and Demiurge with his eyes. Sure enough, Demiurge just opened his mouth, and Uchiha Izuna knelt down. "Kneel down." Uchiha Izuna, who knelt down, was still in a daze, wondering what was going on. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Izuna who was kneeling, and then at Demiurge, thinking, "Aren't you disturbing me?" Mr. Demiurge, don't you think this is not good? Speaking rudely is a warning. Demiurge looked at Orochimaru and said coldly, but the meaning was obviously obvious. Okay, that's indeed my problem. Orochimaru didn't hesitate any longer when he saw this, he could only state that it was his own problem, even if it was Uchiha Izuna's problem, but who let himself summon him? So I must be responsible for what Uchiha Izuna caused. Uchiha Yuri didn't care about these things, relying on his ability to accelerate, dodged the hail of bullets, and then competed with Susanoo's speed, one sword at a time. The fight was extremely lively. But even so, Uchiha's Hilly found that it was not so easy to win this Susanoo. The reason lies in the opponent's defense, ordinary attacks are useless. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri had to show Susanoo, and this was just the initial form. That is, only the arms and ribs are changed, and this can be used for various purposes such as attack, defense, protection, and control. Although the body is not completely covered by Susanoo, but there is a large gap, but the defense is enough to withstand most of the attacks, and Uchiha Yuri has the ability to accelerate and decelerate. The so-called acceleration can increase the speed of oneself, while deceleration can slow down the speed of the target. This can include people as well as dead objects. Therefore, the artillery fire fired by main was caught by Uchiha Yuri's deceleration ability. Once the speed slowed down, not only did it fail to hit Uchiha Yuri, but even if it was hit, it was not injured due to the presence of Susanoo. Susanoo has already discovered that his speed is getting slower and slower, and this must be caused by the woman's ability. If it goes on like this, once the energy is exhausted, the berserk can only end. In this way, it is almost impossible to fight against Uchiha Yuri and others, so Susanoo must end the battle as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Uchiha Yuri also thought so. In the mid-air, in the initial form of Susanoo, she directly threw out a series of hook balls with one arm. Gakudama of Yasaka. This is Susanoo's common long-range attack ninjutsu. It uses a series of 8-foot Kyanguyu to attack the opponent from a long distance. It can not only attack a single target, but also attack enemies in a wide range. But this kind of technique can only be used in the second stage, but Uchiha Yuri can use it in the initial form, which is enough to prove that the opponent's ability is unfathomable. On this point, Shemming Maruan started to explain. Uchiha Yuri can be regarded as the penultimate genius of the Uchiha family. You must know the forbidden technique is an Agi of the Uchiha family. It is a technique that can rewrite reality, but it is the Izanami she invented that restrains this forbidden technique. This kind of thing, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't make sense to use your eyes as the price. Leviathan spread his hands and said weakly. Whether it's Izanagi or Izanami, the price is the eyes. If it's an ordinary Sharingan, it doesn't matter, but if it's a Manjiki, it's too wasteful. Then, she said lazily, it's like that weird old man with bandages, he just used Izanagi as a resurrection technique. If he meets Ariel, he will directly use the magic of the abyss to destroy your soul. Let's see what you can do. Risen. But in Leviathan's view, it's all just a pile of scum, which is actually meaningless at all, it's really too insignificant. Chapter 46. Leviathan, don't look at it with this kind of thinking. You have to know that they are just human beings. We are different. Shemming Maruan means that you can't have such thinking, it is just an ordinary human being, and it is already very good to have such power in this situation. On the host stage, Shime Marufumi was chatting with Leviathan, but for the stands and the ninja people in the arena, it was a big shock. Why do I feel like they look down on us? Naruto's voice was a little dull, as if he was not interested. At first glance, Shime Maruan's words seemed to be speaking for them, but in reality, she seemed to be the same as Leviathan, still aloof and arrogant. Just like the Tower of Babylon that appeared here, it seems that you are allowed to choose, but is there really a choice? Don't feel it, people just look down on us. Niji gave Naruto a cold look, then spoke again. In terms of feelings in this regard, Niji can clearly feel the lofty attitude of people like Leviathan, and this is most likely because these people are not human. Devil. Monster. Niji says he doesn't understand, but it's certainly not human. It's their business, we don't need to worry about it. Shikamaru was very calm, thinking that these things don't need to be discussed, because they are not the most important things at the moment, so they can be ignored temporarily. After a pause, Shikamaru said slowly again, strength is the most important thing here. People who are strong can despise us. Even people like Orochimaru can only smile. Didn't you see that? Isn't Orochimaru fierce enough? Such a vicious person has to be a man with his tail between his legs here, and he dare not act recklessly in every move. What is the reason? Can't beat it. Demiurge's strength is already terrifying, but he still has to be respectful in front of Shime Marufumi and Leviathan. This shows that those two are not only high in status, but also powerful. With Shikamaru's further persuasion, 12 Ziokyang's side fell silent one after another. At the same time, although Susanoo solved Uchiha Yuri's Guyu attack, the opponent could come once in a while, and also used the ability to slow down, which made Susanoo unable to move at high speed. In this way, whether Susanoo has the ability to reflect defense, or was cornered by Uchiha Yuri. If it weren't for the support of Ma Yin, Najazitten, and others, Susanoo's fate would not have been very good. Orochimaru's vision is extremely sharp, and he naturally saw that Susanoo was just a weak point, and he was even more surprised by Uchiha Yuri's performance than ever before. Just because he didn't expect this guy to be so powerful, it can only be said that the man who can open the Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed an extraordinary character. Thinking of this, Orochimaru had no choice but to say to Demiurge, "Your Excellency Demiurge, I want to end this battle, so can you let go of Uchiha Izuna?" Now that Susanoo has been completely suppressed by Uchiha Yuri, it is necessary for him to help deal with Ma Yin and others who supported Susanoo. Then Uchiha Izuna has to move, but because of Demiurge, Uchiha Izuna is still kneeling on the ground now, so if you want the other party to move, it depends on Demiurge's face. Get up! Uchiha Izuna was able to stand up after Demiurge released his mind-controlling spell, which was the ruling spell. But Uchiha Izuna was already extremely angry, but when he thought of Demiurge's strange ability and that unfathomable aura, he had to endure it. It's really not that Uchiha Izuna doesn't want to explode, one is that he is now under the control of Orochimaru, and the other is that Demiurge is really powerful, which made him lose his temper. When the other party opened his mouth just now, he knelt down instantly, unable to resist at all. Although Uchiha Izuna felt extremely angry, he also felt a little fear. I just knelt down without any resistance, this is really... what kind of strange ability is it? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna was still a little startled. I don't know if the eldest brother can bear it. When this thought came out, Uchiha Izuna couldn't hold back the thought, he thought it was okay. I can't do it myself, but my brother can definitely do it. However, Uchiha Izuna can't take care of these now, so he still has to finish the following things first. Uchiha Izuna directly showed Susanoo's third form, and then spurted out black flames, which turned into the shape of Guyu, and attacked towards the position where Main was. At the same time, Uchiha Izuna swung Susanoo's arms again, and the two long spears gathered by Amaterasu's fire were projected to remove them, and the targets were Liane and Najahitten. Liane desperately protected Ma Yin from being hit by the Guyu wrapped in black flames, while he was stabbed by the spear of Amaterasu's fire. The whole person was nailed to the wall, and the black inextinguishable flame devoured her. As for Chelsea, although she reacts very quickly and counterattacks with magic, she is not a melee mage, and her speed and reaction are a little bit worse. The spear connected the two of them together, and burned them up by the way. As a result, only Akihito and Brand remained on Yurei's side, and the remaining Susanoo was cut down by Uchiha Yuri and lost the ability to move. And the rest of Kaitong and Brand saw their companions fall down one after another. Even though they knew that Najazidin and others would be resurrected, they were still distracted for a while. This moment, that fleeting opportunity. But Anko seized this opportunity of Setsuna and shocked the spirits of the two with the charm technique. After a short period of control, Temari ended the two. So far, the night attack army has been wiped out. Orochimaru also defeated the night attack, and thus won 2 victories. The level of the gatekeeper is considered to be passed. Then, it is the last level, the master of the first level. As for the floor master of the first floor, is it easy to deal with it? Orochimaru has no confidence in his heart, even with reanimation jutsu, he still has no confidence. However, Orochimaru has no confidence, but Naruto can't wait, he wants to prove himself immediately, so he shouted at the moment the end was announced here. I'm going to start the last level, fight that floor master. Naruto, can you stop being so impulsive? Shikamaru collapsed instantly when he saw Naruto jumping off the field again, and had to jump down quickly and hold Naruto. Chapter 47. Shikamaru, we can definitely do it, trust me. Naruto patted his chest and spoke confidently. It's not about believing or not, it's about being calm. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, and complained a little angrily, Naruto, I said, calm down, and shouldn't you obey orders? The tail of the crane is right, what are you afraid of? Erzuzi also swelled up, thinking that there was nothing wrong with it, and he had to fight if he should. Is there any need to be so afraid? Niji and Xiao Li nodded, even if they don't like Erzuzi and Naruto's, if they don't dare to go up now, when do they expect to go up? Since you have already won just now, there is no problem in continuing now. If you take it all at once, there is nothing wrong with it. You're really talking light and easy. But Shikamaru obviously still had a lot of worries, thinking that he shouldn't go up so soon, and at least he should take a rest. Except for some people like Shiji, Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, and others think there is no problem, so it is difficult to persuade under Shikamaru. The reason is that Naruto, Sasuke, and others are the key figures in the team, that is, the guarantee of combat power, they are fighters. In this regard, Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, and Xiao Li are the 4, which can be said to have the highest combat power among the 12 Xiaoqiang, so Shikamaru really has no way to object. To put it bluntly, Shikamaru's voice is not enough. If Naruto gives support, then Shikamaru has the right to speak, but if Naruto says no, when the opinions are different, then Shikamaru has less right to speak. But this is actually simple, the barrel of the gun is here with Naruto, although Sasuke has some conflicts with Naruto, but the cooperation is still close, plus they are teammates, and it is in their own interests, that is, to start the war as soon as possible, so there is no reason not to support it. Not to mention Niji and Xiao Li, who also want to start a war quickly, so Naruto said that they will fight, which is in their own interests, and naturally they will not object. In this way, the 4 with the highest combat power stand together, that is, they are in a group. What can Shikamaru do? There is only one Shiji around him, and although Shiji listens to Shikamaru, it is obvious that only one Shiji cannot be changed. Although the rest of Iba and Shino are neutral, don't forget about Hinata, she is firmly on Naruto's side. It just so happens that Iba and Shino are Hinata's teammates. Then let me ask, if Hinata is in the early stage, I think I also know that the two will not stand on Shikamaru's side. Needless to say, the rest of the little Sakura, Tian, must be on the side of her teammates. One of them is in the 7th class and the other is in the 3rd class, so I want to know what the result will be. In this way, Shikamaru only has Chiji and Ino from class 10 on Shikamaru's side. Chiji is on his side, but Ino is, well, that's hard to say. All in all, Shikamaru clearly found that he had no right to speak at all, and he couldn't convince Naruto and them at all. It's just that the movements of 12 Xiaoqiang's side did not affect a series of work on site. After the battle, the professional team has already entered the field and quickly took the people away. And this is naturally brought to life. It only takes a short while, and those who died in night raids and hunters can be resurrected immediately. Anko had heard what Naruto and others said at this time, and knew what they wanted to do, so he had to stand up and stop it. She's a Jainin after all, so talking works, well, maybe. You guys, don't be too arrogant, do you really think things are that simple? Stop talking, scumbag. Sasuke was extremely swollen, so he didn't pay attention to Anko, and Anko's blood pressure rose as soon as he opened his mouth. Just because in Erzu's opinion, you are such a good Anko, do you still have the nerve to talk? Besides, you still want to order us? Hehe, what do you think? Although Niji is not as inflated as Sasuke, he is quite dissatisfied with Anko. He cannot trust Anko's performance before entering the Tower of Babylon. Compared with Mr. Guy, is the other party sure to be Jainin? To be honest, Anko is really wronged, too wronged. Is Anko a Jainin? That's for sure. But if it matches what Demiurge said, it's really bad-tempered, even Uchiha Izuna didn't withdraw, so what can Anko do with her? Anko was undoubtedly pd off, he was forced to kneel down by Demiurge's words, but could it be his own problem? Certainly not. Just because I really can't refuse. The other party didn't know what method was used, so she couldn't resist this ability, she could only be forced to kneel down and surrender, that was not what she wanted, but there was really no way. To be honest, Anko didn't even know who could resist Demiurge's ability. I guess no one can, right? Hokage-sama. Let's forget about this question. Anko didn't dare to think about it deeply, just because she realized that even third Hokage would probably be useless in the face of Demiurge's ability to open his mouth and kneel. Anko, why are you stopping? Since they are going to start, let them come, we just have a look. However, just when Anko was having a headache, Orochimaru said something sinister. If Naruto and the others want to challenge the floor master first, Orochimaru definitely doesn't care, but enjoys it. Anko's face changed suddenly, as if realizing something, he said quickly, Orochimaru, don't you mess around. Anko, I am your teacher, and here we are teammates. Orochimaru's face turned cold, staring at Anko and said coldly. Humph, I'm Konoha Jainin, not your teammate, and I had no choice but to form a team with you because of these kids. Anko snorted coldly and said very dissatisfied. Why did I team up with Orochimaru? Isn't Orochimaru still a threat? Although you can't do anything here, but does Anko dare to gamble? In case Orochimaru plays some dirty tricks and ruins Konoha's younger generation, it will be Konoha's loss. Whatever you say, they've already decided, you can't control it. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and the others with a smile, knowing that these brats had made a decision, and Anko couldn't stop it. And Anko naturally understands this, knowing that he can't change Naruto's thoughts, but even so, he still has to do his best. It's time for you to stop and listen to me now. However, before Anko could make a move, Demiurge suddenly interrupted, saying that he wanted to speak. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that there was something to announce. Naruto and the other 12 Xiaoqiang and Orochimaru immediately realized the problem, and turned to look at Demiurge, waiting to see what the other party had to say. Chapter 48. As far as Demiurge's impression was concerned, he seemed to be a gentleman, or that kind of successful person. But no matter what, the evil aura of Demiurge obviously couldn't be ignored. Even Orochimaru didn't dare to say that he was more evil than the other party, so no one dared not listen to what the person in front of him said. Demiurge didn't waste any time, and said, actually, this is the rule about challenging the floor master after you defeat the gatekeeper. Rule. Now, everyone was shocked again. Is there a different rule for playing layer master? Orochimaru licked his lips subconsciously, instinctively feeling that this would be good news. Not sure, but that's how Orochimaru feels, and hopefully it's true, that would make things a lot easier. To say that Orochimaru is very clear in his heart, it is obviously not so easy to deal with the layer mainly according to the current rules, but it will be different if there are new rules. Naruto didn't think so much, instead he shouted impatiently, "What the hell is it? Has it changed again? Why?" Anko muttered to himself, "Are there any new rules?" She didn't know if it was good news or bad news. But now, he could only listen to Demiurge's continuation. Demiurge ignored what everyone thought, but said to himself, "When you fight against the floor master, it's not that you have to defeat the opponent to win, just like when you fight against the gatekeeper, but you only need to score more than 10 points. If you do, then you can win." Then, Demiurge pushed his glasses, made some adjustments, and continued to explain. Actually, the rules are very simple. It is the scoring system. You can get 1 point for an excellent attack, and 2 points if you hit the target hard. If you fall to the ground and fail to stand up within the specified time, you will be out of the game gone. In addition, the floor master does not apply to the scoring system. The floor master must defeat the opponent. There is no so-called scoring system. That's right. At that time, there will be referees in the field, that is, me or Albedo. In short, the battle with the floor master is completely different. Finally, Demiurge added another sentence, specifically saying that he and Albedo would serve as referees in the challenger's battle with the floor lord. Naruto. How to say? It's too complicated to understand. Shikamaru mused, seemingly considering the pros and cons of it. Chi continued to eat without paying attention to these things. Shino and others were silent. On the contrary, Sasuke had a problem, and complained to Demiurge in dissatisfaction, "Is this looking down on us? No, we don't need such rules." Of course, Demiurge ignored the second pillar and said directly to the crowd, "Do you understand?" "Certainly." Except for Naruto, who is still shouting at the 2 pillars and thinking, and Gaara, who is mentally unstable, everyone else understands. To say that this rule is definitely beneficial to them is to give them a chance. Got 10 points? It shouldn't be difficult, right? Many people have such thoughts in their hearts. But Orochimaru did not relax. Even if the rule is indeed beneficial to the challenger, it does not mean that it is simple, but it needs to be treated with more caution. Demiurge pushed his glasses again, looked at Naruto and the others with a serious face, and asked, "Are you sure you want to formally challenge the floor master of the first floor?" "Of course, we are sure." Naruto didn't quite understand what Demiurge said earlier, but he still understood what Demiurge said, so he said it decisively. Urshuse is very dissatisfied now, feeling that he is not being respected, and he starts to feel ruthless in his heart, and vows to kill the first floor master to prove himself. "That's fine. You can start when Ace, the floor master of the first floor, comes." Demiurge pushed his glasses and said indifferently. "No, isn't this guy here?" Naruto was stunned when he heard this, and asked with a puzzled expression. "This kind of thing is not something that a brat like you can interfere with." Albedo stared at Naruto coldly, her eyes were extremely indifferent and full of killing intent, but she just scolded, and did not do anything else. But even if Albedo was just like that, Naruto was already shocked. This look is so scary. And not only Naruto was shocked, even the 9 tails inside him felt uneasy, even deeply terrified. Yes, even 9 tails can't jump up, and they don't dare to be arrogant at all. 9 tails went crazy after bullying Night Attack and the others before. But in the hands of Demiurge, they still didn't withdraw. Now Albedo is just watching, but 9 tails already feels threatened, and this is enough to show that the 2 identities in front of him are just servants, but they already have the strength to defeat him? No, even kill? As soon as this idea came up, 9 tails couldn't help but cursed. Damn, where do these people come from? None of them are simple, it's really scary enough. Since Demiurge meant to wait, and since Naruto quarreled just now and was glared at by Albedo, he didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore, so the scene fell silent. However, this silence was only for a while, and Uchiha Izuna made something happen. Yes, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri were not sent back by Orochimaru, but continued to stay in this world with the body of impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru obviously intended to keep them there. And Uchiha Izuna saw that he was staying, and considering that he was dead, he planned to ask something. For example, the man in the bandage mentioned by Shemming Maruan and Leviathan just now. According to them, this person used Izanagi as a resurrection technique. So Uchiha was curious about it. Because of this, Uchiha Izuna approached Shime Marufumi and Leviathan, wanting to learn about the situation. Uchiha Izuna didn't dare to make a mistake because he had already suffered a loss. He didn't have the domineering attitude before, and he didn't dare to have it. Who is that bandaged old man you mentioned earlier? Coming to the host stage, Uchiha Izuna lost his previous arrogance, but became humble. After seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara, who was in the Pure Land, hated in his heart and really wanted to destroy everything. My younger brother is so proud, why did he bow his head? It's still not strong enough, and it suffered too much before. Thinking of her brother being forced to kneel, this scene really made Uchiha Madara want to kill Demiurge. Can't beat? Impossible. I, Uchiha Madara, have no ahem, and a Hashirama, but that's me without the Rinnegan, and if I'm revived again and fight Hashirama with my new powers, there's absolutely no problem. Chapter 49. Uchiha Izuna naturally didn't know what his big brother was thinking, his mind was full of the bandaged old man mentioned in Shimaimura. And the reason why he cares so much is because Uchiha Izuna thinks there is something going on here, and it's still a big deal. Human, what are you talking about? Leviathan's tone was extremely arrogant, and his high-ranking posture obviously didn't take Uchiha Izuna seriously. Uchiha Izuna is patient with this, and has no intention of attacking. Besides, what I asked was not this Leviathan, but the Shimiwanwan who seemed to be very talkative, so I didn't care so much about Leviathan. Anyway, I knelt on the ground before anyway, and I believe that the ninja world has seen that scene. And not just in the ninja world, but also in this tower. Just because of the complaints, Uchiha Izuna simply broke the jar, there is no need to care so much. However, Shimai Marufumi seemed surprised, looked at Uchiha Izuna and asked, "Are you asking me?" "Yes, I wonder if this monster can tell you something." Uchiha Izuna is a ninja in the Sengoku era. He has experienced all kinds of cruel wars. Naturally, his eyesight is not weak, and he already understands the attitude of Shimai Maruan, so it was decisively admitted. Seeing that Uchiha Izuna is so humble, Shimai Marufumi sized it up, and then said, "Well, you are flexible, and it happened to be me who asked." Shimai Maruan, a famous reporter in Gensokyo, is also a very 8 trigrams reporter. The report he wrote, namely Bunban Shimbun, has the highest sales in Gensokyo. Don't doubt it, it's true. Shimai Maruan's eyes suddenly became fierce. Since she said so, then take it as it is and don't get into it. All in all, Shemming Maruan really doesn't mind revealing some information, and is happy to reveal it. Looking at your sincerity in asking questions, I'll let you know. Shimai Maruan smiled and decided to tell Uchiha Izuna. "Ye Tengu, are you too boring?" Leviathan really wanted to say it when she saw Shemming Maruan, and naturally she wanted to complain, she didn't expect the other party to be so elegant. Sure enough, paparazzi, well-deserved reputation. If you know something, you like to talk about it. You don't understand, Leviathan, go away. Naturally, Shimai Marufumi was too lazy to talk nonsense with Leviathan, and waved her with a disgusted expression to signal her to go aside. Then, Shemming Maruan briefly talked about the bandage old man's problem. First of all, the first point is who this person is. The old man I told Leviathan just now is actually one of the Konoha F4, the Nabekage who is famous all over the world. He is also the first generation Nabekage, and even the strongest naked Shimura Dans. What the hell? Uchiha Izuna was stunned, thinking that the bunch of gaudy things in front of him didn't understand at all, so he only understood the so-called name of the person, but who is this person? Obviously, he didn't know it. Of course, among the people present, the trio of 12 Xiaoqiang and Sand Shinobi village didn't know much about it. But Orochimaru and Anko knew it, especially Orochimaru. In fact, Orochimaru had already guessed what Leviathan said casually just now. Bandage the old man, use the forbidden technique of the Uchiha family, etc. Isn't that Shimura Dan's? Who else but this guy? As for the arm in Shimura Dan's hand, it is still the result of my own hard-working experiment, so I don't know. Shimai Meruan shook her head directly, obviously dissatisfied with Uchiha Izuna's bewildered performance, but she continued to say, "You are such an idiot, that is to say, Shimura Dan's is first-generation Nabekage, even more the one who can take the blame the most, so he is called the strongest one. No one knows how to take the blame better than him, only this guy knows how to take the blame. No, the problem is that this guy is mentally ill? Why does he have to take the blame?" Uchiha Izuna still didn't understand, so he continued to ask, trying to figure it out. As he spoke, Uchiha Izuna remembered the key point he wanted to ask, and added another sentence. Also, what does he have to do with the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan? This guy is not from the Uchiha clan either. How can he use Izanagi as a resurrection technique? Where does Sharingan come from? Used as resurrection. This obviously means that the other party not only knows this forbidden technique, but also has a considerable amount of Sharingan. The question is, how did Sharingan come about? Shimai Meruan smiled calmly, not in a hurry at all, but said softly, "Come on slowly, let me answer the previous question first, which is why this Shimura Dans is willing to take the blame, because this guy can't play Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not that Shimura Dans has to take the blame, but he has no way not to take the blame. Konoha's light and darkness, he symbolizes darkness, and Sarutobi Hiruzen symbolizes light. If the old man is inconvenient to do something, then Shimura Dans is needed do it. As for how much private goods Shimura Dans himself mixed in during this process, I won't talk about it for now. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen must know and acquiesce, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been a good person and the so-called symbolizes light, so these naturally, Shimura Dans is to blame for the dirty things. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this very well, so he is extremely conniving to Shimura Dans. Even if the other party assassinated him, he still treats him lightly. Why? It's very simple. One is that he needs to take the blame, and the other is that he has softened his heart. Saying that, Shimai Meruan briefly talked about the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans, that is, the so-called Sarutobi Hiruzen is a leaf bathed in sunlight, and Shimura Dans is a root buried deep in the ground, a symbol of light and darkness, one said. However, Uchiha Izuna was not interested in Shimura Dans and Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he just made it clear. "I'm not interested in these, you better not tell me, I just want to know why the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan was mastered by a foreigner, that's all." Seeing this, Shimai Meruan shrugged and said lightly, "This is where we need to talk about the Uchiha genocide." Genocide. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hiri changed drastically. Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly don't know about this, it can be said to be normal. For example, when Uchiha Izuna died, Konoha had not yet been established, and it must be unknown what happened decades later. When Uchiha Yuri was alive, it was the civil strife within the Uchiha clan because of the forbidden technique Izanagi. This timeline was at least before the genocide, and it must have been 30 or 40 years ago. Therefore, it is quite normal for these two people not to know about the extermination of the clan. Chapter 50. Why is the family extinct? Uchiha Izuna couldn't hold back anymore and asked hastily. She couldn't even sit still with Uchiha Yuri, and she was also surprised by this, even a little dazed. Shemming Maruan looked at the crowd, first glanced at Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri, the two dead people with confused faces, and then the expressionless Orochimaru and the shocked and confused man because of the three views. The 12 Xiaoqiang who understand, and the Sand Shinobi trio with the melon-eating crowd mentality. Other than that, all that's left is the preoccupied Anko. Although she is just Konoha's special Jainin, she doesn't know much about many things, but what Maruan revealed just now is Konoha's black material. Furthermore, judging from the current situation, it is estimated that the black material is even more violent. Finally, what's even more frightening is, now it's a live broadcast, which means that the entire ninja world knows about it. For Maruan, she didn't care about these things, and said casually, when it comes to the extermination of the genocide, there are many reasons, including your elder brother, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Konoha headed by F4 high level, as well as the Uchiha clan itself and the two big idiots of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, it's Senju Tobirama. I already knew he was up to something. Uchiha Izuna automatically ignored a name, and then automatically locked someone, and then yelled. Uchiha Yuri twitched the corners of his mouth, wondering if you forgot the first person? Although it was your elder brother, I don't believe it when it says that there is no problem with your elder brother. Of course, whether it is Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna, they are the pride of the Uchiha clan, and their seniority is even higher than their own, so what can she say? Uchiha Itachi? What do you know? What do you know? At this moment, Urzusa went completely mad, rushed forward and roared. It's just that before Urzusa could take 2 steps forward, he was frightened by Maruan's indifferent eyes. Then, the 2 pillars were forcibly fixed there. After all, Maruan is also a monster of Gensokyo, a Yatengu clan, and she is not a good person. She likes 8 trigrams as a reporter, but this does not mean that she is easy to talk to. It's just that when I was in Gensokyo, there were too many powerful people, so I must have been smiling. After following Qin Mu, there were even more fierce people around me. Therefore, after Maruan felt that there were more good things to dig, he became more careful. After all, with so many ruthless and fierce people, I really can't afford to offend them. However, as far as Uchiha Sasuke is concerned, well, it's not the turn of such a thing to shout. If you want me to say, this guy can still be killed. After Leviathan saw it, he said casually. But in her words, Uchiha Sasuke has already been given life and death. Albedo took a step forward and said softly, Master Leviathan, you should know that Lady Poluna doesn't like it. Albedo, you are really Poluna's running dog, but don't forget that my sister is El Yusufer. Hearing this, Leviathan couldn't help glaring at Albedo, and yelled in dissatisfaction. Regarding Leviathan's yelling, Albedo cried, neither humble nor overbearing, Master Leviathan, your sister is Lord El Yusufer, of course I know, but I am not Lord Poluna's lackey, I just belong to Qin Lord Mu. TCH, I'm so annoying. Leviathan muttered in dissatisfaction, curled his lips and looked unwilling. Albedo not only brought up Poluna, but also mentioned Qin Mu at the end, which meant to threaten herself not to mess around. And Leviathan, who has always been willful and arrogant, is of course very upset in her heart, so what she thinks is that when she goes back, she will have to complain to her beloved sister El Yusufer, and also to Master Qin Mu by the way, so she has to educate her well. Bead. Although Uchiha Yuri didn't know Uchiha Sasuke, this person should be a member of the Uchiha clan, so what's the point of saying that the Uchiha clan was wiped out? Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri had no choice but to ask, Master Maruan, since you said that the Uchiha clan was wiped out, what happened to him? Orphans. Maruan seemed to be annoyed by Uchiha Yuri's stupidity, and said rather helplessly. Uchiha Izuna is still thinking in the Sengoku era, so when he heard this, he asked incomprehensibly, since the family was exterminated, why should there be one person left? According to the information revealed by Shimei Maruan, the Uchiha clan was wiped out, and the mastermind behind it was the high-ranking Konoha, so why did you leave a kid on purpose? So why are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura-dan still merciful? No, it's not possible. Just because Shimura-dans can have so many Sharingan use forbidden technique Izanagi as a resurrection technique, I think he is not a soft-hearted person. So, what good is Sarutobi Hiruzen who can hold down that Danzo? Since everyone is determined to exterminate the clan, why would they deliberately leave a brat behind? For such questions, Uchiha Izuna is incomprehensible, and he can't figure out why this happens, so he needs an explanation. Tower of Babylon, top floor. Just when Sheming Maruan began to explain the dirty things about Konoha, Qin Mu was naturally quite helpless in his eyes, and then turned his head to look at Yakumo Zi beside him. The latter has a calm face, shaking his little feet leisurely, not paying attention to Qin Mu's examining gaze. Seeing that Yakumo Zi was still so calm, Qin Mu couldn't help but get angry, and raised her hand to turn her over, and then slapped her down twice, making a crackling sound. Then, Qin Mu asked again with a serious face, Zi ma, don't you plan to talk about it? Although Yakumo Zi was a little annoyed that Qin Mu treated her like this, she was still in front of Poluna and Axis Neil, which made her quite unhappy and ashamed. Well, it was mainly because she was beaten in front of Poluna and Axis Neil. This really made her feel very embarrassed, so she decided to pretend to be stupid. Seeing that Yakumo Zi's eyes were full of confusion, with a puzzled expression on his face, he asked again, what are you talking about? Qin Mu. Boy, this acting is addictive, isn't it? However, regarding Yakumo Zi's performance, Qin Mu naturally knew what the other party was doing, so he continued to impose the death penalty unceremoniously. After all, can you Yakumo Zi be able to stop it? Obviously, unstoppable. Sure enough, Yakumo Zi finally raised his hand and surrendered. The reason for this is because she really couldn't help it. After all, even the soles of my feet have suffered, if I still don't accept it. Well, it really won't work. Chapter 51. Can you two restrain yourself? Poluna obviously couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at Qin Mu and Yakumo Zi who were fighting, and said something quite dissatisfied. Then, she suddenly pointed the finger at Aces, and said in a bad tone, also, where is Aces? Why don't you hurry over there? It was agreed to go down to the first floor, why are people still not there? It just takes so long to teleport away? Axis Neil glanced at Poluna who was complaining loudly, and had to interject. She should have watched her subordinates. Hunters and night raiders are all her subordinates, and several subordinates were killed, plus the matter of resurrection, she has to go and have a look. Axis, what do you mean by that? Yin and yang me. But when Axis Neil spoke, Poluna was even more stimulated. She suppressed her anger and questioned. No, why do you say that? Axis Neil was naturally a little confused, blinked and asked back. Strange, I didn't give you an explanation, why did you come to hate me instead? Poluna didn't pay attention to what Axis Neil said, but because of the appearance of the other party, she thought that the other party was mocking her. In this way, the anger in my heart is even greater. Therefore, Poluna continued to export. Nonsense, do you think I don't understand? You are clearly mocking me for being inhuman and not caring about the deaths and injuries of my subordinates, but I am the Lord of Hell. Do I need humanity? Please, I am a demon, or the god of demons. What kind of humanity do you want? Axis Neil naturally sighed helplessly, and then explained, No, Poluna, you really overinterpreted, I didn't mean that. For such an explanation, Poluna resolutely disagreed, determined to determine that it was Axis Neil's problem. No, that's what you mean. No, that's not what I meant. No, you are. With the in-depth conversation between the two of them, Qin Mu and Yakumo couldn't help but look at them, and fell silent. No way, don't talk anymore. Inside the Tower of Babylon, first floor. To the questions raised by Uchiha Izuna, Shimei answered calmly. Of course it's because Uchiha Itachi wanted to keep his beloved brother, so he didn't want to kill him, but for the sake of his beloved brother, he had to be buried by the Uchiha family. Uchiha Izuna was naturally in a daze again, thinking that the extermination of the clan was not done by the high-level Konoha. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help muttering to himself, Uchiha Itachi, what is this? Uchiha Izuna began to become more and more confused, while Uchiha Yuri was also silent, thinking about things in his heart. As for all of this, Shimei naturally saw it, and then continued to break the news, briefly talking about Uchiha's genocide. To talk about Uchiha's genocide, on the surface, Uchiha Itachi did it, but there is a huge inside story hidden behind it. What I said just now is a big fool, a genius who can think from the perspective of Hokage since he was a child, and then experienced and witnessed the conflict between the family and the village, and finally came to the conclusion that, for the peace of the village, the Uchiha clan it must disappear. After hearing these words, Uchiha Izuna, who died in the Sengoku era and was proud of the Uchiha clan, was stunned. At this moment, he thought to himself, what the hell is this? Although Uchiha's Hilly is also a ninja of Konoha, she not only loves the village, but also deeply loves the family, so she can only smile wryly at these words. Well, I didn't expect such a strange thing to come out of the family. Of course, after these words came out, it seemed that Naruto was completely confused and could not understand at all. As for Uchiha Sasuke, because of the huge impact, he has already started to be in chaos. As for Niji, Shikamaru and others, they all fell silent. It seems that I know a little too much inside information, so what should I do after I go back? A sneer of disdain appeared on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, but there was also a bit of bitterness in this smile. To know the purpose of his return this time, he wanted to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a decent death, but now it seems that Konoha's underwear is about to be stripped. Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely going to be nailed to the pillar of shame, let alone a decent way of death. Hehe, I'm afraid he will be ridiculed by the whole ninja world. Oh, no, it's not just ninja who are watching the live broadcast now, the Tower of Babylon has 100 floors, and the people on those floors above are from different worlds, I believe they are all watching jokes now. As for the fact that Jiming Guanwen revealed these things, is it true? This still needs to be asked. Orochimaru still knows about Konoha's high-level affairs and Shimuradan's, especially the human experiments, isn't he the one who handled them? Especially the research experiment on Hashirama cells, which was carried out under the instruction of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimuradan's. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped later, Shimuradan's still continued in private. And does Sarutobi Hiruzen know about this? Well, it's worth thinking about. Orochimaru doesn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, Danzo needs to be blamed for these things, so he can't escape, and his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't know anything? To be honest, Orochimaru is too lazy to think about it, just pretend you know. Uchiha Izuna thought for a long time, and finally figured it out, and he understood it a little bit. Afterwards, Uchiha Izuna asked, you mean Uchiha Itachi for the peace of Konoha, and then the Uchiha clan was wiped out, but he left his brother. In this regard, Shimei shrugged and asked, actually, this is easy to understand. You and Uchiha Madara are brothers. You should understand this kind of relationship, right? What do you mean? Uchiha Izuna froze for a moment, then understood a little bit. Yes, that's it. For the sake of his younger brother and Konoha's peace, Uchiha Itachi simply wiped out the Uchiha clan after much deliberation, so that his younger brother can live and Konoha can enjoy peace. No, what kind of brain circuit is this? Naturally, Uchiha Izuna stared angrily, already wanting to kill Uchiha Itachi. I don't know, we monsters can't understand this crazy brain. Shimae shrugged, and said lightly, you must know that when the monsters in Gensokyo saw this, they actually discussed it, and the final conclusion is, don't try to understand the neuropathy, otherwise you will change. Insane. Chapter 52. That's right, you're right, it's true. Uchiha Izuna agreed, saying it was true. Uchiha Yuri glanced at him, thinking what the other party meant by what he said. He was actually mocking the Uchiha family as crazy, so you are also from the Uchiha family, right? However, Uchiha Yuri did not explain, but remained silent. After all, it's useless to say that, that's what people think, so what can you do? Therefore, Uchiha Yuri thought that there was no need to explain, it would be better to simply not speak. Following the words of Shimae, the trio of Konoha Xiaoqiang and Sand Shinobi below also didn't know what to say. Of course, this includes Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Naruto. Suzuki is already kind of broken. Naruto is not understanding. And when it comes to Konoha, Shikamaru is the only one who is willing to think about it. Most people still can't understand the inside story, only Shikamaru understands that it involves a high-level struggle. In other words, Konoha's water is very deep. To put it bluntly, Konoha is far less glamorous than it appears on the surface, and there are many dirty things hidden in it. Similarly, Orochimaru was a little speechless at this time, thinking that he had even peeped at Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, but luckily he didn't succeed at that time. As far as Uchiha Itachi's brain circuit is concerned, the opponent's strength doesn't matter. And compared to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Suzuki is a little more normal, well, at least a lot more normal. Of course, one thing is undeniable, that is, the Uchiha clan is really crazy, which seems to be true. Maybe Uchiha Itachi is capable, but the other party's brain is really not good, and Orochimaru, a conspirator and careerist, and a former high-level Konoha, knows a lot about many things. Furthermore, Danzo did a lot of things behind the scenes, but Orochimaru contributed a lot, and cooperated with experiments or something, so compared with Uchiha Itachi who is mentally handicapped. Ahem, I have to say, Orochimaru is really much smarter. And here, after Uchiha Izuna scolded Uchiha Itachi, what he was thinking about was how to kill Uchiha Itachi, and the other thing was to figure out why the Uchiha clan was useless and was wiped out like this. Even if there is such a big family like Uchiha Itachi, it won't be killed completely, right? Is it possible that the current Uchiha family is no longer good? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna continued to ask, my Uchiha clan was targeted in this way, and that guy Senju Tobirama was behind him. Hey, I said before I died, Senju is untrustworthy, my elder brother is what's wrong. While talking, Uchiha Izuna added another sentence, also, you said that the extermination of the clan has something to do with my elder brother, so what's the point? Your elder brother can't beat Senju Hashirama, and his ideals are the same as Senju Hashirama at that time, both for children not to go to the battlefield and for peace, so he joined. Shimae Marufumi glanced at Albedo and Demiurge at the side, obviously trying to understand Ace's movements, and then spoke. Can't beat? Impossible, my elder brother is invincible, and he still has my eyes. Of course Uchiha Izuna didn't believe it. As a determined Uchiha Madara, he didn't believe it. However, I didn't say any more after talking about it halfway. If my eldest brother really wins, there won't be Konoha. Shemming Maruan continued, Senju Hashirama showed enough sincerity, took a kunai to stab himself, and your big brother Uchiha Madara was very moved when he saw it, and then voted. What the hell? Uchiha Izuna was stunned. Then, he cursed, Senju Hashirama can be healed without seals, and can automatically recover from injuries without seals. What's the use of rotten suffering and incompetence? And my elder brother is still moved. Shemming Maruan spread his hands and said, of course, otherwise, what is bondage? What is basic love? Also, you must not understand. Who told you not to have Senju Tobirama? Only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have, so it's normal for you not to understand. Uchiha Izuna. Is this disgusting me? If it weren't for being unable to beat, Uchiha Izuna really wanted to go crazy. Uchiha's Hilly was silent. It seems that there are a lot of things between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and the relationship between the two is not simple. And here Orochimaru, Shikamaru and other Xiaoqiang and the Sand Shinobi trio are like this. Obviously, they did not expect that the relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is quite unusual. Having said that, the matter between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara really has a taste of falling in love and killing each other, so it is really frightening to think carefully. At the same time, in Pure Land, Uchiha Madara had a gloomy face, obviously not expecting that she was negligent back then. That's right, Hashirama's body is full of vitality and can automatically recover from injuries, so what's the point of breaking the pain? Of course, besides that, Uchiha Madara was very dissatisfied with what Shemming Maruan said that he couldn't beat Hashirama, and then he voted for it. It's just that Uchiha Madara is powerless now, and naturally there is nothing to do. If possible, I really want to teach these open-mouthed guys a lesson. Madara, you must have misunderstood. Senju Hashirama didn't care what Shimai Maruan said, he cared about Uchiha Madara's thoughts. Uchiha Madara shook his head, didn't think about these stupid things, but said seriously, no, Hashirama, there is a disagreement between you and me, your way is wrong. Regarding what Uchiha Madara said, Senju Hashirama naturally still said the old way, Madara, I believe that the people behind will handle these things well, we are dead. It will be handled well? Uchiha has been exterminated, what do you think? But after hearing this, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and pointed out the biggest problem directly. Since Senju Hashirama's path is correct, why is the Uchiha family gone? What has Konoha become over the years? You Senju Hashirama have no idea. After Senju Hashirama heard this, he turned to look at Senju Tobirama, his aura suddenly became fierce, and his voice became cold. This matter. Tobirama, what can you say? However, facing the astonishing momentum of the big brother, Senju Tobirama said calmly, I didn't deliberately suppress the Uchiha clan, but it was indeed too much, and the monkeys have a lot of problems. Chapter 53. Senju Tobirama does not deny that he has targeted the Uchiha clan, but it is nonsense to say that this is to destroy the Uchiha clan. Therefore, it must be the problem of Sarutobi Hiruzen et.al. Uchiha Madara taunted directly, humph, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really your good disciple, and he learned his skill of throwing blame from you. Uchiha Madara, it's useless for you to say these things. Why don't you tell me what you planned in secret when you faked your death back then? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes slightly, and asked. Although Shimai Maruan has not mentioned Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama has already suspected that Uchiha Madara did not die that year, and it is very likely that Izanaga survived. Humph, nonsense. Uchiha Madara refuses to admit this, and the reason for this is that the ninja world is now undergoing a mutation. He doesn't want to have a change, even if there is Black Zetsu, but there are some things. Shimai Maruan knows too much, or the Tower of Babylon knows too much. Damn it, who is the master of this tower? What is the purpose? Let's not talk about Pure Land, but the ninja world has already caused an uproar. Good guy, I didn't expect that Konoha has so many troubles here, and Uchiha Itachi wiped out his own family, and it's for peace? But is it really about peace? For the high-level officials of each ninja village, they must know that this is a lie. The Uchiha clan has conflicts with the high-level Konoha, and this is just the way the high-level Konoha eradicates dissidents. I have to say that Konoha's high-level executives don't have to do it themselves, but let a fool like Uchiha Itachi do it, but he will get a good name. Tisk tisk, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really amazing. In the team of Rock Shinobi Village. At this time, Onoji spoke highly of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other party's methods are too powerful, and even he is a bit difficult to compete with. There are too many geniuses in Konoha, but with the existence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, talents die quickly, and some are forced to leave, and despite all this, Konoha is still so powerful. It can only be said that Konoha, oh so happy. While giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a high evaluation, Onoki also hacked the opponent by the way, and at the same time lamented the strength of Konoha. Grandpa, what you said was broadcast live. The future leg shadow Haito pointed to a screen that suddenly appeared, and the angle of view on it was them. What Onoki said just now was broadcast live. Onoki. Now, Onoki is undoubtedly petrified. It's over, the entire ninja world has seen what I said, so don't tell Konoha. If you usually offend Konoha, Onoki definitely doesn't care, but now it's time to ask for something, so it's troublesome. After all, the Tower of Babylon appeared in Konoha, and although Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop it by force, he might be disgusted on his territory. At this moment, there was a deathly silence in Konoha's Hokage office. From the time when Shimai Meruan started talking about the things Shimura Dans did and the things about the Uchiha clan, no one dared to speak out when Onoki said these things. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his complexion was extremely gloomy, and a cold light kept appearing in his eyes. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only do this, or what else? Looking for the Tower of Babylon? Can you beat it? Looking for Onoki? Isn't this more embarrassing? Besides, does Sarutobi Hiruzen dare? Externally, only submissively, internally, then dare to strike hard. All in all, this time, Konoha really lost all of her face. And Sarutobi Hiruzen felt great pressure, and his keen political sense made him understand that some ninjas are already ready to move, and I'm afraid they all have ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a bad mood, and Shimura Dans wasn't much better. Izanagi, Sharingan, etc. have all been exposed. What advantages do I have in the future? The reason why the whole card is that people don't know it, but now that it's all exposed, isn't everyone guarding against themselves? Besides, Uchiha Izuna probably didn't hate him deeply, so Shimura Dans is panicking now, because his reputation is damaged, and his cards are gone. Of course, there is another point that I have been blamed for gooing. How can I be a Hokage after this? Even if it is true, whoever secretly mocks himself as a pot shadow. Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to treat me like this. At this moment, Danzo is not only furious, panic and uneasy, but also full of resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, hating the other party for letting him take the blame. Uchiha Izuna can't care about what's going on outside, but continues to figure out some things. But before Uchiha Izuna could start asking, Leviathan interrupted him, sarcastically by the way. What's the use of asking so much? Your Uchiha clan is destined to be like this, don't think about these things, and what can you do? Uchiha Izuna. What can I do? Yeah, what can I do? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out, and I am a dead man, after all. Thinking of a possibility, Uchiha Izuna asked eagerly, Master Yokai, can this Tower of Babylon achieve anything? Shimai Meruan shrugged, and said, of course, the premise is to win. If you win, you can get points or pass the level. You will also defeat the floor master, and there will be rewards for clearing the level. As for what it is, well, that's hard to say, it's up to you to choose. Uchiha Izuna already has some ideas, but he doesn't plan to say them right away, but waits until after Orochimaru uses impure world reincarnation before acting. Just bear with it now, and don't make trouble for the time being. Also, about Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izuna still wants to know more about it, and by the way, find out the problem between the Konoha executives and the Uchiha clan. Why did the Hyu's clan not resist? Is it incapable, or what is the reason? These are also what Uchiha Izuna wants to know. Yukai-sama, are the Uchiha clan incapable of resisting before they are exterminated? An Uchiha Itachi can exterminate the Uchiha clan by himself. Leviathan lazily pushed Shiming Maruan, urging the other party to hurry up and stop being so verbose. As for Shimei Maruan, I'm not nervous. Acetus hasn't come yet, so we can continue. What you said is actually not incompetent, it's just that you Uchiha have two mentally handicapped, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi I just mentioned, and this Uchiha Shisui opened Mangeki before Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. Unfortunately, this guy told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his eye-opening and the pupil art of distinguished heavenly gods. Chapter 54. Although these things are more complicated, Shimei Maruan still explained the situation in a relatively concise way. At the same time, Shimei Maruan remembered that when she saw this place, she couldn't help but lament that the Uchiha clan has a lot of internal problems, and there are two more mentally handicapped and 25-year-olds. How can this win? Open Mangeki? And tell people. Hearing this, Uchiha Izuna's complexion suddenly changed, looking extremely ugly. As for Uchiha Shisui's approach, Uchiha Izuna couldn't understand it, and even almost cursed. Of course, Shimei Maruan didn't care about Uchiha Izuna's reaction, but continued to talk calmly, but this time he talked more. Among them, especially the F4 headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, that shit is emphatic. Yes, I told Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this kind of illusion can directly invade the opponent's brain and modify the opponent's will without being discovered by the opponent, so he must be afraid. So just as Shisui said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately approached his own small group, which is Konoha F4, to discuss this matter, and Danzo, who knew about it, did not hesitate to start, ambushing Uchiha Shisui and robbed Uchiha Shisui right eye. After that, Shisui committed suicide, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, and this genius went through a series of changes, coupled with the clamor of a coup d'état, so he stubbornly believed that the narrow-minded Uchiha clan was hopeless. Then for the sake of Konoha's peace, and his brother, Uchiha Itachi decided to exterminate the family. After these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked, bewildered and incomprehensible, and Orochimaru was the most calm among them. However, Orochimaru once again understood a truth, that is, the so-called geniuses such as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi really don't know what scheming is, and they are really stupid to the ultimate. As for Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly, they are completely speechless. In other words, the two have been completely dumbfounded by some operations by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Of course, Uchiha Izuna suppressed his anger and calmed himself down, and then asked, when Uchiha was exterminated, how many pairs of Mangeki were there? For this question, Shimei Maruan gave the answer. She said, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes after Shisui's death, so if Uchiha Itachi is not counted, it is Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Tomioka. Who is this Fukiu? Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly frowned. Apparently they did not expect that two pairs of Mangeki in the Uchiha clan would be awakened, and they would be wiped out. Speaking of Uchiha Fukiu, Shimei Maruan has more words, but it is still a brief summary. In other words, just tell the other party what they have done. That's the last patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the old father of Uchiha Itachi, who faced his son with a butcher's knife, and after his son slaughtered the tribe, when the other party came to him, he had no intention of resisting, and his face was full of pride. Tell the other party that my old father is still proud of him, and I hope Uchiha Itachi will not be afraid and blame himself. This guy is not worthy to be the head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna was directly furious and scolded Uchiha Fukiu. What the hell? Is this sick? How can such a person be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Shimei Maruan thought to himself that since he has said so much, he should say more, and this will completely mess up your ninja world, and it will be interesting then. Thinking of this, Shimai Meruan simply revealed some key information again, such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Actually, I can't blame anyone, you Uchiha clan are all sick, especially those who can drive Manjiki, basically all of them, like your brother Uchiha Madara, behind Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fukiyu, Uchiha Itachi and that Uchiha Obito, the masked man who acts in your brother's name, everyone is sick. By the way, this Uchiha Obito also teamed up with Uchiha Itachi to kill the Uchiha clan, and this guy did a lot of killing on this night of genocide. As for why Uchiha Obito is so crazy, it's because of your big brother's showmanship. As for these things, Shimai Meruan said a lot, but he didn't say all of them, but revealed Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. When you say that, don't you want to say that it's all my brother's fault? Uchiha Izuna became angrier the more he heard it, but he still kept his sense and asked about his elder brother. As for who Uchiha Obito is, Uchiha Izuna doesn't know, but he knows that since there is a big brother's handwriting, it must be his big brother Uchiha Madara's pawn. However, Shimai Meruan did not answer this question. The reason is that she has already received the news that Acetus has come, so there is no need to go on. Because with the arrival of Aces, the floor master of the first floor, it means that the battle between the challenger and the floor master is time to begin. Okay, let's talk about more inside stories, but now is not the time to chat. Acetus has come, what you should do is fight, not talk about these things here. Shimai Meruan told everyone that Aces, the floor master of the first floor, is coming, and what should be done now is for you challengers to officially launch a battle against the floor master. As for these trivial matters, there is no need to talk about them. With the arrival of Aces, the atmosphere of the scene changed suddenly. Although Aces has a stunning appearance, an extremely outstanding hot figure, and because he is wearing a white military uniform and wearing white military boots, he still has a unique temperament. However, the icy aura emanating from the woman made everyone present feel the pressure, especially Orochimaru, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Yuri, and others, who knew the horror of the woman in front of them. So strong. Whether it is Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Yuri, or Orochimaru, they all deeply felt the amazing pressure brought by the woman in the white military uniform in front of them. Sure enough, this level is really difficult. Orochimaru already understood in his heart why hunters and night raids were so indifferent. The woman in front of him was their biggest confidence, and she could become the first floor master of the Tower of Babylon. If this woman has no ability, can she be the master of this level? Although it is only the floor master of the first floor, one must know that the Tower of Babylon is so mysterious, and being the floor master of the first floor is enough to show how terrifying the opponent's strength is. Chapter 55. After Acetus appeared, he looked around first, but didn't rush to speak. However, after she finished observing, she said coldly, "What? I just came here, so you stopped talking." Ace Day, in fact, it is unnecessary to talk about it or not, let's talk about the fight first. Shimai Meruan said that it is definitely meaningless to say or not, and what should be said now is the fight. Besides, didn't you, Acetus, come here to fight? As for these things, well, do I need to care? After hearing what Shimingguan said, Ace snorted directly, and said in a deep voice, "Shimingguan, you are starting to openly spoil the spoiler, don't you think it will interfere with Lord Qin Mu's deployment? Come on, I don't know what he has planned." Shimai Meruan didn't care what Ace said at all, but replied indifferently. "What is there to worry about? I shoot life pill man need to be afraid?" Seeing that this trick was useless, Acetus pointed the finger at Leviathans and used the other party as an example. "Leviathan, some of your practices are not very good. You negatively deal with the work of host and commentary. Do you really think that Zephyr can keep you on your way?" When Leviathan heard this, he immediately became angry. She scolded angrily, "Ace, are you holding a chicken feather as an arrow, or are you passing an imperial decree?" What are you so proud of? Is what you did wrong? What are you talking to me about? Because of Ace's words, Leviathan was undoubtedly stimulated, and she unceremoniously sprayed at Ace. Since you want to talk nonsense with me, then I will satisfy you. However, seeing the two of them arguing, Shemming Maruan naturally couldn't remain indifferent, so he hurriedly stopped and changed the subject. Can't you two stop arguing? And in front of outsiders, don't you feel ashamed? Also, Leviathan, you have problems yourself, and your attitude is not correct, do you know? What Shemming Maruan said had already aroused Leviathan's dissatisfaction, so she said with a displeased face, whether my attitude is correct or not, what does it have to do with you? Bad attitude? Does it matter? How can it be repaired? I am correct or not, it has not caused it at all, I really don't understand what you want to do. Of course, Leviathan's attitude undoubtedly aroused Shemming Maruan's dissatisfaction. What she thought was, do you still have the guts to complain? Man, that's pretty crazy. Who doesn't have a background? You are the only one with Zephyr's backing? For Leviathan's actions, Shemming Maruan had to say a few more words, she couldn't let the other party continue to act recklessly like this. Considering this, Shemming Maruan's tone became fierce, and she said viciously, Leviathan, if you don't plan to make a difference, you have to change people, don't you know? Substitution. Hearing this, Leviathan was not angry. Instead, he said happily, okay, I don't want to do it for a long time. This is a waste of my time. It's really good to change people. I agree. Shemming Guanwen. Well, I forgot, this guy is not afraid. It seems that these tricks can't be used, so what else can I do? Just when Shemming Maruan was feeling a headache, something was happening on the top floor of the Tower of Babylon. Because of Leviathan's performance, Yakumo Zi, the person in charge of the monster camp, naturally started to feel strange. I really don't know what we want to ridicule, but someone sent to the door, don't be embarrassed. In fact, Yakumo Zi had some ideological struggles before we started, considering whether to start such a mocking output, but after a fierce ideological struggle, we finally chose to mock. There is no way, this is an opportunity, you can't let it go, right? Leviathan's performance, oh, it's disappointing. Yakumo Zi, what are you talking about? Poluna definitely couldn't bear it, even if Leviathan was not from her own faction, but the other party was a demon king and a demon, so she couldn't ignore it. However, Yakumo Zi obviously didn't care about what Poluna said, but said casually, it's nothing, I just feel sorry for your demon's performance, you really have no discipline at all, and your attitude is not correct. Well, it's all wrong. Whether it's a bug or something, that's our business, not yours. Although Poluna was dissatisfied with Leviathan's actions, she could only respond forcefully. Axis Neil obviously didn't care about the quarrel between Yakumo Zi and Poluna, but focused on the big screen. She was more concerned about Ace's performance. You two stop talking, if you make Qin Mu unhappy, then you will suffer. Of course, in order not to let the problems between Zi Yakumo and Poluna affect him, Axis Neil would have specially reminded him before the situation escalated. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows, and said with some dissatisfaction, wait, Axis, what are you saying as if I like to use violence? Whether you used violence or not, you don't know. Axis Neil simply showed it, indicating that Qin Mu would understand if he took a good look. Sorry, I really don't have a count. It's just that Qin Mu responded calmly to what Axis Neil said, obviously not panicking at all. Okay, let's move on and stop talking about it. Axis Neil didn't want to continue, and she didn't mind Qin Mu's use of violence. It's better to say that this is a good method, and she can said I like it very much, so. But hearing Axis Neil say this, Qin Mu agreed with this statement, and said something slowly. It's true, and these are minor problems. Although Leviathan is a bit willful, the essence is still quite good, but sometimes it will be too willful. But Yakumo Zi and Poluna were a little uncomfortable, and they questioned in unison, "You really are not generally tolerant of her, it can be seen that those sinful demon kings serve you very comfortably. If you want to say why Qin Mu is so tolerant towards Leviathan, the biggest reason is that the sinful demon kings are dedicated to their responsibilities. Otherwise, Leviathan will be treated so well?" Zi Ma, Poluna, don't talk nonsense, keep reading. Qin Mu said with a straight face, expressing that there are some things that cannot be said indiscriminately, and then changed the subject. As for whether it's useful or not, don't worry about it. Maybe Poluna has some opinions, but Axis Neil doesn't care about it, and Zi Yakumo is nothing to worry about, so Qin Mu is really not worried. Chapter 56. We're not talking nonsense, and don't you think so? Poluna snorted coldly, but she also knew that Qin Mu had done this, and obviously there was no going back. Counting on Yakumo Zi? Forget it, this guy is a fool, a voyeur, a pleasure monster, expecting her to help? Haha, let's say goodbye, so Poluna has nothing to look forward to, she can only contribute by herself. Of course, it can only be complaining, but it is meaningless, and she also knows that she can't say anything to Qin Mu. Qin Mu thought about Poluna's statement seriously, and finally came to a conclusion, saying, "Well, there are really not many, how about you tell me?" Seeing how rampant Qin Mu was, Poluna fell silent instead. Axis Neil sighed secretly, thinking that the night would probably be unsafe again, and in order not to cause any trouble, she had no choice but to change the subject again. "Okay, keep reading, it's about to start, let's stop talking about these digressions. You must know that Acetus has already started to attack strongly, and a big battle is about to start, so what you should do now is to pay attention to the live broadcast instead of talking about these meaningless things." Tower of Babylon, first floor. Ace doesn't want to care about the discussion between Shime Marufumi and Leviathan about the replacement. The reason why she will attack Leviathan is because she doesn't want the other party to support her in the future. Why? Very simple, metaphysics. Although Ace doesn't trust these things, I have to say that this Leviathan is indeed a bit evil. Whoever really supports her will be unlucky, so Ace has to guard against it. Even if she believes in her own strength, considering Leviathan's past record, she still needs to be cautious. So Ace attacked Leviathan as soon as he came. As long as Leviathan can't step down, the other party will definitely be furious. Leviathan's lawless, arrogant, and domineering temperament, once he becomes self-willed, he will definitely hate himself and criticize himself viciously. In this way, Leviathan will hit him in all directions, and he will not support him, and this is why Ace has Leviathan as soon as he comes. It's just that Ace didn't expect that Leviathan would choose to quit so directly, but this obviously didn't affect him. Regardless of whether it is successful or not, it is the result that Acetus wants to see. If you can leave successfully, things will undoubtedly be simple. But if it didn't work out, Leviathan wouldn't be able to support him with what he did just now, so this is a win-win situation. Precisely because it was a win-win situation, Ace would definitely not intervene, thus ruining the good situation. Instead, he let them continue to fight and fight like this. However, it is obviously not appropriate to continue fighting like this. Especially since Albedo was about to speak, Ace decided to take the initiative and make sure the fight first. And judging from Shemming Maruan's attitude, it is obviously unlikely to let Leviathan leave, so the other party still has to stay to do the job of host and commentary. That way, it doesn't matter. Can you please stop? I'm getting down to business, so you better keep your mouth shut. In addition, Leviathan, although you are useless, no one is willing to do this job now, so I can only let you come. In order to make Leviathan no longer support him, Ace went all out, and continued to mock Leviathan, obviously to offend her to death. Sure enough, Leviathan really couldn't stand it. She glared at Aces and cursed, "It's okay, Aces, just wait for me." Now she doesn't care about leaving, but wants to stay and see how Acetus behaves. After all, it is different from the original rules of challenging the gatekeepers, and there are no floor masters who have overturned their cars. Aces is very strong, and Leviathan knows that the opponent will not lose, but what if? Is not it? Leviathan looked down on this challenger before, thinking that human beings are nothing more than that, but now that Aces is so rampant, he dares to yell at him, that must be unbearable. Secondly, Aces is the same as these challengers, they are all human beings, and I don't support anyone, just because Aces is too annoying, so I hope she loses. As for those challengers, well, it's impossible for me to support her, but who made her want Acetus to lose? When you hate someone to ultimate, the position will change. Yes, Leviathan is like this now. Ugh. On the other hand, Shemming Maruan sighed faintly, with a hesitant expression on his face, hesitating to speak. In the end, Shemming Maruan still didn't say anything. It didn't conflict with me, so why bother talking? Whether it's Acetus or Leviathan, they can do whatever they want. Very good, then I'll wait. Seeing Leviathan like this, Aces felt relieved when he knew that Leviathan would no longer support him. Without this plague god, I would not have to worry about it. As far as the cats and dogs in front of him are concerned, Aces is not worried at all, even if the rules are in favor of the challenger, so what? Under absolute strength, there is still nothing to do. Want to get points? I'm sorry, everyone is down, let's see how you get points. If you want to get points, you have to stand and still be able to move, but if you get F'd and get down, what else can you do? Master Aces, since you are ready, please enter the battle area. As for the two adults Leviathan and Shemming Maruan, please continue to do your job well. Seeing that the turmoil was finally calmed down, Demiurge stood up and said something voluntarily. Speaking of which, Demiurge undoubtedly had a headache when he saw Aces heading towards Leviathan as soon as he came. He wondered if he should go to someone higher up to deal with it. However, under Albedo's hint, Demiurge did not do this. After all, there are some things that cannot be meddled by oneself. On the contrary, Albedo, the chief steward of the Tower of Babylon, has a lot of power to speak, and he is only in charge of the reception work. In terms of the right to speak, it can be said that there is no such thing. Generally speaking, he only needs to execute, rather than decide how to do it arbitrarily. To put it bluntly, Demiurge is an executor and has no right to speak. On the contrary, because Albedo is the chief executive, she has a certain right to speak, that is, she can make suggestions that may be adopted, and she also has the power to act independently, while Demiurge does not. Chapter 57. I don't have any problems, but these guys. Aces shrugged his shoulders with a completely indifferent attitude, obviously not paying attention to everyone. And as she was talking, her eyes became more and more indifferent, and she said coldly, "Do you want to go together, or one by one?" On Naruto's side, because Shemming Maruan revealed a lot of black information about Konoha before, the whole person is in a daze, and has never been normal. However, because of Ace's rampant words, Naruto instantly came to life and cursed loudly, "Stop looking down on people, I will fight you one-on-one." Ace's arrogant attitude naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people, but not everyone was as impulsive as Naruto, so Shikamaru stopped them immediately. "Naruto, don't be impulsive, we have to stay calm. If Naruto and Ace are really singled out, it will definitely be lost, so this is impossible." "Calm what?" No matter what Ming-01 did, he rushed out and shouted, "I can't calm down, I want to fight her one-on-one." However, just as Naruto rushed out, Daigo spoke. "Stop!" Naruto's body was forcibly stopped, and he remained motionless in place. "I didn't even say to start, what are you in a hurry for?" Demiurge said indifferently after stopping Naruto. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Shikamaru had no choice but to give in, and apologized quickly to avoid any trouble. Ace looked like he was watching a show, shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Demiurge, since this guy is going to die, why do you stop him? Hearing what Ace said, Demiurge said calmly, Master Ace, the rules are like this, I can't make any problems with the rules, I must strictly follow the established rules. Okay, please hurry up. Ace was naturally too lazy to say anything, but said something casually. Whatever happened, it was enough for her to just freeze everything. Among these people right now, who can stop her? No, absolutely not. Shikamaru is doing ideological work for Naruto, hoping that he can calm down a bit, and now he must be united to fight against him. The rules are in their favor to challenge the floor masters, so they must make good use of these rules. As for Orochimaru, it seems that they didn't plan to join forces, but wanted us to take the lead first, that is, to test the strength of Ace. To put it bluntly, if we want to use us to test Acetus' ability and collect information about the other party, our group is the best tool. Shikamaru, don't be so long-winded, let's go to war as soon as possible. Uchiha had collapsed just now, but after the collapse, he decided to forget about it by fighting, so he didn't want to delay any longer, but started the fight immediately. Shikamaru. Come on, this one by one is really worrying. Seeing that Sasuke jumped out and wanted to fight immediately, Shikamaru undoubtedly had a headache, and he realized that he hadn't withdrawn. Okay, let me just talk about it, and then start fighting. After understanding, Shikamaru can only talk about the plan at the best speed, and then start fighting. Ace, let me remind you, don't roll over. When Ace entered the field, Sheming Maruan suddenly said a word when Ace was in high spirits. Shemingguan, I'm not that smart. Showed an arrogant smile, she obviously didn't think she would lose. I think she will definitely lose. Since Leviathan is determined to hope that Acetus loses, he will definitely not say good things. She just wants to see Acetus jokes now. As long as Acetus doesn't act recklessly, it's impossible to lose. Sheming Maruan didn't think Acetus would lose, as long as the opponent didn't get ahead or act recklessly, he might lose. To put it bluntly, the gap in strength is too great. Okay, Konoha's 12 little powers versus Ace, the first floor master of the Tower of Babylon, start. Demiurge had already arrived on the field, and announced that the battle was about to begin. At this time, Ace was already standing in the center of the field, while Naruto, Sasuke, and others stood opposite her, forming a confrontational situation. However, although Ace is only one person, her aura has firmly suppressed Naruto and the other 12 Xiaoqiangs. With only part of her leaked aura, she has already suppressed the 12 Xiaoqiangs. As the smile on the corner of Ace's mouth grew stronger, the terrifying force on his body brought even greater coercion, suppressing those 10 little strong men so hard that they couldn't breathe. Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, Neji, do it. Shikamaru knew that this could not go on like this, and thought that he could follow the established plan, but now it seems that it is not possible. Little Sakura, Ino, etc., are not even able to stand firmly, and it is impossible to say to participate, so now we must open a gap, that is, to play our own momentum, so as to save the situation. Just because of this, Shikamaru puts his hopes on Naruto, Sasuke, and other 4 people, and now he can only believe that they can break the game. The main force has to be Naruto and the others, and what we can do is to give support. But little Sakura and Ino, if we can't show our momentum, we will be completely controlled by the opponent because of fear, and then we will be lambs at the slaughter. 837. Once there are 2 points in the team that dare not act, it will definitely affect the others, so we can't let the other party be arrogant like this, but to extinguish the other party's arrogance. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke ran forward quickly, forming seals and using fire-style ninjutsu. This wave is to interfere with Ace's line of sight, and to create a chance for Xiaoji and Niji to get close. As for Naruto's side, well, that's up to him to play as he pleases. Naruto knew that Ace was a strong enemy, so he said he wanted to fight alone, but in fact he didn't really want to fight alone. Instead, he used multiple shadow clone techniques again. This is how heads up is played, and Naruto is well aware of this truth. However, this is just a trial. First let's see what Acetus can do. Facing these tricks, Acetus still had a smile on her face, while she stretched out her hand and said coldly, "If it's just like this, then it should disappear." After the words fell, ice poured out from the sky, and a strong cold air radiated from her feet. Everything was frozen. Sasuke's great fireball technique was no exception, so he was frozen on the way forward. And these ices are still attacking the 12 little strongs. Naruto's shadow clone is the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 58. Before Naruto could say anything in time, he found that all his shadow clones were gone. If Naruto hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and evacuated in time, he would have been frozen and turned into a humanoid ice sculpture. As for Xiao Li and Niji who tried to kill from the two wings, they undoubtedly suffered. These two have no temper at all, and they dare not approach Ace, who is filled with terrifying cold air. Whether it is Xiao Li or Niji, both of them know in their hearts that if they try to get close, they will definitely be frozen. And once it is frozen, it will be difficult. Ace obviously just stood there motionless, but the leaked cold air easily dispelled the offensive of Sasuke and others just now. Her attitude was a little casual, and she said casually, "It seems that your first offensive is just like that, so it's time for me." "Humph, arrogance, see if I don't melt your ice." Sasuke thought that since the other party was able to use ice, then fire style would definitely have a big impact. Therefore, Sasuke used a series of fire style ninjutsu again, trying to suppress the opponent's ice with fire style. Fire style extinguish fire. Fire style dragon fire technique. This time, Hahuomi was used together with Hailong Huo technique. The power has increased a lot, but once these flames encountered the pervading cold, they were immediately condensed into ice. There is simply no way to compete with it. As for Uchiha Sasuke's melting story, it's just a dream. The power of this fire style. Uchiha Izuna frowned. He was quite disappointed with Uchiha Sasuke's performance. Neither he nor his big brother Uchiha Madara can compete with him. Of course, the ability of Ace is quite terrifying. There is no seal, and there are no redundant actions, which means that the opponent can freely control the ice. That is to say, does she have the ability to freeze everything? With a simple glance, Uchiha Izuna has already seen some clues, but if it is only like this, it is obviously not enough to become the Tower Master of Babylon. This woman named Ace is definitely not that simple. Think about the terrifying aura that flashed past when the other party appeared on the stage, so this woman must still be hiding a powerful power zone. People who hold this kind of thinking are definitely not just Uchiha Izuna, like Orochimaru and Uchiha's Hilly think so. Here, Shimai Meruan and Leviathan have already started to explain, especially after Uchiha Sasuke used fire style again. Shimai Meruan even commented on this approach. Uchiha Sasuke thought that fire style could be useful, but in fact, against Ace, fire is not necessarily useful, it will only be suppressed by Ace's ice. As he said that, Shimai Meruan sighed faintly, and said, "It can only be said that the power of this fire style is too low, not just because the temperature is not enough, but mainly because the power is much worse." However, Leviathan snorted coldly and mocked, "To put it bluntly, this is trash." Shimai Meruan didn't care about Leviathan's words, but continued to explain, "But the ability of Ace, it can't be extinguished with fire, even if Uchiha Madara comes." Pure Land. Uchiha Madara saw Shimai Meruan say this, and let out an angry roar, "These two damn women are talking nonsense, Uchiha Madara's fire style can't handle this bit of ice? Are you kidding me? However, Senju Hashirama spoke up, trying to persuade Uchiha Madara. Madara, what you said is really correct, then Acetus obviously didn't exert much force, but this has already made this Uchiha kid lose his temper at all, so what kind of Acetus ability is absolutely useless? It's not that simple. Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama looked at each other, but did not speak after all. So what? After all, this junior is too good at it, otherwise it wouldn't be like this, it's all his fault. After Uchiha Madara saw that it was Senju Hashirama who spoke, his tone of speech eased a lot, but he still insisted that it was Uchiha Sasuke who was too good, so this result appeared. In the ninja world, Black Soil is asking her grandpa Onaki, she wants to know whether Acetus' ability is really difficult to deal with, or whether it is really impossible to use fire style to melt the opponent's ice. Grandpa, do you think this Acetus is easy to deal with? The ability to manipulate ice really can't be extinguished by fire. Naturally, Onaki couldn't be sure, and since he hadn't fought against Acetus, it was really difficult to judge. But if you look at it in combination with the words of Shiming Guanwen and Leviathan, maybe it is really the case. Therefore, Onoji replied in this way. How do I know? But the Uchiha family is the best at fire style, even if this kid is average, but the two hosts have said so, maybe it really can't. Of course, my dust escape is probably fine, isn't it just ice? I can still deal with it. In the end, Onoji naturally boasted about himself, and at this time, whether it is Rock Shinobi or other ninja villages, they have all come outside Konoha. So when Onaki said this, Fourth Raikage sneered, Onaki, you old man, I'm afraid you'd be shot down before you even flew into the sky. Humph, Raikage, just say a few words to me, don't really think that you are strong, or this person will be you. Impossible. My speed is number 1 in the world, who can compare to me? It didn't exist before, but Konoha's Jinkriki has the Flying Thunder God technique, so you are nothing. Brat, what a fart! Seeing Tsuchikage and Lei, Hanyos, Ying fighting there, the ninjas of the two villages tacitly ignored it, but chose to watch the live broadcast. After all, this is a fight between gods, so they don't need to get involved. It's better to watch the live broadcast. In the picture, Uchiha Sasuke was extinguished once again. Fire style really doesn't work. Of course, the key is not whether fire style works or not, but that after 2 rounds of confrontation, Ace is still standing on the same spot, motionless. This undoubtedly made Uchiha Sasuke, who is the main attacker, feel a great humiliation. The opponent not only underestimated himself, but humiliated himself naked. For the proud Uchiha Sasuke, that must have been unacceptable. Furthermore, Sasuke needs to fight to forget everything now, so Ace's humiliating behavior undoubtedly drove Tsuzusa completely crazy. Chapter 59. Under the rage, Sasuke completely lost his mind. Chidori. Sasuke ditched fire style and switched to lightning style Chidori. Stupid. Ace remained motionless, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Then, hundreds of ice picks appeared in front of her out of thin air. Yes, hundreds of roots. With such a large number, Uchiha Sasuke can't break through this layer of defense at all, even if he uses Sharingan's inside ability, he still can't find the loophole. But Sasuke was forced to have no choice but to retreat. But just when Sasuke was about to retreat, Naruto, like a golden lightning bolt, passed Sasuke and rushed towards the hundreds of ice cones. Raise Nan. Not a blue chakra, but a berserk red chakra. This is chakra from Nine Tails. With the blessing of Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's Raise Nan opened a way for Sasuke. Come on, kill me. Naruto turned his head and yelled at Sasuke, signaling him to rush up with Chidori, not to give him any chance to breathe. Sasuke looked at Naruto who was desperate, and suddenly felt the blessing of an inexplicable force, gathered Chidori together again, and then rushed towards the passage Naruto opened for him. At the same time, Xiao Li and Niji rushed forward again, with the support of Chiji, Kaiba, Shino, and others. They blocked the invasion of Asita's cold air, and the two moved at a high speed, even more so. The solid ice that was constantly condensing broke through, not giving time to freeze itself. Kind of fun, but it's useless. Ace smiled disdainfully, looked at the people rushing forward like this, and sneered. It's hard to say whether it's useful or not. Shikamaru's voice sounded, and the shadows followed Ace's, but these shadows were not only the shadows of Shikamaru but also the shadows of his teammates. Yes, the shadows of Sasuke, Naruto, etc. are all under Shikamaru's control, stretched freely by him and can rise from the ground. Shikamaru, what's going on here? Naruto saw that his own shadow rose up like Sasuke's shadow, and blocked the cold air for Sasuke, so as not to let Sasuke be frozen. He asked in surprise. Ace was a little surprised when he saw it, and said softly, I didn't expect you to choose the secret technique unique to the guy who is the general of the 12 Demon Wars, Paul Gelpole? It's a bit interesting for the super special secret technique. After a pause, Ace continued, that's right, with your Hokage World Shadow technique, you can't do this. Only Paul Gelpole is a shadow manipulator, so there is this kind of ability to capture all the shadows on the ground. And Shadow Demon's ability to hold and attack enemies. However, although a little surprised, Asita knew that Shikamaru had just scratched the surface. Even the Magic War General Bailul, who really mastered this super special secret technique, is no match for him. What can Shikamaru, a scumbag who has just learned the superficial technique, do? Therefore, Ace smiled contemptuously, and said coldly, however, you can only control it. You can't use some stunts like Paul Gelpole. What Shikamaru can do now is to control a part of the shadow, so whether it is his shadow or the shadow of his teammates, he can control it, but if it is only like this that is not enough. For me, that's enough. However, Shikamaru didn't care about Asita's contempt, instead he smiled confidently and gave such an answer. Sasuke's Chidori has extremely strong assault, piercing, etc. As long as it can clear the way for Sasuke, it can severely damage the opponent. Oh, what a fool! Asita didn't take it seriously, and sighed faintly. Dozens of ice walls appeared around her, and Ace himself appeared in the air with the rising icicle, Abbott, and then raised his finger to Sasuke who was still sprinting. Dozens of ice arrows emerged, all of which hit Sasuke, and these ice arrows were attached to Sasuke's arms, feet, legs, etc., freezing him in place. Although Sasuke was not fully frozen, freezing the opponent's hands and feet was enough to control the latter's actions, and this was enough. Naruto saw that he wanted to save him, but Ace didn't give him a chance. Instead, he covered Sasuke with a blanket and enveloped him in it. The thickness of this layer of ice is extremely high, covering Sasuke in and combining with the ice wall in front, but the middle is empty, and inside is Sasuke whose hands and feet are frozen. Naruto, who wanted to save people, had to stop, but a layer of ice suddenly covered Sasuke, and there was no mark of Flying Thunder God inside, so it was impossible to enter. But Naruto can't get in, but Shikamaru has a way, the shadow is still connected, so the shadow can rise from the ground and destroy the sealed ice wall. But this shadow's attack is too weak to break through the ice wall. Although Naruto wanted to save him, but was disturbed by Ace, he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Li and Niji looked at Asita stopped in mid-air, exchanged glances, and decided to kill from the icicle. Ace didn't interfere with the two of them, it seemed that he wanted them to come up on purpose. As for Naruto, who had already entered the state of tail explosion, he was still rational. The main reason is that Naruto just burst out 2 tails now, so he can barely maintain his sanity. Relying on the 9 tails chakra, Naruto didn't have to be too afraid of the ice, instead he started to attack Ace from a distance. Naruto grabbed the ice cubes with his tail and paws, and kept throwing them towards Ace. Even though he was just throwing ice cubes, it was as powerful as a cannonball. Of course, these moves are definitely of little use to Acetus. She was standing on the huge icicle that condensed in the air at the moment, easily blocked Naruto's attacks. Not only that, using the wide field of view and the advantage in the air, Ace can strike the people on the ground with precision at will. There are ice picks, ice arrows, and ice pucks falling down, without giving Naruto and them a chance to breathe. At this time, Xiao Li and Niji finally came up. Ace looked at the two, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Is it finally up? It really made me wait. You do this deliberately." Niji's face changed slightly, and he said subconsciously. Xiao Li was still a little dazed, but Niji felt faintly uneasy. But Acetus smiled coldly and spit out such a sentence. "You two are strong in physical skills, especially the watermelon head of 8 inner gates. Although he is not as good as his teacher, but now it is better than nothing, and you can barely fight with me." Chapter 60. Li, don't listen to her. Niji frowned. 8 inner gates has too many side effects, something will happen. Don't worry, Niji, youth never gives up, and my physical strength has improved, so I won't be afraid of her. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up, with a confident smile on his face. Niji, 1. Forget it, I still don't advise you anymore. And seeing Xiao Li so excited, Niji knew he couldn't persuade him. Xiao Li opened the 8 inner gates without hesitation, and directly opened it to the 5th gate, and his strengthened body can completely withstand the various negative effects it brings. Sure enough, if it was me before, I would definitely feel extremely painful, but now, I just want to have a good fight. Seeing an afterimage passing by, Xiao Li charged directly in front of Ace and kicked her in the face. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Ace smiled contemptuously. Countless ices were used, layer after layer of ice blocked Xiao Li's attack. But Xiao Li's kick kicked away the ice layer by layer, and these solid ice obviously couldn't stop Xiao Li's kick. However, after seeing this scene, Acetus still had a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Obviously he didn't take this blow to heart. And the fact is indeed like this, even though Xiao Li has already kicked through the ice blocking in front of him, he still can't kick Ace. When he broke through the barriers, Acetus had disappeared. It's just that Xiao Li's side kicked empty, but Ace was targeted by Niji, and Byun's inside ability allowed him to quickly lock the target's position. In front of Byun, you have nothing to hide, just die. Niji appeared in front of Ace, and slapped Ace directly in the abdomen. Kid, don't think you're awesome. Ace sneered, and kicked out his long legs in high-heeled leather boots, and kicked Niji flying. The speed of this kick was too fast, Niji couldn't dodge it, and was kicked directly. Niji flew upside down and nearly slipped. If it wasn't for Niji's quick reaction, he might just be kicked down like this. This woman. And Niji, who climbed up from the ice, covered the side of his waist that was kicked, and the blood from the corner of his mouth slowly dripped. At this moment, Niji realized that the other party not only had the ability to freeze, but probably had unique physical skills as well. Otherwise, the opponent would have broken many of his bones with just one kick, such a terrifying force. Damn, too careless. Niji was undoubtedly a little annoyed, and he was also very dissatisfied with his performance. To be kicked like this by the opponent is really too hip. Ace put down her long legs, and stepped back on the ice with her feet wearing white high-heeled leather boots. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and she said coldly, "Your eyes? So what? In the face of absolute power, it's just a display." When Ace verbally attacked Niji, Xiao Li rushed over again, smashing all the ice blocks in front of him. Nothing can stop me. After opening the 8 inner gates, Xiao Li's speed and strength have been significantly improved, so even if the Acetus continues to condense and freeze the ice, it is still difficult to stop under Xiao Li's impact. It seems that the ice of this strength can no longer stop you. Ace obviously discovered this, but she didn't plan to mention the strength of Gao Han's ice, but was going to compete with Xiao Li's 8 inner gates. Xiao Li didn't care what Ace had to say, but relied on his speed advantage to hit Ace. But Ace was clearly prepared, and didn't give Xiao Li a chance. Instead, while dodging, he kicked out again, and then kicked Xiao Li. Even though Xiao Li was moving at a high speed, Ace easily caught the opponent and kicked the beacon away again. However, Xiao Li's physical strength has indeed improved. Ace kicked Niji just now, and the latter only vomited blood, but only broke a bone. And Xiao Li's side obviously had nothing to do. Instead, he charged Ace again, and a violent attack swept in. Punches and feet were all aimed at Ace's vital parts. One after another, Xiao Li took the trouble to carry out repeated attacks, but he couldn't even touch Acetus's clothes kakuzu. Zero looking for flowers. Facing such a cruel reality, Xiao Li couldn't help but feel a trace of despair while attacking wildly, but then he was broken by the blood of youth. Despair? No, I'm going to keep going. Xiao Li roared deep in his heart, and then opened the 6th gate. With Xiao Li's current physical strength, he can withstand the 5th gate without any problem, but if he wants to withstand the side effects of the 6th gate, it will be a bit difficult. Therefore, when the 6th gate is opened, Xiao Li enters a berserk state, and the steam from chakra also turns green. I told you, don't think your speed can surpass me. Ace said with disdain on his face, and his voice was as cold as ice. Obviously he didn't pay attention to Xiao Li who opened the 6th gate. 0. In fact, this is indeed the case. Even after Xiao Li opened the 6th gate, his ability has been improved again. But the speed, agility, and reaction ability of Ace itself are far higher than Xiao Li, not to mention the hidden ability possessed by her Taigu, the appearance of the demon god and the essence of the devil. Moko Potmo. This is the ability to freeze the entire time and space. Although it doesn't last long, a brief freeze is enough. Well, since Ace can stand out in the Tower of Babylon and become the floor master, it is by no means relying on Qin Mu. Her strength as a fighting madman has been greatly improved. Otherwise, she would only become the gatekeeper of the Tower of Babylon, not the lair master, just like Knight Raider and Hunter, so it is for these reasons that it is enough to prove that Acetus Taigu has obtained an extremely terrifying evolution. In addition to retaining the original ability and being further strengthened, Namoko Potmo also expanded some new abilities. For example, she can freeze the time of some areas, or the time of a certain person. In short, in addition to freezing the original frozen time and space, she also has these abilities. Also, Namoko Potmo is no longer activated once a day, but can be activated multiple times. The intervals are not long, and the duration of the freezing effect has not changed, it is still 20 seconds about. And 20 seconds, for a fighting maniac like Ace, that's enough to do a lot of things. Chapter 61. Of course, for Xiao Li, it is impossible for Acetus to use the frozen time and space, but to freeze the regional time. The key to this ability is that it is concealed and cannot be discovered by others. Why does Acetus make such a big chill? The reason is that when the time in the area is frozen, there is enough cold air to permeate the surroundings, which can play a role in deceiving people, that is, they cannot find that their own time is frozen. To put it bluntly, it is to make people surprised that they are frozen by ice, but they don't know that the time in this area is actually frozen, so that the target in this area is also frozen. All in all, it is really easy for Ace to deal with Xiao Li, and just now he played 2 tricks with him, but there is no need for it now. 8 inner gates is still not powerful enough for Xiao Li, far inferior to that 690 might guy. So, it's time to wrap up. Acetus condensed an ice sword in his hand, dodged forward and chopped Xiao Li to the ground with his sword, and then kicked him flying. The bright red blood stained the ice sword, and because of the huge impact, Xiao Li flew straight away from the face of the icicle and fell down. When Niji saw that Xiao Li was about to fall, he rushed up quickly, ignoring his own pain. But before Niji started, Asts was already behind him. Feeling the chill behind him, Niji's face changed slightly. But it was too late. Niji, who wanted to fight back, was knocked down by Asts before he could make a shot. However, Naruto flashed past at this time and hugged the two of them back. Acetus saw it, but she didn't stop it. Just because Niji and Xiao Li are no longer able to fight, one is seriously injured and comatose, and the other has several broken bones in his waist, so they may not be able to stand firmly, and we can't count on fighting. Just because two of them had been resolved, Asts didn't make a move to block them. Then, Asts dispersed the huge icicle under his feet, and returned to the ground. Asts, who returned to the ground, first glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was out of trouble, and said with a sneer, that Uchiha Sasuke finally came out? You took too long. Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Although the second pillar is easy to swell, Aced's strength has been proven, and he easily defuses his own attack. Niji and Xiao Li are completely invincible to each other in physical skills. And this shows that the opponent not only has the ability to freely control the ice, but also has the extremely terrifying melee combat ability. Since Niji and Xiao Li, who are the strongest in conjoined body art, are not opponents of Aceds, it is obviously impossible to win through melee combat. In this case, it is still necessary to start with ninjutsu, but fire style has been proven useless. Damn, why is this? If I have a Mangeki Sharingan, is it still necessary? Sasuke is extremely annoyed that he does not have a Mangeki Sharingan, otherwise he would not be abused by Aceds. Think about the Susanoo shown by Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri just now. If I had it, I would never be so embarrassed. Naturally, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hiri didn't know what Sasuke was thinking, but if they could know what Uchiha was thinking, they would probably ridicule each other for being overwhelmed. The power of Mangeki Sharingan is indeed very strong, but the power of Aceds is even more elusive, and the opponent has not made a real move until now. Yes, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha's Hilly can see that Aceds is simply playing. This cannot be blamed on others, it can only be said that Sasuke and others are not qualified to let others be serious. And this shows that Acetus' ability has not really been shown. Based on this, no matter how proud Uchiha Izuna is, he has to admit that Acetus is indeed terrifying, but he is not without advantages. Although Orochimaru made him feel sick, the body of impure world reincarnation is indeed unique, and that is immortality. On this point, it means that there is a chance to win. After all, the rules are completely in favor of the challenger, and if I rely on impure world reincarnation, I won't be able to get points from Aceds. Well, Uchiha Izuna thinks that he doesn't need to mix in the future, it's better to go back to the Pure Land and stay there. At this time, Orochimaru couldn't bear to ask Uchiha Izuna's opinion, so as to help him grasp the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. To be honest, although impure world reincarnation has been strengthened and perfected, Orochimaru is still very afraid of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, for fear that they will not be able to control them perfectly. And if it can't be controlled, it is tantamount to summoning two ancestors. Uchiha Izuna, do you see anything? Uchiha Izuna glanced at Orochimaru coldly, and asked in a cold voice, Orochimaru, what do you want me to do? Orochimaru knew that Uchiha Izuna came from a smart person, and dealing with smart people is undoubtedly much more convenient, so he said with a smile, it's nothing, or you understand. Humph, then I'll tell you, it's best to do your best, otherwise, even my elder brother and Senju Hashirama will have nothing to do. Although Uchiha Izuna believes in the strength of his big brother, Aceds is really strong, so if Orochimaru intends to summon Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama like he summoned himself, then he must not expect to win. The win mentioned here is an overwhelming win, not a win according to the rules. Uchiha Izuna knows how arrogant Uchiha Madara is, so he knows very well that Uchiha Madara disdains to use rules to defeat Aces, but wants to suppress and win with his own absolute strength. 2.6 Uchiha Yuri frowned, obviously she heard something, but in the end she didn't speak. She could tell who Orochimaru was, so she couldn't expect him to give up. Got it, got it. With Uchiha Izuna's words, Yin Snake smiled with satisfaction. Okay, so I can count in my heart. However, even if this is the case, it is still impossible to 100% make the strength of these two people reach their peak state, so this is a pity. Considering this, Orochimaru is undoubtedly a little depressed, but he knows that he can't ask for too much, and it would be nice to be able to achieve the strongest state he could in his lifetime. You villain, I hope my elder brother won't kill you. Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly, still disgusted with Orochimaru. Chapter 62. Cut me? No, he has to thank me. People are already dead, but they can come out again and fight against powerful enemies, can't you thank me? Orochimaru thinks that he gave Uchiha Madara a chance to fight against strong players such as Aces, so he has to thank himself for this, not to hate himself. Pure Land. Instead of thanking Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara really wanted to chop him off. Although this is a chance to go out, Uchiha Madara's mood is quite bad when he thinks that he was summoned by impure world reincarnation. Madara, this Orochimaru is determined to let me be your thug. Senju Hashirama was worried, not as optimistic as before. Humph, Hashirama, if you're scared, you don't have to go. Uchiha Madara folded her hands on her chest, mockingly with a disdainful smile on her face. However, Senju Hashirama said helplessly, impure world reincarnation is not something I can do if I don't want to go, I can't refuse. SENJU01 Tobirama saw that his eldest brother was still so confused, so he had to remind him. Brother, Uchiha Madara's picture is very big, you still have to watch him. Senju Tobirama, you won't be left behind. Although you are good enough, you can still be cannon fodder. Uchiha Madara turned to hit Senju Tobirama again, followed by taunting words. Defeated by me, the cannon fodder, then what is your brother? Senju Tobirama stepped on the mine accurately and detonated Uchiha Madara directly. The latter suddenly became furious, staring at Senju Tobirama with killing intent in his eyes, and said coldly, Senju Tobirama, just wait for me, I will absolutely kill you. I am already dead. Senju Tobirama looked indifferent, saying that he was already dead. As for Senju Hashirama, looking at his younger brother who was arguing with Uchiha Madara, he couldn't help being in a dilemma for a while. Ninja World. Aces defeated the two with the strongest physical skills among the Konoha 12 little powers so easily, and defeated them head-on with physical skills, not with the ability to control ice. What does this mean? It shows that the opponent not only has the ability to control the ice freely, but also is extremely strong in physical skills. He can not only play long-range strikes, but also can play close combat. For example, Oniki, 4th Raikage, and others are already discussing. Everyone, this ability. It's Kirigaku's, the Snow Clan, but it seems to be extinct. Obviously, their ability is only somewhat similar, but it doesn't mean that they are related to the Snow Clan. Of course I know this, it's just a discussion. Originally, Oniki and 4th Raikage were discussing with the ninjas of their own ninja village, but after talking, they quarreled. As for Tsunagakuer and Kirigakuer, they did not get involved. Especially on Kirigakuer's side, Terumi May now hates the mysterious person who controls 4th Mizukage. Some of Kirigakuer's policies were problematic, but they were still within a controllable range before, and it didn't mean that they became as crazy as they were later. Everything is because of that mysterious person, but who is the other party? To be honest, Terumi May has no clue. And such a thing will definitely not be said. It can be said that the shadow of an inch is controlled, it can be said to be a big joke, it is really embarrassing. Inside the leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen is having a headache now, not just because the black material was exposed before, but now that Acetus, the leader of the lair, has come out, and the strength he has shown has made him a little scared. This former ninja hero has now been reduced to a bear. In the original plot, otherwise Orochimaru made a collapse plan, and it is estimated that this bear will be ruined in the future. I have to say, Orochimaru still has something to do. He made such a play for his teacher. Oh, yes, I can't say that, who knows what Orochimaru thinks. So there are some guesses, or not dizzy guesses. Kakashi, are you sure? Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to evaluate the views of Kakashi and others, or else follow up the arrangement of entering the Tower of Babylon. It's not easy to experience yourself. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to install some of his absolute confidants, and by the way, he also followed in, but now it seems that he needs to be more cautious and not so hasty. It is true that the things in the Tower of Babylon are really attractive. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't let go of the power in his hands, and he was worried that once he got in, it would affect Hokage's position. Master Hokage, it's hard to say. What Kakashi can say, is the only way to say it. Furthermore, Kakashi himself is also in a state of disarray, and has no mood to pay attention to these crap things at all. Obito, are you really alive? Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Kakashi was perfunctory, but he couldn't force anything, he could only suppress his anger. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously has already remembered Kakashi, that is to say, he has recorded Kakashi in a small notebook, and will definitely find time to settle accounts in the future. If it was in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely use a more hypocritical approach, but now that the Tower of Babylon appears, that monster named Shimai Merowin has exposed so many things. His own prestige will definitely be affected invisibly. Furthermore, if people from the first generation and second generation come out, I am afraid that their own prestige will be further degraded. The strongest Hokage. After so many years of 707, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already acquiesced that he is the strongest. But now with Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, the appearance of Uchiha Izuna undoubtedly let Sarutobi Hiruzen understand that his title of the strongest Hokage may not be able to keep. Civilians may be easy to fool, but ninjas are not. Also, that old boy Onoji knows a lot of inside information, so he lost face just now, this guy. Thinking of what Onaki said just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly more irritable, and at the same time resents Onaki even more. What do you outsiders know? I'm doing this for Konoha's good, everything is for Konoha's sake. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to deal with the following things, Anbu's ninja suddenly appeared and reported some situations. Master Hokage, Master Jiraiya, and Master Tsunade have all returned, and the shadows of each ninja village have also arrived. Okay, got it. Sarutobi Hiruzen understands that it is time to deal with the shadows of each ninja village, and the internal affairs must be put aside first. Of course, Jiraiya and Tsunade cannot be ignored. Those two are my biggest helpers, and I am their teacher after all, so there is no reason not to help me. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of this, and immediately ordered Anbu to bring the two of them here. Yes, arrange for the shadows of each ninja village to settle in as soon as possible, and then notify Jiraiya and Tsunade that I have something to discuss. Chapter 63 Tower of Babylon, Top Floor. With the start of the battle between Aces and Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, they first overwhelmingly resolved the offensive of Sasuke and others, and then easily trapped Uchiha Sasuke. Afterwards, facing Niji and Xiao Li, it was also casually brought down. In such a scene, Qin Mu felt that it was necessary to speak for Aces, so he said such words to Poluna. Polna, you have also seen the performance of Aces. She has cut melons and vegetables and severely injured the two of them, and the rest of them are almost terrified, so her performance can satisfy you bar. It is true to say so, but Poluna is obviously still dissatisfied, she first snorted coldly, and then spoke slowly. I haven't won yet. If my people were on the field, I would definitely open the champagne at halftime, but it's a pity that my people are not on the field, so I won't do things like open champagne at halftime. Poluna's words are very simple, if my people are present, I will definitely open champagne. But that's Asts, I still have to be careful. Qin Mu saw Poluna still like this, and knew it was prejudice. Therefore, in response to this question, Qin Mu felt that it was necessary to say a few more words. Poluna, you have too much prejudice against her. In fact, Ast's performance is already very good. I can directly say that Uzumaki Naruto and their group cannot win. As for what Qin Mu said, Yakumo Zi nodded in approval, and she said in a casual tone, that's right, let alone get points, even Acetus can't beat it, how to get points? While saying these words, the monster sage's feet didn't stop, and kept swaying there. Don't be careless. It's a pity that Poluna still hasn't changed her mind. She has too much prejudice against Acetus, and she doesn't even approve of it life or death. Good guy, you are really stubborn enough. Yakumo Zi still didn't change her mind when she saw Poluna, she was already speechless. She smiled wryly and said, you can get 1 point for an excellent attack, and 2 points for a serious injury, and now. To be honest, Acetus hasn't really done anything yet, so the hope is slim. Judging from the current situation, Acetus will not give a chance, and the hope of a group like Uzumaki Naruto is indeed not great, almost cold. That's right, what Zi-Ma said is good. Qin Mu quickly agreed, saying Yakumo Zi said well. However, at this juncture, Ashes Neil suddenly said, if you want to talk about hope. To be honest, it's not like there is no hope, there is still hope, just watch that Uzumaki Naruto explode stop breaking out, once the power of 9 tails breaks out, it will be a bit difficult for Acetus to get out of his body. Hearing this, Poluna nodded again and said, that's right, Axis is right, so don't be careless. Poluna agrees with this very much. In her eyes, 9 tails is just a small toy, but there is still some pressure in Asts. If you want to avoid being touched and get points. Obviously impossible. In this way, the hope of Uzumaki Naruto's group is still theoretically possible. Yakumo Zi. Due to Axis Neil's sudden words, Poluna was not persuaded, which undoubtedly made Qin Mu and Yakumo Zi feel a little speechless. Speaking of which, the two of us managed to let the problem go down, so you just let the problem come up again? Axis Neil definitely didn't care about these, he had already made it clear, it was theoretically possible. As for how Poluna understood it, does it have anything to do with her? Obviously, it doesn't matter. Qin Mu was silent for a while, and then continued to express his opinion. Okay, Poluna, since you understand it this way, then you can understand it this way, but let me tell you something, Aced's next performance will break the doubt. Poluna shrugged her shoulders and said calmly, okay, I will watch. Tower of Babylon, first floor. Niji and Lee have been placed in the rear, watched by Sakura and Ino. Because the two didn't have many points before, the only thing they could buy was medical ninjutsu, but it was obviously impossible to expect to use medical ninjutsu to heal such serious injuries. Of course, Shikamaru and others bought some potions before. For example, potions for restoring physical strength, chakra, injuries, etc., so giving them potions for restoring injuries now can solve the problem. However, the two in a coma obviously couldn't take the potion. Therefore, what little Sakura and Ino can do now is to restore their consciousness first, which requires medical ninjutsu. Shikamaru asked impatiently, are you still okay? No, it's not easy. Ino couldn't help frowning, and said helplessly. If it was that easy, things would be easy, but the truth is that it's not that easy, and all they can do now is continue. Shikamaru, now that Naruto and Sasuke are carrying in the front, we can't watch the show here anymore. Qi and Ya have something to say, saying they will take the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Shikamaru already knew what was going on, nodded and said, I understand, you just need to cooperate with me later, and I will help you with mystical techniques. After that, Shikamaru added another sentence in order to make the teeth and the others understand better. This shadow secret technique can allow your shadows to fight, but due to my lack of ability, there is no chance of attack power, and even if I have it, it won't work against that woman. The only thing I can do is to help you defend, so you can let your hands and feet go. However, Inazukaya left a word very impatiently, and then went up with Akamaru. Okay, we know, let's go first. Shikamaru. I didn't finish talking, is it Zhao, you? Seeing that the teeth are already on, Shikamaru is undoubtedly a little confused, thinking that you are disobeying orders. Iba and Shino quickly settled down and began to support Naruto and Sasuke, but in the face of the cold air coming from Ace Day, no matter whether it was Iba or Shino. Akamaru's attack, Shino's bug, are all useless spoons. The only effect is interference? It should have this effect, right? But judging from the fact that Ace kicked Sasuke and Naruto away with ease, the effect was really minimal. After seeing it, Kaiba and Shino undoubtedly felt helpless. And at this time, because of the sky, Hinata has already settled down one after another. Manipulating the 1,000 machine skills every day, turning hair into silk threads, can be ever-changing. What Tian Tian can do now is to make the silk extremely sharp, which can easily cut a human head or any solid thing. Chapter 64. It's just that although Tian Tian's silk threads are very sharp, they obviously didn't reach Ace's body, and all the silk threads that hit him were frozen. The black silk lines were forced to stay in mid-air. Then, these silk threads were all covered by ice, turning into frozen silk threads. Hinata didn't use physical skills to fight Ace. She knew she couldn't beat Niji and Xiao Li. Instead, she rolled her eyes and muttered in a low voice, coercion. After strengthening the white eyes, Hinata found that his white eyes have this ability, which can draw the enemy into the air or cause substantial damage to the target. And now what Hinata can do is fly. However, her strength could not reach Ace, but was blocked by the continuously condensed ice walls, and she did nothing except shatter a few ice walls. At the same time, Chi on the other side is attacking with a meat bomb chariot, aiming at Acetus. Shikamaru in the rear has cooperated with Chi, and the shadow rises from the ground, turning into a human form and giving Chi carrying out escort. Small tricks. While dealing with Naruto and Sasuke, Ace laughed at the tricks of Shikamaru and others. And looking at the big fat man attacking at high speed, Ace raised his hand for this meat bomb chariot, and it was a piece of ice thorns, and then an ice wall. 793. Afterwards, Acetus waved his hand casually again, and multiple ice pucks rolled out, also rotating at high speed, and then attacked Chi. You must know that there is only one person in Chi, but there are many of these ice hockey pucks, which are besieged from all directions, and the field has been divided by Ace, so Chi can only stay in the area he has divided and play slowly. Sure enough, after Chi made a turn, he found that he couldn't rush out, but was trapped instead. Seeing this scene, Shikamaru was secretly anxious. His current secret technique can only be used for support. If he wants to cooperate with the attack, the lethality is not enough. As for the shadow technique of the Nara clan, it is even worse. As for using the shadow to raid Acetus, Shikamaru hadn't thought about it, but once the shadow passed, there was no way to move on. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way to do it. After Shikamaru tried a few times, he could only give up. Ace has already frozen the time in the area she is in, just to prevent Shikamaru's shadow from breaking in. Although she is not afraid of being controlled, short-term control will make her lose the opportunity, and thus be caught by the opponent attack too. Although it was not fatal, points could be lost, and he could never get 1 point, so on the surface, Ace seemed to be extremely rampant, but in fact he had already made arrangements. Naraku Shikamaru's original shadow technique did not have such ability and distance, but after purchasing the super special secret of manipulating shadows from the shadow manipulator Bailuljer Baerna among the 12 demon war generals in the dimensional store, ability is improved. For example, making shadows rise from the ground, controlling the shadows of companions, etc. These are the secret arts of the magic war general, not the shadow arts of the Nara family. Ace was already on guard when she saw it. She had already surrounded herself with cold air, always guarding against the shadow's surprise attack and defending with the ability to freeze the time in the area. As long as the time in the area you are in is frozen, anything that tries to come in will end up being frozen. Unless one is stronger than oneself, or has some special ability to break this freezing ability, otherwise one cannot penetrate through it head-on. The Ice Emperor tool held by Ace has been strengthened to ultimate, and the Moko Potmo ability held by it has been derived into various abilities, so she doesn't think she can't defeat these scumbags. It's up to you. Hey, it's time to end this farce. After the voice fell, Acetus lifted off directly and stayed in mid-air. And she looked down at Naruto, Sasuke, and other people below, with a sneer on the corner of her mouth, and said coldly, "Okay, you can leave the stage." Following Haki's declaration, the cold air rose from behind Ace, and ice crystals had gradually condensed on the ground such as Xialo, Ino, and the fainting Niji, Xiaoli and others were all frozen inevitably. Shikamaru, Shino, Kaiba, and others wanted to rescue them, but they couldn't make it in time and they were all frozen. For the rest of the day, Hinata and the others tried to break through the pervading ice, but they were still hard to stop and were frozen, and these people became ice sculptures without exception. Only Sasuke and Naruto are still stubbornly resisting, but this resistance is still too small. Ace raised his hand again, and a huge ice dragon emerged. Then, the ice dragon fell from the sky and engulfed Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke was hard to resist and was inevitably knocked into the air and then frozen. Naruto relied on the Nine Tails chakra to block the impact, but the ice that kept spreading, relying on this Nine Tails chakra obviously couldn't succeed. Ace will not give Naruto any chance to resist, so Mokubatama's ability is activated, but it only freezes Naruto's time, and then freezes him. Ended. After finishing all this in Ace, Demiurge finally spoke. He had been watching the match just now, leading the work as a referee. If Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang has something to do here, Demiurge needs to keep talking about the score. For example, if Konoha number 2 community gets 1 point, he needs to broadcast it. It's a pity that Konoha's second Xiaoqiang is not very strong, and has been defeated by Ace all the time without getting any points. And when Demiurge announced the end, Ace removed the ice and released the 12 little strongs. After Naruto landed, he still wanted to continue, but Demiurge said directly, "Kneel down." Then, Naruto knelt down. Demiurge warned again, and said coldly, "It's over, you should go down. If you are not willing, use the points in your hands to become stronger and come back." Naruto, who was kneeling on the ground, said nothing, but he knew that he had to work hard, or everything would be in vain. And Urshiza's side is undoubtedly the most uncomfortable. At first, he was full of confidence, but now he finds that he is nothing but scum, not enough to look at all. Konoha's 12 little strongs can only exit silently, even if they are unwilling, so what? Right now, it can only be like this. After stopping Naruto's rude actions, Demiurge looked towards Orochimaru and said coldly, "Do you want to start now, or wait?" "Of course it is now." Orochimaru smiled coldly and said without hesitation. Chapter 65. Speaking of which, this information is collected almost. Moreover, more specific information will be known only after the actual combat, so it is better to start the fight directly instead of saying that we have to continue to wait. Orochimaru decided to start right away, but Temari had a different opinion. The reason is simple: she doesn't want to fight with Acetus. Besides, what is Orochimaru's intention behind this decision? Temari dare not think about it. You have an opinion, that's what you mean, I don't intend to spoil you. Orochimaru said with a grim tone with a cold smile. Temari. This guy Orochimaru, it's a showdown, isn't it? And seeing Orochimaru start threatening himself, Temari is no doubt very unhappy. It's just that Orochimaru is obviously not something he can deal with, so Temari has to listen to the current situation, unless it's Anko's side. However, Temari just glanced at Anko, and then gave up hope. Facing Orochimaru's threats, Temari was silent. But the meaning of this is already obvious, so there is nothing wrong with it. No way, naturally it is up to Orochimaru to call the shots. Since you've all made your decision, get in quickly. Demiurge reminded Orochimaru and the others, so that these people can get in quickly instead of procrastinating. It's easy to say, easy to say. Orochimaru is still very confident now. Thinking of the impure world reincarnation that he is about to use, he thinks it is not impossible to beat Aces, and it is possible according to the current rules. With so many masters beating around, it can't be said that they still can't hit, right? One point is also a point, it's okay if you can't get hit hard, anyway, as long as you attack, then accumulate it and get 10 points. You must know that my goal is not to be competitive, but to enter the second floor. If I can see it on the second floor, that is my pursuit. Orochimaru's positioning is extremely clear. What he wants is not to completely defeat Aces, but to win the opponent. It is enough to break through the first floor. Going all the way, that's what Orochimaru wants, and what I pursue is immortality, not the pursuit of bloody battles, that's not my Orochimaru style. And just as Orochimaru and others were preparing, Aces approached Leviathan. She looked at him with a half-smile, and said sarcastically, Leviathan, have you seen it? When Leviathan saw Ace's mouth, he could imagine the anger in his heart, but she didn't break out in such a random way, but mocked back. Hee, isn't it just to beat up a few scumbags? What's there to be proud of? If it were my Demon King Leviathan, they would have disappeared long ago. How can you be so procrastinating like you? Mock me? Yes, watch the devil taunt and go back. Don't you two think this is boring? However, after reading Shi Ming Wanwen, she felt a little headache and said helplessly. No, I don't think so. Kite of Leviathan and Aces in unison. Obviously, for these two people, there is no feeling in this aspect at all. Okay, I can only say that you two are bored to ultimate. The corner of Marabumi's mouth twitched, obviously knowing that there was nothing to say, it could only be. Aces and Leviathan naturally ignored these, but continued to communicate. Of course, after this wave of confrontation, there will be winners and losers. Overall, though, Aces has the upper hand. Shimei-Maruan clapped his palms, and said seriously, okay, let's get down to business, Aces, next to Orochimaru, you probably won't be so relaxed, I think you should be more steady. As for the affair between Aces and Leviathan, Shimei-Maruan didn't want to get involved, so she talked about the business with Aces, and she actually cared about Aces. The reason is that she is still very aware of Poluna's temper, knowing that the other party must have threatened Aces. If she can't defend the first floor, she will definitely suffer. So out of 8 trigrams, Abba, no, it's concern, she must have asked. Shomameru, isn't Orochimaru's whole card is impure world reincarnation? I guess it's Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, but what's the use? How could Aces not know what Orochimaru's whole cards are, but these whole cards are obviously nothing to worry about, at least she will not be afraid, so self-confidence is inevitable. Although that's what you said, but you still can't be careless, I don't want you to be clicked by Poluna. Shimei-Maruan said with a faint sigh. Why should I care about you? Aren't you afraid that you will be snapped by Poluna? Zero looking for flowers. To put it bluntly, Shimei-Maruan, still care about you very much. No, Lady Poluna is still very face-saving. Ace froze, his face was a bit unnatural, but he still pretended to be nonchalant and said. It's just that Acetus is like this, which is obviously not convincing. Leviathan undoubtedly saw it, and she gloated and said, Yo, Ace, it seems that you are going to be unlucky. Ace didn't care what Leviathan said, instead he was talking about Poluna, emphasizing that the other party treated him very well, which is far beyond what Leviathan can understand. Leviathan, you don't have to talk to me like this. Lady Poluna treats me very well, so you don't have to be sly here. However, although Ace explained repeatedly, Leviathan did not believe these statements, but continued to be eccentric. Hehe, I don't want to either, but the truth, oh, I really want to see your unlucky side. I really don't know what will happen to me if you are gone. Ace sneered disdainfully, and said indifferently, whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me anyway. What did you say? What does it have to do with me? Haha, I don't care. What can Leviathan do? It won't work, so don't worry about it. Okay, hurry up and fight. Shemming Maruan didn't want to see the two continue to spat at each other like this, and urged Ace to fight as soon as possible, and stop spamming with Leviathan here. Ace obviously listened to it, so instead of fighting with Leviathan, she turned around and returned to the field. Leviathan was undoubtedly upset, she glared at Shimai Maruan and asked, No, Shimai Maruan, what are you doing? What am I doing? Tell you to stop, is it possible that you still want to watch your performance? Shimai Maruan replied as a matter of course. She did this for the good of Leviathan and Acetus, so she didn't care about Leviathan. What did Vitan say? After returning to the field, Ace's eyes fell on Demiurge, and he said softly, Demiurge, I don't want to hear you talking anymore. Master Ace, that's hard to say, it depends on the other party's performance. Demiurge bowed slightly, and said slowly. Chapter 66. Demiurge wasn't sure if he would speak again, but if he spoke during the battle, that means Acetus is not just hit, but judged to be a good attack. In this way, the Orochimaru team must have scored points. Speaking of which, Demiurge naturally knew what Ace said suddenly, but it was obviously not something he could decide for himself. Don't worry, I won't let you speak. Ace smiled contemptuously, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Next, we have to get rid of some cats and dogs first, so as not to affect the real battle. Let's start. Demiurge announced the start directly. Then, this time, he spread his wings and took off into the air, instead of standing directly on the field as he did in the previous game. As Demiurge's 367 voice fell, Orochimaru directly chose to back away, while Uchiha Izumika and Uchiha Yuri stood in front of him instead. I need a little time to prepare, and I will trouble you to watch over the process. Orochimaru's straight back move undoubtedly made Temari curse, Orochimaru, are you going to sell us? However, Temari had just gone crazy, and Kankuro beside him disappeared immediately. Temari didn't see what Ace did at all, and Kankuro flew out suddenly. This scene, she was shocked, completely incomprehensible. As for Kankuro who flew out, not only his chest bones were broken, but his body was also frozen, so it can be said that he completely lost the ability to fight. Well, before the fight even started, there was no one there. Temari was undoubtedly in a low mood, and she realized that Acetus was indeed a terrible enemy. How to spell? It's not easy to fight. Temari felt bitter and realized that there was trouble. It's just that there was a wave of ups and downs, and Temari was beaten violently before he finished feeling sad. Since Ace decided to get rid of Amao and Go, he would definitely not give any chance, so after killing Kankuro in seconds, he appeared in front of Temari. Then, Temari's time was directly frozen, without giving the opponent a chance to react at all, he was kicked out, and when he raised his hand again, streams of ice appeared again. Afterwards, Temari himself was frozen. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were gone. After seeing this scene, Anko felt very miserable, and she found that she seemed to be in the same boat. This is indeed the case. Ace turned around, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and said disdainfully, "It's your turn, cat and dog." As soon as the voice fell, Ace had disappeared, but Anko hadn't reacted yet, only felt that his eyes went dark, and there was a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. "Wow, I'm going." Due to the severe pain in the chest and abdomen, Anko spat out a large mouthful of blood. But it wasn't enough. Ace pressed his knee against Anko's lower abdomen, and exerted a little force again, and the latter's eyes went black, and he passed out completely. Then, Ace threw the fainted Anko out just like throwing garbage, and this throw was stronger, so Anko directly smashed a hole in the ground. However, Anko, who had fainted, did not wake up because of this, but just lay in the pit that was smashed out. And also, after Ace finished these, the pair of beautiful eyes continued to scan, and then his eyes fell on Gaara, and said softly, "One tail." Speaking of it, this is just a beast, and it can be solved easily. Well, it is not difficult. Gaara would definitely not say that he would just be caught without a fight, but directly entered the form of a tailed beast, turning into a tailed beast and preparing to fight Ace to the death. But Ace wasn't interested in that. He directly froze the time of Gaara's tailed beast transformation, and then picked out Gaara who had entered the state of dormancy. Then, Ace just kicked Gaara twice, and Gaara was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Ace kicked him out like rubbish. With Gaara defeated, Ace has easily dealt with the 4 members of Orochimaru's team, since these 4 have no resistance. Compared with Ace's suppression of 12 Xiaoqiang just now, this is obviously a higher improvement, so this is enough to show that she is a little serious. Uchiha Izuna looked at this scene, and suddenly asked, "Did you see it?" "Not sure, but I feel that when she attacked, Gaara didn't make any moves." Uchiha Yuri frowned, thought hard, and then spoke. Speaking of it, Uchiha Yuri is not sure about anything, but with the help of Sharingan's inside ability, she vaguely saw that when Ace was attacking, Gaara was not making any movements. There is no counterattack or defense, and this is undoubtedly very weird. Uchiha Izuna nodded, and said slowly, "Yes, that guy's sand can be automatically defended, but he still didn't make any moves, and I don't know what she did." At this time, Uchiha Izuna had clearly felt that Ace was different, and the other party obviously wanted to get serious. That's why he dealt with Anko and the others so neatly. On the one hand, this shows that the opponent is strong, and on the other hand, it means that the opponent must fight well with his own strong. And the strong ones here obviously do not include himself and Uchiha Yuri, they are most likely Orochimaru's own big brother and Senju Hashirama who are about to summon. However, this woman Ace has such weird abilities. What exactly did she do to make people unable to move? Strange, I didn't see anything frozen, why can't I move? For this, Uchiha Izuna really couldn't figure it out. Of course, it can be said that Uchiha Izuna and others are completely confused about the various doubts of Acetus, and it is inevitable to fall into confusion. But Qin Mu obviously knew the situation, and she was summing up at this time. Speaking of which, Meruan supports Ace, but Leviathan supports the challenger side. Ace launched a swift and violent offensive, directly overturning Anko and others at 2.7, and now there is only one Orochimaru. Why is Ace so fierce? Actually, it's very simple. Ace's ability is not just to control ice freely, but also to freeze time. So no matter whether it's Anko, Temari, or Gaara, there is no way to deal with it. Ace fought back because his own time was frozen. To put it bluntly, you can't even move, how can you fight back? Qin Mu talked a lot about this, obviously not worried at all that revealing this matter would affect Ace. In other words, she didn't feel that she would change the situation by revealing the ability that Acetus possessed, and such a thing is impossible. To put it bluntly, people didn't think that such a situation would happen, so they told Yuan with peace of mind. Chapter 67. Humph, to put it bluntly, if you are strong enough, how could you be frozen in time? Leviathan did not hesitate to send ridicule, thinking that it was because Temari and Anko were not strong enough, that's why they did this. As she said that, she added, it's because they are too watery, and Acetus is too insidious, that's why it happened. Shemming Maruan rubbed the center of his brows with a headache, obviously feeling quite irritable. And she also tried her best to calm herself down, and then said to Leviathan, hey, you are now supporting the challenger side, at least you should save some face for the side you support, there is really no need to do this. Leviathan didn't hide his thoughts, and said directly, I won't give face, and the reason why I do this is because I want her Aces to lose. In this way, I can hit her arrogance. Hearing this, Shemming Maruan raised his eyebrows, and said again, if you think like this again, aren't you afraid that Poluna will trouble you? Regarding this, Leviathan curled his lips, and said lightly, if she loses, what does Poluna have to do with me if she finds trouble with her? Once she loses, Poluna will definitely find Acetus troublesome, so it has nothing to do with what I think. Does 01 have anything to do with me? It doesn't matter, so why should I care? Okay, you've already said that, what else can I say? Seeing Leviathan's confidence, Wen thought about it and still didn't continue. After all, you, Leviathan, are determined to think so naturally I won't say anything more, and I can only let you go. Following the exchange between Shemming Maruan and Leviathan, everyone finally understood how Aces could handle Anko and others so easily. Although it is true that Anko and others can't beat them, it is too exaggerated to be overthrown by chopping melons and vegetables without the ability to resist. And if Acetus freezes the time of Temari and others, then everything makes sense. No wonder it happened like this, if time is frozen, it must not be withdrawn. Understood, so that's what happened. Uchiha Izuna thought of the sense of disobedience before, and finally figured out what was going on. It was because Aces froze the time of Gaara and others, so they couldn't make any moves. However, just when Uchiha Izuna said that he understood, Uchiha's Hiri smiled wryly, and said slowly, if this is the case, wouldn't we be in trouble? Trouble? Uchiha Izuna froze. But then I came to understand and knew the meaning of Uchiha's Hili's words. In impure world reincarnation, they have an immortal body, infinite chakra, and will not know fatigue, etc., but if time is frozen by Aces, it means that they have been stopped. As a result, these advantages do not exist. Uchiha Izuna pondered for a while, and then said, this kind of ability should not last long, so I don't think there is any need to worry. The ability of Aces is strong, but can it last? This is a problem. Therefore, Uchiha Izuna thinks there is nothing to worry about. But Uchiha Yuri shook his head and said like this, there is no need to worry, but if we are frozen in time, we can't move, and then we are frozen again, isn't the result still the same? Uchiha Izuna couldn't help being silent, and found that this is really the case. Once it is frozen, isn't it the same as being sealed? And if it comes like this, even the body of impure world reincarnation is useless. Unless it can be broken, but since this woman is confident, she must be frozen for a long time. Besides, as long as we are sealed, Orochimaru will be abolished, and if we are dealt with by Aces at that time, wouldn't that be a loss? Ninja World. First, Aces chops melons and cuts vegetables and turns over Temari, Anko, and others, and then Shemming Maruan reveals some abilities of Aces, the ability to freeze time comes out. After this news came out, there was undoubtedly an uproar in the ninja world. Freeze time. This ability is too terrifying. Just imagine, if you enter it by yourself, you are fighting someone to the death, and suddenly your time is frozen, even if you know it is very short, but this time is enough to be killed 10 times or 8 times. Also, the floor masters on the first floor of the Tower of Babylon are so terrifying, think about those floor masters at the back. Hey, no, I really can't help it, I don't dare to think about it anymore. Konoha has already arranged places for each ninja village, and the leaders of each ninja village gathered with their confidants to watch the live broadcast of Aces vs Orochimaru team. In the beginning, the heroic performance of Acetus's side undoubtedly made the faces of the shadows in all villages dignified, and they were obviously shocked, and these people all understood a little bit. That was just when Aces played against 12 Xiaoqiang, he didn't seem to be serious about it, but now he started to get serious when he came up, which shows that the opponent is serious. However, 4th Kazekage's complexion became extremely ugly. The reason was that he couldn't do it when he saw his daughter or son, especially if he couldn't even take a single move, which undoubtedly made 4th Kazekage feel very embarrassed. In fact, the luck of 4th Kazekage is really good, otherwise once the 3rd Chunin exam starts, he will be ambushed by Orochimaru when he is about to go to Konoha, and then he will be killed. But now because of the appearance of the Tower of Babylon, 4th Kazekage has no chance to die. Of course, that is also uncertain, in case of death later, it is also 230% possible. All in all, now that 4th Kazekage is not dead, it can indeed be said that luck is really good. It's just that 4th Kazekage didn't know about this, but Gaara couldn't even turn into a tailed beast, which made his face even uglier. As for Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage, it can be said that he has no sense of existence. Then there are Onaki and 4th Raikage, the two communicate frequently. Especially after Shimei Maruan revealed that Acetus has the ability to freeze time, 4th Raikage here first asked Onoki what he thought. Tsuchikage, what do you think? After saying this, 4th Raikage stared at Onaki. As for 4th Raikage's inquiry, Onaki naturally gave an answer. It's very powerful, but what needs to be seen now is Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. The opponent must summon Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, and Uchiha Madara. Since Onaki is habitually floating in the air, 4th Raikage inevitably has to raise his head, and looking up at others like this undoubtedly makes 4th Raikage very uncomfortable. Although you are old, is it appropriate for me to look down on you like this? No, definitely not appropriate. The ninja world doesn't look at your age, your strength, and your respect, it doesn't look at your virtue, and you, Onoki, are you that kind of person? Chapter 68. Tsuchikage, if your waist is bad, you should retire. 4th Raikage didn't care to say anything else, and directly mocked Onoki. Onaki certainly wasn't willing to suffer like this, and immediately launched a counterattack, reciprocating 4th Raikage. Oh, my waist is not good, but I can still hold it. I'm afraid that you Raikages have all reached the 6th generation, and my old man may still be in office. 4th Raikage's face was already dark, and it became even darker when he heard this. The unhappy 4th Raikage snorted directly, "Humph, I don't need to bother you. Grandpa, can Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama do it?" Haito didn't know the horror of these two people, or in other words, few people in the current ninja world knew the horror of these two people, so the future leg shadow asked these words, is obviously the most reasonable statement. The same is true for 4th Raikage. I don't think Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are so powerful. They are just dead people. No matter how powerful they are, how can they be so powerful? But Onoki is different. He is one of the few people who knows how terrifying Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are. Especially when he faced Uchiha Madara back then, it can be said that he left a lifetime of shadows. Don't underestimate these two, that woman named Aces, she is the master of the first floor of the mysterious Tower of Babylon, but she is so important, don't you understand? Onoki knows the reason why Acetus is serious, and some of them must be from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, otherwise the other party would not have dealt with Temari and others so simply and neatly. No matter how powerful it is still a dead person. Fourth Rakich's voice is huge, and he obviously doesn't think it's too powerful for something like Uchiha Madara. Or so what if it's really that powerful, will I really lose? Impossible, never. Onoki snorted coldly, and didn't say anything more. Anyway, when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are released by Impure World Reincarnation, Fourth Raikage will know how much he is at the moment. Hokage Office. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived, but neither of them spoke, but Sarutobi Hiruzen himself said. However, after Orochimaru wanted to summon Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with Impure World Reincarnation, Tsunade obviously couldn't sit still. She didn't care about Uchiha Madara, but Senju Hashirama couldn't help it. That belonged to my grandfather. Because of this, Tsunade yelled directly, "Damn Orochimaru, is this guy crazy? I must go in and twist his head, otherwise I will be unhappy everywhere." Although Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation has not been successful yet, there is no one in the Zenin world who does not know who the other party is going to summon, and it must be Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. To put it bluntly, the whole world knows what Orochimaru is going to do, so Tsunade must be in a bad mood. Tsunade, about Orochimaru. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have something to say at this time, and said with a sad face, "Oh, it's my problem." After Tsunade heard this, he frowned instead, and said in a deep voice, "Old man, don't tell me these things, just that BD Orochimaru, I just want to chop him off." "Could it be that you still object?" Sarutobi Hiruzen. "How can I object?" "No, did Tsunade say that on purpose?" In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed like this because he wanted to sell badly. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows his disciples very well. He knows that Tsunade is very strong on the surface, but in fact he is very soft. If I sell badly, maybe Tsunade-ishin will be soft, and I will not be too miserable if I say a few words in front of the first generation and second generation. But now it seems that Tsunade does not intend to accept the move, and if this happens again, well, it will be difficult. Jiraiya didn't care about that, but he obviously decided to go in. In any case, there must be oneself in it. Whether it's for Konoha or Naruto's, I have to be there. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, Tsunade naturally didn't care about it anymore, but returned his attention to the live broadcast. The ninja patriarch in the office and many Jainin naturally chose to ignore it, but this does not mean that they have no ideas, or that they have already had ideas. Leaving aside the secrets and turbulence inside Konoha, let's talk about the battle between Orochimaru and Ace. With Orochimaru's preparations, the Impure World Reincarnation is finally over. Unlike Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hilly before, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara appeared directly, that is to say, there were no coffins. When Uchiha Izuna heard the movement behind him, he already knew that Orochimaru must have successfully summoned him. He turned around and saw that it was indeed the case, so he shouted, "Izuna, back off with that one." Although Uchiha Madara knew that he would be summoned, but after seeing himself being summoned, he was still in a very bad mood, and after seeing his younger brother, he directly asked Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha's Hiri to retreat. In the next battle, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri could not blend in, only Hashirama could cooperate with him. Of course, the most critical point is that Uchiha Madara believes that since he is here, freedom must be fought for. What the Tower of Babylon wants, Uchiha Madara doesn't know. But since the other party wants to watch the excitement and have fun, why not watch the real strong show their strength instead of being a bunch of scumbags playing around? At this point, Uchiha Madara believes that the other party will understand. Therefore, Uchiha Madara thinks it is necessary to defeat Ace to prove himself. As for the rules for challengers to fight against layer masters, Uchiha Madara doesn't think he needs to rely on this kind of rules, he wants to defeat Ace head-on. Hashirama, don't drag me back. After Uchiha Madara asked his brother to step back, he spoke to Senju Hashirama beside him. However, Senju Hashirama obviously didn't pay attention to these, and instead greeted Konoha's juniors immediately. Li Zhao. Previously, Shimei Maruan revealed some dirty things about Konoha, which will undoubtedly have an impact on Konoha's younger generations. Senju Hashirama doesn't want those dirty things from high-level executives to affect young people such as Naruto, so he is thinking about it. Say something. But when Uchiha Madara saw this scene, he obviously didn't intend to give it a chance, and directly started with fire style. Fire style extinguish fire. Compared with Uchiha Sasuke's Huo-Huoke, Uchiha Madara's Huo-Huoke is much more terrifying. The sea-like flames burst out and attacked Aces in front. This power is by no means comparable to that of Uchiha Sasuke. If you have to make a comparison, Uchiha's fire style is similar to fire, but Yu's fire style is the real fire style. Obviously, they are all powerful fire extinguishers, but Uchiha Madara's powerful fire extinguishers are much stronger than Uchiha Sasuke's big fire extinguishers in terms of power, momentum, scale, etc. Chapter 69. Is this fire style? After being treated by a professional medical team, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang basically recovered. Seeing Uchiha Madara raise his hand is fire style, and it is also the fire extinguisher used by Uchiha Sasuke, but the contrast is sharp in the power used by the two. Obviously one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. As a result, many Xiaoqiang couldn't help but be surprised. Of course, Uchiha must be jealous and resentful. Why can't I do other people's fire style? Sharingan. Sharingan for sure. Uchiha Madara has Manjiki Sharingan, but I don't have these eyes, so that's why. Uchiha thinks that the main difference lies in the eyes. If he has those eyes, he can do the same. Similarly, there are naturally many people outside the ninja world who are surprised by this. Is this Uchiha Madara's fire style? Terumi Mei saw it, and said with a solemn expression. What she thought was that with such power, how many water style masters would it take to stop it? Uchiha Madara is just warming up, and he hasn't taken it seriously yet. Onaki's eyes were full of worry, obviously recalling the fear of Uchiha Madara's domination. Humph, what's the big deal? Fourth Raikage is still stubborn and thinks it's just fire style, so why should he be so surprised? It's just fire style. If you can't catch up with my speed, everything is useless. Hokage Office 343 Orochimaru. Tsunade slammed his fist on the table, cursing angrily. Seeing Senju Hashirama still came out, even if he knew it already, but Tsunade still wanted to curse. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and sighed inwardly, this Tsunade is too embarrassing for me, she has changed. In fact, Tsunade has not changed, she is still the same, and the person who has changed is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been corrupted by power, and the black material has been exposed before, so that it is inevitable that this third Hokage will have someone doubt. Is Tsunade playing tricks on me? Is this the location to keep an eye on Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen is now full of these nonsense, completely disregarding the most important thing right now. Of course, for the opposing sides in the Tower of Babylon, those things outside are meaningless, and the battle is much more interesting. Uchiha Madara's fire style strikes, but for Acetus, no matter how big it is, it's still frozen. It's interesting, then come again. Seeing that Acetus extinguished his arrogance without raising his hand, Uchiha Madara knew that the opponent's ability was indeed particularly outstanding. But if it's only this level, it can't beat my Uchiha Madara. After the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's figure had disappeared. In the next second, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Aces, his fists roaring. Acetus' expression remained unchanged, and he said, "That's it." With a lift of the long legs, Uchiha Madara was kicked away. As for Uchiha Madara, who flew out, nothing happened, but he stabilized his body and stood still. Then, Uchiha Madara frowned and said, "Is this your ability?" It really can make my body unable to move. Freeze time? This ability is indeed difficult to deal with. Uchiha Madara knows why Acetus is so fierce that people can't move. Can you not be fierce? Ace put down the long legs wearing white leather boots, and said casually, "Don't worry, I just let you understand a truth, it is very easy to defeat you, and I will not use this ability in the future, you can relieved." However, after hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face sank, and he said coldly, "You are humiliating me, Uchiha Madara. I need you like this. What are you kidding? I'm Uchiha Madara, and I don't need your pity." In anger, Uchiha Madara directly revealed Susanoo, which was in its original form, and slashed at Ace with a curved long sword in his arm. Before the long sword arrived, the sword energy had arrived. Ace had no intention of evading, and let the sword aura and the curved long sword come, and the sword aura and the long sword were frozen when they were about to arrive. The ice directly covered the long sword, even if it was formed by the solidification of chakra, abit. As for the invisible sword energy that was swung earlier, it was also directly frozen by the ice. Uchiha Madara was obviously not surprised. Susanoo's form continued to improve and directly entered the third form. And this is to add the lower body and legs on the basis of the original second form, and the volume is also greatly increased. Uchiha Madara himself is on the head of Susanoo. After finishing all this, Susanoo of Uchiha Madara held two long swords and continued to chop in the direction of Ace. "You don't need a full body? It seems that you are very confident." Several ice walls appeared directly in front of Ace, easily blocking the two swords. Then, Ace rose into the sky again, and the ice under her feet continued to emerge, condensing into a huge icicle, and she was lifted into the air steadily. Uchiha Madara looked at Ace who appeared in front of him and was at the same level as him, and sneered coldly, "You don't think you can fight against Susanoo like this?" As he said that, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to chop the long sword towards the huge icicle that Ace was stepping on, and at the same time, he did not forget to say, "It's just such an icicle, Uchiha Madara, go down with the sword, then it's gone." To say that the icicles standing in the air are indeed thick enough for people to stand on them, but in Uchiha Madara's view, this is meaningless. "Because I only need to go down with a sword and it will be gone, so what's the use of this?" But as Uchiha Madara's long sword fell, the scene he said did not appear, and the icicle stepped on by Ace was not cut off by Susanoo's long sword. Such a scene undoubtedly made Uchiha Madara a little embarrassed. "You must know that just now I said confidently that I would cut off the broken icicle, but now that it has not been cut off, it is undoubtedly a slap in the face." Fortunately, Senju Hashirama came with wooden golem at this time, which made Uchiha Madara less embarrassed, because with the appearance of Senju Hashirama with wooden golem, everyone's attention was undoubtedly attracted by Senju Hashirama, and temporarily ignored Uchiha Madara. However, after Senju Hashirama came, instead of directly fighting Ace, he said such a sentence to Uchiha Madara. "Madara, the opponent's force on the ice is extremely strong, so this so-called ice is not so easy to break." Uchiha Madara. "Hashirama, thank you so much. Can I still not know after suffering a loss?" "No, I have already seen that there is no need for you to say more at all, and what you should do is to fight directly with the other party, not to tell me these things." Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's complexion became more and more gloomy. "How annoying, Hashirama, you are so annoying." The unhappy Uchiha Madara didn't want to talk anymore, and directly slashed out with another sword, and the power of this sword was improved. Chapter 70. Ace ignored where Uchiha Madara's long sword was going, but suddenly an ice dragon appeared under her feet, and then flew up with her. At the same time, Ace waved his hand again, a chill flashed in his eyes, and several ice dragons continued to emerge, attacking Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from the air. "That's the end of the temptation, it's time for the real thing." After the words fell, the aura on Ace's body had already changed. And she also continued to rise with the ice dragon under her feet, and then looked down at Uchiha Madara and Susanoo and Senju Hashirama standing on wooden golem. Then, Ace groaned softly again, Modar Modar Durdir Kos, my loyal servant, answer the master's call quickly, giant soldier, wake up. Accompanied by the completion of the Ace's spell, a huge magic circle appeared under the ice dragon she stepped on, and the dark blue magic circle appeared, shining with dazzling light. A mighty and majestic giant then appeared, wearing armor, and its color gradually changed, from light black at the beginning to sky blue, and this was the transformation from an ordinary giant soldier to an ice giant soldier. After the giant soldier completely transformed, Ace jumped off the ice dragon and landed directly on the giant soldier's shoulder. Then, she looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama again, showed a contemptuous smile, and said disdainfully, "It's better for you to be more serious, fully empathize with Susanoo, and what drew several thousand hands. It's best as soon as possible take it out, if you can't even get a point, it would be too shameful." Senju Hashirama looked at Ace and the giant that appeared solemnly, and said slowly, "Madara, let's go." Saying that, Senju Hashirama has entered sage mode, clapped his palms again, and shouted, "Sage art wood style true several thousand hands." After the voice fell, Senju Hashirama has summoned the Guanyin statue with countless giant arms, which can be said to be countless times larger than Acetus's giant soldier. It can be said that the height of the Acetus giant soldier is there, but compared with the true several thousand hands, it is definitely not as good. After Senju Hashirama summoned true several thousand hands, Uchiha Madara also summoned the full body of Susanoo. That is, the true form of Susanoo, which needs to be exercised to ultimate and has a huge amount of chakra before it can be used. Its size surpasses the mountain peak, showing the posture of a Valkyrie, and its combat power is enough to rival that of Niru. However, compared with Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands, it is still slightly inferior, but it is enough compared to Acetus summoning giant soldiers. In terms of size, it is still stronger than the giant god soldier. With such a size, my Susanoo can be destroyed with a single strike, let alone Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Uchiha Madara said arrogantly inside Susanoo. Ace controlled the ice giant god soldier, let out a disdainful chuckle, and said indifferently, "Hee hee, a fight is a fight, not a comparison of size, it's really boring." Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Acetus ice giant soldier. As soon as the three appeared, people like Orochimaru and 12 Xiaoqiang were completely shocked. Whether it's Niji, Xiaoli, Naruto, etc., or Shikamaru, Chiji, etc., they have all become a bit incoherent. Although Orochimaru knew that the power of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would be terrifying, he also used his greatest ability to summon the natives as the strongest peak in his life. But it is definitely impossible to say that perfection reaches the strongest posture in life. Therefore, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to say something after seeing the power these two displayed. If these two people are really brought back to life, then the strength displayed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara must be terrifying. Uchiha Yuri was also muttering to himself at this time, is this the real power of Uchiha Madara? And is that the real Susanoo? And Master First Hokage, with such power. No wonder you can suppress Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara Izuna, who was on the side, saw the mighty figure of the eldest brother, and naturally shouted with great pride, "That's right, this is the power of Techiha." However, Uchiha Izuna pretended not to hear the last sentence of Uchiha Yuri. The reason why I don't object is that Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands is really scary, bigger than Susanoo's full body. What do you ask Uchiha Izuna to say? To put it bluntly, there is no way to say this, so I will not say it. Of course, the craziest one has to be the one of the second pillar. After seeing the real Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, Sasuke has gone crazy, and he must get such power. As for why Urjuzu is so crazy? Well, in fact, this can be said to be very normal and completely reasonable. 0. Looking for flowers. Shimai Meruan revealed the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke was deeply hit, and he was blown up after the battle with Aces. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke is more eager to get stronger power, and now Uchiha Madara has shown such power, so it is really reasonable for the two pillars to be so crazy. At the same time, the ninja world is also not very peaceful. With the power of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama really manifesting, whoever is now has nothing to say. Like the fourth Raikage who was clamoring before, now he doesn't want to say anything, and just pretends to be a grandson. 0. Fourth Raikage likes to show off his muscles and use force, because he can fight well. But like now, how to fight? Whether it's Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, if you really match up, it's tantamount to closing. Fourth Raikage is not a brainless person, but a smart person with a brain, not that kind of great intelligence, so seeing that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are really fierce, it is natural to pretend to be a grandson. Onoki was not in the mood to ridicule fourth Raikage, instead he said with a bitter face, "This is Senju Hashirama, this is Uchiha Madara, why did the first ninja war take place after these two died?" And saying this, Onoki didn't wait for anyone to answer, but said to himself, because of these two people, no one dares to start a war, even if the other four ninja villages join forces, in these two it's like a toy in front of people. Terumi Mei did not object to this statement, she knew it was true, now that the power of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara is shown, who dares to say that he can fight with them? I'm afraid it wasn't crushed to death, really. This car is almost like crushing an ant. Of course, fourth Kazekage's mouth moved, as if he wanted to say something. However, when he was about to speak, he realized that his back was covered in cold sweat and his legs were still trembling slightly, which meant that fourth Kazekage had been stunned. No, be prepared to say it, it's frightening. His back was covered in cold sweat, his legs were still shaking, and he didn't even know it. If this wasn't frightened, what else could it be? Chapter 71. If you want to say that Onoki was just nagging for a while, after saying these things here, he didn't say anything more. And the remaining fourth Raikage, Terumi Mei, and the frightened fourth Kazekage didn't speak. As for the confidants of those shadows, they were naturally speechless. Then, these shadows and their confidants just watched the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara and the ice giant controlled by Aces in the picture. A complete body of Susanoo, a true several thousand hands, is really a power that destroys heaven and earth, and it is a power that can only be possessed by a god. And for such power, Danzo must be the most obsessed. Uchiha and Senju, this is the calendar area I want. The man with the roots stayed outside the death forest. Danzo looked at the absolute power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the picture, and the one eye was full of greed. 327 My, this is my strength. Danzo growled in a low voice, obviously unwilling. Although he has Sharingan and Hashirama cells in his body, Danzo cannot possess such power that is comparable to that of God, so he is extremely unwilling. Why didn't I? Why do you have it? That's my strength, my. At this time, Danzo also began to become crazy, constantly delusional that he could master such power. Danzo is not normal here, and as his good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is also not much better, or even more uncomfortable. The reason is simple. After the power of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was revealed, the eyes of everyone in the Hokage office, the patriarchs of the ninja clan and some core Jonin, such as Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, and Hong, gradually became unnatural. Why? Because the old man sitting on the Hokage seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is called the strongest Hokage. But the question is, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage, then what is Senju Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know how many people in this room are watching his jokes. I'm afraid it's not even the same as the two friends Mito and Koharu. The strongest Hokage. I didn't know it before, but Konoha's ninjas are naturally touted, especially like the generation of ninjas headed by Kakashi, there is no doubt about it. Of course, not only Kakashi and others, but also many ninja patriarchs, such as Hyuga, Aburame, Inyazuka, Inoshika etc., have never had any doubts. After all, the young third Hokage is indeed very powerful, but now the reality is directly in front of his eyes, telling everyone what the result will be. However, the patriarchs of these ninja clans in the office, Jainin, were relatively calm and did not say anything that should not be said, but for the middle and lower classes of the village and most of the people doubts have already come. First there is your Sarutobi Hiruzen black material, and now the power of first Hokage is shown, but it is so terrifying, how can you be the strongest Hokage? Because of this, some voices have begun to suspect that Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be the strongest Hokage, but the weakest Hokage, and it is also the most shameless Hokage in history. Although these voices are not many, they have already appeared, which is enough to prove the problem. Ninja people, after all, are respected by strength. I didn't have that experience before, and I don't know. But now that I have seen it, how can I not know who is stronger? Konoha outside. Those who know the dawn have gathered. But with the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama revealed, few of this gang of rebels dared to speak. Even Nagato, a middle school boy who claims to be a god, doesn't know what to say at the moment. However, the silence was only temporary, and the person who broke the peace finally appeared. And this man's name is Haiden. Kakuzu, didn't you say that you fought against first Hokage before, so I want to ask you, what is the big fight you are talking about? Haiden's brain is not very good, but what strength is Kakuzu? That is still known, there is strength, but it is only limited to strength. But at present, the ability displayed by first Hokage, even Haiden with a bad brain, can understand it. After all, people's first Hokage is just clapping their hands, and then they want to do whatever they want, so let me ask, how did you Kakuzu fight against people in the first place? As Haiden asked this question, Akatsuki's group all looked at Kakuzu's. Although I was surprised by the power displayed by first Hokage, Uchiha Madara and others, but if there is excitement to see, well, then I still have to follow. In particular, Kakuzu did not show off much, boasting that he had fought against first Hokage, so there are naturally not a few people who are interested in watching the show now. B. Your sister, how can I answer this? Embarrassing, embarrassing, really embarrassing. I knew it would come out like this, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. For this question, Kakuzu obviously couldn't answer, so he simply pretended to be deaf and dumb, as if he didn't hear the words. Anyway, as long as it is asking about this matter, I will pretend that I didn't hear it, and if it is normal speaking, then I can hear it. Kakuzu, you can't play dumb, you're not kind. Seeing that Kakuzu didn't talk to him, Deidara joined in and questioned Kakuzu with Haiden. From Deidara's point of view, it's just. You bragged about Kakuzu before, but now you've got the cowhide pierced, and you choose not to respond? Then again, isn't that a bit too rascal? Don't bother with these things, just move on. Nagato stabilized the morale of the army and warned everyone not to talk about it, but to watch the live broadcast. However, Nagato no longer has the mentality of the second-year-old, but began to think about one thing. If he is a god, what is Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? For this problem, Nagato was very depressed. I thought I was very strong with Rinnegan, but now I see that I am nothing. Such a big gap in vision undoubtedly makes Nagato very disappointed. Konan could see Nagato's state of mind, and he sighed secretly. Obviously, just like Nagato, Konan is also in a bad mood. 3.0 Tower of Babylon, top floor. Aces vs Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. For the few people in this room, it was child's play. However, Axis Neil was a little surprised that Qin Mu would actually give Aces the spell to summon the giant god soldiers, so she squinted her eyes and said softly, "How can you spell the giant god soldiers? Did you teach her? It's just a giant soldier, and it's not a powerful thing. It's okay to give it to Aces. She mentioned to me that she wanted to try this kind of Gundam battle. I thought to myself, since you think so, then I will give it to you. Wouldn't the giant god soldiers be enough?" Qin Mu was not surprised by Ashes Neil's inquiry, and he obviously had already made some remarks, so he gave a detailed answer to this question. Chapter 72. It sounds reasonable. Before Axis Neil could answer, Zi Yakumo answered first. As for Yakumo Z's preemptive answer, Ashes Neil didn't care much, but he still glanced at Yakumo Zi, which was a warning. To save face, I will not be an example. Yakumo Zi is naturally clear in her heart, and knows what Axis Neil means, but she is actually a bit regretful, thinking why can't she control her mouth? After all, Axis Neil's position is detached, he has always been on the neutral side, and has never been involved in the camp. Although Ashes Neil was the former lord of the Kingdom of Heaven, and later fell into heaven, and now regains control of the power of light and darkness, she does not belong to either the demon camp or the angel camp, so Ashes Neil is in a neutral position. The reason for this is that after she fell into the sky, she ran to become a half-fairy again, so Ashes Neil went from the Lord of Heaven to the Archangel and the Fallen Angel, and then became a half-fairy among the Black Elves. Leprechaun. All in all, Axis 01 Neil has a completely different mind after going through several reincarnations, so she obviously doesn't care much about these things. However, if you really messed with her, well, then you will consider yourself unlucky. There are reasons for this, Mama Zi, don't make trouble on purpose. Qin Mu actually warned Yakumo Zi, reminding her not to act recklessly. No, do I have one? But regarding Qin Mu's warning, Yakumo Zi spread her hands and looked at Qin Mu helplessly, obviously not knowing what to say. Is there any, don't you know? As for Yakumo Zi who was pretending to be stupid, Qin Mu asked back, asking Yakumo Zi to think about it. Yakumo Zi. If you say that, you can't say it. Obviously, the monster sage still has self-knowledge and knows his own problems. At this time, Poluna was still dissatisfied with Ace's performance. She shook her head and said, "Ace is really bad. Alas, she is too weak. I would have known it if I had known arrange people from the demon camp." It's just that just after Poluna finished speaking, Yakumo Z's eyes lit up suddenly, as if she had found something, and she caught one of them and sent out a wave of violent output. "Poluna, don't think about breaking the rules. It's impossible to say that you can arrange people casually. Each camp should be allocated to each floor reasonably. This is in line with the rules. If you let you arrange, what do you want to do? Rebel." The monster sage was obviously determined to confront Poluna, so he didn't give any face, and all kinds of violent crimes came out. "Yakumo Zi, don't you think you are outrageous? It's really funny that you put such a big hat on me." Poluna sneered, mocking mercilessly. "Rebel? How dare I say it? How could I rebel? Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense." Poluna would definitely not admit to Yakumo Z's accusation, and firmly denied that she thought so. "Whether it's outrageous or not, don't you know?" Yakumo Zi didn't panic at all, instead she asked calmly, saying that you Poluna don't know? Okay, shut up. Keep reading. Qin Mu obviously didn't want to see them accusing each other like this, so he didn't give another chance, but directly pressed it, and changed the topic by the way. Tower of Babylon, first floor. Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo, Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands, plus Ace's ice giant soldier. After the three-way battle, the original battlefield has been reduced to ruins. As for those spectators, such as Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, they were naturally moved to a safe open area. The wounded, that is, Temari, Anko and others were also transferred away. However, Orochimaru brought Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Yuri, who was still watching the battle on the front line, Demigos and the two hosts and commentators. Unlike Orochimaru and others who could only watch the battle on the ground, Demiurge, Shime Marufumi and Leviathan all flew in the air to watch the battle. Since Demiurge was the referee, he was the closest. But Demiurge, who was closest to him, was not affected, and the aftermath of the battle would not affect him at all. Albedo did not fly into the air like Demiurge and the others, but landed where 12 Xiaoqiang and the others were. It's just that she didn't pay attention to these weak humans, but focused on the melee between Aces, Uchiha Madara, and Hashirama. Did people like Naruto and Sasuke take care of these things, but kept paying attention to the big battle in the distance? Although Naruto refused to admit defeat, after seeing such power, he was still shaken. Shikamaru, do you think there is no hope for us? Once Acetus gets serious, how can they break the game? Especially in a big battle like now, how can people like me fight against each other? Shikamaru also doesn't know what to say, but he is the brain of the team and the commander, so he can't say things like hopeless, but what's the use of telling lies? Therefore, Shikamaru pondered for a moment, and then said, I don't know, but we are not hopeless, so we can still fight, let's fight again. Spell. Upon hearing this, Albedo had a mocking smile on her lips, and said disdainfully, human beings, aren't you too naive? It's up to you, stop dreaming. Number? Then you have to have this strength, and do you have that strength? Obviously, no, so Albedo thinks that Naruto and the others are just dreaming, shouting unrealistic slogans, completely overreaching. Originally, Naruto was shaken, but after hearing Albedo's words, he regained his strength. No, we're not dreaming, that Acetus man is strong, but we won't lose, never. After Naruto yelled out this strong declaration, the mentality of the Xiaoqiangs was completely different. Hyaganiji took a step forward and said in a strong tone, Crane Tail, although I am very upset with you, but you are right, we will not lose again, her ability is very strong, but we were too persistent before, if we calm down, we will have a chance. All the Xiaoqiangs were louder than each other, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. People like Xiao Li and Ye were all screaming crazily, yes, 10, we can do it. However, Albedo did not comment on this, but smiled contemptuously. Obviously, she didn't pay attention to these people at all. Tens is not much, but how can you possibly do it? Chapter 73. Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiang's confidence seems to be back, and the group headed by Naruto are full of confidence that they can defeat Aces as long as they do it again. And their goal changed from defeating Aces to getting 10 points, which means that the strategic goal has completely changed. You must know that when you played against Aces before, there was still a question about whether you could try to defeat Aces, but it turned out that this was impossible. So after summarizing, the goal is finally changed. Of course, Albedo didn't think these people could do it, and it wasn't just Konoha 12 who couldn't do it, but also Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who were fighting fiercely with Aces at this time. Is it like this? Judging from the current situation, this is clearly the case. Regardless of whether it is Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, the problem has already been discovered at this moment. The height and size of Acetus ice giant soldiers are indeed inferior to true several thousand hands and Susanoo. But it's really hard to say when we really fight. The opponent is 1-on-2, and the giant god soldier is not at a disadvantage against true several thousand hands and Susanoo, and even has the upper hand. Such a result is obviously unacceptable to Uchiha Madara. How could he not beat such a woman? And it's still with Hashirama, which is impossible. Uchiha Madara is a generation of heroes, with his own pride. But now facing Aces, a female streamer, Uchiha Madara found out that he joined forces with Senju Hashirama, and he couldn't take down Aces. How can he not be annoyed? What a shame, what a shame. It was because Uchiha Madara felt that this was really embarrassing, so he had to vent his anger on Senju Hashirama in anger. Hashirama, what's the matter with you? It's just that compared to the angry Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama is still very calm. He didn't lose his mind because of this. Instead, he persuaded Uchiha Madara, hoping that the other party can calm down. Madara, don't be dominated by anger, the opponent is indeed very powerful, but we have a chance. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and said extremely dissatisfied, I need you to teach me how to do things. Senju Hashirama is obviously very aware of Uchiha Madara's temper, knowing that the other party has such a temper, so he didn't say anything, but clapped his hands directly. Sage Art Myojinman. A horizontal column and 2 vertical columns fell from the air, aiming directly at Ace's giant soldier, obviously wanting to use this to suppress the giant soldier and restrict the opponent's actions. Ace naturally felt it, looked up at the sky, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and said contemptuously, do you want to suppress the Colossus? It's beyond self-control. As soon as the words fell, the ice giant god soldier jumped up, knocked down all the Myojin gates with his fists, and a pair of ice wings emerged from behind, and then flew upwards rapidly. Uchiha Madara couldn't help cursing in a low voice after seeing it, this woman is really troublesome. That's what he said, but Uchiha Madara still controlled Susanoo to fly into the sky completely, with 2 swords in his hands and kept slashing at the ice giant. Ace controls the ice giant to fight, and is more flexible than Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and in addition to the high physical damage, it also has the effect of magic damage. After Susanoo of Uchiha Madara received a few punches, it was covered with layers of frost, and then spread to the whole Susanoo step by step, apparently to freeze Susanoo. And Uchiha Madara undoubtedly discovered this, and tried his best to stabilize Susanoo's stability, and did not give Ace a chance to freeze Susanoo. Not only that, the offensive is getting more aggressive, and it has to compete with Ace. As for the Senju Hashirama on the ground, it is difficult. The true several thousand hands are indeed huge, but they can't fly, and because Ace and Uchiha Madara are fighting in the air, so if you use the Buddha on the top. Yes, we are the body of impure world reincarnation, and we cannot die. Senju Hashirama has already understood Uchiha Madara's intentions, the opponent is no longer obsessed with defeating Ace head-on, but wants to win by rules. After comprehending Uchiha Madara's intention, Senju Hashirama used the top Buddha without hesitation, and countless huge fists rushed to Uchiha Madara and Ace in the air. Seeing that Senju Hashirama finally understood his intentions, Uchiha Madara decisively abandoned the 2 swords and hugged the ice giant soldier who couldn't avoid it. Then, Uchiha Madara jumped on the Colossus again, and started a melee battle with Ace. Uchiha Madara, who has rich combat experience, did not give Ace a chance to breathe, and completely abandoned the defensive style of play, which is to exchange blood with the opponent with the most ferocious attack. After all, I belong to impure world reincarnation, and I don't have to worry about dying, so Uchiha Madara doesn't care so much at all. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara's purpose is to hold down Ace, thereby creating opportunities for Senju Hashirama, so don't bother with defense, just attack. It's interesting, but do you think it will work? Ace obviously understood the intentions of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but she didn't care about this trick, instead she said with a look of disdain. Humph, I don't want your life, it's fighting, you have to take your time. However, Uchiha Madara was not in a hurry at this time, but stopped and spoke again. The power of the Buddha on the top has submerged Susanoo and the giant god soldiers, and Uchiha Madara and Ace are naturally within the attack range. Uchiha Madara himself is the body of impure world reincarnation, so naturally he doesn't have to worry so much, but Ace. It won't be easy anyway. As those huge fists struck, Uchiha Madara's body was naturally engulfed and torn apart by thousands of fists, and he didn't care about his body. The reason for this is naturally relying on the body of impure world reincarnation, and it can be restored later. Because Acetus had no giant soldier, she naturally began to fall in the air. And under Asts are countless huge fists, which are the power of the Buddha on the top, so many fists are constantly attacking upwards. If Asts just fell down like this, he would definitely be hit by these fists, no Zhao, just like Uchiha Madara just now, completely torn to pieces. But Uchiha Madara is the body of impure world reincarnation, is immortal and able to restore things. Asts obviously can't, even if she is strong enough and has the ability to recover, but if she is hit by so many fists, can she really survive? It's hard to say. Moko Potmo. Asts, who was falling rapidly, had an extremely confident smile on his face, his small mouth moved slightly, and he said something softly. As the voice fell, a strange ripple appeared centered on Asts, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire world turned into ice blue, everything around was still, and the most intuitive thing was that the fists below all stopped. Of course, not only these fists stopped, but also Senju Hashirama and the true several thousand hands, as well as Uchiha Madara's broken body, which was already slowly recovering, but they all stopped at this moment. Chapter 74. Whether it is Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara who is recovering, or those fists and true several thousand hands, they are all rendered with a layer of ice blue, just like an ice sculpture. But this is not frozen by ice, but because this space-time is frozen. Yes, this is the original ability of Moko Potmo. It is different from the time of freezing the area and the time of a certain target that Asts used before. This ability is to freeze time and space. However, Asts did not freeze the time and space of the first floor, but instead froze the time and space of his area, freezing the time and space with the power of extreme cold, so that no one except himself could act. In the past, it could only be activated once a day, which consumed a lot of energy, but now Asts can be activated multiple times and does not consume a lot of energy. As for the time, there is not much change, it is still around 2000 seconds. Asts adjusted calmly, ice appeared under her feet, and she landed on it. Then, Asts looked at the broken Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama with folded hands, and said without haste, "It's a pity, you are still too tender." After the words fell, Acetus raised his hand and completely frozen the two of them. Demiurge, who was the referee, had already left, and just happened to stop outside the frozen area, so he wasn't involved in it. Similarly, Shemming Maruan, Leviathan and the others are the same, they all fly in the air quite calmly to watch the show, without moving because of the Mahabhatma launched by Asts. This Acetus actually directly uses Mok Botmo, it really doesn't talk about martial arts. Leviathan saw that Asts had frozen Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, knowing that the two were frozen with the power of Asts, they would not be easily broken, so she couldn't help cursing. Did she say no? Shemming Maruan touched his chin, and said to himself. Nonsense, didn't she say nothing before? Leviathan snorted coldly, and said very dissatisfied, expressing that Asts said this in frustration. In this regard, Shemming Maruan began to quibble, "Oh, no, it was an explanation. That means not to freeze time, not to say not to use Moko Potmo." Hearing what Shemming Maruan said, the corners of Leviathan's mouth twitched, suppressing the unknown fire, and then said, "Aren't her abilities based on Moko Potmo? What nonsense!" However, Shemming Maruan didn't care about Leviathan's mood, but continued to explain. There is still a difference. Moko Potmo directly froze the entire time and space, and her, previous freezing time was mainly based on a small area or a single target, so there is still a difference. Leviathan couldn't bear it anymore, and cursed loudly, "Damn it, damn dog, you're just playing with words. Leviathan, aren't you so naive?" Hearing this, Shemming Maruan raised his eyebrows, but he held back his anger and asked back. "Humph, I don't, but this guy doesn't talk about martial arts, I don't like it. Leviathan naturally understood what this meant, so she didn't talk nonsense, but directly expressed what she meant. Shiming Maruan was not surprised by Leviathan's answer, she obviously knew why the other party would behave like this. Precisely because he knew why Leviathan behaved like this, Shiming Maruan said calmly, actually, it doesn't matter if you like it or not, as long as the audience likes it, and you are a commentator, what? Leviathan. Damn you, I'm speechless after being bullied. However, I am the Devil King, why should I be reasonable, I have to be unreasonable. But Leviathan thought about it again, he was too lazy to talk about the big truth with Shiming Guanwen, anyway, who is the audience? I, Leviathan, will do as I please. That's your business. Anyway, I'll just say a word. Asts doesn't talk about martial arts, and he agreed not to use Mok Pot Mo, but in the end he still used it, so she lost. Shiming Maruan was not surprised to see Leviathan start to play tricks, but said calmly, they obviously don't freeze the time, and they didn't say that there is no need for Mokkabotama. Isn't it different? Leviathan's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Shiming Maruan. But Shiming Maruan said with a serious face, there is still a difference between freezing time and space and freezing time. A time and space and a time are really different. Even if the effect is the same, there is a one-word difference, so be more serious. You. Leviathan was obviously very angry, and glared fiercely at Shiming Maruan, but there was nothing he could do. However, the two explanations let the audience who don't know the truth know what is going on. At this moment, the smile on Orochimaru's face was gone. Obviously, he knew that he was doomed. The biggest trump cards, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, were useless. Naturally, it was impossible to win. This point, Orochimaru is well aware. He knows very well that if he can't beat it, he can't beat it, especially in the current situation, it is even more impossible. People can freeze time and space, Orochimaru understands that if he goes up like this, it is nothing more than sending an extra head. It seems we have no chance of winning. Uchiha's Hiri gave a wry smile with a bitter face. She didn't expect that the opponent would be so terrifying, even the entire time and space could be frozen, how should she fight? Isn't it even the big brother? And with Senju Hashirama's added, you can't even get a point. Uchiha Izuna was hit hard, and muttered in his mouth. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. I'm very straightforward. I can admit defeat. Orochimaru was very rational and decided to admit defeat. Unlike Orochimaru's side, Konoha 12's side was silent again. The ability that Asts showed just now completely destroyed the confidence of 12 Xiaoqiang. No matter how hard they try, as long as Acetus uses Mokkabotama, time and space will be frozen directly, won't they be slaughtered by others? Even Naruto, who is the most confident, is extremely confused at the moment, not knowing what to do at all. Ants are just ants. Don't try to reach the sky. With your abilities, you won't be able to break through the first floor. Albedo's taunt came again. She was not optimistic about this group of challengers from the beginning to the end. As for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who were released by Impure World Reincarnation, although Orochimaru has tried his best, no matter how hard he tries, the gap still exists. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation still can't really play 100% of their true strength before birth, so the failure of these two is inevitable. However, if it was the posture before his death, it would be possible to get a certain score, or even win, but it is a pity that it is not, so it is a pity. Of course, Albedo didn't think that even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could do anything, as long as Asts had Mokkabotama, he would be invincible. If it is still the original Mokkabottom, it can only be used once a day, so there are still some troubles, but unfortunately this is not the original Mokkabottom, so it is basically difficult for Asts to fail. Chapter 75 Yes, Albedo thought so. She doesn't think that in the current Hokage world, apart from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who are currently the strongest, there is no one who can threaten Ace. In the current Hokage world, if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are not counted, those ants in the ninja world will come and give a few, unless they are from the Tsutsuki clan, then that is possible. But judging from the performance of the Tsutsuki family, the actual combat ability is too weak. If they really face Ace, it is still impossible to win. So the last hope still depends on Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Only these two have experienced many battles. If their strength can continue to improve, they can still win. However, that being said, Albedo didn't know exactly how it was going. It was impossible to do it so absolutely. If it didn't make people see hope, then it would be no fun. Furthermore, the higher you go, the more painful the beating will be. In the same way, it is only interesting if you go up layer by layer and suffer different beatings. Otherwise, it's really meaningless to stay on the first floor like this. Anyway, Albedo didn't find it interesting after reading it. That's why the rules of gatekeepers and floor masters are so different. To put it bluntly, it is to give hope to these challengers, so as not to say no, give a chance. But despite all this, it still doesn't work. Ninja World. The defeat of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama undoubtedly caused a huge sensation. Unexpectedly, with the terrifying strength of the two, they were unable to win, and this undoubtedly made many careerists who planned to enter the Tower of Babylon begin to retreat. Of course, discussion is indispensable. Tsuchikage and Reikage had heated discussions again. As for Mizukage and Kazekage, they were still acting as foils and did not participate. Tsuchikage, what would you do if it were you? As for fourth Reikage's inquiry, Onoki was quite calm and said calmly, I'm already old, why don't I give it a go? But is it true? Then I don't know. But although fourth Reikage is not as cunning as Onoji, he will not be easily fooled, and instead continues to punish his heart. Tsuchikage, are you not afraid that there will be no successors in your village? Why is Rock Shinobi still headed by Onoki, the third Tsuchikage? Isn't it because the village has no successors? The Konoha family has a strong family background, so they can do whatever they want, but Rock Shinobi is different here. After so many years, Onoji is still in charge. If something goes wrong this time, then Uegakure will be in danger. Reikage, you are the best. Compared with me, you are the one who needs to worry the most. Onoji sneered and said in a disdainful tone. Thank you for your concern, I'm really all well. Fourth Reikage laughed and said that there is no need to worry. Compared with your Rock Shinobi, our Cloud Shinobi can be said to be too good. And Onoki didn't bother to talk nonsense. Instead, he thought about who to bring in again. It was indeed very difficult to break through the first floor, but it was possible if he got some benefits. Anyway, for those gatekeepers, the old man can still destroy them. Furthermore, the ability of Acetus is indeed difficult to handle, but such a heaven-defying ability cannot be said to have no restrictions at all, right? All in all, as long as there are more people entering, think of a way when the time comes, it doesn't mean that you can't win. Onoki made a good plan, and felt that there was still hope, and judging from the intention of the owner behind the Tower of Babylon, it was obvious that he wanted to have fun. If none of us can break through the first floor, what's the fun? Secondly, the rules are already so beneficial to the challenger, so it can't be changed, right? Inside Hokage's office. How powerful is that woman, that she can't even beat Grandpa? Tsunade had a serious look on her face, and she realized that the horror of Acetus was far more than that. If so, how to break through? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy, he didn't know whether he should go in or not. Originally, he planned to go in to seek benefits for himself after they all stabilized later, but now it seems that he can't operate like this. Jiraiya had something to say, and it was 10 words of encouragement. Tsunade, I think this ability must be limited, like ninjutsu, there must be a weakness, so I think there is no hope of winning. Is Acetus powerful? That's for sure, Jiraiya knows she's no match. But if it is said that there is no hope of winning, Jiraiya does not think that there is no way to win. No matter how powerful the opponent is, it is impossible to say that he is really invincible, otherwise he would not be the master of the first floor. 0 Ask for flowers. Therefore, Jiraiya believes that the hope of winning exists, and the rules are already so favorable to the challenger's side, so it would be premature to give up like this. Jiraiya, sometimes you can't win just by saying it, and things are not as simple as you think. Tsunade was still pessimistic and said with a bitter face. She felt that even her great-grandfather and Uchiha Madara could not work together, so what else could be done? Tsunade, if you just give up like this, it's still too early, we have to. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to give a wave of exciting speeches, but habitually wanted to use the will of fire to make a wave of harvest. 0. But as he talked, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that something was wrong, and realized that he could no longer say that. And in this way, there is no way to talk about it. Old man, don't talk about it, there is no way to get over it, and even if it is over, the price will be painful. Naturally, Tsunade didn't give face, and directly slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. Tsunade, how did you say that? Yuditen Koharu naturally scolded Tsunade angrily, asking how you look at it, can you be more correct? None of your business. Of course, Tsunade doesn't give face. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen can still have a bit of thin face, so it won't be said that it will tear your face. But if it is Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura and other old things that are not dead, it really doesn't give them any face. Whoever lets these old things know that they are infighting and mess up Konoha. If it is not impossible, and with the occurrence of the Tower of Babylon, it is impossible for Tsunade to come back. She has already given up on Konoha and other high-level officials. If Konoha wants to change, cancerous tumors like Danzo must be cleaned up. How do you talk? Mitokado Homura also stood up to support his old friend. But these two consultants obviously have no deterrent effect, and Tsunade doesn't give any face. And Tsunade didn't give face to the two consultants. In fact, it's nothing. The problem is that the major ninja clans in Konoha seem to have ideas, and they reprimanded the two consultants. Jiraiya saw this scene, but his mood suddenly became heavy. Chapter 76. Coup? No, it should be pressure. Those famous families in Konoha obviously couldn't stand Danzo and others. But now the Tower of Babylon has given a chance, especially the appearance of Senju Hashirama has made these ninjas understand one thing, that is, third Hokage is very good. Then such a Hokage can be replaced. As for who to replace? Tsunade. Third Hokage has occupied this position for too long, and the older he is, the more stupid he is. A famous family like this has long been unable to bear it, and it is because they do not have this opportunity. But now the opportunity has come, and if there is no Tower of Babylon, Orochimaru who has already returned to Konoha will probably. As expected, Jiraiya has a deep bond with Orochimaru, and he understands it after thinking about it for a while, and he doesn't know whether it is good or bad to do so, but if Orochimaru really did 763, then Sarutobi Hiruzen there is no choice for third Hokage. It is estimated that everyone will default to the death of the third generation as the best result. If so, no one will save this third Hokage. But such an ending would be a better ending for the old man. But it is different now, this matter will not happen again, and these ninjas are already testing, or putting pressure unscrupulously. As long as there is first Hokage, then Tsunade is unshakable, no matter how thick Sarutobi Hiruzen's basic plate is in Konoha, it will not help. Besides, is the current Sarutobi Hiruzen still popular? With the exposure of the previous black material and Onoji's heartbreaking words, the entire ninja world knew Konoha's jokes and how third Hokage harmed Konoha. After all, in the eyes of your opponents, Sarutobi Hiruzen is an expert in internal fighting, who specializes in entrapping your own people. How would Konoha's middle and lower level serious and villagers think? The villagers are ignorant, but they are also realistic. If you are really incompetent, then abandoning is inevitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen already has this label now. The previous black material may be washable, but Onoki's words are known to the entire ninja world. The evaluation from the opponent is not a positive evaluation. How much does this have to do? All the major ninja clans came forward to scold them, which was definitely unbearable for the two advisors. After all, in the eyes of these two, who is Konoha in charge of? It's Hokage. And who are they? He is Hokage's trusted person and Konoha's advisor. Furthermore, even the Uchiha clan can be wiped out, but which of you ninjas can compare to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Kohara didn't even think about it, and said something directly. What do you want? Rebellion. This time, it is undoubtedly a hornet's nest. A patriarch of the ninja clan immediately shouted angrily, Master Advisor, what is your intention to accuse us of these crimes? Think of us as the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain, knowing that he couldn't clean up the mess. All kinds of scandals about himself and Danzo were exposed, plus Onoki's heartbreaking words, and the terrifying strength shown by first Hokage. All of these major ninja clans in Konoha saw opportunities. A chance to bring yourself down. Or it can be suppressed now, but that is only temporary and cannot solve the fundamental problem at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that he couldn't come back, and there was no chance of a comeback, but now was not the time to talk about these things, so he still wanted to change the subject. Okay, there's no need to say these words. Since the battle above is about to end, you should prepare yourself and become the second batch of challengers to enter the Tower of Babylon. Because of Uchiha Kohara's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen has realized that he can't suppress these people, or Konoha's inner feelings are fluctuating. If it weren't for no one willing to take the lead, he might have been kicked out. But if there are any changes, then things will be really troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sure if he will reach that point, but if it continues like this, then his worries will become reality. Jiraiya's face was full of sadness. Obviously she had understood it. And he hated these things even more, wondering why there are always so many struggles. However, Jiraiya decided not to get involved, otherwise, once she got involved, she would not be able to escape. So in order not to be implicated, it is better to be a deaf mute. I hope Tsunade can stand up, so that the situation can be prevented from worsening. In fact, Jiraiya knows very well that once Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down, there is only one most suitable candidate for Hokage at present, and that is Tsunade. Old man, you still have to work hard now, those ninja village shadows still need you to deal with. At this time, Tsunade suddenly said. To say how weird the current atmosphere is, Tsunade is naturally clear in her heart, but for the position of Hokage. To be honest, she resists. So she hinted like this. As for what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks, that is his problem. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously understood, but he understood that sometimes things are not that simple, and now he will be stepped down no matter what. And if he was kicked out, it would be too embarrassing. If he took the initiative to admit his mistakes, he might still be able to save a bit of face. Furthermore, that would also keep the Sarutobi clan. Senju Hashirama is easy to talk about, but that does not affect Konoha's foundation, and some of his own practices will undoubtedly make first Hokage extremely disgusted, and it will be really hard to say at that time. Secondly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is more aware of second Hokage's means, so rather than being completely nailed to the pillar of shame, it is better to retreat and gain a chance of survival. Sarutobi Hiruzen is much calmer now, but there is no way to cover up the tiredness and oldness on his face. In the final analysis, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has no idea in his heart. He knows the methods of his teacher Senju Tobirama the most, so Tsunade is still needed right now, and if Tsunade speaks out, then he has the possibility of surviving. After all, if Senju Tobirama handles it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is sure that he will be decent 3.2, and if he is generally decent, it is tantamount to nothing. At the moment, we still have to overcome the difficulties, so I hope that everyone will work hand in hand to deal with the current crisis first. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen still used the old rhetoric, but because Tsunade said before that he still needs to work hard, his confidence has returned a lot. Master Hokage, what you said is true. As the monitor of Janin's class, Naralu stood up and made a statement. Tsunade may not have an idea at the moment, but it may not be so in the future. These famous families have dared to put pressure on them, so they naturally don't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to scramble in Hokage's position. I believe that the first generation and second generation will understand our hard work, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has been a Hokage for such a long time, it is time to retire. Besides, isn't retirement good? Choose retirement, this is the best destination for the other party. Chapter 77. Konoha outside. The debate on the Xiao organization's side is obviously indispensable. Chief, who are you talking about, can you beat him? Haiden stepped on the mine accurately and chose to continue to die. This time he found Nagato. It's okay to ask Kakuzu just now, but this time to ask Nagato, it's tantamount to giving it away. You must know that Konan will definitely not sit idly by, and immediately scolded him. Haiden, what do you mean? It's nothing interesting, don't get me wrong. Haiden naturally stated that he didn't mean anything else, but with this yin and yang tone, everyone knows what it means. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were greatly stimulated, so they had no intention of getting involved for the time being. As for Deidara's involvement without hesitation, this is definitely unacceptable for the Scorpions who are in the same group as Deidara. This Deidara really has no brains. His art is a mess, not as good as mine. Scorpion and Deidara are basically a battle of ideas, so I don't like Deidara's behavior even more. But considering that this guy's art is not very good, but at least he is the same artist as himself, but the two sides have different ideas. One is the pursuit of eternal art, the other is the pursuit of instant explosion, completely different styles. But if Deidara is gone like this, Scorpion is still a little bit reluctant. Unexpectedly, Nagato didn't care about these things at all, but directly ordered, go to Konoha first, and we will go to the Tower of Babylon. Now that Aste has frozen Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, then Orochimaru will definitely not be the opponent. In this way, the battle of the first batch of challengers can basically come to an end. In this way, with nothing done by this group of challengers, the Tower of Babylon will open the door again, and a new round of challengers will be selected to enter. Nagato didn't want to fall behind too much, so he directly stated that he wanted to enter Konoha immediately, instead of being long-winded here. Black Zetsu was still there at this time, instead of going to Obito's side. It's just that Obito's current situation. Thinking of Obito, Black Zetsu is a little worried. After all, Uchiha Madara has already appeared in the Tower of Babylon. Although it was resurrected by the body of impure world reincarnation, but with Nagato, well, maybe I have to act. If Nagato entered the Tower of Babylon, then this guy's mission should begin. As for saying that I did this, will it cause any trouble? Black Zetsu thinks it shouldn't be possible. He just resurrected Nagato to revive Uchiha Madara. The caster did it voluntarily. What's the problem with Black Zetsu? However, that Shimingguan knew so many things, it wouldn't be. When Black Zetsu thinks that Shimimarawan knows many things, even Uchiha Madara's design of Uchiha Obito, he may know more secrets. If this is the case, I'm afraid it's not my secret. Alas, I hope I don't know, otherwise I will be in trouble. In the current situation, I don't want to affect my mother's resurrection. But if the Tower of Babylon does anything, wouldn't it also get my mother out? It's not that Black Zetsu hasn't thought about this, but how can he hide his current situation and implement it smoothly? If you want to implement this, you must have thugs. It is impossible for Uchiha Madara to listen to you, or the other party wants to order him instead of listening to him, so it is unrealistic to expect Uchiha Madara to be able to command him. That would require Akatsuki's gang, and if that's the case, well, but how could Uchiha Madara pass up this opportunity? Besides, if Uchiha Madara is suspicious, it will not be worth the candle. No, I can't mess around now, so I can only take one step at a time. And when Black Zetsu was thinking about his own affairs, both Nagato and Konan were paying attention to Black Zetsu, and the other party was the masked man, so they couldn't help but be on guard. But for now, nothing seems to be going on, so what is the purpose of the masked man Uchiha Obito? What's more, the other party is acting under the banner of Uchiha Madara. Is this intentional? Or, does he really have any connection to Uchiha Madara? All kinds of doubts undoubtedly made Nagato and Konan deeply worried, but they didn't care about these at the moment, but they had to enter Konoha first and wait for the Tower of Babylon to open. When the time comes to enter the Tower of Babylon, maybe you can find the answer. Tower of Babylon, top floor. With the ace day frozen Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, things can basically be declared over. Therefore, Qin Mu looked down at Poluna in her arms, stroked her hair, and said softly, "Poluna, can you rest assured now?" Poluna. As for? I keep asking me, what do you want to do? However, Poluna also knew that she was indeed overly nervous before, so seeing Qin Mu repeatedly asking herself, she had to give an answer. Don't worry, I'm very relieved. Can you rest assured? Acetus won handily, I'm sure I'm relieved. Of course, Poluna felt relieved at this time, but that didn't mean she could feel relieved in the future. She knew in her heart that Qin Mu must have other plans. For example, it is possible to resurrect some people. Ace is strong, but not without weaknesses. If Poluna gets on, she can easily kill her instantly, so even though Ace is already very powerful, in Poluna's eyes, she is still not good enough. How is it? If you don't make trouble, I can rest assured. Just because she knew that things would not be simple, Poluna added another sentence later. Qin Mu smiled, and said softly, don't say that, the second batch of challengers must definitely need more people, whether they are from the Pure Land or the current ninja world. That has to come. Let so many people in at once, Acetus will probably be very busy, and night raids, hunters, it's impossible to stand it. On the contrary, Yakumo Zi raised some doubts. She felt that if too many people were brought in at once, it would be impossible for hunters and night raiders to withstand so many rounds of fighting. After all, as far as she knows so far, the number of the second batch of challengers is at least 3 digits. After removing the important people, the remaining cannon fodder feels like it will take a lot of energy to clean up. Qin Mu waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to worry about these things, but the inflated Ace, that needs attention. Don't worry, Konoha will take care of it. It's basically impossible to put in too much cannon fodder, and the easier it is for Acetus to win now, the more arrogant he will be in the future, not even Moko Potmo will definitely use it. After a pause, Qin Mu said with a smile, in this way, it is not impossible for someone to accumulate 10 points. You sure? Axis Neil's eyelids twitched lightly, she was undoubtedly a little surprised. However, Qin Mu replied in the affirmative, of course, there is basically an 80% chance. Yakumo Zi raised her eyebrows when she heard the words, looked at Poluna with a half smile, and said slowly, Porina, I think you are going to faint. Chapter 78. It's okay, as long as the first batch of challengers don't succeed, it doesn't matter later. Poluna obviously doesn't care, what she values is not being past the level successfully the first time, and as long as Aces can hold on to the first challenge, that's enough. As for the back? Then it doesn't matter. Anyway, Poluna doesn't care much, and if they reach the second floor, these challengers will only lose even worse. Now that I have said this, Yakumozi, I naturally can't say anything more, so I can only say this. It's very good, your mentality is very good. Poluna coughed lightly, and said nonchalantly, of course, my mentality has always been very good, and this is recognized. As she spoke, she took a special look at Qin Zheng and asked with a smile, really? Qin Mu. You two talk like this, but I feel a little uncomfortable. However, I thought so in my heart, but I definitely couldn't say that. Well, yes, that's indeed the case. Qin Mu nodded slightly, agreeing with Poluna's statement. And just when Qin Mu finished speaking, a white magic circle suddenly appeared on the coffee table in front of him, emitting a dazzling white light, but it had no effect on the few people present. Therefore, whether it was Qin Mu or Poluna, Yakumozi and Ashes Neil, all eyes fell on the magic circle. After the magic circle turned a few times, it just stopped. Then, a hand stretched out from inside. Then, another hand. After the two hands came out, the head also came out. That is, the little evil god. Ah, smothering me to death. And after the little evil god's head came out, she was panting and cursing. Little evil god, what are you doing? Qin Mu looked at her kindly, and his hands had already landed on her head. At this time, the little evil god finally found out that something was wrong. He seemed to have gone the wrong way, and came to a place he shouldn't have come to. That. The little evil god was trembling and didn't know how to speak. To say that Qin Mu is actually pretty good, but he has a kind face, at least he looks like he is doing it. But the remaining three, Yakumozi, Poluna, and Ashes Neil, are different. They were staring at him coldly, and there was an undisguised and strong killing intent in their eyes, so this made the little evil god even more frightened. Bad, bad, I'm completely screwed now. Speaking of which, it's not because of me that I can't do things right? The only thing the little evil god could think of was this, otherwise why would the killing intent be so strong? That's probably the case. Following the little evil god's imagination, she thought that it was because of her unauthorized intrusion that the good things of Yakumozi and others disappeared, so she blamed herself like this. Little evil god, are you messing with Lilybell again? Qin Mu left the little evil god here, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Wait a minute, Lilybell will come again, and she has to handle it when the time comes. No, this is a misunderstanding. The little evil god knew that although he had gone to the wrong place, as long as he had a bad relationship with Qin Mu, he might still be saved. Do you think I'll believe it? It's just that Qin Mu didn't believe the little evil god's statement, but asked rhetorically. Little evil god. Facing Qin Mu's question, the little evil god was silent for a while, and could only start to swear, saying that he really didn't do anything. It was because Lily Ling was too sensitive. Actually, I didn't do anything. It's because Lilybell is too sensitive, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. But Qin Mu is very aware of the nature of the little evil god, and knows that the other party's argument is not convincing, so he will not believe it at all. And Poluna is the most direct. She treats the devil as the little evil god. Well, this is the shame of the devil, so she directly stated that she will hand over the little evil god to Lily Ling. Okay, don't listen to her nonsense, just leave it to Lily Ling. This guy has disgraced us demons. I don't want to see her anymore. Of course, such words are harmless to the little evil god. She rushed over directly, hugged Poluna's thigh, and began to sell crazily, wailing, Master Poluna, don't. I am your most loyal follower, don't give up on me. If this will chill the hearts of many demons. As the little evil god behaved miserably, she became more and more excited as she spoke, crying, Woo, it can't be like this. Naturally, Poluna didn't give the little evil god any face, even if she was showing misery, she threw her out without hesitation. Get out, don't dirty my stockings. Poluna patted her thigh, with a look of disgust in her eyes, obviously very dissatisfied with the actions of the little evil god. Although the little evil god was thrown out, she definitely didn't care about it with her thick skin. Instead, she got up quickly, thinking about continuing to hug her thigh. No matter what you say, you have to hug Qin Mu and Poluna's thighs, so that you can block Lily Bell. But before the little evil god crawled over, a slender little hand had already pinned down the little evil god's head. Then, a voice familiar to the little evil god slowly sounded. Thulhu, where are you going? Little evil god. No way. Why? How did the Lily Bell come so soon? There was no other way, the little evil god could only turn his head around, with a flattering expression on his face, trying to beg for mercy from Lily Bell. Lily Bell, why are you here? Bailing exuded black air, and her smile was slightly sick, and she said slowly, hee, where do you want to go? Where are you going? Evil god sauce, don't you feel that you are running too fast? So this tail can't I want it? After the words fell, a machete appeared in her hand. Then, with the knife in hand, the little evil god's tail disappeared. And there was naturally a lot of blood coming out of the fracture, even the face with Lily Bell was stained. As for the little evil god, he could only hold his bleeding tail, toss and turn in pain on the ground, and let out a tragic wail. It hurts, did Zhao, I hurt so much. Rao Yakumozii has seen such a scene too many times, and she is a little speechless at the moment. She felt that Bai Heling really couldn't be considered a human being, and was more like a demon than a so-called demon. Besides, Lily Ling's words were too depressing, so she had no choice but to say, Lily Ling, are you going too far? Have it? Lily Ling asked back. Yakumozii, Faced with this question, Yakumozii is obviously not easy to answer. Of course, Yakumozii was a bit difficult to answer, but Axis Neil gave an answer. If you look at the actions of the little evil god, you can do whatever you want, but you still have to restrain yourself here, and you must not be too high. Axis Neil agreed with Lily Bell's approach, but he also emphasized that one cannot act recklessly here, so it was regarded as a warning and a reminder to Lily Bell. Chapter 79. Okay, you're right. When Lily Ling heard what Axis Neil said, she became quite sober. She glanced at Qin Mu who didn't speak, but she also knew what the other party meant, so she didn't rush to deal with the little evil god. Anyway, the other party can't escape from his own Wazi mountain. It won't be too late to take the little evil god back and clean up slowly, so there is no need to worry now. However, Poluna had already stood up, stepped on the high-heeled boots and came to Lily Bell, with a bright smile on her face. Lily Bell, I told you before, do you agree? And looking at Poluna who was so enthusiastic, Bai Heling couldn't help but twitch her eyelids, as if she had thought of something. But for Poluna's words, Bai Heling still refused without hesitation, she had no intention of agreeing. Sorry, I refuse. But before Poluna could respond, Yakumozii couldn't sit still, she asked quickly, Poluna, what did you say to Lily Bell? None of your business. Poluna didn't give any face, her attitude was extremely indifferent. Don't tell me. It's okay, just ask Qin Mu. 890 Yakumozii saw Poluna's attitude, she was not in a hurry, but planned to ask Qin Mu. So what if you don't tell me? I can ask Qin Mu, isn't that all right? Yakumozii, there is no need. Poluna's eyelids twitched, and the smile on her face was forced. Poluna obviously didn't expect Yakumozii to do this, and she wasn't sure if Qin Mu knew. Oh, no, it should be said that Qin Mu definitely knew. Is there a problem if we do this? It's a pity that Yakumozii has already spotted Poluna's weakness, she didn't talk to the other party, but went directly to Qin Mu. Yakumazai believes that Qin Mu will tell her, and even if Qin Mu doesn't tell, well, then she can choose to ask Lily Ling. Therefore, Yakumozai is not panicking at all, she is not afraid that Poluna will be able to hide this matter. Poluna. Ugh, what a tough guy. Sure enough, Yakumozai is really troublesome. Following Yakumozai's repeated threats, Poluna undoubtedly confirmed the wait. However, Poluna didn't need to say it anymore, because Qin Mu said it for her. Actually, Poluna wanted Lily Bell to become a demon, and she was given the position of Demon King, making her the Demon King who commands all Demon Kings. Oh! Yakumozai seemed to be a little surprised, and a little not too surprised. She said slowly, "Yes, we think that if it is Lily Bell sauce, then it is indeed very suitable to be a devil." Lily Bell. Are you sure this is a compliment to me? However, Lily Bell obviously didn't like such compliments. Therefore, facing Poluna's invitation, Lily Bell emphasized one more point, and said softly, "I am not a devil, and I will not be a devil." It's just that after hearing this, Poluna waved her hand indifferently, and said lightly, "I didn't ask you to be a devil, but the Devil King." Of course, the little evil god was not happy, and yelled, "Master Poluna, why is Lily Bell suitable to be the Devil King? Not even me." Poluna interrupted the little evil god rudely, and scolded, "Are you worthy of being compared with Lily Ling? Trash, get out of here. Little evil god. Don't love it anymore, I'm an authentic devil, isn't that 10,000 times better than by helling?" It can be seen that seeing Poluna directly furious, the little evil god naturally did not dare to object, and could only crawl away obediently, and she was trying to just slip away like this. But Lily Bell saw it, and didn't give the little evil god a chance to run away at all, stepped forward and stepped on the little evil god's back and set her there. "Where do you want to go? Evil god sauce, don't try to escape, or you will face the consequences." What can the little evil god do? She can only pretend to be stupid, pretend, abashed, to be stunned, playfully smile, and try to get away with it. "It's nothing, Lily Bell, I didn't mean that." "Okay, Bailing, the little evil god won't leave, and neither can she. If you deal with her first." At the same time, Qin Mu spoke, pointing to a nearby room. "Indicate that if Lily Ling is not satisfied, then she can go in and deal with it." "You said yes, then go in." Lily Bell directly dragged the little evil god into it. She did this firstly to deal with the little evil god, and secondly to avoid Poluna's solicitation. As for Qin Mu's reminder to herself, if Bailing knew it, she would know that the other party was helping her avoid Poluna. Poluna obviously also understood Qin Mu's plan, so she troubled Qin Mu immediately after Bailing entered the room. "I finally found a good seedling, why do you stop it like this?" Qin Mu obviously expected it long ago, and explained with a calm face, "Lily Bell doesn't want to be a demon king, and she has a very good relationship with the master, so it can be said that she loves mother and daughter, so don't get your ideas on her body." "Humph, Scar ha? What is she? She can't beat me, and I'm not afraid of her." Poluna smiled contemptuously and said in a very disdainful tone. Axis Neil frowned, and said softly, "Polna, she has many allies in Scat Hatch, such as Artoria, Urza, and Irene, do you think you are really right? If there are so many people, can you bear it? Why not? You think I'm you? I'm the god of demons. Even if they fight together, they won't be able to beat me." Poluna was very swollen, and ignored Yakumozai's persuasion, but provoked her it seemed to say something. Yakumozai saw that Poluna was so inflated, so she was too lazy to talk nonsense, but said sarcastically, "Don't be too inflated, none of those guys are simple, hey, don't brag." "Gone." "Humph, I'm not bragging, but the truth." But Poluna didn't think so, she insisted that she could do it. Seeing that Poluna was so dissatisfied, Yakumazai had no choice but to use her trump card. She said that you, Poluna, can ask Qin Mu to see if this is the truth. If you're not convinced, ask Qin Mu if that's the case. Qin Mu pondered for a while, and said slowly, well. To be honest, if you really want to be serious, they really can't compete with Poluna when they join forces. This is a fact. Did you hear that? It's the truth. Poluna showed a smug look on her face, and said something in a whisper. Now that Qin Mu has said so, it can be concluded. Of course Yakumozai was upset, and that's what she told Ashes Neil. I saw her swollen like this. I'm actually a little unhappy. Do you want to cure her? However, regarding Yakumozai's statement, Ashes Neil refused without hesitation, and said indifferently, if you have any ideas, you'd better do it yourself, don't drag me into the water. Chapter 80. You Yakumozai want to do something? Okay, do it yourself, don't drag me into the water. Ashes Neil was dissatisfied with Yakumozai's actions, so he specially warned the other party. Neil, can't you save face? Yakumozai thinks that Poluna is so inflated, you, Axes Neil, can't ignore it, and you must take it seriously. I'm sorry, I can't give you face. Axes Neil still refused, she didn't intend to save face. Seeing Yakumozai deflated, Poluna was of course happy to taunt her. She had a sarcasm on her face, and said coldly, sure enough, Yakumozai, your trick is not working anymore, don't think that alliance is very useful, no one wants to be tricked by you anymore. Yakumozai didn't care about Poluna's ridicule, but said very calmly, you know what a fart, this is called strategy. Hee, ridiculous. Poluna continued to mock. She felt that Yakumozai was just a dead duck with a stubborn mouth, but in fact there was nothing she could do. Seeing that Poluna was so swollen, Axes Neil had to persuade her to remind Poluna not to go too far. Porana, Zai Yakumo has quite a few friends. If you really push her into a hurry, she will find Michael and the others. You will not feel good then. It's just that Ashes Neil kindly reminded her, but Poluna felt that it was nothing, and instead became even more arrogant, saying that she was not afraid at all. So what? What is your relationship with Michael? Can she not listen to you? That idiot worships you blindly, and it is impossible for him to say no to you, unless you want to fight against me. Ashes Neil. Come on, this guy is really hopeless. Seeing Poluna like this, Axes Neil really didn't know what to say, she could only say such a sentence to Poluna. Poluna, you will understand in the future, you have too many enemies, and you made it all by yourself. Just because of what you said just now, if it was the same as before, I have already fought with you. If he hadn't changed a lot, and his temper had improved a lot, Ashes Neil dared to say this to Poluna, she would definitely have a fight with her. Hee, am I afraid? Poluna smiled disdainfully and said coldly. Axes Neil shook his head directly when he saw this, and was too lazy to tell Poluna. Okay, stop talking, I have to show my face. Of course, Qin Mu came forward to stop their further disputes, and by the way, said that he still has things to do, and you all have to stop for a while, so as not to cause trouble for me. It's just that after hearing this, Poluna suddenly felt bad, and realized that Qin Mu was trying to make trouble. Therefore, she subconsciously asked, no, why don't you go straight down? Of course not. I'm projecting it down, and I don't intend to go down in person. Qin Mu directly shook his head, expressing that's not the case. Go down in person? That is definitely impossible, and there is really no need for that. So it was just putting down the projection, and Qin Mu himself had no intention of going down. Even so, it's easy for him to make trouble. At the same time, Yakumozai obviously realized what Poluna was nervous about, so she naturally started to make trouble. If I don't make you Poluna uncomfortable, how can I be comfortable? I've just said, I don't care. Poluna seemed to have come to her senses, she regained her calmness and stopped arguing with Zi Yakumo. Yakumo Zi looked at Poluna with a half-smile, glanced at Qin Mu calmly, and then asked, if you really don't care, why are you so nervous about asking Qin Mu? Anyway, I have to think about Aces. Although she is not from my demon camp, but this time the activities are in charge of my demon camp. I can't cheat her. Poluna gave her own explanation for this, why should she ask? Of course it is because he has to be responsible, and he still has to be responsible to Aces, so it cannot be said that he does not care about it. Although I, Poluna, act domineeringly, I also pay attention to clear rewards and punishments, and her Aces is not only doing her best, but also doing things beautifully, so I must not ignore it of. No matter what, I have to ask questions, lest people say that I am cold-blooded and ruthless behind my back. Well, although I don't deny it, I can't be slandered at will, so there are still some things to do. Stop talking, I'm already crying. Yakumo Zi raised her hand to stop Poluna who wanted to continue talking, the tears could not be stopped, she seemed to be really moved. But everyone present knew that this was acting. Was the yokai sage so moved to cry? Hehe, isn't this a joke? Zi Ma, stop acting. Qin Mu had no choice but to speak again, reminding Yakumo Zi not to act on top. Zero ask for flowers. After finishing speaking, Qin Mu didn't care about these matters anymore, but was ready to project onto the first floor and start arranging the next things. Tower of Babylon, first floor. After Aces frozen Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru here chose to surrender, and he didn't mean to fight anymore. Similarly, after Orochimaru surrendered, Aces chose to unblock Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who had just been frozen, and in her opinion, these two dead people were indeed very powerful. But who let her have Mokopatmo? And with this ability, Acetus is not worried about losing at all. As for whether Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will be dissatisfied, unfortunately, there is no dissatisfaction here, and if they are dissatisfied, then it is tantamount to disappearing. 0. Provoking the authority of the Tower of Babylon will never end well. If Uchiha Madara can't figure it out and wants to continue after the battle is over, then what awaits him will be wiped out forever. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara did not do this after the unblocking, but remained rational. But for Ace Day this woman, Uchiha Madara is remembered. Aces, right? To become the master of the first floor of this tower, you really have extraordinary power, so I, Uchiha Madara, recognize you. Uchiha Madara is still so arrogant, but the level of speaking needs to be improved, it can be said that it is too bad. Or Uchiha Madara still can't recognize himself, and still puts himself in a very high position, but he doesn't know that in the Tower of Babylon, Uchiha Madara is nothing. Approved? What is the use of your approval? In the final analysis, in the eyes of Aces, you Uchiha Madara are nothing but a defeat. Aces, who heard this, was naturally furious and scolded loudly, I said you're all right? Uchiha Madara, do you want me to treat you? I think it's better for you to go back and don't stay here anymore. Here it is. What did you say? Uchiha Madara spoke like this because she couldn't recognize her clearly. After being scolded by Aces, she naturally felt dissatisfied and wanted to save face immediately. Fortunately, with Senju Hashirama around, this one knows himself better, or he is not as conceited as Uchiha Madara, so he stopped Uchiha Madara. Madara, don't be impulsive, our battle is over, it's time to go back to the Pure Land. Chapter 81. If you want to go back to you, I won't go back. Although Uchiha Madara was upset that Orochimaru dared to control himself, he knew that once he went back, he would not be able to come out for a long time, and he would have to stay in the Pure Land forever. Orochimaru will definitely not continue to challenge Aces because he can't fight, and if there is no fight, how will he come out once he goes back? All in all, Uchiha Madara is unwilling, and does not want to go back to that broken Pure Land. Madara, don't lose your temper. Senju Hashirama tried to persuade Uchiha Madara not to be so capricious. It's just that the interaction between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara made Ace's goosebumps. And her eyes were full of disgust. She quickly opened the distance, and then said, I have heard that these bonds of yours are disgusting, and today I saw that 973 is such a thing. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. With a dark face, Uchiha Aizen enraged at Senju Hashirama with some displeasure, and cursed, Senju Hashirama, don't approach my elder brother, this is all misunderstood. Shodai and Uchiha Madara are indeed quite unusual, among them. Orochimaru mumbled rather curiously, as if he was very concerned about the relationship between the two. Uchiha's Hilly, who was on the side, could only roll his eyes and didn't comment on this matter. However, unexpectedly, Ace looked at Orochimaru, also showing disgust, and said, aren't you the same as Jiraiya? And what about Naruto Sasuke, they are the most famous couples gone. Orochimaru. Did you eat melon? And it's me and Jiraiya's. Orochimaru has always been able to bear it, but after hearing these words, he couldn't bear it after all. I think there's a big misunderstanding here. I don't know who said it. Orochimaru said with a dark face and a sinister tone with a dangerous look in his eyes. Who said it? Our master said it, do you have any objections? Albedo came over at some point. She walked over and stared at Orochimaru with a fierce face. Facing such a dangerous situation for Albedo, Orochimaru naturally chose to remain silent. If you shouldn't say it, it's better not to say it. Orochimaru, can still bend and stretch. If I don't mess around, it's better not to mess around. This is the most reasonable approach. Albedo, what are you doing here? Acetus glanced at Albedo, frowned and asked. Then, she found that after Demiurge landed, he was also walking towards this direction. But before Albedo could answer, Qin Mu's projection had already appeared in the air, and this scene undoubtedly attracted attention. Albedo and Demiurge knelt on the ground immediately after seeing them, and said respectfully, Master Qin Mu, why are you here? Demiurge is very nervous now, wondering if he did something wrong, or why did Qin Mu project the first floor on purpose. I came here mainly to do a few things. One is to let the dead people like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama come in, and the other is to tell you to prepare for the second batch of challengers to enter, just these two things. Qin Mu very succinctly said what he was going to do, but the main purpose was still for Senju Hashirama and other dead people, and letting these people in meant resurrecting them. This kind of thing needs to be fixed by yourself. After all, they were looking for people from the Pure Land of the Hokage world, so they had to do it themselves, and they couldn't let Albedo and the others do it. Master Qin Mu, don't worry, we will handle this matter according to the procedures. Demiurge was relieved for a moment, and then quickly expressed his determination. Albedo was different from Demiurge. She asked respectfully, Master Qin Mu, do you have any other orders? No, you've all done a good job. If you have to deal with it, you can deal with it, and if you have to sit on the sidelines, you just sit on the sidelines. In short, you only need to remember one thing, as long as there is no trouble, everything else will follow the process. Albedo's expression was a little excited. It seemed that she was a little overexcited because she was praised. However, Albedo could still control her emotions, and she quickly calmed down. Then, she said in a low voice, I understand, Master Qin Mu, please rest assured, Demiurge and I will handle the matter you explained, and we will definitely make this event a beautiful one, and at the same time, she will never disappoint Lady Poluna's expectations. Well, it's 0. Seeing this, Qin Mu didn't say much anymore, just nodded to show that he understood. After that, Qin Mu had already looked towards Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and others, and his eyes fell on these two people. Uchiha Madara, Do you want to be resurrected? Because of the appearance of Qin Mu's projection, people like Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara, and others had to be forced to kneel down, and it was naturally done by Demiurge. In his opinion, it is a great honor for you ants to face a supreme existence like Qin Mu, not to mention standing, even kneeling. In other words, in Demiurge's perception, you people are not even qualified to kneel, and it is your honor to choose to let you kneel, so you should be happy. Uchiha Madara, who was kneeling on the ground, was unwilling, obviously unwilling to kneel like this, even if the person who came was the owner of the Tower of Babylon. He, Uchiha Madara, is absolutely unwilling to kneel and submit like this, but the problem is, Qin Mu is clearly just a projection, but it has already made Uchiha Madara feel frightened, and he doesn't even have the will to fight at all. To put it bluntly, I completely lost my original fighting will. This undoubtedly made Uchiha Madara feel terrified, thinking how could there be such a person? Let yourself have no idea of fighting with it, and some are just a heart that is afraid of fighting. Such a cruel reality undoubtedly makes Uchiha Madara understand how weak he is. 3.5. Facing the owner of this tower, I don't even have the thought of fighting him, he is as unruly as a domesticated animal. How can this fact not make Uchiha Madara's mind collapse? However, after hearing Qin Mu's question, Uchiha Madara felt that this was an opportunity. Because he is sure that the other party can do it, that is, achieve a real resurrection, and this is undoubtedly what he wants. Resurrection. That's what Uchiha Madara wanted. As long as he can be resurrected, all his power emperors will come back. In impure world reincarnation, he can only use the power of the eternal eye, and the Rinnegan opened later is useless, so once he is resurrected, he only needs to get his eyes back. As for the eyes, isn't that simple? You can just take it back from Nagato, it's your own eyes. Chapter 82. It's just that Uchiha Madara thought so, thinking about resurrecting. But Orochimaru secretly had a bad idea. He realized that if Uchiha Madara was revived, all the people in his hands would probably be revived. How could there be any strong ones available for impure world reincarnation? If you count on those shadows from other villages, well, compared with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru obviously looks down on them. If Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are available, why should I use those dead people whose strength is far inferior to these two? However, if Orochimaru knew that he had no choice, he had no way to object. Just look at him kneeling on the ground now, so what qualifications do you have to object? I want to resurrect. Uchiha Madara said without hesitation because she wanted to be resurrected. It's just that Uchiha Madara wanted to raise his head to speak, but Demiurge's suppression made him unable to raise his head, so he could only answer humiliatingly with his head bowed. Very well, I have seen your ambition, so what do you say about Senju Hashirama? Qin Mu nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, Qin Mu was very satisfied with Uchiha Madara's answer, but he did not forget to mention this matter to Senju Hashirama. The resurrection can't just resurrect a Uchiha Madara, such as Senju Pillar 01 can't be forgotten. It's just that Albedo and Demiurge didn't raise any objections to Qin Mu's actions. Instead, it was Acetus who specifically asked. Master Qin Mu, how many people are you planning to resurrect? Acetus was not kneeling, like Shimai Marufumi, and Leviathan were not kneeling, only Albedo and Demiurge were kneeling. As for Demiurge, Shimai Marufumi, Acetus, and Leviathan definitely don't need to kneel, but people like Uchiha Madara must kneel. After all, in Demiurge's opinion, you are not qualified to stand up and talk to our Supreme Being, but kneeling is already a great honor for you. Leviathan was flying in the air at a height that was just facing Qin Mu's projection, and she was definitely going to mock Acetus. If you want to talk about what happened, Leviathan still knows about it, so when he saw Acetus, he didn't quite understand it, so it was necessary for him to talk about it. Acetus, don't you understand? This is to resurrect the dead, so that it can be more lively, or better deal with you. Shemming Maruan was also on the side. After she glanced at Qin Mu, she didn't speak. Things like this are better left untouched. Although Wenwen's 8 trigrams are true, sometimes he needs to be more flexible, especially for things like this. It's okay not to say anything. In other words, others have already said it, why should I say more? That will only bring trouble to oneself, but not any benefit, so Shemming Maruan will not do it, so as not to make himself unlucky. Really? I don't mind. I just want to see what surprises these dead people can bring me after they are resurrected. Ace is very swollen now. After she easily cleaned up Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, her mentality it is indeed a little floating. To put it bluntly, Acetus was no longer cautious, but was a little bit over the top, becoming very swollen. After all, the current 2 strongest powers in the Hokage world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, were killed by me like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and even if the other party had rules to help them, they couldn't score a point. How can such a fruitful fight, can Acetus not inflate? All in all, it's human nature. After all, Acetus is human, and it is easy to float or swell, which is also a very common mentality. Ace, it's really inflated. Leviathan must be happy to see Ace so rampant, and she knows that now the more Ace swells, the more he suffers, the more fun he will have. And she will definitely sneer back fiercely, so that this guy can understand what it means to add insult to injury. Qin Mu definitely didn't care about the conflict between Leviathan and Ace, or it wasn't a big deal, and his original intention was to make trouble. Oh, no, it was to come do things. Therefore, Qin Mu naturally ignored the matter of Leviathan and Ace. If I don't choose to be resurrected, you will also resurrect me. Senju Hashirama said to Qin Mu's question, knowing that he had no choice, so he smiled wryly and complained a little. After Uchiha Madara heard this, her face was a little surprised. Why is it that I only feel fear, but Hashirama is different? Senju Hashirama has no ghosts in his heart. He is different from you. Qin Mu obviously knew what Uchiha Madara was thinking, so he solved his doubts. Are you haunted? Where is the ghost in my heart? When Uchiha Madara heard this, she was naturally shocked, but she still defended herself in her heart. Okay, I won't be long-winded. After you are resurrected, you can play on your own. Qin Mu didn't want to be long-winded anymore, and directly set about arranging the resurrection. Except for Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri, along with Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato, they were pulled into the Tower of Babylon from Pure Land. Then, everyone was revived. Of course, it's not just these people, the key is Tsutsuki Kagaya, this one is also needed. And not just Tsutsuki Kagaya with her 2 sons, Tsutsuki Yi and Tsutsuki Hamura are arranged. In this way, the fun is even greater. After Qin Mu finished all this, he turned off the projector directly. Demiurge 610, let more people come in, we don't need to intervene in the future, but we can't let these people break the rules. After Qin Mu left, Albedo already understood Qin Mu's intention, and immediately ordered Demiurge to let the second batch of challengers enter. Outside the Tower of Babylon at this time, it can be said that too many people gathered, all waiting to enter the Tower of Babylon. I see. Demiurge glanced at the revived Senju Hashirama and the others, and immediately nodded to express his understanding. As for Tsutsuki Kagaya and the others, although they were revived and sent in at this moment, Qin Mu imprisoned them, that is to say, apart from Albedo, Acetus, and others, people like it is Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, and others who are the challengers, which are completely invisible. According to what Qin Mu meant, the 3 of them could move after all the challengers arrived. Of course, Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at Tsutsuki Yi and Tsutsuki Hamura who were immobile like herself, and couldn't hide the hatred in her eyes. In her opinion, these two sons had betrayed her. Now that they are all here, it's time to go back for revenge. However, Satsuki Yui and Satsuki Hamura frowned. They didn't expect the owner of the Tower of Babylon to be so terrifying. Even the mother could be resurrected easily without satisfying the conditions, which is a bit scary. Chapter 83. Satsuki Kagaya wanted to tear these two sons apart, betrayed herself and sealed her. How could she not hate? However, at this time, Satsuki Yui no longer felt that the mother was the most terrifying, but that the Tower of Babylon was the most terrifying. I don't know what the other party's purpose is, and this behavior style used to be peculiar, so how can I keep Satsuki Yui from worrying? In contrast, my mother's problem is not a problem. Brother, what are you thinking? Although the three Satsuki are imprisoned and cannot be seen by the challenger and others, they can still talk to each other, so Satsuki Hamura directly asks his big brother. I'm very worried now. I don't know what kind of trouble this will cause to the ninja world. Those who died will come back to life, and those ninjas who are about to come. Human nature is greedy, and there will be many problems. Satsuki Yui said worriedly. He still told his worries about his brother's inquiry. But regarding what Satsuki Yui said, Satsuki Kagaya said coldly, Yui, you are really hypocritical. Mom, no matter what I did before was for the ninja world, and now I also do it for the ninja world. I think it is necessary for us to cooperate. Satsuki Yui believes that under the current situation, the entire ninja world must unite, rather than selfing infighting. Especially if an existence like Satsuki Kagaya really fights with the ninja world, it will only cause more big casualties. Secondly, it is not a good thing for Satsuki Kagaya himself. Impossible. It is impossible for Satsuki Kagaya to agree. She has been sealed for such a long time. What should I do with these grievances? If she doesn't care about it, she still needs to cooperate? No, it's not possible. Mother, I believe you will make the right judgment. Satsuki Yui was not in a hurry. He knew that his mother would make the right choice. Or the mother's think tank will give the right choice, and that Black Zetsu will know what to do. Satsuki Yui already knew about the existence of Black Zetsu. It is precisely because of knowing that Satsuki Yui believes that with this guy around, his mother will make a correct judgment, so he is so confident. At this time, Box. In the Death Forest where the Tower of Babylon is located, various forces gather here. Konoha, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and other ninja villages, plus the power of the Akatsuki organization, can be said to be star-studded. However, the emergence of the Akatsuki organization has made each ninja village a lot nervous, especially Konoha's side is the most nervous, because Uchiha Itaki is the key to this. But because Shemming Maruan broke the news in advance, everyone knew that with this guy's loyalty, there was a high probability that he was an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. In this way, the Xia organization is still holding this guy. Are you sure there is no problem? Nagato wants to enter the tower now, so naturally he doesn't care about it. As for Uchiha Itaki, to be honest, Nagato is worried. One is the trust in one's own strength, and the other is that the opponent has nowhere to go, so why should Nagato care about Uchiha Itaki? Besides, now Nagato doesn't know how to take his own path, and the Akatsuki organization is now facing a major crisis of how to go in the future, so what is a mere Uchiha Itaki? Nagato, Konan. The Akatsuki organization is so high profile, it's hard not to be noticed, so Jiraiya saw his disciples all at once. Ms. Jiraiya. Nagato and Konan obviously expected this scene, but they didn't expect it to happen so soon, and they didn't know what to say, so they called teacher Jiraiya, and then fell silent. Nagato, how did you become like this? Yes, where is Yahiko? Unlike Nagato and Konan, Jiraiya was very excited and continued to greet them, but then he found out that Yahiko was not there, so he asked subconsciously. Jiraiya, are these the three little ghosts from Rain Shinobi village back then? Tsunade also noticed this scene, walked over, and asked. Yes, I always thought they were dead, but I didn't expect, you are Akatsuki's people. Jiraiya said to herself, but then she realized something and blurted out. Hey, what are you going to say to our leader? Haiden came over in a very arrogant manner, showing his power at Jiraiya, and waiting for Nagato to order to start the fight. Let me go aside. Nagato stopped Haiden, staring at him with cold eyes. And the oppressive force brought by Rinnegan undoubtedly made Haiden dare not be arrogant anymore. Mr. Jiraiya, Yahiko is dead. Nagato said coldly, with a strong killing intent in his eyes, which was aimed at Danzo. Back then, Hanzo colluded with Danzo, Hanzo was already dead, and Danzo, this time, if he entered the Tower of Babylon, he might have a chance to kill Danzo. Dead? How? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. Then, he noticed the look in Nagato's eyes, immediately felt something was wrong. No way? There's something about Danzo in here? Jiraiya didn't believe it before the scandal was revealed, but now he has to believe it. Who made Danzo do things so viciously and unscrupulously? So Jiraiya can't believe it or not, and if Danzo is involved in this, then the relationship between Nagato and Konoha is finished, and the problem will be very big. Jiraiya, don't look at me like that, I haven't done anything. Danzo was eager to get rid of the relationship, so naturally he wanted to quibble. Saying that Senju Hashirama and others are resurrected, Danzo is still determined to enter the Tower of Babylon. The reason is that only by entering can he survive, so he has to enter no matter what. As for other things, that is secondary instead. No matter what, I want to live, and as long as I have great power, I can become Hokage. See. Danzo is still dreaming at the moment, thinking that Danyo can become a Hokage, but in fact this is no longer possible, the times have changed, and it is impossible for him to become a Hokage at all. Tsunade glared at Danzo, and snapped, Danzo, you old silver coin, after you go in, you won't be able to get out. Humph, I'm too lazy to talk to you. If Senju Hashirama and others are not revived, Danzo will definitely spray Tsunade, but unfortunately these people have already been revived. What can Danzo do? If he really dares to spray Tsunade, Senju Tobirama will definitely screw his head off, so Danzo dare not say that, and now we still have to focus on development. Wait for me to reap the benefits, and then slowly retaliate. And just when many forces were confronting each other, Demiurge finally appeared. The figure of Demiurge floated in mid-air, looked at the tiny humans below, and said in a cold voice, it seems that you are ready, so come in. Chapter 84. As soon as Demiurge finished speaking, those people below all rushed in. The speed is one by one, I am afraid that I will fall behind, and the opportunity will be gone by then. As for all of this, Demiurge didn't stop him, he just stood in the air indifferently, just watching. After everyone who was supposed to go in had gone in, Demiurge's figure disappeared into the air and returned to the Tower of Babylon. Akatsuki and ninja villages all appeared on the battlefield just now, which is where Orochimaru, 12 Xiaoqiang, and others are located. Among them, Konoha's forces are the most powerful, including Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, etc., as well as the forces of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Izuna is looking for Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Shisui trouble. Yes, these two were also resurrected. As for Uchiha Madara, he didn't care about this. With his eyes closed, he focused on the crowd who had just entered, apparently looking for Nagato's location. Although Uchiha Yuri didn't understand that Hibo Madara closed her eyes, but at this time her attention was also on Uchiha Madara Izuna, Uchiha Fukyu, and Uchiha Shisui, but she ignored Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and others don't care about these matters for the time being. You have to know the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, and the messy thing about Konoha, so 297 has no interest in it. Furthermore, Tsunade has already arrived, so please take care of your granddaughter. As for the matter of Uchiha, we will deal with it later. Urjuzi is very awkward now, and he doesn't know what to do. Seeing the revived father and Uchiha Shisui, they were timid and did not dare to go there. Similarly, other people like 12 Xiaoqiang feel very awkward now, and Zhongneng, who is facing so many big bosses all of a sudden, obediently stands still. Unlike the excitement here at Konoha, the remaining 4 ninja villages must be temporarily grouped together, lest they be targeted by the powerful Konoha. As for the most embarrassing thing on Danzo's side, it's not true, it's not true. Of course, for Leviathan, Shemming Maruan and others, this is just watching the excitement, and they are all watching the excitement from the air. Demiurge did not go into the air, unlike Albedo, but chose to stay on the ground to supervise this group of people. As for Aces originally planned to leave. After all, what this new batch of challengers need to do is to deal with the gatekeepers before they can challenge her level master, so I must, take advantage of the time to go back and rest. It's just that Qin Mu asked her to stay on the first floor. If someone else said that, Aces could ignore it, but the person who said it was Qin Mu, so she could only accept it. And now Aces is with Leviathan and Shimei Maruan, just staying in the stands in the sky, watching the excitement below leisurely and relaxed. Shemming Maruan first sighed, and then said meaningfully, there are so many people, and I don't know how many hunters and night raiders can be eliminated. Among the first batch of challengers before, there are already failed, won't you also fail now? After hearing Shemming Maruan's words, Leviathan's eyeballs twitched, and he immediately thought about it. Then, she said like this, for sure, Aces will have to come forward in the end. I have to say, the gatekeepers on the first floor are really too weak, and the burden is placed on Aces. Leviathan, even if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Aces was obviously very dissatisfied with Leviathan's words, so a chill flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, I'm just telling the truth, is there a problem? Hearing this, Leviathan spread his hands and asked calmly. Is there any problem, don't you know? Aces snorted coldly, and asked in dissatisfaction. She felt that it was impossible for Leviathan not to understand, this guy was purely messing with his own mentality, so he would never tolerate it. Hey, we're watching the fun, not mixing in the fun, so we can't mess around. Shemming Maruan stopped the two and warned them not to mess around. After that, Shemming Maruan's eyes fell on the 3 imprisoned Satsuki Kagaya, and said softly, by the way, why haven't these people been noticed yet? Did Qin Mu not release them from the imprisonment? How would I know? Leviathan and Aces naturally said they didn't know, and they really didn't know. Albedo, do you know? Immediately, Shimei Marufumi looked at Albedo who was beside him, thinking that it was okay to ask her, so he asked aloud. No, I do not know. Albedo shook her head, expressing that she didn't know. It always feels very suspicious, so you really don't know. However, Shimei Marufumi had doubts about this, she suspected that it wasn't that Albedo didn't know, but that she didn't want to say it. Yes, I don't know. Albedo gave an affirmative answer, emphasizing once again that she was ignorant. Although what Albedo said was very sincere, Shimei Marufumi still had some doubts, she didn't think the matter would be that simple, but Albedo just didn't tell the truth, so it was a bit wrong. At the same time, Uchiha Madara has found Nagato's position at this time, so what should be done is to get the eyes back. Uchiha Madara has always been the focus of everyone's attention, and his move naturally attracted attention. However, no one will stand up and stop it. After all, Uchiha Madara seemed to be looking for Akatsuki in the direction she was headed, so this was naturally a matter of nothing to do with her, and she wanted to see the excitement anyway. The fact that Uchiha Madara has his eyes closed is quite confusing to many people, but who would dare to ask about it except Senju Hashirama and his brother? Now that Uchiha Izuna is not free, Senju Hashirama is busy reminiscing about the old days, so no one cares about it. The pressure on the Akatsuki organization is even greater. Even Haiden, who was clamoring before, has no temper at all now, obviously suppressed by Uchiha Madara's aura. Just one person is enough to suppress the people on Akatsuki's side, which shows how powerful Uchiha Madara is. Black Zetsu, where's that Obito guy? Uchiha Madara came straight to the point and asked Black Zetsu directly about Obito's whereabouts. After Uchiha Madara's words came out, the faces of everyone on Akatsuki's side changed, and they all looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu doesn't care about this, now he is still his own will in Uchiha Madara's eyes, so he must act well, so he said respectfully, he should have come in too, probably hiding somewhere, I don't dare to come out. Yes. Uchiha Madara was very disappointed, looked at Akatsuki and his group again, and said slowly, Akatsuki doesn't seem to be doing anything, does that mean the plan hasn't started yet? Chapter 85. Yes, but you have already been resurrected, so of course there is no need for it. As for what to do next, Master Madara, it depends on what you want. Naturally, Black Zetsu wanted Uchiha Madara to continue the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, but at this time he dared not speak directly, but tentatively said something. After all, whether there will be any changes in Uchiha Madara, this is an uncertain thing. What if this guy changes his mind? It is possible to say no to infinite Tsukuyomi. So Black Zetsu did not dare to act rashly. Instead, he focused on Uchiha Madara, saying that he would listen to you. Plan? What other plans do you have? Nagato already realized that something was wrong. He didn't expect Black Zetsu to be from Uchiha Madara, so what happened to the masked man? Could it be that the plan is different from the masked man? Damn, what the hell is this Uchiha Madara planning? The plan, I don't know whether to continue, but what I have to do now is to deal with that woman. Uchiha Madara is indeed not sure whether to continue with infinite Tsukuyomi, and what he needs to do most now is to defeat Ace to now go to the next level. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara has the intention to change his mind. Fortunately, I am not in a hurry to say that I will continue infinite Tsukuyomi. It seems that I need to plan slowly. Black Zetsu is not in a hurry to continue, he knows where his advantage lies, and that is to hide deeply. And opportunities are not without, maybe I can talk to the owner of the Tower of Babylon, maybe it can be done. As for whether he will refuse, Black Zetsu believes that his mother is the most noble and powerful existence in the world, and there is no reason why he will not be selected. Even these mortals can be selected, but my mother is a god, so how could she not be selected? Black Zetsu didn't know that his mother had been resurrected, along with Tsutsuki Yui and Tsutsuki Hamura, but if he found out, well, it would be quite complicated to be happy. Nagato has raised his vigilance at this time, staring at Uchiha Madara in front of him, and asked sharply, Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose here? Me? Uchiha Madara's eyes were still closed. Hearing Nagato's unashamed questioning, Uchiha Madara said casually, I just came to get back my own things. If I don't have all the strength to beat that Ace, it will be difficult. Your things. Just hearing what Uchiha Madara said, everyone on Akatsuki's side except Black Zetsu was a little confused. Do you Uchiha Madara have something here at Akatsuki? Could it be this guy Black Zetsu? The question is, what is the use of Black Zetsu? The opponent doesn't have any combat capabilities, that is, sneaking and reconnaissance, so what is this Uchiha Madara talking about? Nagato, are my eyes good? As he spoke, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in front of Nagato in a flash, and stretched out his hand to Nagato's eyes. Then, Nagato let out a horrific scream, his eyes closed tightly and blood flowing. Konan was in a daze when he saw it, and then screamed, Nagato! Humph, useless waste, you and I can use my eyes like this, and I've made myself half dead. After Uchiha Madara took off Nagato's eyes, he directly pressed them on himself, and at the same time mocked with a look of disdain, obviously very dissatisfied that Nagato used his eyes like this. After that, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes again, and a pair of Rinnegan appeared in his eyes. Then, Uchiha Madara closed the Rinnegan again, restoring the original eyes. At this scene, everyone on Xiao's side was stunned. Konan originally wanted to directly question why Uchiha Madara wanted to grab Nagato's Rinnegan, but judging from Uchiha Madara's operation, it is obvious that there is an inside story. In fact, Jiraiya has been paying attention to this side all the time. It must be unbearable to see Uchiha Madara suddenly violently hurt people and snatch Nagato's eyes away. Uchiha Madara, what are you trying to do by stealing Nagato's eyes? With Jiraiya's roar, Konoha's attention also came here, even Uchiha's. Among them, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara thoughtfully. Just now Uchiha Madara closed his eyes all the way, but now he opened them instead. Based on what the Senju brothers know about Uchiha Madara, coupled with some previous suspicions, they have vaguely understood. Do you have the right to talk to me, little brat? Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully, looked at the extremely angry Jiraiya, and said coldly, besides, his eyes? Funny, those are my Uchiha Madara's eyes. Saying so, Uchiha Madara opened Sharingan, then evolved into Mangekyou Sharingan, then Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and finally evolved into Rinnegan. Zero looking for flowers. Then, Uchiha Madara spoke again, the ultimate evolutionary path of Sharingan is Rinnegan, and his Nagato is just the eye container chosen by me. Uchiha Madara, do you really think he was born with it? Madara, your eyes won't be. Senju Hashirama recalled that Uchiha Madara had bitten himself before, as well as the conversation with himself in the forbidden place of the Uchiha clan, and had guessed. Uchiha Madara nodded, not denying it, but acquiescing to Senju Hashirama's conjecture. He knew what the other party was going to say. And he also gave the answer, yes, if you want to open Rinnegan, you must have the power of the Senju clan, that is, your power, Hashirama. After a pause, Uchiha Madara continued, in the battle of the Valley of the End, I lost to you, but I also gained your strength, and I transplanted your flesh on my body. After a long time, when I was old I finally opened Rinnegan. As for Nagato, it was just a pawn chosen to revive me. When the time is right, I will use the Rein Tensei technique to revive me. 0. Speaking of this, Uchiha Madara smiled, and said again, however, it is not necessary now, so naturally he has no need and no right to have my eyes. Uchiha Madara, you are so insane, Nagato is not your tool. Jiraiya questioned angrily, and snarled fiercely at Uchiha Madara. It's just that in Uchiha Madara's opinion, this is just the wail of a bereaved dog, so he said arrogantly, after Nagato has my eyes, isn't that very happy to use? Do you think he doesn't like my eyes? Then, Uchiha Madara sneered again, and said slowly, Rinnegan brought him supreme power, this kid is immersed in it, and he tossed himself into such a ghostly appearance, dare you say he doesn't want it? Jiraiya didn't even think about it, and snapped angrily, of course, if there is a choice, he is definitely not willing. As he said that, Jiraiya just didn't care about that much, and was just a wave of output to Uchiha Madara, completely ignoring that the person in front of him was called Uchiha Madara, and instead talked more and more bravely. Do you Uchiha Madara give someone a chance to choose? You don't give a chance at all, and you still arrange Nagato's life like this, ABD like you. Uchiha Madara, you are a crazy worker. Chapter 86. This wave of output from Jiraiya can be said to be fierce. But the result was to be severely beaten by Uchiha Madara, who directly sent a universal pull to attract Jiraiya and was about to strike. Finally, Demiurge at the side opened his mouth. Stop! As Demiurge spoke, Uchiha Madara stopped immediately. However, although Uchiha Madara was forced to stop, he was not restricted from speaking, so he looked at Demiurge and asked, when I attacked just now, You didn't call to stop, so what do you mean now? Demiurge pushed his glasses, and said casually, it's understandable for you to take back your own things, but if you want to do it casually like this, then it won't work. As he said that, Demiurge paused for a moment, and then said unhurriedly, my master said, there can't be 097 chaos here, do you understand? Uchiha Madara had a cold face the whole time, but he still didn't say to continue to fight, but let Jiraiya go. Madara, you are doing too much. Senju Hashirama had come over and came before Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Senju Hashirama also expressed dissatisfaction with Uchiha Madara's approach. Humph, I want to do something, and you want you to teach me how to do it. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and responded arrogantly, obviously dissatisfied with Senju Hashirama's preaching to herself. Brother, Uchiha Madara is ambitious, he actually stole your power. Senju Tobirama is very dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara, and continues to put eye drops on the other party, and wants to remind the elder brother that he must read this Uchiha Madara's, and not let the other party do whatever he wants. But as he was talking, Senju Tobirama realized something was wrong, and suddenly looked at Danzo who was hiding aside, already had some guesses in his heart, and said to himself, yes, Danzo. This guy has Sharingan and your cells in him, shouldn't he? Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully, and mocked coldly, the waiting time is very long to open Rinnegan, and how can ordinary Sharingan do it? Danzo has my eyes, so I can't tell. Uchiha Shisui hastily reminded, and like Uchiha Madara, he also had his eyes closed. That's right, Shisui's eyes are on him, that's not sure. Senju Tobirama nodded, agreeing with this, and his gaze had already landed on Danzo not far away. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was looking at Uchiha Shisui with a complicated expression, and didn't know how to speak for a while. And Uchiha Shisui seems to have noticed Uchiha Itachi's gaze, even though his eyes are closed now, but the so-called bond firmly connects the workers together. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui can easily tell that Uchiha Itachi is looking at him, and he also doesn't know how to face Uchiha Itachi. The choice made by the other party undoubtedly makes Shisui feel painful. After all, what Uchiha Shisui wanted was to preserve the Uchiha clan. He could not let Uchiha rebel against Konoha, but he also didn't want Konoha to take actions to exterminate the clan. That's why he committed suicide in the first place. It's just that Uchiha Itachi didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to do things so extreme, and he directly abandoned the Uchiha family. This was something Uchiha Shisui didn't expect, so he was also in great pain at this time. Leaving aside these two big idiots, Senju Tobirama has already made his move. Danzo, come here. It's just that Senju Tobirama didn't choose to do it like Uchiha Madara did, but asked Danzo to come over. And Danzo's side is naturally impossible to pass, even if Senju Tobirama is calling himself, it is impossible to pass. After all, I learned from Uchiha Madara that the combination of Uchiha and Senju's power can drive Rinnegan, so what are you waiting for? Although there is only one eye of Shisui, as long as it can open Rinnegan, it is worth everything. Second, as long as it's inside the Tower of Babylon, Danzo doesn't think anything will happen to him. Your Senju Tobirama is still awesome, but can you still kill me in this tower? Besides, I still have Izanagas, so what are you afraid of? Danzo didn't panic at all at the moment, but wanted to laugh a little. What are you laughing at? LOL. Senju Tobirama can't recognize reality. Sure enough, when Senju Tobirama saw Danzo ignoring him, even though he was very deep in the city, he felt deeply ashamed. That is his own disciple, and now he dares to ignore him, who can bear it? Especially Uchiha Izuna, this BD is probably mocking himself. However, Uchiha Izuna is not interested in these things at the moment, but stares at Danzo firmly. Because this guy has the eyes of the Uchiha clan, so Uchiha Izuna must kill this guy. It's just that unlike Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Izuna's eyes are intact after resurrection, which is a bit special. After all, his eye was transplanted to Uchiha Madara, but it was not affected in any way after the actual resurrection, so is it worth exploring? Similarly, Uchiha Yuri was also quite at a loss. His eyes should have lost their light permanently after using Izanami's. In other words, one of my eyes should have lost its light, why can I still see now? Like Uchiha Madara, the eyes were given to Nagato, so after the real resurrection, he was blind. Uchiha Shisui lost both eyes, and after he was resurrected, he was also blind. Only with Uchiha Izuna and myself, the situation is different. Mr. Demiurge, can I ask a question? Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri guessed that it was most likely written by Qin Mu, but out of caution, she still asked Demiurge. Originally the current situation was tense. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were staring at Danzo closely, as if they would strike at any moment, but Uchiha Yuri suddenly came in and asked this sentence. There is no doubt that such a move must have attracted everyone's attention. I know what you want to ask. The eyes of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shisui are still there, they can get them back, but the eyes of you and Uchiha Izuna are gone, so our Supreme Master is merciful to help you make up for that deficiency. Demiurge knew exactly what Uchiha Yuri wanted to ask, and Qin Mu had explained it before, so he gave the answer. 4.1. If Qin Mu hadn't explained it, Demiurge would most likely not have answered. But since Qin Mu had told him in advance, Demiurge would definitely tell the truth. Okay, I see. Uchiha's Hilly nodded, indicating that he had understood. However, she then asked, so if we use the excuse of getting Uchiha Shisui's eyes back, can we do it to Danzo? Why are Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna not in a hurry? The reason is naturally that they all know in their hearts that they cannot do anything casually in this tower. Although Uchiha Madara did it just now, but it was to get back his own eyes, so it cannot be said to be a private fight, but to get it back for his own things. So the current situation is, these outsiders get back the eyes for Uchiha Shisui, is that okay? Chapter 87. Demiurge took a deep look at Uchiha Yuri, and said slowly, of course there is no problem, but Danzo cannot die, and he can only get Uchiha Shisui's eyes back. Regarding this point, Demiurge explained emphatically. With your words, it's enough. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and said that it was enough. But Danzo's expression changed, and he realized that he was going to be in trouble. Unless he abandoned Shisui's eyes, he would face the beatings of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. At the same time, Senju Tobirama took a step forward, continued to put pressure on Danzo, and said indifferently, Danzo, be sensible, don't embarrass yourself. Senju Tobirama, what do you mean? Don't plan to do it. Uchiha Izuna must not be happy, and he planned to beat up Danzo with an excuse, but if Senju Tobirama didn't do it directly, how could he do it? Yes, Uchiha Izuna not only wants to beat up Danzo, but also wants to hit Senju Tobirama, the teacher, that is, the teacher beats the disciple, the meaning is different. Regardless of what the ninja world thinks, it will definitely make Senju Tobirama uncomfortable. Shisui's eyes are the key, they cannot be ruined by him. Senju Tobirama said with a disdainful glance at Uchiha Izuna. 01 And what Senju Tobirama thinks in his heart is, with your little tricks, you really think I don't know what I'm up to? It is enough to intimidate Danzo to hand over his eyes. As for cleaning up Danzo, after returning to the ninja world, it will not be too late to clean up. Seeing that Senju Tobirama was not fooled, Uchiha Izuna could only come up with his own set of rhetoric. Senju Tobirama, this guy has the power of Uchiha and Senju, are you not worried that he can activate Rinnegan? Even if this guy is just a waste, since the combination of Senju and Uchiha's power can have miraculous effects, aren't you afraid? As for Uchiha Izuna's rhetoric, Senju Tobirama first approved it, and then put forward his own point of view, saying that things are by no means that simple. The combination of Senju and Uchiha's power is really beyond my expectation, but it is definitely not that easy to open Rinnegan, and there must be some more stringent conditions, and Danzo. Speaking of this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Danzo again, and then said slowly, Danzo doesn't have that ability, whether it's Uchiha or Senju's power, he can't bear it. Just one arm with the power of Uchiha and Senju, but what does that change? People like Danzo are nothing to worry about, and they are not worthy of the power of Senju and Uchiha. Okay, this time I agree with you. Uchiha Izuna did not object to this, but nodded and agreed. Danzo. Damn, look down on people so much? And for Senju Tobirama to look down on him, Danzo can be said to be extremely angry, and even hates Senju Tobirama to the bone. I have worked so hard to make contributions to Konoha, and you, an old man who has long died, why do you say that about me? Without my efforts, would Sleepy Leaf be as brilliant as it is today? Danzo defended himself shamelessly, not only thinking so in his heart, but also speaking out directly. Second generation, I have made great contributions to Konoha. Without me, how could Konoha be where it is today? Do you really think that Hiruzen can maintain Konoha's strength? Senju Tobirama was furious when he heard this, thinking that you and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the two idiots. How dare you say such a thing? And just when Senju Tobirama was about to slander people, Shemming Maruan, who was watching the show in the sky, came up with a lot of words, all to mock Shimura Dan's and Sarutobi Hiruzen. That is, without your and Sarutobi Hiruzen's efforts to consume Konoha's strong family property crazily, those talents were either killed or cheated to death, and some were forced to defect or leave the village. Well, thanks to your efforts, the remaining 4 ninja villages were not flattened. Oh, by the way, and you, Shimura Dans, are crazy about making troubles and making enemies for Konoha. For example, you colluded with Hanzo to harm the Akatsuki organization in the early stage, resulting in the murder of the original leader Yahiko, and then Nagato, the second-year boy, was blackened and used. I realized the truth of making the world feel the pain, and this is really thanks to the efforts of you and Hanzo. Because if it weren't for you and Hanzo to contribute, it is estimated that Akatsuki's core trio would still be there, and based on their mentorship with Jiraiya, there is a high probability that they would not be enemies with Konoha, then you Konoha would have a strong ally. Unfortunately, thanks to the help of the two of you, let Uchiha Obito, the incarnation of Uchiha Madara, push the boat along the way, directly leading to the death of Yahiko, and then the blackening of Nagato, which caused you Konoha to lose a natural ally. Oh, Shimura Dans, what you did with Sarutobi Hiruzen really fit together seamlessly. One desperately fights against Konoha, and the other desperately kills Konoha to make enemies. Well, you are both good and playful, and you have no self-knowledge. I really don't know where the confidence comes from. Danzo definitely doesn't admit this, but he doesn't dare to slap Ming Maruan, for fear of being killed directly, so he can only repeat one sentence. I am for Konoha, all for Konoha. At this moment, Senju Tobirama is too lazy to bother with Danzo, because he finds that he is a waste, a cerebral palsy who does all kinds of shit for his own selfish desires. Calling him a waste is an insult to a waste. Danzo, hand over Shisui's eyes and don't let me do it. The words of Senju Tobirama are undoubtedly an ultimatum. If Danzo is not sensible, he will be forced to gouge out his eyes. At that time, if you can't beat it, your eyes will still be gone. 597 I will pay. Danzo really had no other choice. After weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to surrender his eyes. If you don't pay attention, you will face beatings, no one will help you, and the roots you brought will be wiped out, and you will be alone and helpless. What should you do? And just for the eyes, what can't be got here? As long as I survive, then I can try slowly, and maybe I can open Rinnegan. It was based on this consideration that Danzo finally handed over Shisui's eyes without any manipulations. He knew that this was meaningless, so he did it honestly. Uchiha Shisui got his own eyes back, and together with Itaka's eyes, his eyes are finally back. Of course, for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shisui's direct push-up method, the melon eaters who have been paying attention to this matter can't help but make fun of it. Plug and play, is this Sharingan? That's right, this Sharingan is a bit powerful, just press it up. Alas, I'm really envious. And there are ridicules, and naturally there are envious ones. It can be said that most people are actually envious, that is, they have a peeping intention towards Sharingan, especially knowing that Rinnegan can be activated, they must have ideas. Chapter 88. It's just that Uchiha Madara didn't care much about these ridicule or envious words, but instead raised his head to look at Shimae in the sky. Clearly, Uchiha Madara has something to say. Sure enough, after hesitating for a while, he still asked, is it true that anyone can activate Rinnegan as long as they get the power of Uchiha and Senju? Since Shimae has learned so many things, it is okay to ask yourself, right? Of course not. If you want to open Rinnegan, you don't need the power of Uchiha and Senju. The key is that only Indra's chakra reincarnation can open Rinnegan by transplanting the body or cells of Ashura's chakra reincarnation, and this opening process is very slow. You opened it only when you were dying, so you must know it, right? Shimae was willing to answer, so he gave Uchiha Madara the answer, but this answer revealed a lot of things. And Uchiha Madara's complexion changed slightly, and he muttered, Indra, Ashura. Senju Hashirama didn't react, and subconsciously asked, who is that? After hearing this question from Senju Hashirama, Shimae Marufumi replied directly, O son of Sage of Six Paths. Suddenly, Senju was stunned. As for Uchiha Madara, with a gloomy face, he said slowly, you mean? Shemming Maruan naturally didn't care what the two of them thought, but continued to expose the truth and told the amazing inside story. Yes, you Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and you are both the reincarnation of the previous one, and this one is Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina, it's impossible. My Naruto. Uchiha Fukiyu, Is my son still my son? At this moment, Uchiha Fukiyu had only this thought in his mind. Uchiha Itaka had complicated eyes and didn't know what to say. Everyone in the ninja world. What's going on here? Didn't it say that the opening of Rinnegan only requires the combination of Uchiha and Senju's power? Why did he suddenly involve the son of Sage of Six Paths, and he was reincarnated? Hiss, numb, really numb. However, Shemming Maruan was not willing to stop so casually, but continued to break the news and began to pierce his heart, and by the way, to expose the truth of the so-called ninja world. Actually, your ninja world is based on the theory of blood in the final analysis. In the end, it is the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths who can decide the fate of the world. Saving the world also depends on the Sage of Six Paths. It's just that the Sage of Six Paths is for my own son. As for you people, you are all used as green leaves and as a foil for red flowers. Do you understand? After these words came out, the faces of most people in the ninja world changed. It is definitely impossible to expect the shadows of the major ninja villages to bow their heads like this and are willing to say that they are ordinary without blood. Fourth Raikage was the first to erupt, and raised doubts, thinking that what Shimae Maruan said was not true, and felt that it might be telling a story. Humph, is it that powerful? I'm not a green leaf. Killer Bee recognized this very much, nodded and echoed, that's right, brother is right, we are definitely not green leaves, but red flowers. Before Shimae Maruan could speak, Leviathan said mockingly, just like you, hehe, Uchiha Madara can kill them all in one shot, so you two should not come out clamoring. After a pause, Leviathan glanced at a certain place first, and then said with a hint, after all, except for the Tsutsuki clan or their descendants, the rest are just scum. 11. I am too lazy to argue with you, and what about Sage of Six Paths, does such a person really exist? Fourth Raikage means Sage of Six Paths, legends are legends after all, who knows if it is true? As for Fourth Raikage's opinion, most people agree and think it makes sense. It's just that among these people, Black Zetsu knows it's not fake. No way? Could it be that Tsutsuki Yuyi is resurrected? Since people like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara can, there's no reason why Tsutsuki Yuyi can't? If so, wouldn't it be the end of it? Black Zetsu already understands that Shimai Meruan and others know everything, so once Tsutsuki Yuyi is resurrected, what should he do to revive his mother? Counting on Uchiha Madara? Impossible, not Uchiha Madara. Just when Black Zetsu was having a headache, Kakashi couldn't hold back anymore, and heard Uchiha Obito's name one after another, and said without a little doubt, that must be impossible. Obito, Obito, where is Obito? Kakashi anxiously asked his doubts, wanting to know whether Uchiha Obito is dead or alive. Got Uchiha Obito, are you going to kill him yourself? But Sheming Maruan looked down at him and asked a question. Why do you ask? Kakashi, who didn't understand, subconsciously asked, what does this mean? Why should I kill him? After Shimai Meruan talked about Uchiha Obito, the whole person became different and became more ruthless. She said coldly, 12 years ago, the night Nine Tails appeared, he attacked Uzumaki Kushina, threatened his teacher with the newborn Uzumaki Naruto in his arms, and then released Nine Tails. You said you don't kill him yourself. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to mutter, impossible, this is impossible, why would Obito do this? Impossible, this is impossible. Kakashi didn't want to believe what Shimai Meruan said. What else? Sheming Maruan smiled disdainfully, and his face became more and more indifferent. And her voice is still cold, and the words Kakashi doesn't want to accept. Because you killed Lin, so he became black, and then angered the whole world, plus Uchiha Madara's arrangement, this guy became Uchiha Madara's pawn, that's all. No, Nyoli is good, a person like this, for some reason, began to anger the whole world, attacked his teacher, teacher's wife, threatened his newborn child, and posted a detonating talisman. Hehe, are you afraid that this child will not die? Kakashi held his head in his hands in disbelief, and staggered back, apparently on the verge of collapse. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Kakashi with complicated emotions, and at the same time, after knowing the news, they all developed resentment towards Uchiha Obito. Or that no one can face such a thing calmly, especially Uchiha Obito also attacked Naruto. Kushina learned that Uchiha Obito is so mad and also attacked Naruto's iron detonator. Can such a thing be tolerated? Impossible, she only wants to do one thing now, and that is to kill Uchiha Obito. You must know that what the other party has done has already touched a mother's bottom line, so she will never forgive the other party, and if Minato dares to persuade herself, then don't blame her for turning her back. Chapter 89. Such a person is really disgusting. Even though there are not all Konoha people here, they all cursed Uchiha Obito when they learned what Uchiha Obito had done. People like 4th Raikage, 5th Mizukage, etc., all taunted Uchiha Obito, but compared with his subordinates, he is not so irritable. After all, those subordinates can disregard their image, and it's okay to scold a little out of line. But for 4th Raikage, 5th Mizukage, and others who are shadows, they still need to maintain their own image, rather than swearing at random. After all, their image represents the image of the village, so they can't mess around. Meanwhile, Onoji was going to put on eye drops, and if Uchiha Madara could be pitted against Senju Hashirama, that would weaken Konoha. But according to this lady monster, has Uchiha Madara played a role? Although Onaki still has a psychological shadow on Uchiha Madara, he is somewhat at ease in the Tower of Babylon, so he dared to do it. Something happened. What Onoki didn't expect was that Ace spoke for Uchiha Madara. She didn't speak for Uchiha Madara, she simply hated Uchiha Obito, so yes? Can't let this guy's crime be weakened, and the scapegoat made him 893 Uchiha Madara back. Uchiha Madara just designed him to be his pawn, but the follow-up action was not arranged by Uchiha Madara, it was done by Uchiha Obito himself, don't blame him for these things. Ace said that what Uchiha Obito did was completely based on his own will, and there was no instigation by Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. As for these things, well, Uchiha Madara didn't explain it, so this is completely Uchiha Obito's personal behavior, don't blame Uchiha Madara, so that Uchiha Obito escapes sanctions. Uchiha Madara was not happy when she learned that Uchiha Obito was doing such dirty things under her own name, thinking that this BD was really embarrassing. Therefore, Uchiha Madara will of course respond to someone deliberately provoking trouble. He said with a gloomy face, I, Uchiha Madara, am not capable of doing such a thing, and that Nine Tails is just a beast. I can control it if I want to, and I don't need to threaten others to release it. Of course, while saying this, Uchiha Madara gave Black Zetsu a glare. Meaning, why don't you stop that Uchiha Obito? Is it right to let that idiot tarnish my name? But Black Zetsu didn't care about these things, his mind was full of Tsutsuki-yi, and he had no interest in dealing with these things at all. Only Tsutsuki-yi, that's what Black Zetsu worries about. As for Uchiha Obito, of course he has been hiding all the time now, mainly because he didn't want to face Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, and others, so he simply avoided after thinking about it. Uchiha Madara, it seems that you have some ambitions, what are your plans? But Senju Tobirama was keenly aware of the problem, combined with what he had learned before, he began to press Uchiha Madara. What does it have to do with you? If it's not that you can't do it casually, Uchiha Madara will definitely give Senju Tobirama a try. Although Uchiha Madara attacked Nagato neatly just now, but it was because he wanted to get his eyes back, so he was not stopped. And if Uchiha Madara dares to do something now, it will definitely be cool, and there can be no exceptions. It just so happens that Uchiha Madara is not stupid. He knew this, so he didn't do anything. Senju Hashirama is very concerned about this matter, so he chose to ask Uchiha Madara, wanting to know what plan Uchiha Madara secretly planned. Madara, I hope you can be open and honest, especially the plan you mentioned before, I think you need to talk about it. Hashirama, you don't understand. My path is different from yours. Uchiha Madara didn't care about these things now, but was thinking about how to deal with the next battle, so he refused to answer. Abi, if you don't tell me, how can I understand? Senju Hashirama was unwilling to give up, but continued to ask. It's just that Senju Hashirama's inquiry method, staying in the sky, Shimei Maruan, and others, couldn't help laughing. Among them, Sheming Maruan said with emotion, oh, I have to say, Qin Mu is really right. If one of these two is a woman, then it will not be so much trouble. As soon as this remark came out, Uchiha Madara immediately blacked out. Uzumaki Mito's face was also ugly, and he looked particularly unhappy. It's just that these two people know that if there is no strength here, there is no right to speak, so even if they want to object, there is nothing wrong with it. But Senju Hashirama obviously didn't care, instead he said seriously, Madara and I are brothers, and isn't it a reincarnation? The bond between us is very deep. As for whether it is female or not, it doesn't matter important. Shameless, why is my elder brother your brother? Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Izuna must not be happy, he didn't believe what Indra and Ashura said before, it was completely nonsense. Of course, unlike Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha's Hiri believed in it and thought it would never be wrong. Sheming Maruan doesn't care about this, she thinks that the excitement is about the same, so it's time to start talking about the business. Therefore, she said like this, it's almost time to watch the fun, now I'd like to let you know about the follow-up challenges, A and D. Yes, Albedo, because Satsuki and those guys can is it out yet? It's already done. The concealment effect on them has disappeared, and those humans can see them. Facing Shimaruman's question, Albedo replied in a low voice. As Albedo's voice fell, Satsuki Kagaya, Satsuki Yui, and Satsuki Hamura all appeared in everyone's sight. Then, Black Zetsu flew over directly, shouting, "Mother, have you been resurrected?" Black Zetsu, who was wandering around Satsuki Kagaya, could be said to be as happy as a child, and kept saying, "It really is like this, Mother, you are finally resurrected." On the other side, Uchiha Madara's face was frighteningly black at the moment. He shouted angrily, "Black Zetsu, what's going on? Aren't you the will of my Uchiha Madara? Who is this? Why are you calling mother?" "Hehe, Uchiha Madara, it seems that you have been tricked." Seeing this scene, Senju Tobirama naturally laughed at Uchiha Madara gleefully. Seeing that Satsuki Kagaya was resurrected, Black Zetsu's wish can be said to have been fulfilled, and he undoubtedly began to get carried away. In addition, Uchiha Madara still talked to him in such a tone, so he naturally wanted to mock the other party severely. "Madara, you think you are the mastermind behind the scenes, you can turn the clouds upside down, but in fact you are just a pawn of mine, a pawn used to resurrect my mother." Chapter 90. Everyone in the ninja world. Boy, is this reversal too fast? Never thought that Uchiha Madara is not the biggest black hand, but there are people behind it. However, who are these people? Looks like a white eye? Rinnegan? Could it be that? The heads of villages such as Onaki and Fourth Raikage seem to have been speculated, and one of them must be the Sage of Six Paths. Only Sage of Six Paths has Rinnegans, and the remaining two are. Strange, this woman is so scary. After seeing Satsuki Kagaya and others, Onoki and others came to their senses. What are ninjas? In front of this woman, I am afraid that I am nothing. Uchiha Madara, infinite Tsukuyomi is not peaceful at all. Black Zetsu just induces you to resurrect your mother. Once you complete infinite Tsukuyomi, then mother will be resurrected. However, it doesn't matter now, because the mother has been resurrected by the owner of this tower. Mother? Is this woman the mother of Sage of Six Paths? Yui, you betrayed your mother, you don't have the right to call it that. Black Zetsu sprayed Satsuki Yui first, and then made a suggestion to Satsuki Kagaya, hoping that Satsuki Kagaya would kill the betrayer. Mother, kill him quickly, this guy must not be kept, we Satsuki only need you. But Satsuki Kagaya just glanced at Black Zetsu, and said coldly, I don't need you to teach me how to do things myself. Yes, mother, I understand. Just after being glanced at by Satsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu's heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, and he became distraught, completely losing the vigor just now. Of course, Uchiha Izuna is naturally happy after seeing Black Zetsu being so deflated. He also knows that the other party is playing tricks on his big brother Uchiha Madara, so he must not tolerate the other party being so rampant. Hence the irony. It seems that you are a dark guy with no status. How dare you call me mother? However, Uchiha Izuna's words annoyed Satsuki Kagaya, who asked coldly, what did you say? With just one glance, Uchiha Izuna trembled as if falling into an ice cave, as if unable to move. Uchiha Madara's complexion changed, and he hurried forward to suppress Lee for his younger brother. Senju Hashirama on the side didn't move slowly, and stepped forward in time to share the pressure with Uchiha Madara. Mother, I just proposed sincere cooperation, so you should restrain yourself. Satsuki Yui carried everything for the two of them, and collided head-on with Satsuki Kagaya. Yui, I will settle accounts with you after I go out. Now that Satsuki Kagaya said this, he obviously agreed to Satsuki Yui's suggestion. Let's go through this level first. I believe that things will never be that simple. Only by gathering the strength of everyone can we be able to deal with the first floor master. Satsuki Yuyi gave a wry smile. He was not so arrogant, but firmly believed that it was necessary to gather the strength of everyone to break through the first floor. Is this guy showing weakness on purpose, or does he really think so? However, Ace was not happy, but said with a little dissatisfaction. Shiming Maruan was a little surprised when he heard the words, as if he was surprised that Ace would say such a thing. Afterwards, she asked directly without any concealment, "Yes, Ace, are you not confident?" Facing Shimei Maruan's inquiry, Ace sighed faintly, and then said slowly, "Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama plus these three Tsutsuki, as well as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who are in reserve, if these four they've all become so 6 paths level, I can't deal with them." Ace is arrogant and because of the battle just now, he has been completely drifting, but with the appearance of Satsuki Yuyi and others and considering the fact that Sage of 6 paths can be killed, maybe I will face the situation later. 4 6 paths levels of high pressure. Also, the existence of immune to death like Satsuki Kagaya, plus the two brothers Satsuki Yuyi and Hamura, how can she really stand against Acetus? The rules are not conducive to the floor owner. If they are faced with a beating again, alas, points will definitely be given. It's over, you're not inflated? I'm not used to it. Seeing that Ace was not inflated, Leviathan expressed that he was not used to it. If it's a non-expanding ace, it's not a good ace. I'm not inflated anymore, but you're unhappy? Leviathan, are you sure you're okay? Ace looked at Leviathan in surprise and asked subconsciously. Zero ask for her flowers. She wants you to lose. If you don't grow up, then the possibility of losing is not high. Shiming Maruan explained the reason. She said that Leviathan wanted you to lose, Ace, so if you don't inflate, doesn't it mean that the risk of losing is not high? Whether to win or not, I'm not sure, but in this situation, to be honest, it will be a matter of time before Tsutsuki Kagaya and others break through the first floor. Ace doesn't feel that he can completely block Tsutsuki Kagaya and others. It's just like the remaining shadows and others, which are not his opponents at all. But Tsutsuki's family plus two tough and experienced Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it's a bit hard to say. While Ace and the others were talking, Satsuki Yuyi had already looked at Demiurge and asked. That's right, Mr. Demiurge, I wonder if we can start. After hearing Satsuki Yuyi's question, Demiurge said coldly, the second batch of challengers can participate in the battle, but the first batch can't for the time being, because they don't need to challenge the gatekeepers anymore. Yes, if you still want to continue to challenge, then you only need to challenge the floor master, and there is no need for the previous level. After a pause, Demiurge didn't wait for Tsutsuki Yuyi to answer, and then continued, of course, you have to choose whether to fight individually or in a team, and there is also the question of forming a team. I will arrange the time for you. As he said that, Demiurge added, but this must be done quickly, not too procrastinated. No problem, that's all we have here. Satsuki Yuyi directly assigned his mother and brother Hamura, plus Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Originally, he planned to add Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, but Demiurge said that they, the first batch of challengers, don't need to fight gatekeepers, so naturally there is no need to add them. However, for this arrangement of Satsuki Yuyi, everyone in the ninja world can be said to have a very complicated mood, just because this series of operations is enough to prove one thing. That is, in the eyes of Sage of 6 Paths, only Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, etc. can help, that is, these so-called Kundras, Ashura Chakra reincarnations. In other words, they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder.